This audio story was created by WebNovel Chapter 20, 100 Wolves of Shadow Realm. The shadow of condemnation looked different from before, but it was unmistakably the same being. The titanic figure moved across the desolate expanse of obsidian dunes with deceptively slow movements, each of its steps making the world quake. It was woven out of shadows, black dust, immense fragments of obsidian, and wind. Unlike the shadows of the awakened soldiers, which were vague and unclear, this one was almost perfectly intact. Myriads of essence spark were drifting into the black sky from its surface, trailing behind the shadow of the cursed tyrant like a billowing plume. The sight of it, the dark, desolate land, the gargantuan black figure walking across it, the radiant torrents of silver light swirling around it like flame, were awesome and eerily beautiful, but also terrifying. For a moment, Sonny wondered why he had been able to stumble upon both the shadows of the fallen soldiers of Godgrave and the shadow of condemnation. The shadow realm was vast, after all, so what were the chances? There were a couple possible answers. One was that the Gate of Shadow sent him to a location that correlated to Godgrave, and therefore, everything that died near him there naturally entered the same corner of the realm of death. Another answer was that the Gate of Shadow was simply located near the entrance to the Shadow Realm, and the shadows of all beings entered this dark land somewhere near. If so, then Sonny was currently on the outskirts of the Shadow Realm, and the direction in which the wandering shadows were walking was, perhaps, its heart. In any case, the shadow of condemnation was different from those tranquil, empty shadows he had seen before. Not only was it dissolving into essence at a much, much slower rate, so slow, in fact, that it would probably take it countless years to disappear completely, but it was also not as empty as they were. Death was a weapon that destroyed corruption, so the shadow of condemnation was not really a nightmare creature. However, it seemed to have retained much more of its former master than the shadows of awakened warriors. Sonny could sense a distant, subdued hint of the same harrowing will that he had felt in the hollows emanating from the titanic shadow. It seemed like the will of a deity transcended even death, having been inherited by its shadow at least partially. The shadow of condemnation seemed to possess some agency. However, Sonny suddenly paled and took a step back. That was not going to save it. What the hell is this? After witnessing the colossal shadow, Sonny guessed that the devastation he had witnessed was the result of the battle between the shadow of condemnation and the mysterious archer. After all, that archer had attacked Sonny on sight. Why would the shadow of a cursed tyrant would be different? But the truth was more complicated, because there were more participants in this battle than he had anticipated. The battle was still raging on. As the shadow of condemnation walked across the dark, desolate expanse, it was beset by eerie beings that made Sonny's blood run cold. These beings were quite immense themselves, each 100 meters across. They were formless and shapeless, woven entirely out of darkness, and moved across the black dunes as if carried by a ghostly wind. Catching up with the titanic shadow, they soared into the air like giant shrouds of impenetrable darkness, then fell onto its body while changing shape. Countless black tendrils shot forward to burrow into the titanic shadow, and the dark drifters attached themselves to its surface like leeches, biting out enormous pieces of condemnation's flesh. They were devouring it alive, or at least trying to. The shadow of the cursed tyrant was not idle. Continuing to walk in the same direction, it moved its hands slowly, trying to intercept and destroy the appalling beings. A few of them had already been destroyed, but a few more were continuing to cruelly rip into the titanic shadow, consuming it piece by piece. Like predators stalking prey, Sonny shuddered. A few things became apparent to him at the same time. The first was that the shadow realm was not as empty as he had thought. The shadow of condemnation, which had belonged to a cursed being, seemed to have retained some of its will. So there could be other conscious beings in this desolate land. And just like Sonny, they probably needed to consume fragments to prevent themselves from crumbling. He was not sure of a lot of things, but he was certain that cursed beings did not die often. Therefore, the appearance of the shadow of condemnation must have been like an irresistible lure to all the horrors dwelling in this corner of the shadow realm, calling them to one location to enjoy the rare feast. But what were they? Shadows of ancient beings, just like condemnation. Actual shadow creatures like nightmare or serpent, nightmare creatures. Or something else entirely. He did not know yet, but he was going to have to find out, for one simple reason. If these harrowing things were trying to devour the shadow of condemnation, it meant that Sonny could consume it too. He had no chance whatsoever of defeating a cursed tyrant, but the shadow of one. That was in the realm of possibility, at least, especially considering that the dark drifters had already weakened it, and would continue to do so. Sonny studied the colossal shadow, feeling an almost overwhelming greed. The shadow of a cursed tyrant, if he destroyed it, or at least landed the last hit on it, then how many shadow fragments would he receive? It would not be just a few dozen how it would have happened with an ordinary being, because Sonny received his fair share of fragments when killing things similar to himself, just like humans received a portion of all the accumulated soul fragments when killing other humans. So, thousands, probably. His eyes glistened in the darkness. I must be the one to finish it off at all costs. Sonny almost readied himself to rush forward when he noticed a sudden shift in the cadence of the titanic battle far in the distance. Another dark drifter soared into the air, ready to bite a huge chunk out of condemnation. When something streaked across the black sky, colliding with it and tearing the creature apart. The wounded horror fell to the ground in a torrent of darkness. It had been hit by an arrow. Sonny tilted his head a little. Well. It seemed that the mysterious archer was still in the fray. Chapter 21, 01 Creatures of Darkness. The wounded being collapsed to the ground, covering it like a tattered veil of darkness. A moment later, the darkness rippled, and then something rose slowly from within it. From the distance, it looked as if an abominable shape was rising from the ground, still covered by the torn veil and pulling it up with it. But in truth, the eerie figure was not climbing out of the darkness. Instead, it was darkness itself, reforming itself into a new shape. Soon enough, a dreadful beast was standing on the obsidian dune, 100 of meters tall, its 4 mighty paws digging into the black dust with sharp claws. Its maw was like that of a wolf, and billowing tendrils of darkness fluttered in the air behind it like a tattered mantle. The great beast gazed upon the desolation of the shadow realm with lightless eyes, and then raised its snout to the black sky, letting out a harrowing wail. Even from a distance, Sonny felt a dull pain assault his soul after the wail washed over him. Ugh. He shifted his gaze, trying to understand what the rank and class of the appalling creature were. What was its nature? Was it a shadow as well, or something else entirely? Was it infected by the vile curse of corruption, or not? Sonny was not sure that anything except shadows could enter the realm of death, or at least endure it for a while. Perhaps creatures of immense power, like condemnation had been, could, but those were few and far between. So reasonably, the dark drifters had to be either shadows of the dead, like the shadow of condemnation was, or beings of shadow like him. However, there was something about them that made Sonny feel appalled and uneasy. Could they be nightmare creatures? He was not sure. Death had been created as a weapon against corruption, and by dying, those afflicted by corruption were cleansed of it. Therefore, the shadows of nightmare creatures were pure when they entered the shadow realm, and if beings of shadow were born from the shadows of the dead, then perhaps that was the reason why he had never seen one that succumbed to corruption. Perhaps that was the reason why he had never met a shadow being in the dream realm as well. After all, after thousands of years of desolation, only those twisted by corruption population, its harrowing expanse, the nightmare creatures. That said, nothing was truly immune to the profane influence of the primordial void, well, except for Nephis. Even Weaver had been forced to cut off their arm when exposed to corruption, and so, Sonny was not going to bet his life on the notion that shadow beings could not be corrupted. Gazing into the very essence of the dark drifter, he saw something that he had not expected to see. He saw nothing. There was no light shining from the radiant soul cores. There was no vile corruption spreading from appalling nodes, either. Instead, there was only darkness. Not the vile darkness he had seen in the souls of countless nightmare creatures, but the cold and impenetrable darkness that made it impossible for him to see anything within the monstrous beast. True darkness. Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, stunned. Creatures of darkness. Before, his view of the world had been quite simple. There were humans and there were nightmare creatures, and that was it. But as Sonny traveled the dream realm and saw more, he learned that the world was not that simple. There were other kinds of being out there, Omware as well. There were chaos creatures, the void beings who existed in the void. There were also beings that were both divine and profane, and therefore did not fit either description, like the mysterious Nephilim. There were beings of nothingness, too, whom he had encountered in the mist above the hollow mountains. There were also beings of divinity other than humans, the noble creatures, as the ancient people of the dream realm had called them. Among those, there were beings of shadow like himself. So if there existed shadow creatures, wouldn't it be only natural that darkness creatures existed as well? Like the horror Nephis had met in her second nightmare. If the dark drifters were indeed beings born of true darkness, though Sunny had three questions actually. First, were they divine or profane? True darkness had been born from the blood of a slain void being, after all. So these predatory horrors could be both or neither. They could even be considered born of the void, instead of only corrupted by its influence like nightmare creatures were. Second, what were they doing in the shadow realm? Shadows and true darkness were natural enemies, so it was strange to see beings of darkness here, let alone see them preying on the shadow of condemnation, trying to devour it piece by piece. How would they even enter the realm of death without being dead themselves? Sunny was not sure, but his suspicion that these were the outskirts of the shadow realm grew. And lastly, the third and most important question. How was he supposed to kill them? If the dark drifters were indeed beings of true darkness, then slaying them would not bring Sunny the windfall of shadow fragments he had been expecting. Nevertheless, he had to slay them, for no other reason than to prevent them from destroying the shadow of condemnation, which he wanted to destroy himself. That is going to be tough. He was not even sure how strong these creatures were, but something told him that they were dreadfully powerful. Well, the only evidence he needed was witnessing how much the shadow of a cursed tyrant was struggling to escape their pursuit. And then there was the mysterious archer as well. Even now that Sunny had observed the battle carefully, he could not see them, which was quite odd, really, considering that his gaze could pierce any shadow. He was wary of the archer even more than he was of the dark drifters. Damn it! Seeing another mote of light drift from beneath his armor, Sunny gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Chapter 21:02 Adversary. As Sunny rushed to reach the colossal shadow of condemnation, he almost turned into a shadow to increase his speed and hide himself from view, acting on instinct. However, he did not. Doing so would allow the shadow realm to ravage his soul and set him far back in the race against time. Of course, there was the other facet of Shadow Step, as well, the instant teleportation between shadows. However, Sunny was not sure that he could use it. Only now that he was in the shadow realm did he start to wonder how Shadow Step actually functioned. Did Sunny travel physically between shadows, or did he turn into a shadow when falling into their embrace, then was returned to his tangible form on the other side, all in an instant? There was one way to find out. Sunny dissolved into the shadows, then rolled out of them a few hundred meters further, pale and leaving a trail of essence particles in his wake. There was a pained grimace on his face. I guess that answers the question, maybe. Using Shadow Step to teleport was even more harmful than turning into an incorporeal shadow. He had lost too many shadow fragments in that short moment. Muttering a stifled curse, Sunny jumped to his feet and continued running. Stripped of most of his powers, he felt like a caveman. But then again, cavemen had been great masters of violence themselves. He would just have to use simpler tools to accomplish his goal and be more inventive about how he used them. As Sunny ran, the great beast of darkness lowered its wolf-like snout to the ground, and then suddenly exploded with motion. The long tendrils of darkness billowed behind it like a tattered mantle, and black dust flew into the air like mist from beneath its mighty paws. The dark drifter looked like a hound of the underworld who had caught the scent of its prey. That prey, without a doubt, was the mysterious archer. However, they were not easily caught. As the great beast flew across the desolate expanse of black dust, a dark arrow silently shot at it from the shadows. As astonishing as its speed was, the massive being was faster. It veered off to the side, raising a cloud of dust and causing a tall dune to collapse. However, that was a mistake. Just there the ground crumbled beneath it, and the monstrous being fell into an enormous pit. On its bottom, jagged pillars of obsidian were embedded into the dust, facing upward with sharp tips. The great beast plunged into the pit and was impaled by the spikes, making the world quake and letting out another chilling wail. It was not dead by any means, but it did sustain several deep wounds and, more importantly, fell behind, for a few moments at least. The shadow of condemnation marched forward, and the remaining dark drifters continued to dodge its attempts to crush them while tearing pieces of its titanic body with hungry maws. Sonny continued to chase them. The mysterious archer was doing the same, no doubt. The problem was that he still couldn't see the elusive hunter. I have to get these things off condemnation soon, though. At this rate, they'll swallow my prey whole. Just at that moment, the archer finally revealed themselves. A new arrow suddenly streaked across the darkness. This one was different from the previous ones, shining brightly as it soared into the black sky. Breaching several kilometers in an instant, it left a trail of turbulence in the great plume of essence emanated by the shadow of condemnation and embedded itself in its shoulder. Unlike the black arrows, this one seemed to be carved from bone, its fletching fashioned out of beautiful, pristine white feathers. A moment later, a radiant silver string revealed itself in the trail left behind by the bone arrow, manifesting itself from pure essence. With one pull of the string, the mysterious archer sent themselves soaring into the sky. Sonny saw a vague silhouette flying across the darkness. It landed on the shoulder of the dark colossus and straightened slowly, finally revealed against the swirling torrent of radiant silver essence. The graceful figure of the nebulous archer was human in shape, but vague and unclear, obscured by wisps of dark smoke that fluttered behind it like a ragged cloak. It was a shadow, without a doubt, but quite a special one, emanating a sense of far clearer will, far sharper intent, and far more solid personality than even the shadow of condemnation did. If Sonny had to describe the shadow archer with one word, it would be Slayer. Their figure was full of cold resolve, savage killing intent, and threatening grace. The archer spent a short moment standing on the shoulder of condemnation, then swiftly bent down to retrieve the radiant arrow and disappeared from view. In the next moment, there was a sharp whistle of the air being cut, and one of the dark drifters attached to the body of the colossal shadow suddenly shuddered and fell down in a torrent of darkness, flailing its severed tendrils as it fell. Sonny gritted his teeth. So much damn competition. It would be bad if the dark drifters consumed the shadow of condemnation. It would be even worse if the archer killed it, since as a shadow themselves, they would absorb all its power in an instant. But what was he supposed to do? Stripped of his powers as he was, Sonny was not confident of prevailing in a battle against the harrowing darkness creatures. He was even more wary of the archer, who seemed like a ruthless slayer forged by the desolate cruelty of the shadow realm into a deadly fiend. That horror must have spent a long time here, thousands of years, perhaps, slowly dissolving into pure essence while hunting down other shadows to prolong its existence. The mere fact that it still existed was a testament to how lethal the archer was. If the archer can do it, then I can too. Sonny's eyes glistened with dark resolve. His adversary must have been just as constricted by the nature of the shadow realm as he was. However, the archer was scrappy and resourceful. They scavenged the shadow realm for materials, crafted deadly implements from what was at hand, and prepared cunning traps to lure their prey into. So Sonny could do that too. Just as he thought that, his shadow sense detected something strange in the distance, just beyond the horizon. Looking up, Sonny lingered for a moment and smiled. A perilous idea entered his mind. Chapter 2103, The Ride of the Shadows. Sonny was up against enemies whose power was well beyond his own. He was not sure what their rank and class were, if they could even be defined by these concepts. But both the Dark Ones and the Nebulous Slayer seemed far more threatening than most foes he had encountered before. Perhaps Sonny would have been willing to attack them openly if his own powers weren't restricted. But with the Shadow Realm limiting what he could do, he was wary and apprehensive about engaging his competitors in a direct confrontation. But that was all right. There were many indirect ways to achieve his goal, as well. Sonny simply had to take a page from the mysterious archer's book and use all the resources available to him as tools. Tools, after all, were a force multiplier that allowed one to channel their power to a much greater effect than would have been possible otherwise. It was like Morgan of Valor had told him once, a long time ago before the Battle of the Black Skull. At its sea. War was simple. All there was to it was power, and application of power, the former was important, but the latter was paramount. The mysterious archer, for example, would not have been nearly as deadly without the arrows they had crafted from scavenged materials, which allowed them to apply all their dire power to a point as tiny as the arrowhead's tip. The problem was that there were not a lot of things around that Sunny could use. The Shadow Realm was a desolate land, after all. There was nothing here but an endless expanse of black hills. Or rather, there had not been. As the shadow of condemnation marched forward like a walking mountain, too immense to even be seen in its entirety from where Sunny chased after it, his senses detected something far ahead. An anomaly that was different from the monotone desolation of the dark, barren land, and therefore promised possibility. Sensing the strange, monumental shape ahead, Sunny recognized its nature and took a deep breath. He had long discarded his shield. The manifested shadows were not eroded by the shadow realm as fast as the shadows of living beings were, but sustaining their shape was still a losing game. They crumbled slowly, eventually dissolving into darkness and becoming one with the land of death. It was not entirely impossible to use shadow manifestation here, but Sunny had to change his approach. Instead of manifesting shadows once, he had to constantly rebuild the crumbling construct, using more of the surrounding darkness, and therefore more of his essence, to fuel it. Luckily, an unceasing torrent of spirit essence was flowing into his soul here, so he had plenty to spare. Running up the slope of a hill with astonishing speed, he closed his eyes for a moment and remembered the radiant figure of Nephis as she descended from the sky, beautiful wings shining behind her like a halo of white light. He also remembered the demonic visage of Revel and the furious battle they had fought at Vanishing Lake. He remembered using shadow dance to peer into the essence of their being. Then, cresting the steep dune, Sunny opened his eyes and leapt into the air. As he soared above the desolate expanse of black dust, the shadows moved around him, embracing him like a dark mantle. And then, the mantle of shadows manifested into a pair of tenebrous wings, the raven-black feathers glistening in the silver light of swirling essence. As they swung, a powerful gale rose above the desolate expanse, and he was propelled into the air with great speed. I think it's working. Human bodies were not exactly meant to fly with the help of wings. After all, humans weren't birds. Their entire anatomy, down to the composition of their bones, was different. People like Nephis and Revel had been bestowed their wings by the mystical power of their aspects, and could therefore brave the skies with natural grace. But Sunny was different. He was quite adept at manifesting and controlling additional limbs with the help of his aspect. That was how he was able to weave intricate patterns of essence strings with 6 hands. He also knew how to create shells of flying creatures and was deeply familiar with the shape of a crow, so the anatomy of winged beings was not new to him. However, it was always easier and far more effective to build shells in the faithful image of actual creatures, not create strange chimeras by mixing and matching parts of different ones, like what he was doing now due to being unable to follow his preference and assume the form of a swift crow. Nevertheless, the experiment was successful. Sunny had managed to teach himself how to fly with the help of a pair of mighty wings by combining his experience of controlling manifested limbs, familiarity with the shape of a crow, and intimate knowledge of how Nephis flew when assuming partial transformation. As his black wings pushed ferociously against the wind, Sunny flew forward with astonishing speed. He had no problem maintaining balance and direction due to having spent plenty of time in the shape of a crow. As well, swiftly overtaking the colossal shadow of condemnation and the figures battling for the right to consume it, he rushed ahead. As he did, the dark drifter whom the mysterious archer had severed from the body of condemnation fell to the ground like a great tattered veil. Its vast form rippled, ready to slither back into the fight. Even though its tendrils had been severed, the creature did not seem severely wounded, already aiming to rejoin its feasting siblings. However, in the next moment, the gargantuan foot of the shadow of condemnation fell on it, making the world tremble and splitting the earth. The creature of darkness was instantly obliterated, dissolving into a pool of elemental darkness. Sunny left the titanic shadow behind. Flying forward, he shot above the silent expanse of obsidian dust like a ghost, his winged figure utterly indistinguishable from the darkness of the black sky. He saw a massive shape in the distance. It stood out against the desolate expanse of dark hills due to its ivory color, stretching for a dozen kilometers or more. At first glance, the shape was quite repulsive, resembling a gargantuan millipede. A long and twisting white body was elevated above the black dust, unmoving, with countless limbs protruding along its great length in symmetrical pairs. However, it was not a millipede. Instead, it was the bones of a great serpent. The twisting white body was its spine, and the countless pairs of limbs were its ribs. Somewhere far ahead, its immense skull rested on the black dust, partially buried in it. That was what Sonny was aiming for. Folding his wings, he smiled darkly and dove to the ground. Chapter 21:04 Killing Tools. Sonny landed on the obsidian dust in front of the gargantuan serpent's skull, which towered above him like an ivory mountain. The lower jaw of the immense creature was buried in the dust, but its upper jaw loomed above him like a dark portal, its arch adorned by a palisade of great, terrifying fangs. Sonny let his wings crumble and dissolve, then allowed himself a few moments of contemplation as he studied the ancient remains. He had a good idea of whom these bones belonged to. They were the bones of a soul serpent, not the soul serpent but one of its kin. It made sense that Sonny was not unique in having received the companionship of a shadow guide. In fact, Soul Serpent was too perfectly matched to someone who had received the blessing of the god of shadows. So, Sonny suspected that all those marked by Shadow God were bestowed a soul serpent of their own. Just like those marked by the Lord of Shadows, received a small shadow snake. However, if these remains indeed belonged to one of Soul Serpent's predecessors, then it had been a far more terrifying creature than Sonny's own loyal shadow. His soul serpent had grown to truly immense size, coiling around the entire great hall of the nameless temple when it slept. Its maw was large enough to swallow armored APCs whole, and its scales were like precious onyx, each the size of a tower shield. However, Serpent was easily dwarfed by the ancient skeleton, seeming like a tiny worm at best in comparison. The remains in front of Sonny were truly gargantuan, twisting as they stretched for no less than a dozen kilometers. Sonny was a transcendent terror, and since Serpent's power depended on his own, he cowered to imagine to whom this enormous creature had been a companion to thousands of years ago. Was it the progenitor of all soul serpents, or simply an especially distinguished member of their kind? More importantly, had it been able to exist in the shadow realm without being consumed by it, or had it come here to die after its master perished? Depending on the answer, Sonny could try to find a way to summon his own soul serpent here without sacrificing it to certain annihilation. In any case, that was not the issue at the moment. The issue at the moment was that the shadow of condemnation was still marching despite having become a battlefield for the nebulous slayer and the harrowing dark drifters, and all of them would reach the skeleton of the ancient serpent soon. Sonny did not have a lot of time. Let's do this. What he needed right now were deadly tools to slay his enemies, not esoteric knowledge about the secrets of the past. Taking a deep breath, he called upon the surrounding darkness and commanded it to embrace him as a shell. The process was both familiar and strange. It had been a long time since Sonny ventured to construct a shadow shell in such a crude way, remaining in its depths as a corporeal being instead of turning into an intangible shadow and becoming its natural part. He was a little rusty. Nevertheless, the shell swiftly built itself, embracing his body and assuming the shape of the shadow colossus. Sonny had to shift his way of controlling it, though, adjusting for the fact that the manifested shadows continued to crumble. They longed to dissolve and return into the essence of the shadow realm, and so he had to pull and manifest new shadows to replace them constantly. From the side, that process looked quite spectacular. It was as if the shadow colossus was wreathed in a billowing mantle of ghostly dark smoke that trailed behind him and obfuscated his figure. For a moment, Sonny felt dire strength permeate his being. Then he smiled darkly deep within the shell and moved, delivering a devastating blow to one of the ivory fangs that barred the entrance into the ancient serpent's maw. Arhachek letter 1d656 no e circumflex. His strength was terrible enough that the great fang was dislodged, falling to the ground and raising a cloud of black dust into the air. The arm of the shadow colossus crumbled from the dreadful blow, and he pulled his hand back, reforming it in the process. A few moments later, Sunny delivered another terrible blow, and then a third one, dislodging one more fang. Using his newfound strength to raise them from the ground and put them on his shoulders, he looked up, lingered for a heartbeat, and then leapt into the air. Landing on top of the ancient skull, Sunny pushed his towering shell forward and jumped again, landing on the gargantuan serpent's spine. From there, he could already see the shadow of condemnation lumbering in the distance. The beautiful trail of essence was drifting behind it like a radiant river, and a furious battle was raging on its immense body. He could not see the figure of the mysterious archer anymore, but could guess their location based on the movements of the dark drifters. There were only 3 of them left in the fight, while the fourth one, the wolf, was rushing across the desolate expanse of obsidian dust to catch up with its siblings. One of the dark drifters was sticking to the abdomen of condemnation, tearing into it with countless appalling maws. Sunny decided to call it the leech. One more was drifting in the air like a great veil. Suddenly, the veil shrunk and twisted on itself, enormous wings sprouting from its depths. Using them, the creature dodged back and avoided the grasp of the cursed tyrant. Sunny decided to call that one the vulture. Another one was like a mass of seething darkness, climbing the torso with countless tendrils that shot out of its body, pulled it up, and then were absorbed back. That one was obviously going after the archer, which was evident by the arrows falling upon it from condemnation's left shoulder. Sunny had no idea what to call that abominable thing, so he simply designated it as the thing. Spending a moment to study the dire situation, Sunny put the fangs of the ancient serpent down and concentrated, manifesting more shadows. The mysterious archer seemed to be doing fine against the dark drifters with the bow and arrow. But the appalling creatures still continued to devour pieces of condemnation, undeterred by the ruthless enemy. Let me show you how it's done then. Manifesting a great span of tangible shadows into a semblance of a chain, Sunny altered its composition to impart a measure of elasticity to it, and then controlled the ends of the chain to wrap themselves around the bases of the ancient serpent's rib. Then, knocking one of the fangs on the chain, he gathered all his titanic strength and slowly, arduously took a few dozen steps back, straining the elasticity of his improvised string. That way, he had turned the gargantuan remains into his slingshot, and the fang of the ancient serpent into a dreadful projectile. Taste that. Grinding his teeth from the strain, Sunny finally released the chain and allowed it to snap back with terrible momentum, sending the great fang barreling through the air like a missile shot by an enormous, dreadful siege engine. There was a roaring thunderclap, and in the next moment, the ivory comet tore through the black sky of the Shadow Realm, striking the vulture from the back, breaking its wings, and impaling the appalling creature on the body of condemnation. Chapter 21:05 No Good Deed. The vulture was like a pitch-black rag that was violently pinned to the nebulous surface of the shadow of condemnation. Of course, if that rag was large enough to cover an entire stadium with its dark expanse, rippling eerily in a ghostly wind. The impact tore its wings and slammed the creature into the colossal shadow, the ivory fang piercing and impaling it like a giant javelin. Sunny was not sure if he had managed to deal a grievous wound to the dark creature, but he knew that it was hurt. More importantly, it was immobilized, even if it was only for a few fleeting moments. Already the vulture was moving, its voluminous body rippling to produce countless tendrils of darkness. The tendrils extended forward, found purchase on the flesh of condemnation, and then strained, trying to pull the creature of the ivory fang. Sunny was not paying too much attention to its movements, though. That was because he was already loading the second fang into his slingshot. There was a reason why he had chosen to use the fangs of the ancient serpent as projectiles instead of simply manifesting several great javelins, each the size of a siege ram, from the endless expanse of shadows around him. Even though the fangs weren't ideally shaped, as far as missiles went, he knew that they would be far more deadly. For 2 reasons. First of all, manifested shadows were less reliable here in the Shadow Realm than they usually were. They were firm and solid for as long as he actively rebuilt and sustained them, but only just barely. He could summon a pair of tenebrous wings or form a shadow shell, yet there was a limit to their usefulness. The arm of the Shadow Colossus, for example, had crumbled after one blow when he was dislodging the fangs of the colossal serpent. That level of solidity was not exactly suitable for battle. Secondly, Sunny was borrowing deadliness from the fangs themselves. He did not know how terrible the ancient serpent had been when it was alive, exactly, but it had definitely been a being of immense power. Even though it had perished countless years ago, its remains still carried an echo of that unfathomable power. There was a reason why the arrows crafted by the mysterious archer were so deadly, and while being imbued with killing will played a large role, the materials from which they had been fashioned were also of great importance. Glossy obsidian, dark wood, and black feathers, all collected here in the realm of death and thus bearing its mark. What could be more deadly than the bones of an ancient soul serpent, then? Since Sunny needed help eliminating the predatory spawns of true darkness, he could as well call upon the remains of a being who had personified the very essence of death. His gamble appeared to have paid off, considering how hurt by the ivory fang the vulture seemed. It struggled to free itself, arduously dragging its rippling body along the fang's length. But before it could, the second one slammed into it, smashing the creature back down and piercing it through. Sunny allowed himself to grin fiercely in the depths of his shell. The shadow of condemnation had drawn much closer by then, so hitting the vulture for the second time had not been an easy task. "Get away from my prey, you bastard." He could probably use his slingshot one more time. With the vulture wounded and temporarily immobilized, the mysterious archer would be free to deal with the thing without distractions, too. Sunny would not call their forced alliance a partnership, but they had to deal with the dark drifters before lunging at each other's throats. Otherwise, the shadow of condemnation was going to be consumed by the dark ones before either of them could kill it. R cute letter 1D51E, Yesarilikai. The enemy of his enemy was. Before Sunny could finish the thought, something streaked across the black expanse of the sky, and an arrow pierced the chest of his shadow shell. It hung. In the next moment, a terrifying impact tore the shadow colossus apart. A geyser of darkness burst from its back as its torso exploded violently. Bits of the onyx mantle shot in all directions like shrapnel, and while the lower half of the shell was tossed down, the upper half flew high into the air, both mangled beyond recognition and bleeding shadows. The deformed remnants of the shadow colossus crumbled and dissolved into nothingness, while Sunny slid across the spine of the ancient serpent, crashing into the base of its skull. He shook his head in a daze, and then threw a hateful gaze at the shoulder of condemnation. That wretch. It seemed that the mysterious archer was not on board with the idea of a temporary alliance, no matter how necessary it seemed. They would rather just kill anything and everything that stood in their way. Or just happened to be nearby. No, but what kind of maniac instantly attacked someone who fought their enemies? Sunny rolled with a hiss and rose to his feet. By then, the shadow of condemnation had already reached the remains of the colossal serpent, the gargantuan being stepped over it, passing above Sunny, and continued on its way. It was as if a dark mountain stepped over him, covering him in its cold darkness for a few moments. The vulture was still impaled and struggling to free itself. The leech was still tearing into the abdomen of the shadow of condemnation with hundreds of maws. The thing had reached the shoulder of the gargantuan shadow and was now too high for Sunny to see, while the wolf was only a dozen seconds away from catching up with the cursed tyrant. Sunny gritted his teeth, seething with anger. "All right, I'll just kill you all, bastards." Summoning a pair of black wings, Sunny raised a hurricane as he launched himself into the air. He was flying up, aiming to reach the shoulders of condemnation. Chapter 21:06 Shadow of the Colossus. It did not take Sunny a lot of time to soar into the sky and reach the shoulder of the shadow of condemnation, the opposite shoulder from where he had seen the mysterious archer last. That was, since the promise of getting another arrow driven into his heart did not seem alluring. But even that short amount of time was enough to let him truly fathom just how immense the shadow of the cursed tyrant was. Before, he had only seen condemnation from a distance, which had been awesome enough. But now that he had ascended its great height, from the mountain-like legs to the wide plateaus of its shoulders, Sunny saw the colossal shadow in an entirely different light. Walking across the dark expanse of the shadow realm, it was really like a world of its own. The black hills were barely visible from the great height, and the desolate land looked flat. There were no clouds to obscure the ground, but the great plume of silver essence bathed everything in pale radiance, making it seem like a different world from the lightless, lifeless desert below. There were hills and valleys of their own on the immense body of the shadow of condemnation, with a strange and alien terrain that only seemed more dreamlike because the entire immensity of it all was constantly moving. The great body of the cursed tyrant could have sheltered an entire city, with countless humans spending their entire lives without ever setting foot on the ground. Which only put into perspective how astonishing the feat of the King of Swords, who had slain this ancient deity, was. It was no different from a tiny ant slaying a towering elephant. Of course, the shadow of condemnation was different from how the cursed tyrant had been when it was alive. In fact, Sunny was starting to understand that this great body was nothing more than the vessel of the actual cursed one, who had been more of an insidious force than a physical presence. A force that absorbed what was around it, tearing parts from the world to make them parts of itself. Similarly, the shadow of condemnation had absorbed what had been around it as well. However, the shadow realm was different from the hollows and Godgrave, and therefore its body ended up quite different from its past self. There was no soil, no stone ruins, and no jungle here. Instead, there was just dust, shadows, and silence. So the shadow of condemnation was far less substantial than the actual cursed one had been. Its towering body was woven mostly out of immaterial things, shadows, dust, and distant light, with giant slabs of black obsidian floating in the dark abyss of its vast expanse like islands of solidity. Sunny had landed on one of these islands, released the effect of the feather of truth to return to his normal weight, and folded his wings, judging that it was too early to dismiss them. Wisps of ghostly smoke shrouded his figure, and a few black feathers drifted to the ground, dissolving in streams of darkness a few moments later. He glanced at the feathers and froze for a moment, suddenly remembering something that he would have preferred to forget, the terrible visage of Nether, the demon of destiny, which he had glimpsed reflected on the surface of the great river once, a long time ago. The figure of the prince of the underworld had been vague and unclear, shrouded in fog. But Sunny remembered one detail of his appearance vividly, two terrible black wings that seemed to devour the sky, drowning the world in howling mist. Sunny lingered for a moment, then shifted his gaze to the mangled breastplate of the onyx mantle. A sudden, embarrassing thought suddenly entered his mind. Here he was, a divine shadow in the realm of Shadow God, and yet he was wearing a suit of onyx armor forged by the Prince of Darkness and sporting a pair of black wings. The underworld was where true darkness dwelled and had originated from, and true darkness was the natural enemy of shadows. Beings born from it were also here, acting like insatiable predators. So, had the mysterious archer mistaken him for a darkness creature as well? If so, it was not that surprising that Sunny received an arrow in the heart instead of a greeting. But then again, that maniac seemed like the murderous sort regardless of circumstances. The shadow of condemnation had nothing to do with true darkness, and yet the mysterious archer was here, fighting for the right to slay it, not at all different from the dark drifters or Sunny, intending to kill and consume condemnation. R tilde A umlaut letter 1033D letter 1D664 letter 1D51F E umlaut letter 1E69. That was the only way to survive here, in the shadow realm. Maybe Sunny would have been greeted by an arrow, even if he had been wearing a beautiful silk robe sewn by Shadow God's own hands. In any case, the mysterious archer had come dangerously close to costing Sunny an incarnation, and if there was one thing Sunny was good at, it was holding grudges. He was going to find and kill the wretch no matter the cost. The mysterious archer was a shadow creature as well. After all, the shadow of condemnation was not the only thing Sunny could consume to gain a treasure trove of shadow fragments. Who knew, maybe he would be able to not only form a Titan core, but also saturate the 7 cores to finality by the end of this expedition. But he would have to kill the 4 Dark Ones, the damned archer, and the shadow of condemnation first to achieve that. Step by step. The archer was currently tied up dealing with the thing, while the leech was in a feeding frenzy. The wolf had momentarily fallen behind. So the best chance to even the odds Sunny had was to finish the wounded vulture. It was still impaled by the fangs of the great serpent, having yet to free itself. The fangs themselves were of value as well, since Sunny could use them as weapons again. Let's hunt a dark one. He briefly considered summoning Saint. She was busy helping the Lord of Shadow clear the jungle, as well as keep an eye on old Jest, who had shown a tendency to wander into places he was not supposed to go as of late. More than that, while Saint was supposed to be immune to soul attacks, she would not necessarily be immune to the shadow realm to shadow attacks, to whatever law ruled this desolate land, eroding shadows and turning them into pure essence. Sonny was not going to risk summoning his shadows until he found proof that they would not be destroyed as a result of entering the realm of death. The bones of a soul serpent offered some assurance, but they could be an anomaly. For now, he had to proceed alone. Smiling darkly, Sonny took a running start and jumped, leaping to the next slab of obsidian. There were many of them scattered around, drifting chaotically in the sea of shadows that the body of condemnation was composed of. For now, he had to reach the edge of the colossal being's shoulder and look down to evaluate the situation. Then he had to kill. Chapter 21:07 Horrors. Chapter 21:07 Horrors. Leaping from one drifting obsidian island to another, and using his wings to glide across the wider gaps between them, Sonny swiftly reached a vantage point from where he could see the torso of the shadow of condemnation. Far below, the leech had burrowed into the side of the colossus, having already consumed a vast swath of its nebulous body. The seething mass of darkness was twisting and rippling, hundreds of appalling maws biting hungrily into the shadow of the cursed tyrant. It seemed that the Dark One did not care what exactly it was devouring, pieces of obsidian, shimmering light, or deep shadows. Although it seemed as if the leech was feasting on the body of condemnation, what it was truly devouring was condemnation's essence, the very invisible, insidious force that held the great colossus together. A bit higher, just under the chest of the Cursed One's shadow, the vulture had already extricated its body from one of the two enormous fangs and was close to liberating itself from the second. The creature was separated from Sonny by a vertical drop of almost an entire kilometer, but due to its massive size, that distance did not seem significant at all. If anything, it felt negligible. Sonny hesitated for a moment. How am I even supposed to kill that thing? As the last resort, he could attack the vulture with his bare hands. Gods knew that the spiked gauntlets of the onyx mantle were lethal weapons in and of themselves. However, ripping the vast body of the appalling creature to shreds with bare hands seemed like a lot of work. And the vulture was not going to simply allow Sonny to attack it freely either. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a thunderous thunderclap that slammed into Sonny like a physical wall, making him stagger and struggle to keep his balance. The thunderclap came from somewhere to his left. There, hidden from view by the massive neck of condemnation, the mysterious archer was currently battling the thing. Looking that way, Sonny saw pieces of shattered obsidian soaring high into the black sky before plunging down to rain upon the ground like a destructive hail. Cursing inwardly, he took a step forward and plummeted down as well. Using both the dire might of his tenebrous wings and the feather of truth to accelerate his descent, Sonny pierced the radiance of the river of essence and fell upon the vulture like a black comet. Force equaled mass timed by acceleration, and he possessed plenty of both. More than that, he was a transcendent being, and therefore his existence pushed against the mystical laws of the world, not just the laws of physics. Perhaps using himself as a projectile was not the wisest of plans, but that way, the force unleashed by his impact against the Dark One was going to be truly devastating, as well as bring him close enough to tear at the appalling creature with his onyx claws. Sonny had tensed his body in anticipation of a bone-breaking collision, relying on bone weave to keep him whole. However, to his surprise, the actual impact was far less violent than he had anticipated and hoped for. The vast body of the vulture gave in and enveloped Sonny like a cold, porous cloth, surrounding him from all sides and suffocating him. Suddenly, he was embraced and blinded by darkness, bound by its chilling expanse, struggling to wrestle his body free. At first, the cold darkness was simply there, enveloping him like a dreadful cocoon. But then, it rippled and gave birth to countless tendrils that slithered across the surface of the onyx mantle, searching hungrily for a way in. Sonny shuddered. Usually, he would have only had to protect the visor of his helmet, but since the damned archer had mangled the breastplate of his armor, breaching it, the tendrils discovered an opening soon. Crap. Gritting his teeth, he feverishly searched for a solution. The image of Dark Dancer Revel flashed in his mind. A split second later, the onyx mantle shifted, covering the frame of his wings with a layer of fearsome stone-like armor. Straining with all his might, Sonny unfolded them and tore free of the suffocating D. darkness shredding it with the bladed edges of his wings. Pushing himself away, Sunny shot through the swirling storm of essence particles and landed heavily on the surface of the ancient serpent's fang, 100 or so meters away. The fang was still embedded in the body of condemnation, protruding from it like a long and narrow ivory ledge. Rising slowly from his knees, Sunny looked up and pierced the vulture with a cold, murderous gaze. The Dark One gazed upon him, too. Thousands of lightless eyes opened on the surface of the rippling darkness, considering him with a chilling, silent, alien intent. Then, a spark of hunger ignited in them, making Sunny feel a sickening sense of primal fear. The vulture shifted on the body of condemnation, perching on its vertical slope like a giant moth. Then, forgetting about its colossal prey for a short moment, it surged forward to consume Sunny instead. The appalling creature was like a flood of darkness, its vast mass boiling as it exploded with countless monstrous tendrils, these ones dozens of meters long and ending in gruesome maws. It fell upon Sunny like an avalanche, threatening to bury him under its dark and dreadful expanse. Watching the flood of darkness descending upon him, Sunny scoffed coldly. The shadows around him stirred, embracing him like a great mantle. In the next moment, the vast expanse of flowing shadows was suddenly infused with transcendent essence, turning into a tangible mass. Sunny did not bother shaping this enormous shell, the largest one he had ever created, and allowed it to remain formless and shapeless. As the flood of hungry darkness fell upon him from above, the great mass of shadows rushed upward to meet it, countless tentacles shooting from its depths to rip apart the ghastly tendrils. The moment the two dark masses collided, there was a deafening thunderclap, and a powerful shockwave spread in all directions, battering the ancient obsidian and making the ivory fangs crack. The shadow of condemnation shuddered, halting for a moment as it took another step. Chapter 21, 083's a Party. Chapter 21, 083's a Party. Here in the realm of shadows, Sunny was at home. It was a dire and perilous home, but a home nonetheless. Not only was his body and aspect empowered by being here, but there was also a torrent of spirit essence flowing into his soul. That was why his ability to manifest shadows had become more powerful than it had ever been, and why he was able to summon such an enormous shell. The vast shell was formless, lacking a structure. But that was also a reason why he could build it, and make it span hundreds of meters, not at all inferior to the great expanse of the appalling darkness creature. Better yet, there was no risk of losing himself, since he was not delving into the essence of a foreign existence. Instead, he was simply adhering to the shapelessness that was inherent to all shadows. And as a shadow himself, Sunny was no stranger to that shapelessness himself. It was just a shame that his largest shell yet was dwarfed by most of what he had encountered in the shadow realm, almost making him feel like he had been robbed of an accomplishment. Damnation. Of course, Sunny had no time to feel such frivolous emotions, since mere moments after forming the shell, he clashed with the vulture in a harrowing display of primal fury. The rippling mass of darkness descended like a flood of hungry tendrils, and the seething mass of shadow rose to meet it midway. Their clash was both awesome and terrifying, bathed in the silver radiance of the river of essence, but seemingly devouring the light instead of being illuminated by it. They rolled across the vertical slope of condemnation's torso, clinging to it with dozens of tendrils and tentacles, and at the same time tearing into each other with countless more. Hundreds of hungry maws opened on the rippling body of the vulture, biting into the mass of seething shadows. In response, the shadows bit into the body of the dark drifter with thousands of bestial fangs, tearing it ferociously. Torrents of darkness rained down like blood. Even as his shell was being ripped apart and pierced by slithering tendrils, Sunny grinned darkly in its tumultuous depths. Ah, this is not good. There was one thing he had realized in the very first moment of his clash with the vulture. It was that the creature of darkness was an ancient evil, and much more powerful than him. The gruesome damage it dealt to the formless mass of shadows was incomparably more dire than the damage the shadows were dealing to it, and just as Sunny was savaging the eerie creature with abandon, the creature was savaging him much more. However, Sunny was in his natural element. Every wound he dealt to the vulture harmed the Dark One, while the Dark One was only damaging his shell. For as long as Sunny had essence, he could freely mend and rebuild his great and formless, horrifying body. He just had to make sure that the tendrils of darkness did not reach his actual self, and maybe, he would be able to destroy this harrowing abomination after all. Or maybe he would be swallowed by one of the tendrils, hopefully dying in the process, instead of feeling the agony of his body and soul being slowly digested in the depths of the harrowing darkness first. No, I'll definitely kill this fiend. But why stop there? Smiling crookedly, Sonny allowed a part of his shell to be torn apart, then used the momentary lull in the onslaught of dark tendrils created by that sacrifice to launch a vicious attack of his own. The tentacles growing out of his vast shell shifted, turning into a forest of inkiblak arms, and hundreds of hands ripped into the body of the vulture with sharp claws, each bearing 7 fingers, holding it in place. The only tentacles that had not transformed then changed, as well, their ends turning into scythe-like blades. Those blades then slashed at the particular group of tendrils that attached the vulture to the body of the shadow of condemnation, severing them all. Sonny pushed both the Dark One and his shell away from the obsidian surface. The two intertwined horrors, one made of pure darkness, the other from a vast expanse of shadows, plummeted down. As they fell, a swarm of shadow chains shot from his formless shell, wrapping themselves around the 2 ivory fangs that were still stuck in the shadow of condemnation. The vulture tore into the mass of shadows, one of its terrifying tendrils penetrating the formless shell deep enough to come dangerously close to Sonny's body. At the same time, the Dark One attempted to free itself from his hold. However, Sonny poured more essence into the shell, rebuilding it almost as fast as it was being destroyed, albeit not quite, and steering their fall by using the ivory fangs as purchase. A few moments later, the two of them crashed into the massive body of the appalling leech, who had forgotten itself while gorging on the flesh of the shadow of condemnation. The more, the merrier. Sonny's bloodlust was more than insatiable enough to accommodate a pair of primordial horrors. Now, for the last act. As the leech momentarily switched the target of its hunger and Sonny's shell became enveloped by the appalling darkness from 2 sides, melting between them in an onslaught of countless teeth, he abandoned all pretense of trying to attack the Dark Ones, and instead put all the dreadful power of his shell into pushing all 3 of them into the black sky of the Shadow Realm. Sonny, the vulture, and the leech shot away from the body of condemnation, flying into the dark expanse of the sky. As they flew, the formless shell collapsed in on itself, turning into a battered sphere. The 2 ancient horrors were like tattered sails of darkness billowing behind it. Of course, they never stopped shredding it with countless maws and trying to tear it apart with appalling tendrils. As Sonny's shell dwindled, they passed through the silver radiance of the essence plume and were enveloped by the boundless darkness once again, flying further and further away from the shadow of condemnation. However, they did not fly for long, because just a few moments later, they crashed into the palm of its colossal hand, which closed into a fist a moment later, crushing the sphere of shadows and the 2 vast beings of darkness in its obliterating grip. Chapter 21:09 Vicious Shadows. The titanic fist of condemnation snapped shut, crushing the formless shell and killing the 2 creatures of darkness. Of course, by the time it did, Sonny was already someplace else. After all, nothing prevented him from abandoning his shell while maintaining its existence. If it had been a more complicated construct, he would have lost the ability to control it with any measure of finesse after leaving. But that was beside the point in this instance, considering that the sphere of shadows had only needed to be durable enough to endure the violent onslaught of the leech and the vulture, and therefore did not need to be controlled at all. So, mere moments before it slammed into the palm of the shadow of condemnation, Sonny opened a narrow breach in the wall of the sphere and held tightly to the chain of shadows that still connected it to one of the ivory fangs embedded in the body of the cursed tyrant. The chain drew taut. As a result, he was catapulted outside while the crumbling sphere of shadows, and the 2 appalling horrors that were tearing it apart, continued flying forward with great speed. To their doom. By the time the vulture and the leech perished in the crushing grasp of the shadow of condemnation, torrents of elemental darkness flowing between the gargantuan fingers, Sonny was already halfway back to the nebulous body of the cursed tyrant. Wind howled in his ears as he smiled wickedly there. Go die, bastards, leech, vulture, fools. You should have thought twice before making an enemy out of a co. See Groge. Then again, he would have killed them anyway, so it did not really matter whether the abominations had antagonized him or not. Reaching the abdomen of the shadow of condemnation, Sonny slammed into the cold obsidian and momentarily let go of the chain to grab onto the cracks in the black stone. Folding his wings, He pressed his body against it and carefully looked up. Just then, something flashed blindingly high above and dimmed the silver radiance of the swirling essence for a moment. Following the flash, something dark obscured the view. Sunny held tightly to the cold obsidian as a river of elemental darkness flowed slowly from above, trickling onto his armor and temporarily blinding him. If he was to hazard a guess, that was what remained of the thing, who must have been killed by the nebulous slayer on the shoulder of the shadow of condemnation. Soon enough, the darkness receded, having already flowed past him on its way to the dunes of obsidian dust far below. All that remained was silence. The world swayed slowly as the shadow of condemnation walked across the desolate expanse of the shadow realm, illuminating it with the pale light of swirling particles of soul essence. Sunny waited tensely, hiding in the shadows cast by the protruding ridge of glossy obsidian. He knew that his position was quite a bad one. After all, being far below a deadly archer on a vertical slope was not an ideal situation to find oneself in. When no arrow came crashing down a few seconds later, he gritted his teeth and started to climb up, sticking to the darkest and deepest shadows. The body of the shadow of condemnation seemed more solid here, but he still encountered wide gaps between the vast plates of obsidian. Instead of spreading his wings, Sunny simply used the chain to pull himself up and reach the next piece of black stone. He swiftly reached the ivory fang and climbed onto it, wondering what had happened to the archer. Was that damned maniac dead as well? Or maybe had already moved on to trying to slay the shadow of condemnation. It did not seem like Sunny was in immediate danger. His face suddenly fell. I just had to think that aloud, did I? In the next moment, a black arrow fell from above, almost piercing his eye. This time, however, Sunny managed to dodge it just in time. The arrow moved with truly astonishing speed, arriving almost instantaneously, but it disturbed the swirling torrent of essence particles. That disturbance caused the shadows populating the great expanse of condemnation to shift, so Sunny had sensed the arrow a split second before it would have killed him. He reeled back, and the obsidian arrowhead scraped against the visor of his helmet, slicing it apart, then struck the ivory fang. The violent impact was so devastating that the ancient fang exploded, sending bone fragments flying away like a cloud of shrapnel, and Sunny was tossed into the air. Damn it! A moment later, a hurricane was raised by his wings, and he shot up through the silver radiance. Sticking close to the body of condemnation, Sunny veered left and right, trying to make him a more difficult target. He dove into the deep gorges on the polished obsidian and used jagged outcroppings as cover, dodging another arrow a heartbeat or two later. But that was not all. While Sunny was flying up, 6 shadow spawn shells burst from his figure and followed while leaping from one plate of obsidian to another. Or rather, 6 dummy shells that he had created to confuse the archer. These ones only had the appearance of shells, with none of the intricately complicated inner machinery. There was no rigid frame of bones, no tensile muscles, no elastic tendons. All of them created by manifesting shadow in unique ways, of course. Instead, these constructs were no different from the most primitive shadow tentacles, with only their outward shape altered to look like a creature. Luckily, that seemed to have been enough to split the archer's attention. The decoys were obliterated one after another, but Sunny managed to keep himself intact until he reached the shoulder of the shadow colossus. The opposite shoulder from where he had initially landed, and where the thing had been destroyed by the archer. Dismissing his wings, Sunny landed on the glossy surface of black obsidian and rolled. Rising to his feet a moment later, he lowered his chin a little and looked at the figure standing a few dozen meters away from him. The nebulous archer was surrounded by wisps of black smoke, as if wearing a tattered cloak of shadows. Their figure was obscured, and so was their face. However, Sunny could feel that his enemy was looking at him as well. Finally, the mysterious shadow calmly placed their bow on the ground, straightened, and unsheathed 2 long knives, one cut from black obsidian, the other from white bone. Smiling darkly, Sunny revealed his hand, which held a long, sharp splinter of the destroyed fang of the ancient soul serpent. Then he revealed 5 more hands, each holding a bone blade of their own. The archer tilted their head slightly. Sunny grinned. That's right, bastard, come and get me. Chapter 21, 10 Disobedience. There was no pompous exchange of challenges, no proclamations, not even an insult thrown to rattle the enemy before the battle. There was no sign that the archer was preparing for a fight, like assuming a stance and cautiously probing Sonny's defenses. Instead, one second the mysterious shadow was standing a few dozen meters away, and the next, they were already upon Sonny. The obsidian knife glinted coldly as it tore the fabric of reality apart, aiming to plunge into his abdomen. If fast. Sonny barely managed to deflect the blow by sensing, rather than being fully aware of, the coming strike. The splinter of the ivory fang met the obsidian blade and pushed it aside, sending a jolt of pain traveling through his arm. Strong as well. The nebulous slayer was terribly fast and terribly strong. Perhaps in any other place, Sonny would have stood no chance against this adversary, but here in the shadow realm, the infinite abyss of shadows was imbuing him with dire prowess. It was not quite comparable to the augmentation of his shadows, but close to it. So he could at least resist. Sonny deflected the obsidian knife to the side and blocked the bone knife by crossing two ivory blades of his own. Then, he attacked with 3 splinters of the ancient fang that remained. He had 6 hands at the moment after all, but his nebulous enemy was elusive. Using flowing footwork, they seemed to disappear like a mirage, sidestepping all 3 of the counterattacks and somehow managing to flank Sonny at the same time. All that his improvised daggers managed to pierce were the wisps of ghostly smoke. Crap! Sonny moved his 3 left arms, trying to defend his side, and instantly lost 2 of them. Severed cleanly, the Inkiblak hands fell to the ground, but that, at least, had bought him enough time to reel back and avoid being skewered himself. He felt a cold chill run down his spine. Sonny had hoped that the mysterious slayer would not be as deadly up close as they were at range, but these hopes were now crushed thoroughly. The damned archer knew how to handle a knife, as well, in fact. They fought with an utterly chilling level of skill and intent. Their style was as lethal as it was straightforward. There were no embellishments, hesitation, or complicated philosophy to its deadly grace. Just pure lethality, inhuman ruthlessness, and absolute killing intent. An uncompromising aggressiveness that aimed to slaughter the enemy in the most swift and efficient fashion, discarding all else. Making all else seem unimportant. Which was not to say that the way the mysterious shadow fought was not insidious. In fact, they were like a personification of devious will. Deception was a killing tool as well, after all. Even using his mastery of shadow dance to predict the enemy's movements, Sonny was struggling to keep up. That was because the archer was simply too fast and aggressive to react to this foresight, and even if he did, the predictions Sonny made seemed to fail him half of the time. As if the enemy knew how to deceive his very perception, including shadow sense, thus making all attempts to gain insight fruitless. After all, trying to build anything on a foundation of falsehoods was an exercise in futility. That was why the bone knife, which was supposed to be flying toward Sonny's throat, suddenly pierced the breastplate of the onyx mantle just below his ribs instead. Still failing to understand how that happened, Sonny staggered back, which was why the sharp blade only cut his skin and a bit of muscle instead of plunging into his lung. He was still reeling from the unexpected failure to predict the sinister blow, but there was no time to think. That was because the mysterious shadow had not slowed down the onslaught of attacks even for a split second, pushing Sonny back with a rain of deadly strikes. They came at him from all directions, the swift figure of his enemy obscured and made even harder to discern by the ghostly black smoke. It was to the point that Sonny was not even sure which one of them possessed 6 hands instead of 2. Well, 4 now. Defending himself desperately, he took a step back, then another. His entire body rattled from the immense strain of withstanding the ferocious, devastating blows of the enemy, and the situation only seemed to grow more dire and frenetic with each heartbeat. But that was fine as well. After all, Sonny was not without tricks himself. His 2 severed hands were now laying on the ground behind the archer, having yet to dissolve into intangible shadows. And that was for a good reason, because just then they suddenly moved and rose into the air, carried by 2 flexible shadow tentacles. Still grasping the splinters of the ivory fang, they shot at the archer's back with the speed O.F. supersonic missiles, and the bastard still dodged them somehow. Granted, the mysterious shadow was at least forced to halt the chilling and seemingly unceasing assault to disengage, performed a strange mix of a spinning somersault and a cartwheel that had no right to look graceful, and yet did, rolled over their shoulder and slid back on the glossy obsidian. There was no rule that limited Sonny to only using his bone blades, after all. In fact, he would be a fool to do so. Sparing the vague figure of his enemy a brief glance, Sonny called upon the shadows and unleashed a maelstrom of shadow chains, clawed hands, and bladed tentacles upon the nebulous slayer. Or at least he tried to. But he failed. That was because for the first time in a long, long while, the shadows did not respond to his call. Instead, they cowered and trembled, torn between the will of the Lord of Shadows and the cold threat of whatever the mysterious archer was. An ancient shadow that had spent thousands of years in the desolate hell of the Shadow Realm, hunting down their kin. Sonny commanded them to move, and the slayer threatened them to stay still. He smiled darkly. Such audacity. Instead of responding, the archer lunged forward once again. Only this time, when Sonny commanded his remaining two shadow hands forward to block the obsidian knife, they jerked and halted, failing to respond to his will for a split second. That split second was enough for the stone blade to leave another hole on his hide. Chapter 21, 11 Mixed Signals. Damnation. Sonny had fought all kinds of adversaries over his long and tumultuous career as a carrier of the nightmare spell, and more still after his sudden and inexplicable retirement from being one. Among them were powerful nightmare creatures, seasoned awakened champions, and dreadful horrors he struggled to describe. But very few of them, if any at all, had managed to put this kind of pressure on him. At least not in recent years, after he achieved transcendence and came close to the known pinnacle of power. The mysterious shadow was different from nightmare creatures, because it possessed the martial skill and deadly intelligence akin to that of a human. But it was also different from humans, because its mind was utterly alien, elusive, and filled with nothing but murderous, merciless killing intent. It was fierce and ferocious, but at the same time cold and calculating, focused entirely on slaying the enemy. It would have been commendable, really, if Sonny did not find himself on the receiving end of this deadly resolve. He evaded a vicious stab, only to receive a devastating kick and stagger back. Ignoring the sharp pain in his bruised ribs, he immediately moved, deflecting a slash that would have sliced his throat open otherwise. By then, an obsidian blade was already flying at his right eye, and as he tilted his head to avoid it, a knee slammed into his abdomen, making him let out a hiss. The mysterious shadow was like a dancer that could use all of its nebulous body as a weapon, making no distinction between its blades, fists, elbows, knees, or feet. Each precise blow was either potentially fatal or meant to open him to a deadly follow-up attack, flowing effortlessly into each other. And with the ghostly smoke obscuring its movements, Sonny could not allow his focus to slip even for an instant. The rain of attacks persisted without a split second of respite, all of them chained together like a ruthless, suffocating vice. No matter how much Sonny resisted, he could not gain the initiative. He could only defend himself feverishly, barely keeping up with the lethal onslaught. Wounds and bruises slowly littered his body. His armor was cut like paper, and his bones groaned under unbearable strain, on the verge of cracking. He was not bleeding, at least, but his two remaining shadow's hands had long been sacrificed. Now, even his own hands were at risk of being maimed. Dodging another blow, he growled and lunged forward, meaning to ram the mysterious archer with his armored shoulder. However, the enemy simply retreated like mist, then instantly counterattacked, nearly driving one of their knives into Sonny's temple. They clashed like two dark whirlwinds, moving across the shoulder of the shadow of condemnation as it took another titanic step. The radiant veil of swirling essence was torn apart by the fury of their battle, and they were enveloped by soothing darkness once again. The thunderous cacophony tore apart the eternal silence that reigned the Shadow Realm, and the black sky shook from the terrifying power of their blows. As Sonny and the nebulous slayer fought with their weapons, another, hidden battle was taking place as well. It was the battle for the control over the ancient shadows that surrounded them. Sonny was pressing his authority, commanding the shadows to answer his call and descend upon the archer in a manifested storm. The archer, meanwhile, was silently pressuring. them into remaining still. The mysterious slayer had even managed to exert influence on the manifested hands that Sunny used, making them, if not useless, then at least unreliable, enough so that they had been destroyed one after another. Unlike the physical battle, this one was not fought with weapons or martial skill. Instead, it was fought by something else. Will, perhaps. Since both fighters had a claim to command them, the shadows would follow the one whose authority was more tyrannical and uncompromising. By all accounts, Sunny had no business being equal to Great Supreme, being in a battle of will and authority. However, he was the Lord of Shadows. This attribute granted him a mandate to rule them and marked him as a chosen of Shadow God. It served as the equalizer, allowing him to breach the gap separating him from the ruthless archer. For now, neither Sunny nor his enemy had managed to overwhelm the other's will and gain command of the shadows. It was an exhausting draw, but still, drawing with a being of supreme rank in a battle of will was not a bad result. Actually, finally managing to land a glancing blow and push the enemy back for a moment, Sunny drew a hoarse breath. He wasn't even sure what this damned shadow's rank and class were. Unlike the dark drifters, the mysterious archer was not made from elemental darkness, so nothing stopped Sunny from trying to peer into its essence. He just had no opportunity before. Using the momentary lull in their fierce clash, which would only last a split second, no doubt, Sunny shifted his gaze and looked inside the mysterious shadow. What he saw startled him. What the... The mysterious archer was a shadow. Sunny was pretty sure that they were no different from condemnation, a shadow that had entered the realm of death after the being casting it perished, albeit one that seemed to have retained more sense and sharper intent. Perhaps it had gradually become an actual shadow creature by refusing to be annihilated by the shadow realm over the ages. In any case, he had expected to see dark embers like those that burned in the depths of his own shadows, or at best lightless shadow cores like he himself possessed. Maybe even nothing except the dark expanse of a vast shadow. But to his surprise, a beautiful, radiant core burned within the mysterious archer, shining like a silver sun. It was not a shadow core. It was an actual soul core, brimming with actual soul essence instead of shadow essence, like what Sunny had. What kind of situation is this? He was a human whose soul was nevertheless like that of a shadow, while the mysterious archer was an actual shadow who walked around with a soul core burning in their chest despite it all. How was that possible? But then again, anything was possible. If a being as weird as Sunny could exist, then why couldn't the directly opposite being to him exist as well? Regardless, what stunned him the most was that the mysterious archer only possessed one soul core, which meant that they were a mere beast. Considering how obviously sentient the damned thing was, that probably meant that they were a shadow of a dead human. More than that, their rank was strange. It was neither supreme nor transcendent, but rather something in between. As if the soul of a supreme being had been damaged and weathered, losing much of its past luster. Perhaps it had even been sacred once. Who knew? Sunny could only see the current state of the shadow, not what it had been in a pristine state. In any case, the mysterious archer was not a sovereign, not only because their power seemed to have been eroded by the thousands of years of being digested by the shadow realm, but also because they did not possess a domain. And even if they had been human once, they weren't one anymore. So Sunny had no idea what that thing was, really. Just a strange, tenacious shadow that was far more insidious and lethal than it had any right to be. Nothing changed the fact that he had to kill it, though. And regarding that, Sunny had an idea on how to proceed. Chapter 21, 12 Rebellious Shad. Whether the nebulous archer possessed a soul core or not, they were still a shadow. That was how they had been able to survive in the shadow realm, and why they were hunting the shadows of living beings for sustenance. That was also the reason why this cold and ruthless slayer could influence the wild shadows populating the desolate land, so much so that they were even scared to answer Sunny's call. However, since the archer could interfere with Sunny in that way, didn't that mean that Sunny could do the same? After all, the archer was a shadow, and Sunny was the Lord of Shadows. He held dominion over everything that was a shadow, whether they liked it or not. If Sunny so wished, He could control and manipulate shadows, manifest them into tangible forms, or even send them into the shadow realm and back. Granted, his authority was not absolute, although few shadows had it yet. The vastest and most ancient of them could resist his will and refuse his commands, like the fragment of the shadow realm did, for example. More importantly, there was one exception to his ability to command the shadows. No matter how weak, Sunny could neither control nor manifest the shadows of living beings. Their loyalty was to their masters, and no matter how revered the Lord of Shadows was by them, that reverence did not trump that loyalty. However, the mysterious archer was not a shadow cast by a living being. They might have been once, but now they were cast by nothing and belonged to nothing. They were alone and ownerless without a master. It is improper for a shadow, let alone such a murderous one, to walk around without a master. Not the least of all because an unscrupulous Lord of Shadows might happen to pass by and try to exploit that defect. So, while suffering under the chillingly lethal barrage of insidious attacks, and at the same time wrestling the cold will of the rebellious shadow, Sunny focused his own will into a sharp blade and added another command to his call. That one was addressed directly to the damned archer and consisted of only one word. Halt! The archer suddenly shuddered. And because they shuddered, Sunny easily pushed aside the obsidian knife and plunged the splinter of the ivory fang into the enemy's side. A moment later, the archer punched him in the face, shattering the damaged visor of the onyx helmet and making Sunny see stars. They struck down with the bone knife, slicing through the splinter of the ancient fang, and disengaged. A moment later, the archer landed gracefully on the glossy stone a few dozen meters away and pressed one hand against their side, hunching a little. Sunny was pretty sure that being pierced by a fang of an ancient soul serpent was quite harmful, even for a relentless death machine like this damned maniac. He dismissed his broken helmet and laughed. Two can play this game, you know. Before, the archer had interfered with his limbs. Now Sunny was interfering with the archer. Of course, the nebulous slayer did not halt as commanded. However, their movements appeared somewhat constrained, sapped of some speed and power. Just enough to even the playing field in this battle. Taking a step forward, Sunny ignited his will and battered the archer with a barrage of irresistible commands. Halt. Move. Kneel. Surrender. Beg. Or die. But the mysterious shadow did resist them, hunching some more and remaining silent. Their slender fingers, nevertheless, dug into the wound, grasping the broken splinter of the ivory fang and pulling it free. A trickle of ghostly smoke flowed out of the wound, mixing with their billowing veil. Still ready to fight, then? Sunny grinned. Well, it was only to be expected. He had never expected that his little trick would bring this ruthless slayer to their knees. It was just something to weigh them down and let Sunny himself deliver the fatal blow. What are you waiting for? Let's go, little shadow. I'm just getting warmed up. The archer stared at him for a few moments silently. At least Sunny thought that he was being stared at. He could not see their face, after all. Then, in an explosion of swift, purposeful motion, the archer turned around, fluidly grabbed their discarded bow and dashed away, sliding over the edge of the obsidian island a moment later, falling into the depths of the shadow of condemnation. Sunny froze for a moment. He blinked. Huh. Had he actually scared that damned killer so much? No, impossible. Then, his eyes widened a little. Did the bastard decide to go for the kill first and deal with Sunny later? If so, he had to follow immediately. Yet, somehow, Sunny did not feel like submerging into the nebulous body of the shadow of condemnation was safe. In fact, everything inside him screamed against it, as if what awaited him inside was a fate far worse than death. It would be the same for the archer. Then what was Sunny missing? Suddenly, a cold chill ran down his spine, and a bad premonition made him shiver. With no helmet to shield his head, he realized quite quickly what it was that he had missed. Because his hair was fluttering wildly in the wind. The wind had grown much stronger. I'm getting a terrible sense of déjà vu. Had he not caught a ride on the shoulder of a giant once, only to be caught in the storm? No, technically, it was on the neck of a giant. Turning around, Sunny looked at the horizon. The breathtaking, radiant maelstrom of the Essence Tempest was much, much closer than it had been before. And the wind was only growing stronger. Suddenly, a tiny spark of silver light shot past Sunny. And then another spark shot from his vambrace, this one having nothing to do with Essence. It was just a spark produced when something struck the stone-like metal of his armor at great speed. Something so swift and tiny that he did not even see it, let alone feel the impact. Sunny stared at his vambrace for a moment, noticing a deep scratch left on it. Damn! Then he turned around to run. But it was already too late. Chapter 21:13 Condemned. The Essence storm was still some distance away, but the wind was growing turbulent at an unnatural rate. It had been merely strong a few moments ago, but now its force was already as violent as that of a hurricane. The wind crashed furiously into the colossal figure of the Shadow of Condemnation, shattering against its dark, nebulous bulwark in a litany of chilling wails. The radiant trail of essence shrouding the colossal shadow was torn apart and scattered, submerging the world in impenetrable darkness once again. For now, a powerful gust slammed into Sunny's back, almost making him stagger. As it did, a few more sparks of light shot past him. The particles of pure essence were being carried by the wind, moving at astonishing speed. Even more shocking was the fact that they were somehow able to affect the material plane. Otherwise, there would not have been a new scratch on his vambrace. Far below, countless such particles were striking the body of condemnation, producing tiny sparks when colliding with cold stone. The body of the cursed tyrant was too vast to notice it yet, but when the swirling mass of the essence storm arrived. Sunny shuddered. No wonder the mysterious archer had rushed to seek shelter. Having survived in the Shadow Realm for thousands of years, they must have known how to survive the passing of a storm well. It was just that this time they had been caught in the open, riding a colossal shadow far above ground. That was why the archer chose to dive into the depths of condemnation despite how perilous it seemed. No, that's not quite right. The radiant storm clouds were still some distance away, so was there really a need to act so decisively? Suddenly, Sunny felt a chilling sense of urgent danger, spinning around. He just barely had time to see a swirling torrent of silver sparks rushing at him on the wind currents. A split second later, the light had already reached Sunny and passed through him, disappearing into the darkness of the distant sky. Sunny let out an inhuman shriek and fell, clutching desperately at his chest. The claws of the mantle's armored gauntlet dug into his skin, leaving deep cuts on its surface. Ag! He almost bit off his tongue from the harrowing pain. The particles of soul essence had pierced his body, entering his chest and exiting from his back, however. They were so infinitely small that even being pierced by 100 of them did not deal his body any lasting damage. But the same could not be said about his soul. It was shredded and ravaged by hundreds of radiant blades, torn asunder and mangled terribly, whole swaths of it being utterly destroyed. It was as if his soul was hit by a wave of explosive shrapnel. At this point, most beings would have simply died, their souls crumbling due to the scope of sustained damage. However, Sunny's soul was held together by soul weave. It could maintain its integrity no matter how much of it was destroyed, as long as at least a small part of it remained. So despite writhing in terrible pain, he was still alive. Curse it all, Sunny had to escape. This first torrent of pure essence was merely a harbinger of what was to come. Soon there would be more and more such swirling flashes of light being carried by the hurricane wind, and before too long the shadow of condemnation would plunge into the storm clouds. Then nothing would be able to survive on its surface. Groaning, Sunny rolled onto his stomach, then pushed his body to the edge of the obsidian island. As he crawled, a few more sparks of essence pierced his arms and legs, bringing with them more pain. Curse it all! Finally, he reached the edge and pushed himself over it without hesitating even for a moment. Thank the gods! As Sunny fell into the depths of condemnation, a cold darkness enveloped him. He could only vaguely see and sense the outside world. Out there, powerful gusts of wind crashed into the body of the colossal shadow, striking rains of sparks from its surface. But here inside, everything was silent and at peace. Everything was strange and alien. Everything was beholden to a single foreign force. That force was the shadow of condemnation, and nothing, not even laws of reality, could exist within it without being subjugated and subsumed by that force. The islands of glossy obsidian were now part of condemnation. The vast expanse of ancient shadows was as well. So were the pale light of the distant essence storms, the clouds of black dust, the fragments of broken winds, and the pieces of the silent sky. Time and space themselves were consumed by the shadow of the dead deity, becoming parts of it. And naturally, now that Sonny was here, that invisible force had started to make him a part of itself as well. He was suddenly filled with horror. That was because Sonny suddenly felt that his own body did not belong to him anymore. His hands were not his. Even though they were attached to him, they were not a part of him. His eyes belonged to someone else, gazing at the world with a cold and unfamiliar indifference. The heart beating in his chest was a foreign object. His chest, as well, was merely an external vessel. His wounded soul was a small part of a much greater being, and he did not feel pain anymore since even that pain did not belong to him. Even his mind was not his anymore, the thoughts entering it becoming alien one by one. His body shifted strangely, bending at unnatural angles. The invisible force was pulling it apart, the flesh straining on the verge of ripping to better fit into the great structure of the shadow of condemnation. His bones groaned, ready to break. Damn it. Someone else's eyes widened in horror. Someone else's mouth opened to let out a terrified scream. Chapter 21, 14 Switching Locations. Having found safety from the essence storm within the shadow of condemnation, Sonny ended up in a different, but equally dreadful peril. The dead deity subsumed everything around it to construct its gargantuan vessel. The great, nebulous body of condemnation was built from things that had been torn from the fabric of the world to become parts of the colossal shadow instead. And so, Sonny was currently being torn apart and subsumed, as well. His body, his soul, his mind, everything was slowly being swallowed by condemnation. That is not good. He fell into the cold darkness, losing his sense of self as he did. Then his hand moved, slashing the darkness with the splinter of the ivory fang. That bought him a few moments of respite. Regaining some clarity of mind, Sonny pivoted in the air and crashed into a giant slab of polished obsidian that drifted in the vast expanse of the colossal shadow. He still did not feel like himself, and there was still an invisible force pulling at his body, but he could at least think for himself for a moment or two. Right. Sonny tried to remain calm as he could be considering the circumstances. The situation was bad, but it was not hopeless. How did he know that? Because the mysterious archer had plunged into the depths of condemnation first. That maniac had survived thousands of years of obliteration in the shadow realm, so their will to live was not in question. The archer would not have jumped into this cold darkness if it meant committing suicide. There had to be a way to survive. Sonny just had to find it. Isn't it all too simple then? Someone else might have succumbed to the irresistible pull of the sinister force easily, becoming condemned to be a part of condemnation forever. In fact, maybe that was how the cursed deity had received its eerie name in the first place, but Sonny was different. That was because he had crossed the Hollow Mountains once, and was well-versed in maintaining his sense of self against all odds. Even without a true name, his will to exist was far more cohesive and powerful than that of most of his peers, of all his peers, perhaps. It had been trained and sharpened arduously in the white mist of nothingness, and so, destroying his sense of self was not an easy task. Even with the shadow of condemnation trying to assimilate Sonny, his natural defense mechanisms were resisting the assimilation furiously. What if I resisted consciously then? Focusing on his sense of self, Sonny poured all of his fierce will into maintaining its independence. Becoming a part of some dead god. In your dreams, how ridiculous, being killed by a measly sovereign I could never. Slowly, Sonny managed to regain control of his body. A dreadful force was still trying to pull it apart, and an insidious influence was still trying to steal his thoughts, but he could at least maintain this measure of control over himself. His will to exist clashed against the will of the shadow of condemnation and pushed it back a little. Of course, Sonny had far less willpower than the shadow of a dead deity, but he was merely a tiny speck for the shadow of condemnation, so it did not use more than a tiny fraction of its will to consume him. Even then, what little will it did use was not used consciously. Sonny, however, was using all of his will to stay alive, to stay himself, rather. And he was doing it with all the focus and discipline of a seasoned explorer of the most dreadful corners of the dream realm. so he was able to maintain a fragile balance and keep himself from being consumed. For now, which meant, groaning, Sonny stumbled to his left and rolled. In the next moment, an obsidian knife pierced the polished obsidian in the spot where he had been a split second before, sending a net of cracks running through the glossy stone. If Sonny could maintain his sense of self within the shadow of condemnation, then the damned archer would be able to. Which meant that their battle was not over. It had merely itched locations. Smiling darkly, Sonny pushed himself off the cold stone and lunged himself at the enemy. Battering the bone knife aside with the splinter of the ivory fang, he crashed into the nebulous slayer and pushed them both off the slab of obsidian. "How does your side feel, bastard?" As they fell, Sonny slammed his fist into the wounded side of the mysterious shadow, hoping that it would hurt like hell. At the same time, he spread his wings and directed their fall, intending to slam the damned maniac into the closest piece of obsidian with enough force to shatter the entire thing. The archer had already driven one of his knives into the base of one of his wings, though severing it entirely. Sonny cursed as he lost control over the trajectory of their fall. "You!" A moment later, they both crashed into the slab of obsidian with terrible force. Even as the impact threw them away from each other, the obsidian knife flashed, and the splinter of the ivory fang blocked its blade. Sonny and the mysterious archer rolled on the polished stone, then rose slowly and faced each other once again. He grinned. "Hey, little shadow, you don't look too good." The dark silhouette of the mysterious archer was more vague and unclear than ever, black smoke still flowing from the deep wound on their side. Their strength and speed had reduced quite a bit, as well, hinting that the murderous shadow was struggling to resist the will of condemnation. Well, then again, Sonny did not look too hot either. "How about you kneel before your lord and die peacefully? I promise my soul sea is far more pleasant than this damned place. You'll even have great company." Instead of answering, the archer simply attacked. Sonny had not expected anything less. Chapter 21, 15 Spirited Away. As Sonny and the mysterious archer clashed once again, both burning with unquenchable, ruthless, and chillingly cold killing intent, he instantly felt the difference. Well, of course he did. It was hard not to feel it, considering that both of them were severely debilitated now. Their very bodies were under tremendous strain, being pulled apart by forces so vast and alien as to be unfathomable. At the same time, their souls and minds were being gradually consumed by the divine will of condemnation, not even through its conscious effort, but simply because that was its nature. Actually, it was not only the body, the mind, and the soul that the shadow of the cursed god was silently assimilating into itself. There was something else, the very essence of one's existence that was being subsumed by the essence of condemnation. Sonny had no word for it, and only knew that his will was a manifestation of that elusive essence. Perhaps it was his spirit. Therefore, he could only resist being consumed by the shadow of the ancient, dead god if he rallied his spirit and tempered his will against the foreign force. But then again, at the moment, it was Sonny himself who was the foreign force within the body of condemnation. So, if anything, he had to fight against the environment he had invaded in order to keep his self independent, if not intact. In any case, the dire need to constantly exert all of his willpower against the eerie, marauding nature of condemnation had naturally made him weaker, slower, and less concentrated on the battle. Luckily, the archer was in the same situation. The damned maniac was in a worse situation, actually, because there were two unceasing assaults they had to endure, one by the will of condemnation, the other by Sonny's own. After all, Sonny had no intention of abandoning his attempts to bring the archer down by using his authority as the Lord of Shadows. Before, his attention had been split because he had to wrestle with the enemy over the control of surrounding shadows. But the only shadows around him now were parts of condemnation's nebulous body. So, there was no need to bother trying to control them. Sonny only had to resist the will of the dead god, but the archer had to resist both the will of the dead god and of Sonny himself. It was one hell of a predicament. Sonny would have felt some pity for the poor fool if he was not in a terrible agony, and if every move he made did not feel like nightmarish torture. That was not only because his body was being slowly torn apart from the inside, but also because his soul had been shredded by the essence storm. He had experienced all kinds of pain, but the phantom pain of having received soul damage was in its own exquisitely diabolical category. His soul had not crumbled due to soul weave, true, but it was still severely damaged, and therefore the suffering he felt was accordingly terrible. This damned thing, grasping the slender wrist of the mysterious archer and driving the splinter of the ivory fang into their elbow, Sonny ground his teeth. "It all because of you. It's your fault, bastard." Shadows were taciturn creatures, so Sonny did not receive the pleasure of hearing his een. My scream in pain when the sharp piece of bone pierced their elbow joint. However, he was holding the archer's wrist, so he felt the shudder that ran through the shadow's body. A vicious smile illuminated Sonny's pale face. He did hear himself scream, however, when the archer's obsidian knife plunged into his side a moment later. Straining his abdominal muscles to grip the cold blade like a steel vise and prevent it from sliding deeper, he leaned forward and slammed his knee into the enemy's side, then pushed them away and followed up with a devastating kick, throwing the archer a dozen meters back. Sonny himself fell backwards and groaned, pressing a hand against the deep gash in his side. At the same time, the archer crashed onto the polished stone, rolled over their shoulder, and then stood up. This time, however, they swayed slightly while rising from the ground. Gritting his teeth, Sonny climbed to his feet as well. Despite the terrible pain, the murderous glint in his eyes had only grown more unhinged. The two of them were like two cripples here, within the cold darkness of the shadow of condemnation. But that did nothing to assuage their killing intent. If anything, it had only grown stronger. "Oh, look, you lost your bow." The bow had been attached to the archer's back before, but it had disappeared at some point during their battle. Now only the empty quiver remained, its straps frayed and barely keeping it in place. Considering that the mysterious shadow did not seem capable of owning memories, all of their equipment must have been meticulously crafted by hand from the scarce resources that could be found here in the Shadow Realm. So, once the equipment was lost, it could not be dismissed and summoned back. It would remain lost forever. The loss of the bow was not a minuscule thing. The archer remained motionless for a moment, then raised one of their knives and tapped it lightly against their side. The meaning was pretty clear. If it was Sonny, he would have said something like, "Does your side hurt? Goodness, how terrible. It won't hurt anymore when I kill you, though." Despite the fact that the archer's demeanor remained cold and aloof, Sonny couldn't help but feel a hint of seething anger in that last gesture. He grinned. "What that? It's just a scratch. I can't even see my innards, ha, no big deal." It hurt like hell, though. His whole body hurt like hell. His soul hurt, too. Actually, this could very well be hell. If being inside the shadow of a cursed, dead god did not constitute being in hell, then what did? So Sonny had to send the nebulous slayer into a deeper, darker hell. Cursing quietly, he pushed himself forward and sent his bone blade flying at the archer's throat. Chapter 21, 16 The Storm and the Mountain. The two of them continued to fight viciously, wreaking havoc inside the shadow of condemnation. When the slab of obsidian they were clashing on cracked and shattered, Sonny and the mysterious slayer leaped through a cloud of black dust to the next one, and when that one was split in two, they chose the larger half to continue their battle. Meanwhile, outside, the hurricane winds had grown truly terrifying, and the darkness was chased away by the bright silver radiance. The shadow of condemnation leaned its colossal body forward and plunged into the essence storm, making the vast wall of swirling light part with its immeasurable mass. Usually it was the storms that broke against the slopes of indomitable mountains, but this time a dark mountain had moved to break the storm. Neither the devastating wind nor the vast expanse of raging essence managed to slow the shadow of condemnation down. However, it was not as if the storm had no effect on it. The essence particles could not penetrate the body of the dead god with the same ease they had pierced Sonny, but they did damage it a tiny bit. All across the immense surface of the colossal shadow, sparks of fire were struck when the streams of pure essence brushed against the glossy obsidian. It was to a point that, in a few moments, the whole titanic figure of condemnation seemed to be wreathed in flame. And while each individual particle of essence dealt an infinitely small amount of damage to the walking mountain, there was also an almost infinite amount of these particles. So, the tiny scratches they dealt to the body of condemnation slowly, but inevitably mounted. It was like the wind or currents of water slowly weathering stone over the span of thousands of years, encapsulated in a manner of days, hours, and minutes. As the obsidian eroded, a cloud of black dust slowly formed around the shadow of the dead god, shining radiantly in the silver veil of the essence storm. If Sonny saw the awesome scene of the colossal shadow walking through a storm of light, he would have understood why the giant slabs of obsidian he had seen in the shadow realm all seemed polished, with a smooth and glossy surface instead of the rough and uneven texture F natural stone. But Sonny had no time to pay attention to what was happening outside the dark cosmos of condemnation, because he was currently being strangled by a murderous shadow. Crap, what the hell? Sonny was not a tall man, while the nightmare creatures he faced were usually on the enormous side. That was why he had plenty of experience climbing the bodies of his enemies to kill them. What he was not familiar with too well was being climbed like a tree. And that was what the nimble slayer had done, circling him with elusive grace, and then suddenly mounting Sonny from behind. Their legs were now wrapped around his waist, and while one of their arms was crushing his windpipe, the other was poised to plunge the bone knife into the side of his skull. In that position, Sonny could not reach the vicious archer with the splinter of the ivory fang. In fact, he could not reach them at all, not even to bite them. All he could do was desperately struggle to hold one of their arms in the air, preventing the bone knife from making a hole in his skull, while clutching at the other in futile attempts to liberate his neck. Arg, damn it! The archer was not really trying to strangle Sonny, of course. It would take way too long to suffocate a saint. Rather, they were trying to crush Sonny's windpipe, which would lead to suffocation naturally further down the line. Worst of all, there was a good chance it would work. Grinding his teeth, Sonny did the only thing he could do. He dismissed the onyx mantle, allowing it to turn back into the onyx shell. There was no point in maintaining the suit of fearsome armor, anyway, considering that the damned archer showed the ability to cut it like paper. With his skin becoming more rigid, however, Sonny could resist the stranglehold more. Better yet, while the onyx mantle was crafted with sublime intricacy and refinement, fitting him like a second layer of skin, it still had some bulk to it. When that bulk disappeared, leaving behind only a black tunic, there was a little distance between Sonny and the archer for a split second. Sonny used that second to turn his body slightly, and then fall back, slamming the nebulous slayer into the hard surface of the cold obsidian with dire force. The obsidian cracked, and something inside the archer seemed to crack as well. That was not only because of the terrible force of the slam, but also because Sonny had augmented the impact with the weight of his body, and his body could weigh as much as a modest mountain, as long as he wanted to. Well, to be honest, Sonny had no idea how much an actual mountain weighed, but he was pretty sure that his current weight could turn an armored APC into an alloy pancake. Despite all that, the archer's hold did not weaken even for a second. No way. Growling, Sonny pushed with his feet and sent them both flying over the edge of the obsidian slab, into the vast darkness of the shadow of condemnation. Outside, the silver light continued to assault the shadow colossus. Condemnation was walking through the radiant fury of the essence storm, making the world quake with each step. It leaned its body forward and raised a titanic hand, shielding its head from the wind. The raging river of pure essence crashed into its forearm, striking a flood of sparks and tearing a few chunks of obsidian away. The body of the shadow of condemnation, the obsidian, the captured shadows, the frozen light, the fragments of shattered winds, was slowly being ground by the raging ocean of essence particles. It was growing smaller bit by tiny bit. Deep within its dark expanse, Sonny and the vicious shadow he was trying to kill landed violently on another enormous chunk of polished black obsidian. This one was much larger than the rest and perfectly spherical in shape, located in the space where a human heart would have been. Since space was twisted and broken inside the shadow of the dead god, just like time was, there was no real up and down here. Sonny rolled across the glossy black surface, but never fell further down because no matter where on the enormous sphere he stood, down was always below him. Standing up with a stifled groan, he briefly looked around. The alien expanse of the shadow of condemnation was no different from before. It was just that. A confused frown appeared on Sunny's face for a short moment. Does it not feel more cramped in here now somehow? Chapter 21, 17 Supreme Strength. At this point, Sunny was in rough shape. He was not going to bleed out for obvious reasons, but pain was not the only consequence of being repeatedly cut and stabbed by the eerily sharp knives of his merciless enemy. His skin had a powerful property that allowed it to heal itself, but the same could not be said about the muscles and tendons beneath. Most of the wounds were shallow, but the accumulated damage was subtly diminishing his mobility. And that was without even mentioning the terrible state of his shredded soul, as well as the spiritual exhaustion of having to push against the will of a dead deity. Sunny felt like crap. That last blow had been especially debilitating. For some reason, having crashed into the surface of the enormous obsidian sphere, Sunny had the wind knocked out of him entirely. He remained motionless for a split second too long, laying on the cold stone, then staggered to his feet and looked around briefly. Somehow, the alien expanse of condemnation, with its vast darkness, frozen glimmers of silver light, nebulous clouds of black dust, and jagged slabs of obsidian drifting in the cold emptiness, felt smaller than it had before, like a galaxy that was slowly collapsing under the pull of a supermassive black hole at its center. But he had no time to ponder the cosmic beauty of dead deities. Lowering his gaze, Sunny glared at the mysterious archer. His enemy had already risen from the ground. The murderous shadow did not seem to be faring well, either. It was hard to spot any wounds on their body behind the veil of ghostly black smoke, which veiled it like a tattered cloak. But the silent slayer's overall form was now much more vague and less substantial than before. As if struggling to maintain its shape at all, Sunny knew for a fact that the archer was hurting. There was the deep penetrating wound in their side and a dozen minor cuts here and there. One of their elbow joints was utterly destroyed, as well. The extent of damage was evident by the fact that the shadow moved their right hand awkwardly and sheathed the bone knife, leaving only the obsidian blade pointing at Sunny. He smiled as he massaged his bruised neck. "Why don't you use that knife to slit your own throat?" These words seemed like mere provocation, but in fact they were not. They were an order empowered by his authority as the Lord of Shadows, and as such carried his will. The archer's hand trembled, but refused to move in the end. Instead, the cold, frightening presence emanating from the ragged shadow grew even more intense, making Sunny shiver. His smile widened. Maybe not." With that, Sunny raised his ivory blade and took a step forward. The archer advanced with swift, murderous grace. Sunny could see the enemy, and he could sense the enemy as well. After all, he was facing a shadow. He had already gained a deep understanding of how the slayer of the Shadow Realm fought, so he could predict where the next attack would come from. The obsidian blade was going to fly at his neck. So Sunny lowered his blade and protected his abdomen instead, saving himself from being gutted when the obsidian knife suddenly struck low. He had already established that the damned maniac knew how to deceive his shadow sense, after all. Either his enemy had rich experience of battling those who followed Shadow God, and therefore possessed abilities similar to Sunny's, or they knew how to weave deception into their movements simply by virtue of being an old and devious shadow themselves. So at any given moment, the opposite of what Sunny thought was going to happen could happen. The problem was that the archer also knew that Sunny had seen through the deception, so they would sometimes just go through with the telegraphed attacks instead. It was nothing short of vexing, as well as the reason why Sunny had so many holes in him by now. "You vile thing!" Binding the obsidian knife with the splinter of the ivory fang, Sunny twisted the archer's wrist, or at least tried to, and punched with his free hand, intending to split the enemy's skull open. However, the elusive shadow was too swift and nimble, leaning a little and taking a flowing sidestep to avoid his fist. Sunny tried to grapple them, but the archer slid from his grasp like a dark wind. A moment later, there was already a ceaseless onslaught of lethal attacks flying his way, and Sunny had no choice but to defend himself. He had hoped that with his enemy losing the ability to use one hand, the cadence of the battle would change. But even left with only the obsidian knife, the vicious shadow never slowed down the suffocating, oppressive assault. It was just that, now, the archer was using their legs more, subjecting Sonny to a devastating barrage of sudden kicks. Their combat technique remained swift, meticulous, supremely aggressive, and absolutely murderous. And while Sonny would not be cut by a kick, the devastating concussive force of each one was wreaking havoc with his inner organs. If this continued in the same manner, he wasn't going to win. He was going to either die, or, much more likely, be driven into such a weakened state that he would not be able to resist the will of condemnation anymore, which was a fate worse than death. Sonny remained calm, but he was also at his wits' end. Ever since deciding to return to the embrace of civilization, he had often found himself in situations where his powers were severely restricted. However, he had never once considered these instances as an impairment. If anything, they were empowering, proving how versatile his aspect was. It was to the point that no matter what dire limitations were placed on him, Sonny was never left without a multitude of choices on how to deal with the situation. Adaptability was king, and therefore it was the supreme form of strength. So, what some would see as being weakened, Sonny saw as the most indisputable proof of strength. But wasn't this situation a little bit too much? Here, within the shadow of condemnation, Sonny was not just stripped of some of his powers, he was basically stripped of all his powers. Even Shadow Dance, which had never betrayed him before, was proving to be useless against the damned archer. He was reduced to using only his fists and a sharp piece of bone, like some kind of caveman, worse even than a sleeper, barely qualified to be compared to an aspirant. What next? Would he be forced to use his teeth like a beast? Sonny was seriously angry. To hell with this. Glaring at the archer, he smiled viciously and decided to be as desperate and beastly as he could be. Chapter 21:18 Like a Beast. Outside, the shadow of condemnation continued to wade through the fury of the essence storm. The dark colossus took step after step, indomitable, unfeeling. The world quaked under its steps, and the raging ocean of silver essence had no choice but to part in front of it. The devastating winds were powerless to stop the titanic shadow, and the inescapable annihilation of the soul storm could not destroy it. The storm did damage it, however. Little by little, the dark mountain of condemnation's nebulous body was being ground down by the infinitely small, intangible particles of soul essence. The great slabs of obsidian were slowly growing smaller. The cold expanse of frozen darkness was diminishing, and everything else that had been condemned to be a part of the dead god's shadow was gradually disappearing into the silver radiance. As it did, the inconceivably tall figure of the dark colossus was gradually shrinking. Already, its enormous height had been reduced by a few hundred meters. The girth of its titanic torso had diminished, the circumference of its gargantuan forearms had dwindled. The deeper into the storm condemnation went, the faster its massive body was being ground by the raging torrents of essence. Like a shadow was slowly melting in light. Within the vast darkness of its body, meanwhile, even Sonny had noticed that the nebulous sea of darkness around him was growing smaller, and that the outer edges of the dead god's shadow were drawing nearer. He had no way of knowing what was happening, however, since the very nature of space within condemnation was strange and alien. Sonny had other matters to worry about anyway. Namely, the damned archer. Just as he thought that he saw a glimmer of endless silver radiance somewhere far away, the obsidian knife flashed toward his heart, and as Sonny turned his torso to avoid it, a crushing kick came barreling at his ribs from the side. This time, however, he was ready for it. Not because of his intricate mastery of shadow dance or insight into the vicious shadow's ruthless battle style, though. It was simply because, considering the circumstances, this kick was the optimal and most damaging action his enemy could perform. In short, it was because Sonny would have done the same. So he managed to catch the calf of the mysterious archer, feeling surprised for a moment by how slender it was despite packing such a devastating punch. Well, devastating kick, really. The momentary surprise did not slow Sonny down, however. Holding the archer's leg in place, he instantly brought the splinter of the ivory fang down with dire force, piercing the base of their thigh and ruthlessly pulling the blade toward himself to slice the enemy's leg open to the very knee. The archer shuddered. It was a definite win for Sonny, but one that he knew would come at a cost, because by using both of his hands to deliver the terrible wound, he was leaving himself open to a fatal retaliation. The obsidian knife flashed toward his throat, but Sonny lowered his head and caught it with his teeth. As his lips were cut open, he grinned and tightened his jaw, biting through the black blade and shattering it completely. "My teeth are no joke, you fool." They were altered into a deadly weapon in their own right by bone weave, after all. Finally, the archer seemed taken aback a little. But it only lasted a split second. Then, leaving one of their legs in Sonny's grasp, the vicious shadow jumped up and delivered an absolutely crushing kick to the side of Sonny's head with the other one. Sonny saw stars. Falling to the ground and choking on sharp shards of obsidian, he let out a stifled laugh. "Ouch, ouch, that one really hurt." The archer landed on their wounded leg, stumbled, and fell to one knee. A split second later, without any pause, they instantly unsheathed the discarded bone knife and lunged at Sonny, aiming to finally end his life. Raising a hand weakly, he tried to stop the enemy from landing on him. Or so it seemed. Instead, as soon as Sonny's fingers touched the mysterious archer, he smiled wider and pulled them both into the embrace of the shadows. Using Shadow Step was dangerous, but being killed by the damned maniac was obviously more dangerous. That was why he had conceived of this plan. Diving into the familiar darkness, Sonny found it not familiar at all. That was only to be expected, considering that the shadows he dove into were not the caring shadows he had known before. They were a part of condemnation now, and therefore their dark depths were a part of condemnation too. The eroding nature of the shadow realm affected Sonny even here, though. He had known that it would. The radiant trail of essence behind the dead god was proof, and the occasional motes of light that drifted both from himself and from the mysterious archer as they fought were, as well. Now that Sonny had abandoned his corporeal form and forced his enemy into abandoning theirs, the shadow realm tore into them with a much more obliterating pace. Their dark souls were dissolving now at a much faster rate than before, which was a cause for concern, without a doubt. However, Sonny's soul, while damaged, was still empowered and held together by soul weave. And the murderous archer had not looked too solid and unscathed even before being plunged into the embrace of shadows. "Let's see which one of us lasts longer." Sonny felt a sense of vicious glee. The archer, now a formless shadow, tried to escape from his grip and rush back to the material plane. But Sonny just held them tighter, now allowing the enemy to flee. "Where are you going now, bastard? Why, what happened? Weren't you hellbent on killing me?" Piercing him with arrows and cutting him with sharp knives, the wicked thing had to pay. The archer just struggled more desperately. Sonny, of course, did not let go. He wanted to laugh, but sadly, he had no mouth at the moment. "Die." Outside, the shadow of condemnation had already shrunk to half its size under the assault of the annihilating torrents of silver essence. Finally, one of its legs grew too thin to support its prodigious weight. As the shadow colossus lowered its foot to take another step, its shin shattered and split apart. Condemnation fell. The entire world shuddered when its gargantuan, mountain-like body crashed heavily into the ground. Deep within the body of the dead god, Sonny felt something changing. He was momentarily confused. Huh. Then the darkness quaked, and both he and the murderous archer were thrown out of it, back into the harshness of the material world. Around them, the nebulous body of condemnation was collapsing. Chapter 21:19 on the other side. Sonny once again found himself laying on the smooth, cold surface of the obsidian sphere, only, this time it wasn't so smooth, covered by a net of deep cracks. Time and space were convulsing all around him, making it feel as if the world itself was falling apart. High above, the shimmering clouds of black dust were boiling. The vast expanse of darkness was in a state of flux, flowing in a raging current. The frozen glimmers of distant light were being extinguished one by one. The drifting slabs of obsidian were colliding and shattering, turning into violently expanding clouds of stone shards. He was in no state to pay attention to the cosmic cataclysm, however, because the state of his own body and soul was just as terrible. Sonny did not feel too well. Worst of all, while he possessed 7 bodies, he only had 1 soul. And due to its current pitiful state, the Lord of Shadow wasn't feeling too hot either. out there in the hollows. His other incarnation, hidden in the camp of the Song army, was suffering as well. Luckily, he had somehow managed to hide his weakened state from those around him. The last avatar was currently alone in the basement of the marvelous mimic, at least. But those three weren't his concern right now. It was his original body, which was in danger of being destroyed, that was in trouble. How did this even happen? I was supposed to be living peacefully in Bastion, making pancakes. Groaning, Sonny tried to stand up. But as he did, the obsidian sphere shuddered and split apart, throwing him down again. Down, down, down. After a few moments of falling, the word lost its meaning, since all directions became one. What the hell was happening? Something was wrong with the shadow of condemnation. An infinite expanse of blinding silver radiance was enveloping the vast darkness of its nebulous body, and somewhere out there, the endless expanse of rolling black hills was far closer than it was supposed to be, moving as it slowly fell behind. As if the dead god was not walking anymore, but crawling instead. The world became smaller and smaller, until everything turned dark. And then Sonny could sud, and lie feel his weight once again. He was thrown violently into the cold air, the wind assaulting him with cruel force. Down became down again, and up became up. At the same time, he found himself falling once more, plummeting from a great height. He was surrounded by shadows, too. Sonny only paid attention to one of the changes that had happened to the world, however. It was that the insidious pull of condemnation's will, which had been attempting to consume him all this time, was suddenly gone. I am outside the shadow of condemnation. No sooner than Sonny realized that, his battered body crashed violently into something hard. He bounced off the tough surface with a stifled scream, then fell again and rolled down the slope of a tall dune, throwing a cloud of dust into the air. Slamming into something at the foot of the dune, Sonny groaned and opened his eyes, seeing the black sky of the shadow realm above him. Black sky. There were no silver clouds of raging essence neither above nor around him, meaning that he was outside the essence storm as well. He was safe. Well, safe from the storm at least. His whole existence, however, was nothing but agony. His body was in excruciating pain, and his soul was too. Even his mind was utterly exhausted and reeling, barely able to function. Ignoring all that, Sonny muttered a breathless curse and slowly pushed himself off the ground, standing up with a stagger. Then he looked around to assess the situation. At first, he struggled to understand what he was seeing and sensing. The familiar landscape of the Shadow Realm, the desolate expanse of dark hills, had disappeared. Instead, massive, strangely shaped white ridges were stretching into the distance as far as the eye could see. All around him, narrow boulders were strewn about in long clusters, some small, some towering at hundreds of meters in height. Ahead of him, the radiant white wall of the swirling essence was slowly moving away. Looking at it, Sonny realized that he was on the other side of the soul storm. The shadow of condemnation must have torn through it, after all, only collapsing when the danger had passed. Then he shivered as he recognized the nature of the strange boulders around him. Those weren't boulders, they were bones. They were the remains of soul serpents, forming a vast field. Most were much smaller than the colossal skeleton he had seen before, though. Which was not to say that they were small. The hard surface that had arrested his fall was the spine of a dead soul serpent. He was in a vast graveyard where countless bones lay, towering above the black dust. Looking down, Sonny even noticed a human skull laying among the shattered bones. Then he was distracted by a sudden noise. Turning around, Sonny saw two things at the same time. Hundreds of meters away, a vague shadow was struggling to coalesce into a solid shape, writing on the ground. The damned archer seemed to have survived as well. And between them, the remains of the shadow of condemnation lay. The dark colossus was gone, and all that was left of its great obsidian body was a tall hill of fine black dust, no different from all the others. However, something was moving in the air above the obsidian dune. At first it looked like a small twister, a mere gust of wind that spun weakly, sucking up black dust and tiny stones as it moved. But then Sonny saw a shard of bone being absorbed into its twisting mass, rising high into the air and then freezing in place at the heart of the strange anomaly. A moment later, a larger piece of bone. flew up and not too far away. A giant skull of a dead serpent trembled, rising a few centimeters above the ground. The whirlwind was slowly growing larger and stronger, consuming more and more of what was around it. It was then that Sonny understood what he was looking at. The body of the shadow of condemnation might have been gone, but the invisible force that had built it from usurped parts of the world, the dead deity itself, was not. In fact, it was already starting to build a new vessel for itself. The shadow of condemnation was right in front of him, intact. Which meant... Sonny glanced at the splinter of the ivory fang in his hand, then at the murderous archer who was slowly rising to their feet in the distance. Then he pushed his battered body forward with a greedy grin. Chapter 21, 20 Godslayer. The shadow of condemnation had not been destroyed, but it was currently vulnerable. And while Sonny and the ruthless slayer of the Shadow Realm were both in quite a sorry state, they were also both positioned perfectly to deal the weakened deity a fatal blow. Well, Sonny was alive, the mysterious shadow was dead, but refusing to depart. In any case, either of them could kill the shadow of condemnation. The only question was who would strike first. So Sonny rushed forward without wasting any time. Or he tried to at least. Sadly, his body was damaged quite severely, so the best he could manage. Naj was limping forward with urgent haste. "Oh, it hurts." That was what he would have thought in any other circumstances. But currently, there was only one thought in his mind. Kill it, I must kill it first." Smiling darkly, Sonny limped toward the whirlwind of black dust while gripping the splinter of the ivory fang tightly. Far away, the mysterious archer had finally managed to settle their form and rose from the ground, ignoring the harrowing wound on their thigh entirely. Crap! Sonny could feel the chilling gaze of the archer shift, landing on him first, and then moving on to the shadow of condemnation. Crap. Gritting his teeth, Sonny commanded the shadows to manifest into dark wings behind him. However, just then, the will of the murderous archer slammed into the world, forcing the shadows to cower in fear. "You damn traitors!" Cursing loudly, Sonny broke into a sprint. The archer was moving as well. But he was faster. Sonny had come to his senses first, and so he reached the shadow of condemnation first. Leaping into the air, he plunged into the whirlwind of black dust. For a moment, the familiar alien force pulled at his mind, body, and soul, trying to absorb them, but it was much weaker now, so he simply ignored it. A moment later, he stabbed his ivory blade into the very heart of the dark whirlwind, where a perfect sphere was slowly forming from the shard of shattered bone. A mundane blade might not have been able to hurt the intangible force that was condemnation. But Sonny was using the fang of a soul serpent, and of an unfathomably powerful one at that. Soul serpents were conduits of death, and Sonny was its heir, so he sharpened his will into infinitely cold, killing intent, and channeled that intent into the splinter of the ancient bone, willing it to deliver death and destruction to the shadow of the dead god. It seemed to have worked. When the ivory blade pierced the heart of condemnation, Sonny sensed an imperceptible ripple spread through the world. And then he felt something ancient and indescribably vast break apart. And then he felt nothing but hollow emptiness take its place. The whirlwind of wind was suddenly torn apart, and the black dust settled. The shards of bone fell to the ground. Sonny fell too. The splinter of the ivory fang had shattered, leaving only a small piece of bone in his fist. But, as he fell, his eyes widened, and a nearly inexhaustible torrent of shadow fragments, far greater than anything he had ever experienced before, flooded his soul. It was both exhilarating and terrifying. He could feel his shadow cores, which had been damaged somewhat by the Shadow Realm, being replenished and rebuilt to how they were before. And it did not stop there. The raging torrent of shadow fragments filled his soul, saturating it. And deep within its dark depths, the seventh, final core had finally come to fruition, igniting with lightless splendor. Falling onto the dune of black dust, Sonny rolled down its slope and let out a short, panicking laugh. Crap, crap, crap. In the next moment, the familiar agony of a new shadow core being formed sundered his mind, making Sonny scream and convulse. This time, there was no soothing voice of the spell to accompany him through the process. He had not woven corresponding words into the handy bracelet, so the bracelet was silent as well. In fact, it had not even announced the slaying of the shadow of condemnation, probably because it had no idea what to do when Sunny destroyed shadows, which were not technically alive, and therefore couldn't be killed. Gee, gotta get a grip, you idiot. Sunny struggled through the pain, trying to regain awareness of his surroundings. Replenishing the spent fragments was a good thing. Finally forming the seventh core and becoming a Titan was simply splendid. That was why he had come to the realm of death, after all. But he had really chosen a terribly unfortunate moment to accomplish this wonderful feat. Because, just as Sunny tried to stand up, a merciless hand gripped his neck and roughly pulled him up. Crap! The shadow archer was still alive. And full of fury, it seemed, glaring at Sunny through the wisps of ghostly smoke with chilling malice. Half paralyzed by the dreadful pain of his soul being torn apart by the emerging shadow core, and his very being changing, Sunny shifted his weight and kicked the archer with as much strength as he could muster. For a moment he felt like his neck would break, but it slipped from the enemy's iron grip instead. Sunny was pushed away and fell on the black dust, rolling further down the slope of the dune. The archer pursued. Crashing into a towering rib of a dead soul serpent at the foot of the hill, Sunny groaned weakly and tried to crawl away. Allergy. Damn, why did it hurt so much? The archer caught him after a few moments. Sunny rolled, avoiding the foot that would have crushed his skull otherwise, and raised his arms to defend himself. A devastating blow descended upon him, almost caving his ribcage in, and a moment later, a harrowing kick sent him flying into the air. Sunny landed in a heap and rolled a couple of times, coming face to face with the human skull he had noticed earlier. The skull stared at him with gaping black holes of its empty eye sockets, making Sunny shiver. Would his own skull be left laying here, forlorn and forgotten as well? Rolling onto his back, he rose a little and caught the archer's foot, which had almost reached his head by then. No, considering how vicious this bastard was, there was no chance in hell that his skull would be left intact. Sunny had saved his head from being kicked straight off his shoulders, but in the next moment, he was punched in the face instead. Flying back, Sunny crashed into the spine of a dead soul serpent and fell to his knees. His vision was blurred, and he tasted blood on his tongue. I'm actually bleeding, wow. He was practically drowning in blood. The pain was subsiding at least. Raising his head to look at the blurry figure of the approaching archer, Sunny spat a mouthful of blood. And smiled. Hey, fool. The archer did not pay his words any attention, raising their fist to deliver the final strike. Sunny tensed his muscles, preparing himself. Behind you. The murderous shadow froze for a split second, then spun around. But it was already too late. Because there, behind them, another Sunny was already bringing down his fist with all the dreadful power of a transcendent Titan. It was the long-awaited seventh shadow. Chapter 21 Titan. Chapter 21 Titan. The seventh shadow's titanic blow landed on the archer's spine and sent them flying like a tattered doll. Or at least it would have, if not for the original body, who lunged forward at the same time to deliver a strike of his own. The opposite momentum of his blow made the impact utterly devastating, damaging the surroundings and sending a shrapnel of bone fragments flying in all directions. Oh, ouch. His tortured body did not respond well to the violent strain of the battle, though. In fact, it felt like he was on the verge of collapse. But that was all right, because there was another, entirely fresh Sunny ready to pick up the slack. As soon as the archer landed on the ground, the seventh incarnation was already upon them. The enemy was weakened and dazed, but still dangerous. Even slowed down by the oppressive commands of the Lord of Shadows, they managed to dodge the lethal attack and roll away, standing up a moment later. Still burning with the same cold, murderous determination. Sunny smiled weakly as he pushed his original body from the ground. The mysterious shadow was truly stubborn. Or maybe they simply did not know any better, having spent thousands of years slaying others in order to survive. Did it even remember anything except hunting and killing? Was it even capable of giving up? It did not matter anyway. Even if the archer's resolve was infinite, they were already too far gone. Whatever strength they had left was enough to kill one Sunny, perhaps, but not two, especially with the second one bearing no physical wounds. Surrounded by the towering remains of the dead serpents, the three of them fought without holding anything back. The ground quaked from the fury of their desperate clash, but it swiftly became apparent that the archer had no hope of emerging whole from that fight. Sonny even felt a little dirty for a brief moment for ganging up on the murderous shadow. But that bizarre and ridiculous notion quickly disappeared, replaced by vindictive glee. So what? So what if it was 2 against 1? That was what the damned maniac deserved. Sure, in other circumstances, even 7 of his incarnations would not have been enough to kill the vicious slayer of the Shadow Realm, let alone 2. After all, he kept calling his enemy the Archer for a reason. The mysterious Shadow was obviously a sublime master of archery and ranged combat, using traps, cunning, and meticulous ambush tactics to hunt down their prey. Melee combat was not even their true area of competence, unlike his, yet that was exactly what Sonny had forced upon them. Not to mention the fact that all of the archer's careful preparations had been rendered useless when the shadow of condemnation stomped through their hunting grounds, pursued by the creatures of darkness. There was no telling how many of those dreadful beings the archer had fought, defeated, and destroyed before Sonny showed up. Either so, from the very start, he had been fighting someone weakened and drained by a long, unforgiving battle. But what of it? Sonny had been in a dire state from the very start himself. His powers were severely restricted, and he could not even risk summoning his shadows. So he sincerely believed that even if the 2 of them had clashed in their peak states, the end would have been the same. The archer would have been killed, and Sonny would have been. And the killer, just like he was going to kill the damned thing now. The archer was still fighting, but their strength was dwindling. The 7th shadow calmly dodged their crushing blows, delivering one cruel, inescapable strike after another in return. The original body served to distract and slow down the enemy, allowing for these strikes to land. When the murderous shadow tried to switch targets and finish off the original body first, the 7th avatar would ruthlessly punish the moment of distraction, thus making destroying the more battered version of Sonny impossible. He had mastered the strange art of fighting as a group. After all, the 2 incarnations moved in perfect harmony with each other, weaving an inescapable net of death. Sonny evaded a swift and devastating kick with flowing grace, then used his other body to lunge at the archer from behind. The shadow sidestepped his lunge easily, but that took a precious moment. A split second later, Sonny's fist struck the side of their head, sending the enemy reeling. And using that opportunity, the original body delivered a vicious kick to the side of the archer's knee, feeling something crack with dark satisfaction. It was a little barbaric to simply batter the mysterious shadow to death. But what could he do? All his weapons were gone, and even the last splinter of the great ivory fang had shattered when he destroyed the shadow of condemnation. Now only a piece of it remained, still clenched in Sonny's fist to add some weight to his punches. He inhaled hoarsely. Just give up and die with grace. As the archer regained their balance and raised their arms to block an obliterating blow, the 7th shadow added, "Find peace within me, or whatever." Their enemy looked almost like a ghost now, having lost most of their solidity. Black smoke was flowing from countless wounds on the archer's body, surrounding them like a billowing veil. The contours of the graceful body beneath it had always been nebulous, but now they were so vague as to almost seem immaterial. It was time to end this. Sonny might have harbored a grudge against the mysterious archer, but an enemy like that. They deserved a clean death, at least. Lunging forward with both of his bodies, he sent one of them low, while the other struck high. The archer staggered back, avoiding the strike to their head, but they failed to avoid the original body. A moment later, Sonny managed to grab them and wrestle them to the ground. This was the end. While the 7th avatar grabbed the archer's arms, the original body pressed the enemy into the ground with all the prodigious weight allowed to him by the feather of truth and raised his fists. His face was calm and cold when he struck down, aiming to split the mysterious shadow's skull. One blow was not enough, so he struck again, and again, and again, until even the onyx shell could not keep up with the devastating power of his blows, and the skin on his knuckles split, drops of crimson blood falling into the ghostly wisps of black smoke. The archer was still struggling, but by now their movements were so weak that it did not matter. Taking a deep breath, Sonny allowed for the shard of ivory fang he was still holding in his fist to slide down, and then caught it between his fingers. He brought the sharp edge of the bone fragment to the archer's throat. However, just as he was about to slice it open, a friendly voice resounded from the darkness. "My oh my, I wouldn't do that." Chapter 21-22, Friendly Advice. Chapter 21-22, Friendly Advice. Sonny froze, suddenly feeling cold fear grasp his heart. It was a jarring transition to experience, from the cold resolve of ending an enemy's life, and all the confidence that came with it, to utter unease and a piercing sense of alarm. But what else was he supposed to feel when hearing a disembodied voice resound from the darkness of the shadow realm? Added to that was the fact that the voice had not spoken in the familiar language of the waking world. Instead, it had spoken in a dialect of the ancient language that the later civilizations of the dream realm used. Still holding the sharp shard of bone to the archer's throat, Sonny cautiously looked around. He spread his shadow sense in all directions, too, feverishly trying to find the source of the voice. There was no one. Feeling his mouth turn dry, Sonny lingered for a bit, and then asked in a hoarse voice, "Who's speaking?" His other incarnation was similarly tense, ready to shield the original body from danger if need be. There were a few moments of silence, and then the voice answered in a nonchalant, somewhat friendly tone. "I am." Sonny blinked. What the? This time he was able to pinpoint the direction from which the voice was coming better. It was very close. And low to the ground. His gaze explored the graveyard of serpents, until finally falling on something he had seen before, but did not pay a lot of attention to. A lone human skull laying amidst the serp. And T-bones attached to a partially destroyed human skeleton. There was no spark of life in the battered skeleton, and even when Sonny shifted his gaze, there was neither the radiance of soul essence nor the vile darkness of corruption inside the old bones. However, as he watched, he noticed a tiny mote of light drifting into the air from inside the gaping black hole of the skull's empty eye socket. Just then, the skeleton spoke. "My, oh my, when you look at me like that, boy, I get shy." Sonny shuddered. The jaws of the ancient skull did not move, but the voice definitely was coming from inside it. He stared at the skeleton with wide eyes for some time, then forced himself to open his mouth. "I know you, don't I?" The white skull obviously did not show any reaction. "Do you? Goodness gracious, how odd. Never have I imagined being known by such esteemed personas. I am nothing but a humble slave, after all." Sonny smiled darkly. "Well, what would you know, so am I." The skeleton laughed. No, the likes of me can't even be compared to the exalted beings like you. A genuine divine shadow. Who would have thought that even after Shadow God's death, his shadows would continue to roam the world? My, oh my, how despicable." Sonny narrowed his eyes and remained silent for a while. Then he said somberly, "You are Uris of the Nine." Now he was convinced that the talkative skeleton was exactly who he had assumed it to be. It was the mysterious creature Nephis had taken off a mystical tree in the Nightmare Desert to use as a guide. But how had he ended up in the Shadow Realm? According to Nephis, she had parted with Uris in the outer reaches of the underworld. The white skull stared at Sonny expressionlessly for a while, then said evenly, "Huh, so you do know me." Sonny lingered for a moment, considering what to do next. The skeleton had not harmed Nephis, but that did not mean that he would not or did not have the ability to harm Sonny. After all, not just anyone could endure thousands of years of a strange unlife, being nailed to a tree in a literal hell. It was unfathomable how Uris was able to exist to begin with. But first things first. Lowering his gaze, Sonny looked at the weakly struggling archer, then shifted his gaze back to the battered skeleton. "You said that you wouldn't have killed this thing? Why?" Uris of the Nine chuckled. "Oh, it's just a piece of friendly advice from one slave to another. Think about it, boy. She has been hunting down shadows for thousands of years here in the realm of Shadow God instead of quietly succumbing to death. Such a defiant spirit. What do you think will happen when you kill her and her shadow enters your soul sea instead?" Sonny suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He had not considered that. There was definitely some truth to the skeleton's words. By all accounts, once a shadow traveled to the Shadow Realm, it was supposed to peacefully succumb to the divine will of its creator and be annihilated, turning into pure soul essence, like the shadows of the awakened soldiers he had seen. Even the shadow of condemnation, despite having seemingly retained some of its agency, simply followed the law of the Shadow Realm and attempted the pilgrimage to its supposed center, dissolving into essence in the process. However, the mysterious archer was different. Not only had she, apparently, defied the natural way of things by roaming the Shadow Realm as she pleased, but she had also refused to be annihilated, surviving for thousands of years by slaying other shadows instead. Sonny had long suspected that his soul sea was like a nascent, miniature version of the Shadow Realm. If so, the laws governing it would be much weaker, and much easier to defy than the ruthless laws governing the realm of death. So, what would happen if he killed the mysterious archer? Wouldn't he be just inviting a serial killer into his soul? He shuddered, noticing his reaction. The battered skeleton let out a laugh. I see you realize the danger. She has become quite feral, hasn't she? Such a shame, my oh my. The person was so valiant and righteous, yet the shadow is so wicked and vicious. Sonny stared at the white skull with a frown. You say it as if you knew her. Yuri's remained silent for a bit, then laughed. Why, of course. After all, she is one of the 9. Chapter 21-23 Courting Death. One of the 9. Sonny considered these words for a few moments, a deep frown twisting his bruised face. The 7th incarnation just raised an eyebrow, maintaining a nonchalant attitude. He had encountered traces left behind by the mysterious 9 a few times throughout the years. However, he knew neither who the members of this nebulous group were nor what their purpose was. All he knew was that they seemed to have left deep scars on the history of the dream realm. Oro of the 9, the adversary of his first nightmare. Yuri's of the 9, the guide who had led Nephis to her second nightmare. And Alit, he of the 9, the first seeker, the source of the defilement whose destruction had ended their third. And now here was the 4th. A shadow of the 4th at least. Sonny stared at the dazed archer, then turned to study the white skull intently before speaking. And who, exactly, are the 9? A few particles of light escaped from the empty eye sockets of the skull before it answered in a neutral tone. It seems you do not know me, after all. Sonny smiled darkly. I know that you are avoiding the answer, though. Yuri sighed. If our tale has been forgotten, then let it remain so. It's not something to be proud of anyway, and all of us are dead now, hopefully. He seemed reluctant to share. Sonny considered his next words for a few moments. He wanted to know the secrets of the 9 desperately, but at the same time, he was wary of the motionless skeleton. It would probably be best not to irritate the strange being, especially in his current state. At least not yet. Sonny finally spoke. You don't seem that dead, though, and yet here you are. How did you end up in the shadow realm? You're not a shadow. Nephis had left Yuri's in the underworld, so what was the talkative skeleton doing here? The battered skeleton laughed. How did I end up here indeed? Simple, really, I walked here. Sonny continued to stare at the white skull, not amused. Yuri sighed. What, I really did. It was hard to reach the shadow realm before, but now that it has no master and all the realms seem to have been fused together, it's easier to travel from one to another. The realm of death always shared a connection to the underworld, which served as the boundary between the lands of the living and the lands of the dead. Now, it simply lies beneath it. If you jump into the abyss, you'll end up falling into the shadow realm. That was what I did. Sonny's eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but look up. Slowly, it dawned on him that the starless black sky above him was not a sky at all. In fact, he was deep underground, deeper even than the underworld which lay beneath the hollow mountains. However, the shadow realm was vast, so it seemed that there was an entire subterranean world beneath the known surface of the dream realm, stretching all the way from the forgotten shore to who knew where. He would only find out if he crossed the entirety of the realm of death and found a way to the surface on the other side, if it even existed. Did other entrances to the shadow realm exist? He was suddenly fascinated by the question. If they did, then maybe one was hidden in the caverns under the forgotten shore, where the dark sea had once sought shelter from the ruthless sun. Another could be hidden in the empty abyss below the chained isles. This matter was not exactly important, but as an explorer, Sonny could not help but be enchanted by the mystery. The presence of the creatures of darkness could be explained by proximity to the underworld, as well. It was very curious. However, he had more pressing issues to address. For example, the motives of the mysterious skeleton. Glancing at the expressionless skull, Sonny frowned. Why would you come here, though? The shadow realm is not exactly a hospitable place. In fact, its promise is one of death and annihilation. Yuri's of the 9 chuckled. What an apt description. But that is exactly why I wanted to come here. You seem to have been blessed by Shadow God, boy, but I, on the contrary, was cursed by him. Me, Azarax, Kanakit, and a few others, my, oh my, what a bunch of pitiful wretches we are. We were banished from death, and so we are unable to die. He remained silent for a few moments, and then added, "Shadow God is gone, though, so I've made the journey myself and came to the realm of death to be annihilated. Ah, but it's taking a while, so tedious." Just as he said that, another mote of light drifted into the air from within the white bones, proving that the shadow realm was, indeed, slowly destroying even the whatever it was that Yuri's was. Sonny remained silent for a while, shocked. The shadow of the archer struggled weakly below him, but he paid it no attention. What the hell? Cursed by Shadow God, unable to die. What kind of curse was that? Why did Sonny get haunted by a loathsome apparition when he was cursed, but Yuri's got to be immortal instead? Where was justice in that? He let out a resentful sigh. It seems that this guy was not lying when he said that he had angered the gods. What was it that Nephis had said, that Yuri's claimed to have slit a god's throat? Did gods even have throats? See the note from Soda read the chaps in advance on Telegram. Stop reading on your websites, guys, at. Sonny hesitated for a while, then asked somberly, "You said that if I kill this shadow, it would enter my soul sea, just like it had entered the shadow realm. So then, is shadow realm what remains of shadow god's soul sea?" The skull stared at him incredulously. Huh? Yuri's paused for a moment, and and said in an amicable tone, "Gods are not like us people, boy. They don't really have bodies, souls, and soul seas. It's all the same. So no, we are not inside the soul sea of Shadow God." The white skull chuckled. "Instead, we are simply inside Shadow God. Shadow Realm is his corpse." Chapter 21, 24 Dangerous Questions. Sonny took a moment to fathom the astonishing truth that Yuri's had revealed to him so matter-of-factly. It was a hell of a thing to process. No, really. I am inside Shadow God's corpse. The Shadow Realm, the entirety of it, was the sacred body of a god, which meant that all the other divine realms, like Godgrave and Stormsea, were as well. And the waking world, too. Gods were vast, after all, vast enough to encompass entire worlds within them, it seemed. But gods were also dead. The dream realm, the realm of the forgotten god, was slowly consuming all the rest. So did it mean that forgotten god was feasting on the corpses of his siblings? How morbid. What the hell did all of it mean? Well, it's not like I did not suspect something like that already. Actually, Sonny and Nephis had discussed a similar theory in the past. It was during the conversation about the titanic skeleton in Godgrave and whether it had truly belonged to a god. Nephis was of the opinion that it was too puny to be a god, which was a funny thing to say about a corpse the size of a continent. But now it did not seem funny anymore. Actually, Sonny was not even in disagreement with Nephis. If anything, he was tempted to agree. After all, he had been inside the tomb of Ariel, which was built from the remains of an unholy titan. The great river was like its soul sea, and if the soul of an unholy titan could encompass an entire realm, then what about an actual god? Still, suspecting and knowing were two different things, especially here in the desolate darkness of the shadow realm. Sonny struggled with the desire to gulp, his mouth terribly dry. He lingered for a few long moments, then asked hoarsely, "If this is Shadow God's corpse, then what killed him?" That was the greatest secret of all. That was what Sonny truly wanted to know, what had killed the gods, what had killed the demons. How had the Doom War ended, and how had the will of the forgotten god escaped the void, slowly turning all of existence into his nightmare? Hearing his question, Yuri's chuckled. "What killed death? My, oh my, I wish I knew. Sadly, by the time the gods perished, I was already nailed to that damned tree. The view from there was not great." Sonny stared at him somberly. Somehow, he doubted that the skeleton was being entirely honest. The white skull betrayed no emotion, however. Eventually, Yuri's offered him a bone. "I doubt it were the demons, though. By the end of it all, they were losing the war pretty badly. Otherwise, I would not have been captured by the warriors of the divine host, would I?" He laughed. Sonny surmised two things from that statement. First, that at least one of the 9, Yuri's, had participated in the Doom War under the banner of the demon army. Second, that the demons seemed to have lost the war, or at least had been close to losing it near the end. That was the first true piece of information about the Doom War he had received. Sonny smiled darkly. Are you sure that you weren't the one who killed Shadow God? I've heard that you boasted once about slitting a god's throat. Yuri's exploded with laughter after hearing that. Oh, so you have met that abominable girl, it seems. Good, good. I'm glad that she has survived Nephilim or not. He paused for a moment and then chuckled. Yes, I did indeed tell her that I had slit a god's throat once. However, I never said that it had killed the god. What kind of god would die from such a trifle? Sonny winced from the amount of nonsense he had been subjected to in the last few minutes. What does he mean? I thought you said that the Shadow Realm was Shadow God's corpse. His body was quite huge then. Pray tell, how would one slit the throat of an entire realm? The skeleton, who had remained motionless all that time, finally moved. Yuri's shook his skull, the bones scraping unpleasantly against each other. No, but what kind of divine shadow are you? Don't you know anything, boy? Sonny scowled. How am I supposed to know anything if the god who was supposed to cast me is dead? Iris stared at him silently for a while, then returned to his previous pose and grew still once again. A better question would be, how can you even exist, but fair is fair. To answer your questions, gods were indeed vast and unfathomable, but they took mortal vessels from time to time. Avatars, as some called them, those were easier to reach. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Mortal avatars that he could wrap his head around. After all, he had avatars of his own, even if they were not exactly the same. What surprised him more was that Yuri seemed to have no idea about how Sonny had come to be a Shadow SL. Ave. Well, it made sense, in hindsight. The talkative skeleton seemed like someone who knew so much as to almost seem omniscient, but reasonably, that knowledge only encompassed the past. If he had really spent thousands of years nailed to a tree in the Nightmare Desert, he would not know anything about what had happened after the final days of the Doom War. To him, the Nightmare spell was merely a fringe cult that a small group of believers was spreading secretly in the mortal realms. He would not know what Sonny and Nephis really were, or how they had come to be that way. Sonny tilted his head a little, suddenly coming up with another question. It was hard to collect his thoughts because there were too many things he wanted to ask, but that one was, perhaps, the most vital. You are the first being from the ancient times I've met who is not entirely insane and consumed by corruption. How come? Yuri stared at him with the black gaping holes of his empty eye sockets. Haven't you met that abominable girl as well? Sonny scoffed. That's different. She's from the waking world just like I am. The skeleton let out a chuckle. The waking world, what's that? Sonny suppressed a sigh. He's clueless. After lingering for a few moments, Sonny tried to explain. The waking world is the last of the divine realms. There are people still living there, free of corruption. The rest of them, as well as all the mortal realms, have already been swallowed up by the dream realm and are only populated by nightmare creatures. That's what we call the corrupted ones. However, our world is being consumed by the dream realm too, piece by piece. Yuri sighed. Oh, then you and your people must be fighting against the corruption with all your might, united against a common foe. What brilliant camaraderie! No wonder a divine shadow and an abominable Nephilim can exchange words so freely. Sonny coughed in embarrassment. Actually, currently my people are at war, with each other. Have I mentioned that the last divine realm is the realm of War God? Yuri's remained silent for a long while, and then suddenly exploded with laughter. This time he laughed longer than usual, and his laughter seemed different from before. It was tinged with mysterious darkness. After a while, the white skull turned a little to stare at Sonny. War God, my oh my, such irony. He paused for a moment and then added, You asked who the nine were? Well, to tell you the truth, child of war. His tone turned a little cold. Regardless of who we were, we hated War God and her children the most. Chapter 21-25, Paving the Road to Grace. Sonny could not help but tense up after hearing a hint of coldness in the skeleton's, usually carefree and friendly tone. At that moment, he realized the precariousness of his position with painful clarity. Here he was in the darkness of the Shadow Realm, beaten and battered, talking to one of the nine while holding the shadow of another down. Sure, the archer was barely conscious and seemingly in no state to continue the battle. But on the other hand, the only safe enemy was a dead one. He had no idea what kind of powers Yuris of the Nine possessed, but they had to be quite mystical for the wandering skeleton to traverse the underworld and reach the Shadow Realm more or less in one piece. It was alarming to learn that the mysterious Nine had some kind of grudge against the goddess of life and her followers. Sunny chose his next words carefully. "Oh, really? That is surprising. How come Oro of the Nine was an imperial soldier then? Wasn't the empire ruled by the cult of war?" To be honest, he wasn't quite clear on what the empire was and who ruled it. However, in his first nightmare, it had seemed as if both its soldiers and citizens worshipped war god, to the point that they went around burning down temples of shadow. He had learned bits and pieces of ancient history later on, too, some pointing to the fact that the militant empire had gone on an unstoppable conquest spree during the dusk of the Golden Age, just before the final war. So it was a bit surprising to learn that hero, Oro of the Nine, had secretly harbored a deep hatred of war god. Hearing his words, Yuris just chuckled, seemingly full of mirth. Oro, an imperial soldier. So what? I was an imperial slave myself. Why is there a better way to destroy an empire than from the inside? Sunny coughed. He, of all people, could not argue with that. After all, that was exactly what they were doing, Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie. They were working to undermine the kingdom of an heir of war by fighting under his banner. Well, all right, fair, I'll give you that. So the Nine were determined to destroy the empire. And Oro had been only posing as a loyal imperial soldier. No wonder he had seemed so different from the rest of the slavers. It was a tantalizing piece of information. Still, in Sunny's first nightmare, Oro had been merely an awakened swordsman, and one who did not seem to have concealed his aspect yet at that. So the Nine must not have been that powerful back then. How had 9 people hoped to destroy an empire that enjoyed the favor of a god? He wanted to know more. So it was just the 9 of you against the entire empire. Yuri scoffed. Questions, questions, questions. You are so full of questions, boy. Why are you so interested in the ancient past anyway? Sunny smiled darkly, reminding himself to be polite and ingratiate himself with the mysterious skeleton. Oh, 2 reasons mainly. Be nice, be polite. You need to get into his good graces. His mouth moved on its own. Because we are still paying for the sins committed by you vile bastards in that ancient past. If you impossible, abhorrent fools did not go and break the damn world back then, I wouldn't have been so desperate to learn how to fix it, would I? Yuris just stared at him silently with empty eye sockets. He did not seem too offended, but... Sunny took a deep breath and held it, struggling to suppress his scathing fury. The 7th incarnation, meanwhile, spoke in a more neutral tone. Well, and also, you might not know it, but the nightmare spell has been running rampant for thousands of years. These days, it is more or less the only god that exists. The dream realm, meanwhile, is blooming with what we call nightmare seeds, and if you enter one, the spell gives you a special trial. That trial takes the form of an event from the ancient past, so knowing more about the past makes it easier to survive there. He paused, then added, obviously, the nightmares are quite deadly, so one would naturally have no reason to enter one, except for the fact that if a blooming seed is left intact, it will continue to infect the world with corruption. Something like that, at least. For the first time, Yuri seemed a little surprised. Weaver's little spell? So it has gotten that powerful? Huh, how surprising. No wonder that abominable girl reeked of demon then. Sunny's eye twitched. A little spell. He took another deep breath and forced his original body to speak. So what? Are you going to persecute me needlessly just because of where I come from? Let me tell you something, Yuris. He looked at the skeleton somberly. Being petty is unbecoming of a gentleman. Spitefulness is a hideous thing, a blemish on one's character, and an obstacle on the path to virtue. An enlightened man must know how to let go of grudges and embrace forgiveness. Tolerance and compassion pave the road to grace. Of course, Sunny was no gentleman, had no interest whatsoever in being virtuous, considered enlightened values to be synonymous with foolishness, and preferred to stay as far away from grace as possible, lest he catch it. But the ancient skeleton did not need to know that. Yuris remained silent for a while, then sighed. My oh my, how eloquent. Don't you worry, boy. I wasn't going to act on my distaste for your kind. It's all in the ancient past, anyway. Let bygones be bygones. I was just contemplating how deeply ironic it is that after thousands of years, the only ones who remain are the children of war. You can't even imagine. Sonny grinned. Well, I'll be able to imagine if you explain things properly. The skeleton stared at him silently for a while. Then Yuri's chuckled. Ah, but you expressed how desperate your need for knowledge is. So why should I share mine for free? Join our channel in Telegram to receive chapters faster. Chapter 21, 26 Spirit of Reciprocity. Hearing those words, Sonny was taken aback. What was this familiar feeling? As I know. Of course. It was the feeling of being swindled. Frowning, he studied the expressionless skull for a few moments. The skeleton did not move, and if Sonny did not know any better, he would have assumed that it was a completely mundane corpse. The only thing that betrayed Yuri's unusual nature was a rare mote of light that drifted off the white bones from time to time. The same particles of essence rose from both of Sonny's incarnations, as well, reminding him that he was still on the clock. That bastard. So Sonny had to bargain with a shameless corpse in the middle of the realm of death, and worst of all, the corpse held all the chips. He grimaced. You're the one who spoke to me first, were you not? So, if anything, it seems like your need is greater than mine. Yuri's chuckled. That was not because I wanted to speak, just out of the goodness of my heart. Well, I don't really have a heart, but you get the meaning. I simply wanted to save a naive boy from making a terrible mistake, because I am kind and generous. Sonny stared at him dubiously. Oh yeah, are you sure that you did not want to save this shadow here instead? After all, you had kept quiet up until the moment I was about to kill one of you 9. What a coincidence. The white skull scoffed. One of us 9? My, oh my, you must be confused, boy. She is not one of the 9, she is merely a shadow of one of the 9. A feral and mindles. A shadow at that? An insult to the memory of my dear comrade, really, whose very existence offends and saddens me greatly. Ah, alas, if only you were strong enough to endure the consequences of destroying her. Sonny scowled. It sounds like you are a man of great integrity indeed, Yuri's. And didn't you just mention your kindness and generosity? How admirable, how commendable. No wonder you helped Nephis, the Nephilim, so selflessly. Someone as selfless, kind, and generous as you would not take advantage of a naive boy and try to swindle him, would you? Yuri's let out a chortle. That abominable girl? Why, yes, I helped her, but that was merely in the spirit of reciprocity. She took me off that damned tree, after all, so I was obligated to return the favor. However, what have you done for me? Nothing. Surely there has to be a favor made for me to reciprocate in kind. Sonny stared at him for a few moments, then sighed in dejection. It wasn't often that he found himself on the losing end of a verbal battle. He was usually the most brazen person in the room, and meeting an even greater scoundrel was a rare occurrence. How shameless. Sonny looked at Yuri's with resentment, lingered for a while, then said somberly, So what do you want? The mysterious skeleton remained silent. Eventually he spoke. Why, it's simple. You are a shadow slave, are you not? Someone who wields the power of death, so I want you to kill me. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Huh? The 7th incarnation tilted its head a little. His eyes narrowed. Wait, wouldn't that just defeat the purpose? Dead men tell no tales. Who will answer my questions if I kill you? Yuri's let out a short laugh. Well, I'll answer your questions before you kill me, of course. Look at me now. I am resting here in the shadow realm, patiently waiting to be destroyed. It is taking forever. However, if you can hasten the process, I'll sure spare you some time. Sonny considered his words. Yuri's was definitely lying about a lot of things, or at least not telling him everything. The mysterious skeleton already had the means to break the will of Shadow God and be destroyed. He could have surrendered to the mists of the underworld, for example, and simply become nothing. He could also wait and slowly be annihilated by the Shadow Realm. But perhaps death and destruction were not the same, and perhaps Yuri's was seeking a true death which only Sonny could give him. Eventually, Sonny nodded. All right, I'll kill you, so start talking. The skeleton let out another laugh, this one sounding a little wistful. I wish it were so simple, boy. Sadly, you are not nearly strong enough yet to kill me. So come back after you become supreme, better yet sacred. I'm not going anywhere, so you'll be able to find me right here. Finally, Sunny's expression cracked. Become supreme? Do you think I have not tried? How the hell am I supposed to become supreme, you useless pile of bones? Yuri stared at him with what looked like amusement, which was quite a feat, considering that the white skull had no means to emote anything. Eventually, he said, "What is the big problem? I watched you slay that eerie sacred shadow before. From what I've seen, you are already most of the way there. You have the will, and you even know how to wield it. That is the hardest part. More than that, your nascent domain is already fully formed, and its weight is crushing. Do I even need to mention how profound your connection to your source element is? Boy, I've never seen anyone as ready to become supreme as you. The only thing you need is to take the last step." Sunny blinked, suddenly robbed of breath. What Yuri said, in hindsight, it rang true. He had indeed taken great strides on the path to supremacy as of late. Hearing that he, too, possessed a nascent domain was a bit surprising, but other than that, the mysterious skeleton was correct. Sunny had reached the precipice of supremacy without even realizing it. The first and most important step had probably been the very act of deciding to return to the embrace of civilization and take responsibility for the future, imposing his will upon the world. After all, that was what a sovereign was, someone who bent the world to their will, thus claiming authority over it. Then it was a series of smaller steps, claiming a citadel, establishing his rule over a vast swath of Godgrave, slaying and subjugating great nightmare creatures, forging his transcendent battle art. Joining the sword army and observing the King of Swords to learn from his example, especially during Anvil's battle with condemnation. Observing Rain and learning from her natural awakening as well. The most important step, surprisingly, had been connected to improving his mastery of weaving. It was forging the blessing that had truly opened his eyes and broadened his horizons, teaching him how to wield his will. There were other important lessons and accomplishments, too. Numerous lessons, really. Nephis had her own way of reaching toward supremacy, while Sunny had his. He was almost ready. All that he was missing was, indeed, one final step, a catalyst that would ignite all his previous attainments, fusing them into a throne. But Sunny had no idea what that catalyst was. He hesitated for a while before asking cautiously, "And what is that last step?" Yuri's remained silent, then answered gingerly, "How should I know?" Sunny let out a growl. "Oh, that bastard." Join our channel in Telegram to receive chapters faster. Chapter 21-27, Act of Defiance. Read the chapters in advance on Telegram. Search for the name of the novel in the app's search bar. Seeing how twisted Sunny's face had become, one of his faces at least, since the seventh incarnation did not deem it worthy to react in any way, Yuri's let out a laugh. Those chuckles of his were seriously starting to get on Sunny's nerves. The jovial voice resounded from the depths of the white skull a moment later. "Don't be too disheartened, boy. Everyone has to follow their own path to supremacy, and the nature of the last step is different for each supreme. However, there is some commonality between them, a shared principle that is revealed if one observes carefully. I can't tell you what exactly it is that you must do to become supreme, but I can share my observations with you." He paused for a moment. "After all, it is in my best interest to see you usurp the throne of shadows. You might actually manage to kill me then." Sunny let out a frustrated sigh. How wonderful would it have been if someone just handed him all the answers? But he was not that lucky, of course. Still, the mysterious skeleton's offer was better than nothing. Sunny gathered his thoughts, then asked somberly, "So, what have you observed?" Yuri's remained silent for a while. "Well, Supremes have always been rare, even in my time. Supreme humans, at least, enough so that every time a new one appeared, the balance of power in the mortal realms was bound to change. Old kingdoms fell and new ones rose. The emergence of a new Supreme was synonymous with great upheaval, which is to say that there are few examples that I am familiar with. And yet, I did notice a certain similarity in how those people attained supremacy." He let out a wistful scoff. A Supreme is someone who claims rulership over the world, or at least a part of the world. Their distinct trait is the authority they wield. Naturally, it takes a lot of audacity to lay claim to the world. After all, it already belongs to someone and already submits to a higher authority. So, in my opinion, the very essence of supremacy is defiance. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Defiance? There was the unpleasant scraping noise, and Yuri's nodded. Oh yes, it is a bit paradoxical, but the source of authority is defiance. After all, a ruler can hardly be ruled, or at least ruled easily. There is a difference between authority and absolute authority in the end. But that is beside the point. What I wanted to say is that if there is one common element between all the final acts of attaining supremacy that I know of, it is that they were acts of defiance. Sunny sighed and lowered his gaze. He really did not want to sound like a parrot, but had no choice except to reluctantly repeat the same question. Defiance? Come to think of it, what the hell is a parrot anyway? Oblivious to his momentary distraction, Yuri's nodded again. Yes, and not just acts of defiance, but acts of supreme defiance. Authority and submission are antithetical to each other, are they not? You see, authority cannot exist in the void since it is only revealed when imposed upon others. So, to claim authority and become supreme, one has to defy some kind of authority imposed on them. That is what I think, at least. He chuckled. That supreme defiance can take many forms, depending on the individual. Obviously, the more powerful you are, the less you are constrained by the chains of necessity, and therefore the greater your act of defiance has to be, because there are fewer forces great enough to impose themselves upon you, to begin with. The mysterious skeleton sighed. So some defy power by slaying an immensely powerful foe. Azarax only became the plague of steel after killing his supreme father, for example. Others go against their own nature, defying themselves to gain enlightenment. Some use their will to twist the laws governing their realm, gaining authority over it. There are many ways, but the surest one. Yuri's paused, prompting Sunny to utter a quiet curse. Really, do you really have to take a dramatic pause? Are you sure you were a slave, not an actor? The skeleton laughed. All right, settle down. Is it not obvious, though? The surest way is to go against the greatest will of all to break the will of gods. Well, they are dead now, so the next best thing would be to go against one of the absolute laws. If you manage to defy one of those, I am sure that you will become supreme in no time. Sunny let out a long sigh. Slaying an immensely powerful foe, usurping a realm, breaking absolute laws and going against the will of gods, bastard. Aren't you just goading me into finding a way to kill you? All of those are ways to get around the curse placed on you by Shadow God. Yuri's coughed in embarrassment. Considering that he had no lungs, that cough was not at all convincing. My oh my, what a coincidence. Sunny let out another growl, prompting the mysterious skeleton to shake his skull. No, listen, I might have a selfish motive in sharing this knowledge, but what I've told you is true. Those are indeed valid ways of taking the final step to supremacy. You just need to find one uniquely suited for you, and then come back to try and kill me. Sunny stared at Yuri's for a while, unsure if he should trust him. For what it was worth, the skeleton seemed to be sincere. He had no reason to lie to Sunny anyway, since it was indeed in his best interest to help Sunny gain more power. So if Sunny was to take his words seriously, an act of supreme defiance, and not just any act, but one that suited Sunny best, one intimately tied to the very nature of his aspect, his nature and his forming domain. He grumbled, I've killed countless beings that were way more powerful than me, you know. How come I am not supreme yet? The skeleton stared at him for a while, then offered helpfully. I guess they weren't powerful enough. A quiet groan escaped from Sunny's mouth. What are you talking about? I'm a mere transcendent, and yet I go around routinely killing great nightmare creatures. I killed my first sovereign back when I was an ascended, in fact. Granted, he was already consumed by corruption and no different from a beast by then. Hell, I killed a great devil as a dreamer. Yuri's was seemingly taken aback. He remained silent for a few moments, then mumbled in a puzzled tone. My oh my. Then the skeleton stared at him with reproach. Things are worse than I expected then. You see, boy, since you are such an overachiever, since you are a damn lunatic who goes around slaying immensely powerful beings routinely, then slaying one more won't be much of an act of defiance, will it? Sunny blinked. Hey now. Yuri's clicked his jaw a few times. No, really, who kills a great devil as a dreamer? You know what, I take it back. Why wait? Come kill me right now. There's no reason to wait, so do it now. Sonny tilted his head and stared at Yuri's darkly. After a while, he said, You know what? I'm in no mood for your antics. In fact, I am tired, spent, and in pain. My soul is damaged and my body is full of holes. How about you get over your indignation and give me actual advice? Yuri's laughed. Well, I don't know. Have you tried not killing something? Sonny frowned. I did. In fact, I was attacked by 13 saints recently and I only killed 6. Wait, was it 6? I think it was. Yuri's lowered his skull in dejection. What is that bastard so dejected about? In any case, it seemed like he had exhausted the mysterious skeleton's usefulness, at least as far as attaining supremacy was concerned. Yuri's had indeed shared his earnest observations, and they were helpful. Although he had not provided Sonny with a definitive answer, he had at least shown him the right direction. One final step, an act of supreme defiance. Sonny fell into deep thought. Breaking the will of gods and going against the absolute laws of existence was definitely out of the question. Wasn't it? Noctis had broken the will of Sun God by liberating Hope. Something had defied death by breaking free of the Shadow Realm, which was how its fragment came to be. In a way, Cassie had defied an even higher authority by conspiring to liberate Sonny from fate, even though the actual perpetrator of that liberation was the thieving bird. He sighed. I don't need to be so grand in my ambitions. Yuri's had said that defying the greatest authority was the surest way, not the only way. Most Supremes had attained their supremacy with less drastic acts, no doubt. Azarax had killed a Supreme, but even that was not a necessity. Simply defying the authority of a Supreme could also work. Perhaps that was the way. While Sonny was contemplating, Yuri's suddenly spoke once again. Oh, by the way. Sonny looked at him somberly. What? The skeleton stared back at him for a moment. Nothing much, I just wanted to say that you should probably hurry and leave this place for now. He chuckled. Well, if you want to stay alive, of course. Read the chapters in advance on Telegram. Search for the name of the novel in the app's search bar. Join our channel in Telegram to receive chapters faster. Chapter 21-28, That Which Should Not Exist. Sonny let out a tired sigh. Even the 7th incarnation rolled its eyes in exasperation. Well, of course. Honestly, he had expected to hear something like that. After all, he was still in the Shadow Realm, and while the imminent danger had seemingly passed, it would be foolish to expect that new perils would not reveal themselves soon. After cursing his fate, or lack thereof, for a few moments quietly, he asked in a resigned tone, Oh, what is it now? The ancient skull stared at him with empty eye sockets. When Yuri spoke, his creaky voice sounded a bit wistful. Look at me carefully, boy. How do you think I ended up in this state? Sonny studied the skeleton silently. Yuri's was sprawled on the ground, surrounded by broken pieces of ivory bones and half-buried in the obsidian dust. The bone fragments belonged to the remains of a soul serpent, but the human skeleton, too, was not intact. Half of his ribs were broken, one of his arms was entirely missing, and his legs were completely crushed. He was in quite a sorry state. Sonny did not know how powerful Yuri's was, exactly, but he shuddered to imagine what kind of creature could have mutilated him so thoroughly. He glanced down at the shadow archer. I gather it wasn't this one here who did such a number on you. The skeleton laughed. No. Yuri's paused for a few moments, then spoke in a friendly tone. As I mentioned before, there is an entrance to the Shadow Realm hidden in the abyss of the underworld. We are not too far from that entrance, meaning that these are the outer edges of the Shadow Realm. This is where the shadows of living beings arrive after death before undertaking a pilgrimage to the heart of the land of the dead. He sighed. I was attempting the same, but oh well, you can see how I ended up. Sonny raised an eyebrow. What lies at the heart of the Shadow Realm, then? The ancient skeleton struggled to shrug. That I do not know. I was curious to see, though, such a tantalizing mystery. Since I am more or less dead, it would be a shame to miss the chance. After chuckling with mirth, he grew more serious. In any case, the outer edges of the Shadow Realm hide their own perils. Like the creatures of darkness who sometimes crawl out of the abyss, one of them is drawing closer and closer, by the way. I thought I should let you know. Sonny cursed. Damnation. Right, there had been the fourth dark drifter, the wolf, pursuing the shadow of condemnation. Sonny had assumed that it was destroyed by the essence storm, but the creature seemed to have survived, considering that it had been on the ground when the storm hit. Did it burrow into the dust to avoid the currents of essence? He looked around, gazing past the field of bones at the desolate expanse of dark dunes. Come to think of it. Sonny glanced at the new hill of black dust that had formed where the shadow condemnation fell. The dust used to be solid obsidian. Had the shadow realm been a land of glossy black stone once, before turning into a desert of dust? But that was beside the point. The point was that the wolf was still alive and drawing closer. It had failed to feast on the essence of condemnation, but Sonny was right here. A transcendent titan was probably not as delicious as a cursed tyrant, but food was food. Remembering the vulture and the leech, he considered if he could slay the wolf alone. Considering how tired and wounded Sonny was, it seemed problematic at best and unlikely at worst. He grimaced. So am I supposed to run away from that dark one? Yuri stared at him silently for a moment. Goodness, can you let me finish, boy? Who cares about those eerie things? I just remembered to mention it by chance. What I was going to say was that, while the outer edges of the shadow realm hide their own perils, the true horrors all dwell deeper in its heartland. Sonny blinked. The essence storms and the creatures of darkness are not the true horrors. Noticing his pale face, the mysterious skeleton scoffed. You must have seen the shadows walking toward the center of the shadow realm, so think about it. The weaker ones get ground into streams of essence swiftly. The stronger ones last a little longer, then, who can endure long enough to reach the heartland. Sonny's expression darkened. He's right. The shadow of condemnation had not been destroyed by the shadow realm. It had been killed by Sonny. If he had not been there, it would have rebuilt its colossal body and continued marching forward, at least for a while. In fact, it might not have dissolved into essence entirely for years, hundreds of years, perhaps. So how many of such shadows were somewhere ahead, in the heart of the shadow realm? Or shadow left behind by even more powerful beings? He shivered. Yuri's nodded. Indeed, out there in the darkness dwell the shadows of beings beyond your comprehension. Cursed, sacred, divine, unholy. Those that have endured countless eons of annihilation, changing slowly in the process. This feral shadow right here has already given you so much trouble, so how are you going to survive them? He paused for a few moments, then added in a troubled tone. More than that, out there ahead exist things that should not exist at all. This was the first time Yuri seemed to drow. His jovial demeanor entirely, which did nothing to lessen Sonny's alarm. He asked in a strained tone, "What things?" The white skeleton stared at him silently. Eventually, the voice resounded from its depths once again. Creatures of shadow who have succumbed to corruption. Oh, and they have sensed the scent of your transcendent soul by now, without a doubt. Chapter 21-29, Calculated Risk. Sonny was out of curses and out of tired sighs. He just stared at the expressionless skull for a while, then let out a short laugh. Ah, I see, is that all? So there were ancient shadows dwelling in the depths of the shadow realm. Shadows so great and vast that even this place took eons to ground them into pure essence. Shadows of dead deities, both divine and profane. And some of them had succumbed to corruption somewhere along the way, becoming monstrous beings that defied description. Sonny glanced at Yuri's. So, shadow creatures are not supposed to become corrupted. The mysterious skeleton hesitated for a few moments. Well, it's not entirely impossible, I guess, but definitely unheard of. Unless one has been born as a shadow spawn, shadow creatures come to be from the shadows of the dead. And death, as you should know, destroys corruption. So I have never even heard of a corrupted shadow creature before witnessing one myself here. My, oh my, the world has really changed. Yuri's let out an amused laugh. In any case, unlike the shadow of my fellow member of the Nine, you have neglected to hide the scent of your soul when entering the shadow realm. They must have sensed it already. So they will be coming for you soon. As such, I suggest that you run back to where you came from, boy, and return once you are strong enough to face them." Sonny smiled darkly. He was inclined to listen to that advice. Of course, there were a couple problems if he did, namely, the Essence Storm and the Wolf, who were currently between him and the Gate of Shadow. But he could solve these problems somehow. Facing an unholy being or two, however, was not something he could solve. Sonny sighed and glanced at the shadow of the archer, to whose throat he was still holding a sharp shard of bone. After lingering for a little while, he said, "I'll go, however, before that, I still have 2 questions I want to ask you." Yuri stared at him silently, neither confirming nor denying that he would answer them. The 7th incarnation gestured to the remains of the soul serpents towering around them. "Why are these here? What killed them?" The mysterious skeleton turned his skull a little, looking at the ancient bones. "Nothing killed them. This is just their resting place. This is where shadow serpents come after losing their masters to follow them into death. A sentiment you are not familiar with, it seems, considering that you are still here and running around without one. My, oh my, how callous." Sonny hesitated. Why is the shadow realm so inhospitable to shadow creatures anyway? To be honest, I did not expect to suffer this much in my supposed homeland. Yuri's laughed. "Isn't it the purpose of the shadow realm to give solace and eternal peace to shadows? Ah, but not all shadows, of course, just those without a master, like the shadows of the dead. Or you, the shadow of a dead god." Sonny blinked. What? So if he still shared shadow bond with Nephis, his soul would not be slowly crumbling in the shadow realm. Weirdly enough, it somehow made sense. Without a master, he was no different from the orphaned shadows that came to this desolate land after the beings casting them died. So, the shadow realm was trying to give him the gift of eternal peace. By destroying him. His eyes narrowed a little. "Wait, so I can summon my shadows here, and they will be fine." Had he been holding back for no good reason? Yuri shook his skull. "Those things you call shadows are not exactly masterless, but they are not exactly real beings either. They are a part of you, so they will be destroyed with you much more thoroughly than you, really. Unless you complete them and turn them into real shadow creatures, I'd advise against bringing them here." Sonny raised an eyebrow, startled. "Complete them? What do you mean?" The ancient skeleton sighed. "Boy, they say that wisdom comes with age, but do consider that I spent most of my long existence nailed to a tree. What kind of wisdom do you think I was supposed to gain while hanging on a damn tree? I'm not at all omniscient. How am I supposed to know more about the nature of being a shadow than you do? To answer your question, I have no idea. All I know is that unless they can exist independent of you, they are not complete creatures of shadow." Sonny stared at him silently for a while, utterly perplexed. So, according to Yuri's, Saint and the others were not actual shadow creatures. Yet, and that there was something he could do to complete them, thus giving them some kind of independence. Weren't they quite complete already? And why would he Eve? And want to make them independent? The whole point of having shadows was that they were always at his beck and call, ready to assist him with whatever he needed assistance with. It didn't make any sense. And he did not have time to deal with this issue at the moment, really. Shaking his head, Sonny looked back to the shadow archer. His face hardened. After remaining silent for a while, he said, "Then that leaves only one matter I still have to deal with. So, Yuri's of the 9, you told me that this one is one of the 9 as well. What was her name, then?" Alethea of the 9 had been a sorceress and a pursuer of knowledge, so he could not imagine her becoming a feral huntress. The archer had probably been someone else. The white skull remained silent for a bit, then clacked its jaw. "She doesn't remember, so I don't remember either." Sonny stared at him darkly. Somehow, I found it hard to believe. The grinning skull just stared at him without saying anything. Then Yuri's grumbled. "Life is full of hardships, boy. What am I supposed to do about it? You said that you had 2 questions for me anyway, and this is the 7th. I'm not giving you any answers for free anymore." Sonny frowned and counted. "Why are these here? What killed them? Why is the shadow realm so inhospitable to shadow creatures? So I can summon my shadow here, and they will be fine." "Complete them? What do you mean?" He gritted his teeth. "That bastard." Looking at him, Yuri's laughed. Go find her name on your own. Maybe if you give it to her, she'll regain some of what she lost. Sunny muttered a curse. A few moments later, the mysterious skeleton asked with curiosity, So, are you going to listen to my advice and let her be? Or do what you always seem to do and kill her? Let me repeat, just in case. Doing so will be extremely dangerous. It is much better to just allow the shadow realm itself to finish her off. Sunny stared at the shadow of the archer. Yuri's was right. Inviting this murderous shadow into his soul would be extremely dangerous, and it would be much wiser to let her live. For a bit more, considering how severely damaged the archer was, she would without a doubt be destroyed by the shadow realm soon. It was just that Sunny did not believe that one bit. There were countless reasons that pointed to the fact that the archer would not survive even if left alone, but he had survived too many impossible situations to feel confident. That maniac was a kindred spirit of sorts. Even though the world itself was against her, she would find a way to live on. He was sure of it. And more importantly, Sunny was not one to let go of a grudge. He smiled darkly. I'll risk it. With that, he strained his hand and cut the archer's throat with the sharp fragment of the ivory fang. Chapter 21, 30 Inviting a Killer into Your Soul. Sunny said that he would take the risk, but really he was quite concerned. He did not know what would happen next. The first part was not at all surprising. Your shadow grows stronger. The handy bracelet might not have been enchanted to react when Sunny killed a shadow, but a shadow creature was different. He had some experience with that. As soon as the voice spoke into his ear, Sunny felt a torrent of fragments rush into his soul. Quite a bit less than what he had received after slaying the shadow of condemnation, but still an amazing amount. He could feel subtle changes happening to his body, making him a little bit stronger. Even though he had already formed all 7 cores, there was still one final feat left to perform. It was to saturate them fully once and for all. Before that, the familiar hunt for shadow fragments would still hold some meaning for him, albeit less than before. Unless he found some other way to use them, of course. Nephis could burn her cores to unleash annihilating flames, for example, while Mordred could tear out pieces of his soul to create reflections. It was unknown, and quite doubtful really, that Sunny's aspect possessed such a facet. If not, one day soon he would lose an integral reason to hunt down nightmare creatures and seek more power. Sunny found the very idea of having no motive to kill unfamiliar. He had spent so much time being pushed to endlessly seek out battle against beings who were his equals or possessed greater power than him at that it had become his second nature. How would it even feel to not have that need? Well, I'm sure I'll find some other reason to kill things. Or it would find him. When had the world ever allowed him peace and tranquility? In any case, fully saturating his cores would most likely have to wait until his next visit to the Shadow Realm, wherever that might be. Receiving a flood of shadow fragments was what he had expected. The next part was shrouded in doubt. As the ghostly body of the shadow archer convulsed and dissolved into black smoke under him, soon disappearing entirely, Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. 2 things could happen. First one was that the vicious slayer would join the ranks of the still and silent shadows that populated his soul sea. It was just that Sunny doubted that she would remain still and silent for long. Yuri's was right. This strange shadow had maintained self-awareness and lucidity, a form of them at least, even after coming to the Shadow Realm after the death of the woman casting it. So she would most likely remain rebellious in his soul sea, as well, either going on a massacre or simply endeavoring to destroy his soul from the inside. Maybe both. The second possibility was just as troubling, if not more so. The Slayer of the Shadow Realm was a shadow creature, after all, just like Nightmare had been. And unlike the rest of his shadows, with the exception of Serpent, who had been handed down to Sunny as a legacy relic by the spell, Nightmare was not created by combining the silent shadow of a slain creature with their echo. Instead, as soon as Sunny killed the tenebrous St. Nightmare had become his shadow directly. The same could happen with the nebulous Slayer, which would root her essence in one of his shadow cores. What would happen then? Sunny had no idea. She would definitely not recognize him as a master, though. And what would happen if a shadow that spent thousands of years hunting down other shadows got rooted in one of her killer's shadow cores? Sunny shuddered to imagine. He had a vain hope that the silent shadows in his soul sea would come to life again to protect him, like they had when Mordred challenged him to a soul duel. But these situations were different. Sunny was still unsure how that facet of his aspect functioned and what had stirred the silent shadows into action. But if he had to guess, it would be that Mordred was an invader to his soul, a foreign body that had to be purged. The Shadow Slayer, however, would not be. Rather, she would be a part of his soul, no different from the vast sea of still water, the seven suns of his cores, the shadows that dwelled within them, the replica of the nameless temple, and the legion of lifeless shadows that now stood around it, watching the dark edifice silently. So, he would decide what to do after learning which of the two possibilities had come true. Feeling a subtle change happening to his soul, Sunny glanced at Yuri's. "Well, I'll be going then." The ancient skeleton did not move, but the creaky voice resounded from the depths of its white skull once again. "Oh, Godspeed." Sunny hesitated for a moment. "You know, it would be much more convenient if I took you with me. Then, you would not have to wait for me to come all the way back here after becoming a supreme." Yuri's chuck cackled. "It took me so much effort to get to the Shadow Realm, and now you want me to leave. No thanks. What happens if you die before becoming supreme? Your shadow will just waltz down here naturally, but I'll have to walk all the way back. And..." He took a pause, then added wistfully, "I don't have feet anymore." Sunny smiled. "You also only have one arm. So, if I decided to take you with me NYWOY, you wouldn't be able to put up much of a fight, would you?" The white skull stared at him expressionlessly for a few moments. "My oh my, do try." The tone was friendly, but somehow, Sunny felt a shiver run down his back. He decided against it. "Until we meet again, then. I'll give your regards to Nephis, oh, and by the way." His tone was friendly as well. "If I hear you call her an abomination again, I'll break your remaining arm." Hearing that, Yuri's almost seemed perplexed. As Sunny rose to his feet, he mumbled quietly, "What a bizarre thing to say. The world has gone insane." Turning around, Sunny took the first step. It was then that he finally heard the words he had been waiting for. "You have received a shadow." Chapter 21:31 Shadow Slayer. Sunny had to get back to the Gate of Shadow to summon himself back into Godgrave. It was going to take him longer to return than it had taken to reach the Serpent Graveyard, though both because he would not be riding the shoulders of the Shadow of Condemnation this time, and because he had to circle around the massive Essence Storm. There was the last of the darkness creatures to worry about as well. The wolf was still out there, somewhere, relatively near and drawing nearer according to Yuri's. But those were minor concerns. The real concern were the harrowing beings that dwelled in the heart of the Shadow Realm and were apparently coming to consume him. He could already feel a subtle, terrifying pressure at the outer edges of his shadow sense, dozens of kilometers away. It made him shiver. That was why there was no time to waste, and why he had resolved the issue of the Shadow Slayer so hastily. Sunny would have loved to stay and talk to Yuri's more, but his instincts were telling him that he had to run. Or fly, that would be even better. His original body was severely wounded and weakened, so it could not maintain sufficient speed. So he intended to construct a powerful shell around the seventh avatar and carry himself as he fled. Before that happened, though, Arg! Sunny staggered and fell to one knee after taking only a few steps. A piercing pain was ravaging his soul. She's not wasting any time, is she? Gritting his teeth, he rose from the ground and dove into his soul sea. By now, trained by having to control several avatars at the same time, Sunny could continue moving freely even while a piece of his consciousness entered the lightless expanse of his soul. So, even while he found himself surrounded by the familiar expanse of dark water, his two bodies continued to flee. His soul sea had changed, somewhat, from the last time he visited it. The still water was the same, but if the dark ocean felt more deep, there were more shadows surrounding the replica of the nameless temple, tens of thousands of them watching it silently. As if waiting for something. The main difference, of course, was that there were now 7 black suns hanging above the temple instead of 6. The dark sky of his soul felt complete. Sonny knew that 6 shadows resided in these cores now. Saint, Serpent, Nightmare, Fiend, Mimic, and the Slayer of the Shadow Realm. As he stared at his terror core, another pulse of harrowing pain washed over his conscience, making him groan. This maniac. As Sonny grimaced in pain, he thought he noticed a net of cracks revealing itself on the surface of the black sun. The still water stirred lightly, and a cold wind blew across its surface, making the branches of the soul devourer's shadow sway somewhere in the distance. The slayer he had invited into his soul seemed to have regained awareness, and was already trying to destroy one of his soul cores from within. As the 7th incarnation called upon the shadows of the realm of death to envelop him and started to build a shell, Sonny summoned the slayer to the surface of the still water. Soon she appeared in front of him, wreathed momentarily in black flames. When the flames were extinguished, Sonny could finally see the shadow of one of the 9 clearly. She looked much different from how she had been when they fought. Only now that Sonny saw the slayer in the darkness of his soul did he realize how tattered and frayed her shadow had been in the shadow realm. Now, however, she was restored to immaculate condition. The vague, elusive silhouette was gone, replaced by a figure as solid as he himself was. The billowing mantle of ghostly smoke had dissipated, as well, and nothing obscured her features anymore. In front of him stood a beautiful woman with a slender and graceful figure, her build radiating a sense of extreme agility and strength. Her poise was unmistakably that of a warrior, and there was a hint of pride in the set of her bare shoulders. Her luscious ebony hair was gathered into a long braid, and her lean muscles seemed to be sculpted by an obsessed artist. It was just that her lithe body was entirely black, as if cast from ink. In fact, there was not a hint of color that Sonny could see. Well, it made sense. She was a shadow after all. And a slayer of shadows as well. The slayer was wearing a very light armor that consisted of a Teruge's skirt, a chest guard, a single bracer, and greaves that protected her shins. Clearly something meant for an archer, not a melee combatant. With how the light ensemble looked on her graceful body, she seemed more like a dancer than a fighter, but Sonny was not deceived. There were too many holes in his body to make such a mistake. Her face, meanwhile, was hidden behind a veil, and yet Sonny could vaguely discern her features. High cheekbones, a sharp nose, and lifeless black eyes that seemed to stare at him with no emotion. Sonny let out a careful breath. Summoning a shadow to appear in front of him in the soul sea was not the same as summoning them to the outside world. Here, they usually remained lifeless and passive unless he commanded them to come to their senses, as if in a state of stasis. So he could study them and their runes in peace. It seems I'm safe for the moment. Sonny stared at the slayer, then shifted his gaze and looked into the shadow that served as her soul. The rest of his shadows possessed dark embers instead of shadow cores, but this one was unique. After all, she had possessed an actual soul core despite being a shadow, so Sonny did not know what to expect. What he saw was different from how the slayer had been before, but also not at all like the rest of his shadows. Her radiant soul core was gone, but instead of being replaced by a dark ember, it was replaced by a radiant shard instead. That shard still remained in the same strange state, not quite transcendent, but also not quite supreme, as if lacking something. How do I learn her runes? Sonny was burning with curiosity and more than a little bit of greed. He was quite excited to possess such a powerful shadow. Now that he was banished from the spell, the most reliable source of information he had access to was Cassie. However, to get her to take a look at the slayer, he would have to summon the murderous shadow into the real world. And she would probably venture to kill him immediately after that. Thank the gods she was docile and passive here, at least. Suddenly, Sonny felt a bad premonition. And a moment later, the dark eyes of the slayer, which had been empty and lifeless before, slowly regained their cold sharpness. Defying all the rules, the shadow turned her head slightly despite not receiving a command to come to life, and stared directly at him with murderous coldness. Sonny gulped. Crap. Chapter 21:32 Untamed. Of course. Why the hell had he assumed that this crazed maniac would follow the rules? The first thing she had done after becoming his shadow was strike at the walls of his shadow core, after all. His mind must have been more tired than he had thought. At the same time as Sunny realized that the Slayer had shaken off the state of stasis she was supposed to be in, the shadow already lunged at him. Sunny staggered back, barely avoiding her fingers, and fell on the surface of the black water. They were currently in front of the steps of the nameless temple, some distance away from the silent shadows. Sunny glanced at them briefly as he fell, hoping that the legion of his past victims would surge forward to protect him. But the shadows remained still and unmoving, not reacting to the plight of their master at all. It was just as he had expected. The Slayer was a part of his soul, so the silent shadows did not see her as an intruder. Damnation! Rolling over his shoulder, Sunny jumped to his feet and stared at the beautiful shadow scornfully. At the same time, he commanded her to stand down. Hey, you, now listen. His orders were absolute as far as shadows were concerned. Well, at least they were supposed to be. To be fair, his other shadows were all quite loyal and obedient, never trying to resist his orders except for Fiend, who sometimes put up a small fight. But even that guy was not serious about his disobedience, mostly putting on a show. After making his indignation or reluctance known, he always swiftly complied with whatever it was that Sunny commanded him to do. So he had expected that the Slayer would freeze in place. And she did. For a second. Then, as if struggling against terrible weight, the shadow moved once more. Her movements were slow at first, but then accelerated beyond imagination, making blood run cold in Sunny's veins. Curse it all. The Slayer wore armor, not matter how minimal, but she lacked weapons entirely. Nevertheless, that did not matter at all. Her entire body was a weapon, and she could easily rip Sunny apart with her bare hands. Especially now that he was tired, and his soul was in tatters. She was weakened by having to resist his direct order, at least, more so than she had been weakened as a shadow creature by having to defy the will of the Lord of Shadows at that. So Sunny wasn't entirely powerless. Dodging another strike, he tried to reason with the feral shad. Look around. Do you know where you are? What exactly are you hoping to accomplish here, you lunatic? Instead of answering, the Slayer simply gave him a murderous glance. Her gaze, full of infinitely cold killing intent, made Sunny shiver. He took another step back to avoid a crushing strike and scowled. What was he supposed to do here? Fighting the Slayer again would be a problem, not only because Sunny could not retreat, thus giving her free rein to wreak havoc in his soul, but also because he did not want to destroy her. Why would he destroy such a powerful shadow after going to all that trouble to gain it? The alternatives, however, seemed grim. If he left the Soul Sea, she would destroy his shadow cores and kill him. Actually, she would probably massacre the silent shadows first, absorbing them and growing even more powerful first. Of course, he could summon the Slayer back into the Shadow Realm and fight her there, thus saving his soul from her fury. But that would just result in his body suffering more, not to mention wasting precious time. Apart from that, Yuri's had said that the Shadow Realm would be much more destructive for Sunny's shadows, so even if he won, he would probably lose the Slayer for good. So the only thing that remained was what? He blocked a vicious kick and was thrown back, almost reaching the first row of the Legion of Silent Shadows. I guess I have to restrain her. That was not an ideal solution, but the only one he could think of. He had to put Slayer somewhere she would not be destroyed, but would not have the ability to further damage his soul either. Then, after she was restrained, he could come up with a way to tame her slowly. In fact, Sunny had noticed something when he was talking to Yuri's. His knuckles were split, and a few drops of his blood fell into the GH. Ostly smoke shrouding the defeated figure of the Slayer. She seemed to react to his blood slightly. Was that, perhaps, something he could explore further? Another strike landed on Sunny, almost knocking his wind out. It did not matter right now. Angered, he snarled. I said stand down. The Slayer did not seem to react to his bellow. However, she did react to a vast presence that suddenly appeared behind her. But it was too late. There stood an enormous creature. It was a scaled beast with 3 long necks and 3 terrifying maws, its enormous body framed by vast skeletal wings. A black miasma flowed from the numerous torn holes on its body, spreading slowly over the restless surface of dark water. Its size dwarfed both Sunny and the Slayer, making them seem like toys. Before the murderous shadow could react, the beast's claws closed around her, crushing her in an iron grip. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. "Oh, thanks, Serpent." Indeed, the ghastly beast was none other than Serpent, having assumed the form of one of the silent shadows. That of the defiled seeker of truth, a titan that Sunny had once slain in Antarctica. Sunny was a titan himself now, which meant that Serpent had become a titan as well. And as such, it had the ability to turn into the form of the titan Sunny had killed, as long as they were not of a higher rank than Serpent itself. Defiled seeker of truth, Goliath. Winter beast. That was one of the main reasons why Sunny had wanted to venture into the Shadow Realm and earn his titan core. Inhaling deeply, Sunny glanced at the Slayer, who was struggling to free herself from the titan's inescapable grip, and headed for the nameless temple. "Follow me." Soon enough, Sunny was standing outside the stone chamber that served as a treasury in the real world. In the replica of the nameless temple, however, it had become a cell. The Slayer was locked inside behind an iron door. She had already landed a few crushing strikes, both at the door and at the walls of her cell, but even her strength was not sufficient to damage them. Sunny let out a dejected sigh. "This is my soul sea, damn it." Apparently now, there was a jail in his soul sea. Shaking his head, he turned around and said tiredly, "Stay put for now, Slayer. I'll deal with you later." Somehow, he felt that rehabilitating his misguided sixth shadow would take a bit of time, and a lot of effort. Chapter 21:33 The Youngest. In the tastefully decorated display hall of the Memory Boutique, which was located in the basement of the Brilliant Emporium, which, in turn, was a marvelous devil who hid a pocket dimension in its belly. A graceful young man was sitting calmly on the floor with his eyes closed. In his hand, he was holding a small lantern carved from black stone. The gate of the lantern was open, and beyond it nestled an eerie darkness. A sense of chilling coldness came from its impenetrable depths. Suddenly, the tranquil young man let out a sigh and opened his eyes. In the next moment, two shadows suddenly escaped from the gate of the dark lantern, instantly turning into perfect copies of him. Both were dirty and battered, instantly marring the immaculately clean floor with a layer of black dust. However, while one was simply disheveled, the other looked more like a corpse, especially due to how pale their porcelain skin was. His black tunic was tattered and torn, and there were countless hideous wounds covering his body. The wounds were bloodless, which only made him look more like a cadaver. Looking at the mess, the graceful young man dismissed the black lantern and pursed his lips. Hunching, Sunny took a few ragged breaths, and then looked at his gloomy incarnation. "What are you staring at, bastard?" With that, he swayed and collapsed to the floor. Now that he had escaped the Shadow Realm, all strength suddenly left his mangled body. It was partially due to the psychological effect of finally reaching safety, and partially due to the fact that he had been quite literally empowered by the desolate land of shadows. Now that the borrowed strength was gone, Sunny toppled like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Laying on the cool floorboards, he let out a pained groan. "I don't think I can move." Not only did he find it difficult to move a muscle, but the pain he had been suppressing rushed in like a tide. Sunny felt his consciousness dim, and somewhere far away, the Lord of the Shadow stumbled subtly. Luckily, the King of Swords had assigned him a long and annoying, but mostly passive mission. It was his turn to guard the base camp of the expedition force near the Vanishing Lake. With Condemnation's death, the balance of power in the Breastbone Hollow had shifted, and many powerful nightmare creatures were on the move. More than that, the prolonged deprivation from sunlight was slowly starting to affect the ancient jungle, so the entire ecosystem was in a state of mild chaos. But the abominations rarely approached Vanishing Lake, and therefore Sunny merely had to stay vigilant without doing much of anything. It was a bit of a waste to assign the Lord of Shadows to guard duty as far as he was concerned, but the King of Swords had his own considerations. In any case, the timely new assignment gave Sunny a few days of respite, which was a blessing in disguise. Letting out another quiet groan, Sunny almost missed the Incarnation's response. "I am looking at two useless fools. What did you idiots do to our soul, huh?" Technically, the seventh incarnation was innocent. It had not even been born when Sunny allowed his soul to be damaged by the essence storm. But instead of retorting, the nonchalant guy simply gave the neat avatar a short glance and remained silent. Sunny cursed. What did we do? What did you do? Nothing, so who are you calling? Damn, why am I even wasting essence on talking to you? With that, he released both incarnations, allowing them to turn back into shadows. The gloomy shadow gave the new guy an inquisitive stare. The eldest of the shadows seemed to be pondering the youngest shadow's character. Actually, Sunny was curious too. Truth be told, the seventh shadow, the last shadow, had been born in quite an epic way. It had been born in the realm of death from the act of slaying an ancient god, and struck down the dreadful slayer of the shadow realm seconds after being born. What could be more awesome than that? Additionally, although the incarnation had been controlled by Sunny, it did display certain personality traits. It seemed aloof, nonchalant, cold, and calm in all situations. Kind of cool, really. Did I finally have a normal shadow? Someone sane, sensible, and decent like me, not an unhinged lunatic like those six crazies. Sunny was excited. Trying to distract himself from the pain, he strained to speak. Hey, you the new guy, look at me, will you? The seventh shadow lingered for a few moments, then looked at him indifferently. It was indeed cool. But how should Sunny put it? There was something off about that nonchalant attitude. Suddenly, a terrible suspicion crawled its way into his mind. And no, now look at your older brother. The seventh shadow did not move for a second or two, then slowly shifted its gaze to Gloomy. Sunny's eyes widened. Hey. But there was no denying it. The seventh shadow was indeed calm and nonchalant, but not because of cold aloofness. Instead, Sunny felt like it simply couldn't be bothered to strain itself with such complicated emotions. It was too lazy to bother. In fact, its whole demeanor emanated a strong feeling of idleness and sloth. The seventh shadow was fine doing nothing. It was enjoying the peace. It was content, relaxed, and a little sleepy. Having to follow all these bothersome orders was irritating, but even getting annoyed was not worth it. Sunny gritted his teeth. You lazy bastard, how dare you be a letdown? What a waste of an epic origin story. The lazy shadow just stared at him indifferently, not bothering to get angry. Sunny groaned. Damn, it's another lunatic. No, but why are all my shadows sick in the head? How come? What can be the reason? The two shadows glanced at each other. Then in perfect sync, they slowly shook their heads. Chapter 21, 34 Deadly Rewards. The disappointing personality of the lazy shadow aside, overall, the trip to the shadow realm was a resounding success. And yet, Sunny could not get over it. But he's the shadow of the Titan core, the youngest, the last one, the Titan. He groaned. This time, it was not because of the pain, but rather because of a bitter feeling of resignation. Laying on the floor and nearly unable to move, he stared at the ceiling with a miserable expression. Gloomy, happy, creepy, haughty, naughty, crazy, and lazy. Sunny was full of regret. Not only because his last shadow was not as cool and heroic as he had hoped, but also because he belatedly realized how inconsistent his naming sense was. Damn, if I'd known in advance, I would have made all 7 nicknames rhyme, but he was stuck with the 7 fools now. After suffering in silence for a while, Sunny tried to send a mental message to Cassie, but she did not respond. Either she was asleep or simply too busy to answer these days. Unless the message was important, Cassie rarely responded immediately. That was because the King of Swords was working her hard in the hollows. The blind seer was not exactly a battle specialist, and yet he sent her out with the other saints time after time. Well, it was no wonder. After all, having a powerful seer lead the charge was a great advantage when venturing into an unexplored and dire area of a death zone. Eventually, Sunny sighed. Let's go over what I gained. The first and foremost, of course, was his Titan core. Becoming a Titan empowered him in several ways. The most obvious, of course, was the increase of his raw power. His body had grown stronger, and his reserves of essence had grown deeper. The changes were game-changing, but also not insignificant. Every little bit mattered, and becoming more powerful by around 1/7 of his overall strength could not be considered a little bit. Sunny summoned his runes and looked at the counter of shadow fragments. Shadow fragments 447,000. He had lost some to the shadow realm, but gained much more than what had been lost. He had won the race against time. In fact, he had gained more than expected. If Sunny went by how many shadow fragments he had received for slaying Nightmare, a fellow shadow creature, then slaying the shadow of Condemnation, who had been a cursed tyrant, should have only brought him close to forming the 7th core, but not past that final threshold. But he had clearly received way more than 2,000 fragments, which would have been a reasonable amount. Either the rules were different when slaying beings of the highest ranks, or something else had transpired. Perhaps he had not just absorbed the power of condemnation, but also the power of the condemned, of those unfortunate souls that had been assimilated by the cursed god over the ages, becoming its parts. That was the only thing Sunny could think of, which honestly was a chilling thought. In any case, with the added fragments he had absorbed after slaying the Slayer, an ironic sentence to say, no doubt, the counter was not close to 500. There was a long way to go before he saturated his 7 cores fully. Full saturation did not matter much in the grand scheme of things, though, since it would only result in a marginal increase of power. The other benefits Sunny had gained from becoming a Titan were much more important. One of them had already shown its usefulness. It was the fact that Serpent could assume the form of Titans that rested in Sunny's souls. Not only was it going to be of great help in the battle against the Sovereigns, but it would also be an ace hidden up his sleeve. After all, the only thing better than a powerful tool was a powerful tool that the enemy did not know about. Then there was another benefit, the fact that he possessed 7 shadows instead of 6 now, and could therefore augment his power 8-fold instead of 7-fold. Considering that his overall strength had increased with becoming a Titan, as well, that was a considerable, and honestly quite frightening, jump in power. The power of a transcendent Titan was no joke, and when augmented by 7 shadows, Sunny shuddered to imagine what he would be able to do. And there would be 2 such creatures facing against the Sovereigns, no less he and Nephis. Their chances had improved. Alternatively, these 7 shadows could be used to augment one of his shadows, including Serpent in the form of a Titan. That would be a terrifying sight to behold as well. Finally, there was the last benefit of becoming a Titan. It was that he could command one more avatar now, and therefore be in one more place at the same time. Granted, Sunny felt reluctant to send any of his shadows away. Now that the resolution of the war was drawing close, he felt a disquieting feeling that all hell could break loose at any moment. So, he wanted to have the ability to face the unexpected at the peak of his power, and preferably at a moment's notice. I'll have to consider this carefully. Then there was something else he had gained in the Shadow Realm, his most unexpected reward. It was all the knowledge shared with him by Uris. There were too many striking revelations, as well as infuriatingly vague hints in what the mysterious skeleton had told him. In hindsight, the bastard was quite a master of subtly changing topics and steering the conversation away from undesirable truths. Of course, Sunny had not been blind to this manipulation, but what could he have done? It was not like he was in a position to force Uris to speak. In any case, he would have to go over everything that the skeleton had said and ponder it deeply. That was an important, but not urgent task. Finally, there was the most dubious of his gains. The Shadow Slayer. Sunny was lucky to have received such a powerful shadow. At the same time, not only could he not use it, but he even had to protect himself from her. What was this situation? Not to mention that he could not help but feel a bit torn about whether he could even keep Slayer. After all, he had spent a big chunk of his life rebelling fiercely against having a master. So was it right to forcefully possess an unwilling shadow? Honestly, he would rather not, even if she was not really a human or even a person, merely a shadow of one. But it wasn't like he knew how to give Slayer her freedom, or if it was even possible. Everything Sunny knew said otherwise, in fact. He could not even summon her and let her be, which would be an illusion of freedom, because his new shadow was a murderous psychopath whom he could not in good conscience unleash upon the world. Especially since she seemed hell-bent on killing him in particular. So unless Sunny kept Slayer, His only other option was to destroy her. But he was not ready to do that yet. Laying on the floor, Sonny sighed and stared at the ceiling. Then he turned his head and looked at his left hand. There, a sharp piece of bone was still held. It was all that remained from the ivory fang of a colossal soul serpent, whose skeleton lay among the black dunes of the Shadow Realm like a white mountain chain. This piece of bone had destroyed both the Shadow of Condemnation and the Slayer of the Shadow Realm. Technically, this was his final gain. As Sonny considered what to do with the piece of bone, he heard a door opening somewhere above, and gentle light suddenly reached into the darkness of the silent basement. Chapter 21, 35 Food Delivery. Sonny strained his tired body and turned his head toward the stairs, wondering who it was that had entered the brilliant emporium. Although the Ivory Island was not as desolate as before with the Fire Keepers back, few would come unannounced, let alone manage to get past the jaws of the marvelous mimic unharmed. So there were only a handful of candidates. Cassie was far away in the hollows, while Aiko usually floated down the stairs instead of walking. So, his question was answered shortly when he saw Nephis descending the steps carefully, her way illuminated softly by a floating memory. The graceful lines of her slender figure were a wondrous sight for sore eyes. Sonny was so engrossed in marveling at the view that he momentarily forgot to greet her. But what is she carrying? Indeed, Nephis held something in her hands. From his position below the stairs, that something looked suspiciously like a tray. A few moments later, a delectable aroma reached his nose. Sonny blinked a couple of times, food. At this moment, the soft light of the luminous memory chased away the darkness and shone upon his sprawled figure. Noticing him staring at her from the floor, Nephis froze for a moment, then turned away a little with a hint of embarrassment in her posture, as if trying to shield the tray with her body. You are already back." Her voice sounded confident and even like always, but he could tell that she was a little startled. She remained silent for a moment, and then added in her usual impassive tone, "I just thought you'd be hungry when you come back, so I brought some food over to leave it just in case." Sonny stared at her for a bit, then smiled, feeling a strange and warm feeling soothe his aching heart. "Did you cook a meal for me?" Nephis cleared her throat. "Why did you assume that I can't cook, Master Sunless? Naturally, I can. I received an extensive education as a scion of a legacy clan, after all, including advanced courses on meal preparation and nutrition. So I am quite skilled in these matters as well." Sonny laughed quietly, then grimaced due to pain. I'd better not make any sudden movements. At the same time, he thought back to their shared past, one that only he remembered and treasured dearly. His smile turned a little wistful. "Oh no, I know that you can cook, Lady Nephis. In fact, I even considered employing you as a chef in the brilliant emporium once." These days, it was Sonny who always fed Nephis. He was happy to, and really, watching her enjoy the food he prepared brought him great joy. But in the early days of their tumultuous relationship, back on the Forgotten Shore, it had been her who always prepared food for the cohort. Smelling the delicious aroma now, Sonny suddenly realized how much he had missed the taste of Neff's cooking. Those legacy teachers are no joke. She tilted her head a little and gave him a dubious look, sparks of amusement igniting in her eyes. "Me employed as a chef." Sonny raised an eyebrow and grinned. "Why, the Lord of Shadow can work in the kitchen, but Changing Star can't." Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then smiled subtly. "Maybe one day in the future. I'm a bit preoccupied for now." Then her smile slowly disappeared, and as her gaze explored Sonny's sprawled figure, her expression darkened. "But why are you you're wounded?" Sonny coughed and hesitated for a few moments. "Yes, I am a bit wounded. In fact, I am so wounded that I can't even hold up a spoon." Hurrying her steps, Nephis hastily descended from the stair and placed the tray on a display table. "Hold on, I'll heal you." Sonny gave her a pitiful look. "Or, you can hold me while you feed me." Her expression hardened. "I'll heal you." As Sonny chuckled, she knelt in front of him and placed her hands on his chest. Soon, his pain receded, chased away by the warm wave of purifying flame. His battered body was healed, and even his hurt soul was soothed, repairing itself with much greater speed. This time, it took Nephis much longer than usual to mend his wounds. Eventually, though, she was done, even if her complexion had become a little pale. Knowing the price that it entailed, Sonny disliked being healed by her quite a bit, but he was not immature enough to voice his reluctance. After all, seeing him wounded and suffering must have been just as painful for her as seeing her in agony was for him. Well, maybe a bit less so. In any case, it was a gift she gave freely and willingly, and he would not answer her grace with bitter words of regret. So Sonny just smiled and said with relief written clearly on his face, "Thank you." Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then answered in a slightly subdued tone. "If you are grateful, don't get hurt so easily. I don't like it when you get hurt." Sonny let out a quiet laugh. "It wasn't easy to get hurt this badly, you know. In fact, I worked really hard to receive each wound." She gave him a reproachful look. "So what happened?" He sat up, then glanced at the tray of food that remained forgotten on the table. "Oh, I went to the Shadow Realm, killed a dead god, became a titan, learned a few ancient secrets from a talkative corpse, and cut the throat of a shadow who had once been his companion." Sonny smiled, then pointed to the food. "I'll tell you everything in more detail, but can I eat first? I'm sure I'll enjoy the meal more while it's still hot, even if you refuse to feed me." Nephis blinked a couple of times. "Sure, go ahead if you wish." Then, as Sonny rose to pick up the tray, she suddenly spoke again. "Wait, did you say that you killed a dead god?" Fully concentrated on the alluring view of a meal prepared by Nephis, Sonny nodded absent-mindedly. "Yes, I was just a minor god, though. Nothing to worry about." Chapter 21, 36 Ritual. "And that was when I said goodbye to Yuri's and rushed back to where I had entered the Shadow Realm to return here. For what it's worth, I think that scoundrel was happy to know that you are all right, despite the colorful words he used to describe you." Nephis remained silent for a while, looking at Sonny with wonder. She had asked him a few questions here and there during his tale, but mostly kept quiet and listened intently. A few moments later, she slowly shook her head. "He is from the time before the nightmare spell ruled the world. He would not know what nightmares are and how they function. So he would not be able to guess that I received the attribute of Nephilim after conquering the first nightmare. He would simply think that I was born as one. Nephilim were children of an unholy union between the divine and the profane, so for people of that era, they would be more abominable than even those who had been corrupted by the void." She shrugged. "So don't hold it against him." A moment later, a rare smile illuminated her face. "Still, I am glad that he fulfilled his wish and reached the Shadow Realm. Our time together was brief, but I enjoyed his company." Sonny looked at her with curiosity. "Does it matter, though? Whether he is swallowed by the mist of the underworld or destroyed by the Shadow Realm, the result is more or less the same. More than that, I think he was lying to me from the start. Didn't he tell you once that there was not much time for him left after being taken off that tree? So it might be that he simply invented the whole story about being cursed by Shadow God." Nephis contemplated his words, then shook her head slowly. "I think what he meant was that he would become mindless like the rest of the restless dead in the Nightmare Desert eventually, separated from the tree. And it does matter. It matters for him, at least. Think about it as a body being left for the elements or receiving a proper burial. And for the ancient people, it was proper for the shadows of the dead to find peace in the Shadow Realm, so even if Yuri's was denied death, he would still want his final resting place to be in the realm of Shadow God." She looked at Sonny and smiled slightly. "It is better than the alternatives, in any case." Then Nephis chuckled quietly. "But isn't it strange to be talking about the Shadow Realm as the mystical nature of death so matter-of-factly, as if they were not supposed to be myths?" Sonny shrugged. "I guess, is it stranger than fighting a war on the rib cage of a continent-sized skeleton, though? Or sailing through time inside a pyramid that remains far away no matter how long you travel in its direction? Let's be honest, our lives are not and have never been quite normal." Nephis nodded, then looked at him seriously. "So the Shadow Realm, are you the only one who can enter it? Or can you take others with you?" Sonny hesitated for a few moments. "I'm not sure if I can take someone with me into the Gate of Shadow. However, I used my 7th incarnation to leave a tether as far away from the Heartland as I could since I fear the beings who dwell there. So I can bring someone to the Shadow Realm from the waking world. That said, I wouldn't recommend going. It is too dangerous, and it is only useful for someone like me. Even then, I am not planning on returning there anytime soon. Nephis sighed and nodded. Gain. That is probably wise. After that, her expression turned contemplative. Eventually, she said quietly, "An act of defiance." Sunny remained silent, thinking about what Yuri's had said again. After some time, Nephis frowned. It makes sense somehow. The essence of supremacy is not simply to have enough power to rule the world, but more so to have conviction powerful enough to make the world submit to your strength, to will it. And it seems that one has to prove the power of their conviction through an exceptional act, a ritual of sorts, or a sacrifice. Sunny chuckled, amused by her words. Conviction, funny you would use that word. But he understood what she was trying to say. It was not that attaining supremacy demanded a particular ritual to be performed. It was that any act that resulted in attaining supremacy would be a ritual by definition. He had never thought of thinking about it as a sacrifice, though. That was also an unusual choice of words. Had Azarax, the Plague of Steel, sacrificed his father to take his place? In that case, what was Sunny supposed to sacrifice to complete the ritual? Suddenly, he remembered an old story that Nephis had told him once. The story about a great hero named Heracles whose divine self had become a god, while his mortal self had become a forlorn shadow wandering aimlessly in the darkness of the underworld. The mythical version of the underworld, not the real world. He shivered, suddenly uncomfortable. Eventually, Sunny sighed. In any case, we are running out of time. Nephis looked at him somberly, then nodded with a sigh. Sunny really did not want to say what he was going to say next, but there was little choice. He took a deep breath. Anvil has already cleaved a path through the hollow of the first rib. Once the sword army emerges from below and the lesser crossing stronghold falls, Kai Song would have no choice but to retreat. And when the base camp of the Song army is surrounded, it would be only a matter of days before the sovereigns clash. That is our deadline. Do you think we will attain supremacy by then? Nephis hesitated for a while, then said evenly, I can't be sure of that. Sunny nodded, which means that we have to start asking ourselves a few difficult questions. And no matter what our answers are, I think that we need to change the plan a little. He sighed. For better or worse. Chapter 21:37. A blind girl walks into a bar. Cassie was walking through the vast, abominable expanse of the monstrous jungle while keeping her hand on the hilt of the quiet dancer. 1,000 scents assaulted her sensitive nose, and 1,000 noises assaulted her ringing ears. The humid air stuck to her skin, making her feel dirty. She disliked the jungle a great deal. For someone like her, who lacked sight but made up for it, somewhat, with enhanced senses, the sprawling, swarming, slithering depths of Godgrave were a burden. There were no straight lines anywhere here, no predictable patterns, no orderly spaces, no safety. Only chaos and appalling abundance which threatened to overwhelm her. Her awakened ability was not omnipotent either. She could navigate the world with a level of confidence in places both strange and familiar, or even on a battlefield, at least for a while. But here, every step was a trial. There were bulging roots, thick vines, and old bones protruding from the ground. There were revolting spiderwebs, hanging branches, and swaying leaves. And those were merely the mundane obstacles. There were swarms of pests with fatal bite, pits of digestive acid hiding beneath thin layers of scarlet moss, rotting trees that reached for prey with vermilion tendrils and pulled living beings into dreadful maws, and countless other horrors as well. All in all, it was the worst possible place for a blind person to find themselves in, and for her especially, it was no different from hell. But Cassie did find herself braving the depths of the abominable jungle, sent here by the order of the King of Swords. She remained silent and did not complain. At least she wasn't alone. 2 other saints were accompanying her on this mission, both suited for it far better. Cassie was able to navigate the jungle by borrowing their senses. One of them was Saint Heli, who moved a few steps ahead in her human form while clearing the underbrush with the sharp blade of her ziphos, something that Cassie, to her embarrassment, was unable to do. It was not that she could not swing her weapon at the hanging vines and the bristling branches. It was just that the quiet dancer often failed to cut them, not because the slender rapier was not sharp enough, but simply because the jungle surrounding them was too ancient and too potent, resisting the blade of a mere awakened echo, even when it was augmented by a powerful memory. Cassie sighed quietly. Even the weight of her armor felt unfamiliar. She had spent most of the last few years away from combat, wearing elegant gowns and enchanted tunics in op. Ulant halls instead of donning chainmail shirts and steel cuirasses on the battlefield. So she had neglected her sole arsenal, never bothering to assemble a set of combat memories worthy of a saint. But one had to wear pants when entering the jungle, so she was paying for her negligence now, feeling burdened by the armor. The third member of their group was none other than the amicable old saint, Jest of Dagonet, who walked behind her while using his cane to swat away the branches. The three of them had been sent to scout the most distant and dangerous stretch of the hollows, the interior of the first rib. The king had already passed here once, subduing the most dangerous nightmare creatures like a natural disaster. But there was still some work to be done before the soldiers establishing a secure route to the surface reached this finishing line. Additionally, this place belonged to neither the sword domain nor the song domain. It was no man's land in the truest sense, making it the most perilous. If something happened to the three saints here, the king would not be able to help them. He might not even sense that deadly danger had befallen his champions. Cassie had other means of asking for help should something happen, of course. But Nephis was too far away, commanding the siege of the Greater Crossing. The Lord of Shadows was far away, too, back at Vanishing Lake. It would take him some time to arrive if she called, but simply knowing that there was someone she could call made her feel better. Swatting a scarlet vine away with his cane, Saint Jest sighed behind her. Then, seemingly bored, he asked in a mischievous tone, "Her lass, Lady Cassia." Cassie turned her head slightly, like someone who could see wood. These gestures were meaningless to her, but they made others feel more at ease around her. "Yes, Saint Jest." The old man smiled. She knew it because she was sharing his senses and could feel his lips stretch. What did a blind girl say after walking into a bar? Cassie blinked a couple of times, which went unnoticed due to her blindfold. No, he wouldn't, would he? She cleared her throat. I'm afraid I don't know. The old man smiled wider and suppressed a laugh. Ouch. He did. Cassie remained silent, not knowing how to react. Old Jest, meanwhile, let out a stifled laugh. Ouch, get it. Cassie forced out a smile. Oh. Up ahead, St. Heli let out a heavy sigh and looked down, covering her face with a palm. Jest stared at them for a few moments, then shook his head in dismay. Ah, you girls are no fun. Cassie briefly considered if his joke had been rude, but even if it was, she secretly enjoyed it. Turning away to continue walking, she concentrated on the old man's perspective. St. Jest was indeed old, older than most awakened, at least, being a member of the first generation. However, he was as healthy and hale as a man in his prime. His body brimmed with ferocious strength, tempered into a flawless tool of murder by decades of relentless training. He was more imposing than almost any saint she had ever met, even as far as physique went. His cane was just for show as well. He did not have a limp, and all his bones were in stellar state. Which was a bit of a shame, because Cassie was almost certain that Saint Jest was planning to kill her today. Chapter 21, 38 Cleaning House. Cassie had lost the ability to perceive the future, so her suspicion was not based on any kind of prophetic vision. However, she was quite confident that the old man had resolved to end her life today. That was because even without knowing the future, and with her memory of past visions in disarray, she still retained her analytic mind and the ability to come to conclusions based on deductive reasoning. She also had a lot of unknowing spies supplying her with information, and therefore knew far more than she was supposed to. Take the current situation, for example. Nephis had joined the great clan Valor to destroy it from within, and spent many years enduring the hostility of its elders. Outwardly, nothing hinted at her deep hatred of the sovereigns. Nothing revealed that she knew who had conspired to eliminate her father, and who sent countless assassins to kill her as a child. She seemed like a willful, but faultlessly loyal daughter of a legacy clan who selflessly served her adoptive family despite not being treated that well by it. The King of Sword had no evidence to suspect her of contemplating treason. However, Anvil was no fool. He knew perfectly well whose daughter Nephis was and what role he had played in the downfall of her family. Therefore, he would treat her with suspicion no matter what Nephis did or failed to do. He would also know that if she was going to betray him, she would do so during the final days of the war. Because, reasonably, the only way to betray a sovereign was to help another supreme destroy them, and people tended to adhere to reason, even if the subject of their suspicion was someone entirely unreasonable. So, Cassie had anticipated the possibility that the enemy would move against them as the resolution of the war drew near. Then came the order to depart on the scouting mission in the depths of the first Rib Hollow, the furthest and most remote part of the war theater. It was already strange that the King of Sword had isolated Nephis from Cassie and the Lord of Shadows by sending them both away from the greater crossing. It was even stranger that Cassie had been assigned to the front line. Now she was separated from Sunny as well. That string of unlikely events was too improbable to be a mere coincidence, added to everything she had learned from her marks. Cassie had become convinced that she was seen as a hindrance. The most damning evidence was the identity of the two saints who accompanied her on the mission. One was the niece of a recently executed traitor. The other was the king's executioner and hidden blade. There was something strange about it all, however. If Anvil really wanted to get rid of her, he would not have needed such a convoluted scheme. He had 1,000 ways to make Cassie disappear without raising suspicion, if he even deemed it necessary to avoid suspicion to begin with. However, he had not, which made Cassie believe that this scouting mission was Jest's own initiative, which meant that she was the only one in danger while Nephis and Sunny were still safe. The way Jet behaved confirmed her suspicions as well. He was very subtle about it. In fact, he was almost flawlessly inconspicuous. The old man even seemed to have taken her aspect into consideration, never betraying his true intentions even when no one was looking at him. However, there was a small detail of his behavior that he had overlooked, a habit that all seasoned awakens shared and adhered to instinctively. In the dream realm, where untold horrors dwelled, truly dangerous beings could sense when someone was gazing at them. Therefore, Awakened never looked at dangerous prey directly before the moment of attack. Similarly, while seeing the world through Jest's eyes, Cassie noticed that he always kept her in the periphery of his vision, but never stared directly at her back. Then there was Helly. One would assume that if Jest truly wanted to kill Cassie, he would have arranged for the two of them to go on a mission alone, to eliminate her without witnesses. But that assumption was only reasonable if one did not know the details of Jest's aspect, which very few people in the world did, to be fair. But all Cassie had to do to learn the truth was face him once. Saint Jest was an insidious being. His dormant ability could be either extremely powerful or completely useless, depending on the circumstances. He could intensify the emotions of a target, making them burn much hotter in their chest. Joy, mirth, affection, satisfaction, fear, hatred, sorrow, anger, all those and more were within his power to enhance. His awakened ability was more obviously practical, allowing Jest to provoke anyone or anything into attacking him due to suffocating wrath. It was a powerful ability that manipulated one's mind. It also benefited greatly from his dormant power, but it only truly shined when there was someone else there to take advantage of the enemy blindly attacking the wily old man. However, it was Jest's ascended ability that made him so insidious. His ascended ability allowed the old man to switch the subject of a target's emotion. In other words, he could provoke the feeling of uncontrollable fury directed at himself, and then transfer that fury to someone else, thus manipulating his victim into attacking anyone he wanted. At the same time, he could transfer the feelings of affection or protectiveness that comrades and companions naturally felt toward each other to himself, thus making them want to defend him. So while Saint Jest was undoubtedly powerful and insidiously lethal, having slaughtered countless powerful foes throughout his long and bloody life, his aspect worked best when there were at least two enemies facing him, which was why he had brought Helly, whose loyalty was under scrutiny, on this mission as well. To use her as a tool against Cassie, and get rid of them both to clean the house. Taking another step, Cassie tripped on a protruding root and almost fell. Righting herself, she sighed deeply. No, truly, he disliked the jungle so much. She detested it. Did she really need to keep enduring this vile place just to be killed? Shaking her head, Cassie suddenly stopped and turned her head slightly, as if looking at the old man over her shoulder. Then she asked in a calm tone, "Tell me, Saint Jest, is this far enough?" Chapter 21:39 Bad Timing. Cassie asked the question in a calm and composed tone, and yet the air suddenly seemed infused with subtle tension. Perhaps it was due to the fact that she had stopped walking without giving a reason, or because Jest did not hurry with an answer. Helly, too. Arnett around and glanced at them with a look of confusion. Wet strands of her flaxen hair were sticking to her exquisitely beautiful face, so she sighed and lowered her sword to brush it back. The old man leaned on his cane and studied Cassie with a wry expression. Then he chuckled quietly. "Oh, goodness me, I guess I'm not as slick as I thought I was." With that, Jest sighed and shook his head in dejection. "Comedy is all about timing, you know. That is why I just can't stand diviners. Most of them lack basic decency, if you ask me. People should have at least some tact, right? Who goes around learning the punchline before I even deliver the joke? That's just mean." He stretched his neck languidly. "In any case, dealing with seers is such a hassle. I should have known that you'd ruin all the fun, really. My bad. It's just that your lot has grown toothless in the last few years, so I grew a bit complacent." Cassie remained motionless, keeping her hand on the hilt of the quiet dancer. If it's any consolation, she paused for a moment, then smiled coldly. "You were never funny to begin with." Jest's eyes widened, and he looked at her with an appalled expression. "Hey now, there's no reason to get nasty." Helly interrupted them, her tone full of confusion. "What the hell are you two talking about?" Cassie took a deep breath. She was facing Jest, while Helly was standing behind her. Of course, it did not matter much because she was looking at herself through the eyes of both. Still, there were limitations to human anatomy. Even if she was aware of what was happening behind her, her joints could not bend backwards, so she was more vulnerable to attacks aimed at her back. Still calm, Cassie kept facing Jest as she answered. "We are discussing how Saint Jest intends to kill us both on this mission." She paused for a moment, then smiled. "Oh, as well as his lack of comedic talent." The old man scoffed. "Lack of talent. It's not that I lack talent. It's that you dull people lack the capacity to appreciate it." Saint Helly looked at him, her eyes widening a little. Eventually, she asked in disbelief. "That is what you are refuting, not the fact that you were planning to kill me and Lady Cassia." Jest coughed in embarrassment. No, don't let her deceive you. She is completely wrong." Pausing for a moment, the old man flashed them a smile and added, "I mean, I was only really planning to kill Song of the Fallen. As for you, Helly, I plan to see how it goes first. Who knows, I might even spare you depending on what you do." Hearing that, Saint Helly frowned and studied him somberly, not saying anything else. She did not seem that surprised by the sudden revelation, not surprised enough to ask for the reason, at least. She must have known that after Master Oram was executed as a traitor, her entire clan would come under suspicion and remain on thin ice for a while. Before, saints had been too precious to waste their lives. That was why Tyrus of White Feather had only been exiled to Antarctica for killing a transcendent retainer of Clan Valor, Cormac. But now there were far more saints walking the world, and there was a war raging as well. Keeping potential traitors around could cost the King of Swords more than it was worth. After a few moments of silence, Helly finally spoke. "You know, that's the funniest thing you've said yet." The old man looked at her with reproach and mumbled in a muffled voice. "What's up with young'uns these days? It's like they don't respect their elders at all." Cassie remained silent for a moment, then spoke in a measured tone. "I doubt that the king ordered you to eliminate me, though. You let us here entirely on your own initiative, didn't you?" Jess studied her silently for a few moments, then shrugged. "So what if I did?" She frowned. "Aren't you afraid of the consequences of going against the king's will?" The old man smiled sheepishly. "Oh, well, I guess he'll be quite angry, won't he? But you know what they say, it's better to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission. He'll thank me in the end." Cassie shook her head. "Is that what you call loyalty, Saint Jest? Aren't you acting too arrogant, assuming that you know what is good for the king better than he knows himself? That, too, is a form of treachery. Jest simply laughed. His laugh, however, ended abruptly a few moments later, and he looked at her with cold contempt. What do you even know about loyalty, girl? What do you even know about the king? He raised his cane and placed it on his shoulder, glaring at her with a dark expression on his weathered face. That boy Anvil, I knew him from the day he was born. I watched him grow, mature, and turn into the fearless ruler he is today. That is why I know what he is capable of better than anyone, but I know what his flaws are better than anyone, too. He is too fearless, in fact. He fears nothing because he values nothing, not even his own life. So someone has to value it for him, you know. Jess smiled. The king is not afraid of you, Song of the Fallen, but I am. I might not know what exactly you are scheming, but I can smell a snake when I see one. So, to protect him from your venom, I am going to cut off your head before you can bite. With that, he looked at Helly and asked in a cold tone, So what is going to be, Helly? Are you going to prove your loyalty by helping me kill her, or are you going to force me into making you help me kill her? The latter will mean you'll have to die as well, of course. You decide. As Cassie took a deep breath, Saint Helly hesitated. Chapter 21, 40 Terrible Offer. Helly remained silent for a few moments, then asked in an incredulous tone, What, that's it? Raising her ziphos to scratch her forehead with its sharp tip, the beautiful saint shook her head in bewilderment. You lured us into an ambush without the order from the king, and your only reason for doing that is that, according to you, Lady Cassia smells like a snake. Do you have any proof that she is planning to betray the sword domain? Any witnesses? Anything at all? The old man chuckled. Orem must have told you who I am and what I do. No, it is true that the three of us are here because I acted on my own. However, you should know that in my line of work, the king allows me quite a bit of leeway and discretion. St. Helly shook her head. Still, but before she could continue, Cassie suddenly interrupted her. Actually, it's true. Both Jest and Helly looked at her in surprise, prompting Cassie to smile. She shrugged with a nonchalant expression. Saint Jest is right. I have indeed been planning to betray the sword domain. More than that, I have been planning to kill the king and replace him. I have been very busy planning this treachery, in fact, so much so that my plans are very close to fruition. The old man looked at her with wide eyes and let out a disbelieving laugh. Wow, what a flagrant display of duplicity. Have you no shame, lass? And why are you confessing all of a sudden? Cassie's smile remained unperturbed. Turning her head, she addressed St. Helly in a calm tone. So, St. Helly, why don't you switch sides and help me kill this old fool instead? Or you can listen to him and try killing me. The latter will mean that you might have to listen to his jokes until the day you die, of course. The beautiful saint blinked, while Jest exploded with laughter. Hey, my jokes are top-notch. Why are you threatening her with something so wonderful? Then, noticing Helly's expression, he raised an eyebrow. Hold on, Helly. You aren't considering her offer seriously, are you? But she simply kept silent, looking between him and Cassie with a ponderous expression. Eventually, she asked, Not that it's remotely possible, but who are you going to place on the throne instead of Anvil? Actually, don't say it. I guess the answer is obvious in hindsight. Jess stared at her in bewilderment. You can't be serious. Really? Is this about that old fool Orem? Listen, I liked him as much as the next guy, but Orem had made his own choice. No one forced him to betray valor. All warmth drained from Helly's gaze, and she looked at the old man darkly. No one forced valor to execute him, either. How much harm could he have done after being discovered? Considering all that he has done for the clan, valor, and humanity at large, you could have let him live. Jess scoffed. Goodness gracious, so filial. Fine then, let's say that you really cared about your Uncle Orem, but aren't your dismay a bit misplaced? Sure, it was the king's sword that ended his life, but it was this girl Cassia here who had callously interrogated him and sealed his fate. Both sides are complicit in his death, so why are you treating her better than me? St. Helly stared at her sword for a few moments, then glanced at him with a dark smile. Maybe it's because of that last argument. You know, about not having to listen to your jokes anymore. That is an objective benefit, at least. Jet's jaw hung open. What is this nonsense? Are you really siding with the seer and her friend from the immortal flame? What can she even do? What can she promise you? The only thing she's capable of is shifting the odds in Kai Song's favor, and do you really think that the Queen of Worms is any better? He looked at Cassie. Go on, try to promise her assurances with a straight face. That'll be a hoot. Cassie did not look away from the old man, but addressed the saint who was standing behind her. I can't promise any assurances, however, if you decide to help me. Before he could finish, however, Helly said calmly, Okay, let's do it. Both Cassie and Jest were given a pause. She had hoped that Helly would agree, of course. Actually, she knew that Helly would agree due to hearing these exact words a few moments before due to her awakened ability. But still, should Helly not have considered her choice more thoroughly? Jest coughed. Well, that's whatever, I guess. It doesn't really change what will happen next. That much, but I must admit that I am curious. Why? Saint Helly massaged her shoulder, as if preparing for battle, and then answered evenly. I guess it's because I believe in changing star. The old man stared at her incredulously. You believe in changing star? The beautiful saint nodded. To be honest, these days it feels like the world has gone mad, and she's the only one who is still sane. I'm not the only one who feels that way, either. Honestly, both of your offers are terrible, so I'll choose the one that at least lets me hope that everything will be all right somehow. Then she smiled. Oh, and I also don't want to end up fighting the Lord of Shadows. That guy creeps me out. Cassie remained silent for a moment, even if she very much wanted to retort. But she's the maddest of them all. Which was a virtue, of course, considering the world they were living in. Still, if Helly was inspired to feel hope, she was not going to take that away from her. Unsheathing the quiet dancer, Cassie turned her head to face Saint Jest and slowly raised an arm. Let us not waste time, then. Any last words? The old man looked at her somberly. Then he grinned. What do you call a blind girl who walked into a bar? Cassie grasped her blindfold and pulled it down, revealing her beautiful blue eyes. Saint Jest took a step forward, his grin turning dark and sinister. An ambulance. With that, everything exploded into madness. Chapter 21:41 The Good, the Bad, and the Centaur. Lost in the depths of a death zone, and facing one of the most prolific killers of the legacy regime, Cassie remained calm. Why would she feel agitated? Yes, Saint Jest was powerful, and she had indeed been lured here to be slaughtered. The old man was a deadly predator, while Cassie was his hapless prey. Or so it seemed. In truth, she was a predator herself. It wasn't just Jest who had wanted to lure Cassie away from her allies. She had wanted to get him alone and away from the King of Swords for the longest time, too. After all, the old man was her target. He knew a great deal of secrets, and Cassie needed to learn what he knew. So she had followed him into the jungle willingly. Saint Jest was here to deal with her, while she was here to deal with him. The only unfortunate person among them was Helly, who had gotten entangled in their secretive clash against her will. But Cassie could not do anything about that at the moment. The best she could do was try to keep Helly alive until Jest was defeated. Of course, it wasn't entirely clear if they could defeat him. As Jest took a step forward, Cassie experienced the strangest sensation. She was currently perceiving the world from 3 points of view, her own, the old man's, and Helly's. Additionally, each of these perspectives was split into 2, one corresponding to the present, the other to point several moments in the future. The connections to the rest of her marks were temporarily deactivated in order to conserve soul essence. In the present, Cassie was preparing to deflect Jest's first attack, but in the future, her body was behaving strangely. There was an odd and sickening sensation settled somewhere in the pit of her stomach, and her limbs were trembling. Her pupils were dilated, and cold sweat was rolling down her back. She was slow and sluggish, failing to react to the enemy's movements in time. How curious. Cassie could perceive what her body would feel in the near future as far as its 4 remaining senses were concerned: touch, smell, taste, and hearing. The same went for more mystical senses, like the ability to feel the flow of soul essence. However, she could not perceive her future thoughts and emotions. That was why she often felt lost when sensing the physical effects of future powerful emotions. It was like learning the answer without knowing the question in the case of her strange state in the near future, though the cause was easy to deduce. Cassie would be imminently weakened by an overwhelming fear. She was not too afraid, though. Of course, she felt tense and apprehensive about facing the infamous Butcher of Valor, Saint Jest, in combat. But even if there was a slither of fear hiding deep in her heart, it was small and minuscule, not at all powerful enough to be debilitating. But that was the nature of the enemy. As Cassie started to take a step back, she felt it. Her small fear suddenly surged like flame, uncontrollable, enveloping her entire being and turning into primal terror. Her legs trembled, her eyes opened wide. Her heart shuddered like a wounded animal, and a terrified scream died somewhere in her throat, with only a weak squeal escaping from between her lips. Even knowing that it was merely the effect of the old man's dormant ability, which allowed him to intensify emotions, Cassie could not suppress the fear that grasped her limbs like a heavy chain. Therefore, she was a moment too late to deflect Jest's blow. His cane fell from above, whistling as it tore, the air aiming to crack her skull open, only to collide with Quiet Dancer, who put herself between Cassie's head and the enemy's weapon on her own. Echoes, after all, knew neither thoughts nor emotions. Therefore, her loyal rapier was utterly fearless. It was too weak to resist the power of a transcendent killer, though. The wooden cane easily batted the Quiet Dancer aside, sending her flying far away. The collision slowed the cane down a little, though just enough to let Cassie dash back. Creating some distance between her and Jest, she froze for a moment. The old man looked at her with a smile. "How interesting. Few people have ever managed to dodge my attack, you know." He was indeed fast enough to startle even a saint, striking without a hint of doubt or hesitation. If Cassie had not perceived the attack in advance, she would not have had time to react and give the Quiet Dancer a command. Taking a deep breath, Cassie considered Jest somberly. With her left hand, she unsheathed a long parrying dagger and put it between herself and the old man. The dagger was a transcendent memory of the third tier, and usually served as a partner to Quiet Dancer. At the same time, she deactivated the charm that hung on a silver chain around her neck. This one was a memory forged by one of the spellsmiths of valor, and its function was to bestow a powerful augmentation on an echo. The charm had been a potent tool when she was a master, but after becoming a saint, Cassie quickly started to feel that it was lacking. So she had endeavored to make it stronger. In the end, the King of Swords himself had reforged it as a reward for her service, turning the charm into a transcendent memory, and a very powerful one at that. It was the reason why the Quiet Dancer had been able to keep up with the demands of the battlefield so far. But no matter how Cassie loved the Quiet Dancer, she knew that her rapier would not be able to contend against Saint Jest. And as one of her two most powerful memories, the forged charm consumed a lot of essence. There was no justification to waste any right now. After all, Cassie only possessed one soul core, unlike Nephis and Sunny. She had to be conservative when managing her essence in a dire battle. So she activated the enchantment of her most powerful memory instead. It was another charm, which she had received in the third nightmare from Nephis, a supreme memory of unknown origin that could improve the material properties of other objects, making weapons sharper and armor more durable. Only this time, she did not use it on the Quiet Dancer. Instead, she augmented her dagger, making it even sharper and more durable than it had been already. At the same time, Cassie activated the enchantment of a simple ring that adorned one of her fingers. With that, her mental resistance was boosted, and the terror strangling her heart grew a little less suffocating. Glancing at Helly, Cassie forced out a smile. "Be wary." In the next moment, she lunged forward and tried to sink her dagger into Helly's heart. Chapter 21, 42-3 Flawed Foes. What? Even as Cassie delivered the attack, she felt that something was wrong, but she could not understand what. It was so strange. A few moments ago, she clearly perceived attacking the loathsome enemy. She had even noted how sharp her movements would be and how determined her attack was going to feel, as if her entire being was consumed by the burning resolve to defeat her foe. Naturally, she knew that her enemy was Jest. But then, when the future she had perceived finally arrived, suddenly she felt consumed by incinerating wrath, feeling like she had to kill the enemy at all costs. Even knowing that she was being taunted by the old man's awakened ability, Cassie nevertheless lunged at the odious, hateful figure in front of her. Only that figure was not Saint Jest. the old man whom she had to protect and keep alive until the battle was over. Of course, it was the woman with beautiful features and long flaxen hair, Saint Heli, whom she hated with all her heart. She almost managed to pierce Heli's heart when the beautiful saint staggered back, deflecting the blow with the blade of her ziphos. Kasha, what the... I'm being influenced. Of course she was. Cassie froze for a moment, suddenly troubled. It was at that moment that her wrath was replaced by disorientation and confusion, while Heli's eyes ignited with scathing loathing. The old man wasn't just watching them fight, either. He was already drawing close, his wooden cane raised to deliver a fatal blow. The cane was going to plummet, aimed at her head. Heli's ziphos, meanwhile, would shoot toward her heart. More than that, Cassie could not quite determine where Jest was any more, because she suddenly became half-blind. One of the 2 points of view through which she gazed upon the world had gone dark. She could still see what Heli could see and feel what Heli felt, but while she could sense through Jest, she could not see what he saw for some reason. Well, it was easy to explain. The old man must have simply closed his eyes. She was in danger. She was going to die. Luckily, danger and death were still a few moments away, because she was perceiving what would happen shortly in the future. So Cassie moved. Turning her body, she allowed for the ziphos to slide past her body without ever touching it. At the same time, she raised her arm and caught the falling cane with the crossguard of her parrying dagger, twisting it into a collision with Heli's sword, and stepping back to disengage at the same time. Prescription A umlaut, nya letter 1 ed1, yaw letter 10314. The force of the impact sent a painful shudder through her body and made her bones groan in protest. Just how strong is he? And why was Jest attacking her? Weren't they allies? NP they were, weren't they? She had to make sure that he survived the fight. In the next few moments, both Heli and the old man unleashed a barrage of attacks on Cassie. Both were powerful saints and masters of combat, but despite that, she managed to avoid their blows. Her technique was elegant and precise, but more than that, it was eerily graceful. Physically, Cassie was clearly weaker than both of her opponents. And yet, she moved as if anticipating their every move, seemingly reacting to attacks before they even thought of delivering them. She dodged and evaded some, often missing the enemy weapons only by a few millimeters, while deflecting others with her dagger in a way that dissipated and redirected most of the force. There were also the bracelets she wore on her wrists. One seemed to be capable of enhancing the strength of her own attacks, while the other was a protective charm, creating a small repelling field in front of her hand from time to time. That bracelet saved her from a few blows that the dagger had failed to stop. But each time she used it, some of her essence was burned. Cassie only seemed to attack Heli, defending herself against Jest while showing stubborn determination to keep him alive. Heli, meanwhile, was too overcome with mad wrath to attack anyone except the blind seer, so the old man remained completely unscathed. A few dreadful moments later, the 3 saints jumped away from each other, pausing briefly to reevaluate their enemies. Cassie was breathing heavily, and blood was seeping from a thin cut on her cheek. She faced Jest and Heli visibly confused, her breathtaking beauty accentuated by the glimmers of light shining in her enchanting, unseeing blue eyes. The old man shook his head in dejection and furtively opened one of his own eyes to take a look around. Ah, it seems that this one will be troublesome. I really should have known. You always remained so quiet, so subservient, so unassuming, to the point that it was often hard to remember that you even exist, lass. Who knew that you were such a fiend with a blade? Ha, consider me fooled. He shook his head and glanced at Heli. And what's up with you? Use your aspect, foolish girl. The beautiful saint ground her teeth. I can't. The old man raised an eyebrow. Huh, what's that? Surely you are not low on essence. Heli grimaced. No, I can't use it, unless my emotions are in check. Jest frowned, then suddenly exploded with laughter. What, wait, is that your flaw? You can't use your powers unless you're calm. Well, that will make things easier at the end. Heli simply threw a dark glance at him, struggling to contain her fury. Her lips twisted in contempt. What are you doing yourself, old man? Summon a damn memory. She will kill us both if this goes on. Jest hesitated for a moment, then smiled. Well, since neither of you are coming back from this hike, I guess I'll tell you a secret. Actually, I too have a regrettable flaw. I can't use enchanted items. Therefore, I don't even possess a single memory. What did you think I was walking around with this cane for fun? He snorted. It was carved from nearly indestructible wood, of course. And it's really dapper, but I don't really fight with it often. In truth, I prefer to kill my victims with bare hands. It's much more enjoyable that way. Noticing that both Cassie and Helly were looking at him strangely, just raised an eyebrow. What? Cassie, who had been trying to catch her breath and subdue the tremors running through her hands, answered quietly. No, it's just surprising. Everyone assumed that your flaw has to do with a terrible sense of humor. Jess stared at her for a few moments, then gave her a sinister smile. What nonsense is that? You rude child, hey Helly, don't worry about this one. She might seem dangerous, but that is only because she is a cheater. Seers are like that, they are indeed difficult to handle, but there's a simple trick to dealing with them. We just have to exhaust her essence. Once she loses the power of her aspect and becomes defenseless, I'll snap her neck and rip off her pretty head, no problem. That'll be quite funny, don't you think? Staring at her. Darkly, the old man grinned. Let's get serious, them. With that, he dropped his cane. His body twisted, starting to transform. Suddenly, Cassie was overcome with fear once again. This one her own, not summoned by the power of an enemy aspect. She smiled tiredly. Too late, old man, I figured you out. At that moment, without making any noise, the quiet dancer finally returned, shooting from the dense canopy of the jungle at stunning speed. It was aimed at Helly's back. But just a moment before piercing her flesh, the graceful rapier pivoted in the air and streaked toward Saint Jest instead. Chapter 21, 43 Thoughts and Emotions. Cassie moved. The quiet dancer flashed past Hellick, her narrow tip aimed at the old man's heart. However, a split second later, when the graceful rapier pierced the red fabric of his dapper shirt, it came to a sudden halt, its hilt quivering in the humid air. The narrow tip had barely cut Jest's skin, drawing a few drops of blood, but failed to plunge deeper. His muscles were like steel, resisting the sharpness of the awakened blade with transcendent resilience. The gallant old man was nowhere to be seen, either. Instead, a towering abomination stood in his place, looking down at Cassie with chilling malevolence. The creature was vaguely humanoid in shape, with a muscular human torso and furry goat-like legs. Its face was a disturbing mix of human and bestial features, with two curved horns protruding from its grotesque head. The most eerie part was that Cassie could still recognize Jest's features in the bestial face, and see her own distorted figure reflecting in his sinister rectangular pupils. She did not know whether his transcendent form was supposed to be a devil or a satyr. In any case, he looked like a fiend. As a vicious grin twisted the fiend's lips, and his clover hooves dug into the scarlet. Moss. Cassie grasped the hilt of the quiet dancer, augmented the slender rapier with the power of her supreme charm, and pushed the narrow blade deeper with all her transcendent strength. Ho! A low, inhuman laugh escaped from Jest's mouth. Now almost twice as tall as Cassie, he easily batted the slender rapier away with his clawed hand and thrust the other one forward, aiming to grab her head and crush it in his fist. Even knowing what was coming, she barely had time to jump away. Jest looked down at the thin stream of blood trickling from the small cut on his chest and grinned. His unnaturally deep, dark voice sent shivers running down Cassie's back. That tickles a little still. You should be proud of yourself, little girl. You made me bleed. Few ever managed. He crouched, preparing to lunge forward. How did you even manage to attack me anyway? Cassie did not waste time responding, but actually it was simple. Jest's insidious aspect allowed him to play with his victim's emotions, manipulating living beings like obedient puppets, but its very power was also its weakness. Because while people were usually hostages of their feelings, they also possessed the capacity for rational thought. Most of the old man's enemies did not know what his powers were, and therefore lacked the ability to understand how they were manipulated. But Cassie was different. Knowledge was a heavy burden, but it was also the origin of power, and in that sense, she wielded more power than most. She knew exactly what Jest was capable of, and so, she knew not to trust her emotions when facing him. Of course, there was a vast difference between knowing not to trust one's feelings and actually being able to disregard them. After all, the crippling fear he had induced in her did not disappear simply because she realized its artificial source. Currently, Cassie felt two powerful emotions: a scathing hatred and fear of Helly, whom she wanted to kill with an almost uncontrollable intensity, and a good measure of trust and favor toward Jest, whom she wanted to keep alive with all her heart. But she also knew that these feelings were supposed to be reversed. The powerful emotions ruling her heart were clashing with the rational thoughts born of her mind, which left her torn and dazed. Even knowing better, she could not help but want Helly dead wanted more than she wanted anything else, to the point that the very idea of failing to kill Helly made her tremble in rage. So, Cassie ignored her emotions. It wasn't that hard to do, really, at least for her. In truth, Cassie had long learned to build a wall between herself and what she felt. Otherwise, it would have been too easy to lose herself in the endless lives she experienced through her marks, countless foreign memories she saw, and all the fleeting versions of the future she felt. She knew so much, and she had experienced so much. Every time she stepped on the battlefield, she had to die 1,000 times in order to survive once. Every time she experienced the vibrant beauty of the world through someone else's eyes, she was tempted to abandon the dark confine. Ease of her own bleak existence forever. If anything, it was hard not to allow herself to grow unfeeling and numb. Jess seemed surprised that Cassie had managed to shake off his compulsion, but in reality, she had not. She simply steeled her heart and willed herself into following cold logic instead of her fleeting and unreliable emotions. So Cassie resolved to kill the one whom she wanted to protect and save the one whom she wanted to kill. That was how she was able to attack Jest instead of Ely. Sadly, that did not mean that she would immediately win the battle. Far from that, in fact. Cassie dashed back, parrying Helly's attack with her dagger, and was a split second too slow to evade Jest's claws. They tore through her armor and left deep cuts on her side, hot blood streaming down her thigh. She had known when and where the attack would come from, but she was still too slow to avoid it because the goat-like abomination was simply too fast and ferocious, moving so swiftly that there was no possible future where she had avoided both. Blows. Raising the bloodied claws to his bestial face, Jest smiled. Well, so what if you can attack me? There are still two of us and only one of you. How much essence do you have left, lass? Why don't you just give up this tired routine and accept your fate? As Cassie heard these words, her expression suddenly froze, and an eerie presence suddenly enveloped the jungle, making the old man frown for a moment. Her lips moved, and a quiet question escaped from them. Accept fate. Cassie's unseeing eyes suddenly ignited with dangerous light. Lowering her head slightly, she gritted her teeth and then smiled wickedly. Why do you insist on constantly running your mouth, old man? Just die quietly. Snarling, she pushed herself forward. Chapter 21, 44 Look into the eyes of monsters. The battle had turned more ferocious after Jest assumed his transcendent form and Cassie reclaimed the quiet dancer. Before, the three saints had merely been testing each other's power. Now they grew serious about killing each other. The ancient jungle was shaken by the fierce clash of the three transcendent humans. A swath of it was devastated entirely, with dozens of trees being cut, splintered, and toppled by the dire forces unleashed by each of the fighters. Jest was like a demon that had crawled out of the deepest reaches of a dark hell, moving with both the bestial might and the cold, calculated malice of an experienced killer. Helly was consumed by intoxicating wrath, allowing her honed martial excellence to turn into a violent, destructive calamity. Cassie remained calm and composed, facing them both with the grace and measured precision of a talented swordsman trained by Changing Star herself. But there was now a ruthless coldness and scathing killing intent in her movements now, too. But despite that, she was still slowly losing ground. Jest had no problems with using Helly as a living shield to protect himself against her biting attacks, and while Cassie wanted nothing more than to kill her, she had to hold herself back. She barely managed to keep herself alive in the furious whirlwind of deadly attacks. Jest's malice and Helly's wrath left bloody marks on her body, but they weren't able to bring her down. At least not yet. Despite that, the situation did not look good. It seemed desperate, in fact. Eventually, Cassie managed to send Helly staggering by bashing her in the head with the pommel of her dagger. The beautiful saint swayed and fell to one knee, her flaxen hair soaked with blood. She raised one hand and pressed it against her temple, dazed, then tried to stand up only to fall once again, opening herself to a fatal blow. Cassie had to use all of her self-control to stay her hand. By then, her armor was broken and battered, and a dozen shallow wounds covered her body. Her breath was hoarse and labored, too, with sweat rolling down her pale face. She activated the enchantment of her protective bracelet to block a devastating swipe of Jest's clawed hand and was sent reeling by the recoil, a quiet groan escaping from her lips. "Didn't you make a mistake, lass?" Jest's inhuman voice was full of mockery. Indeed, she had. Removing Helly from the battle might have been a boon, since it only left one enemy for Cassie to deal with the one whom she really needed to defeat. However, with the cunning old man still keeping his eyes closed, Helly was the only source of sight for her. Now that the beautiful saint was dazed and disoriented, her vision blurred and painted red by flowing blood, Cassie was once again fully and utterly blind. "You know how it goes. One mistake is all it takes." Jest's inhuman voice was so deep that it was hard to determine which direction it was coming from. She could still perceive his other four senses, so she could guess in which direction he was moving, but that was hardly enough to survive. Even her foresight did not guarantee salvation, since the whore. Ned Fiend was strong and swift enough to be inescapable. Backing away with a frightened expression on her exquisitely beautiful face, Cassie raised her weapons and prepared to defend herself. Too late. She felt the air moving as something massive and murderous lunged at her, from the different direction from where the shout had come from a moment earlier. Cassie stumbled and fell, barely avoiding one of Jest's hands. But she was not saved. On the contrary, she was cornered. It was at that moment, when the terrible creature reached forward to rip her apart, that Cassie deactivated her supreme charm and poured her essence into the transcendent memory meant to augment her echo instead. However, she was not augmenting the quiet dancer. "Got you." In the last moment, Jess seemed to notice that instead of looking terrified, Cassie had a subtle smile playing on her soft lips. But with the enemy wounded and defenseless in front of him, he had allowed himself to get consumed by the thrill of the hunt. He had committed to the attack too much, and therefore failed to react in time. So he had no choice but to finish it. But he never got the chance. Because just then, a terrifyingly strong tentacle wrapped itself around his neck, squeezing it cruelly. Jest's momentum was broken, and his claws swiped the air in front of Cassie's neck. Before he could resist, more tentacles wrapped themselves around his arms and legs, binding him like slippery chains. What the hell? If Jess could turn his head, he would have seen that the dark tentacles were stretching from beneath a beautiful red dress covering a delicate, deceptively human figure. Her face was hidden behind a veil, and her silhouette was eerily similar to Song of the Fallen. It was the echo of Torment, whom Cassie had hidden in the hollows in advance. And echoes had neither thoughts nor emotions, nothing for Jess to manipulate in order to turn them into his puppets. His inhuman pupils moved. Then, augmented by the power of the charm, the transcendent echo pushed Jess to his knees. And at the same time, Cassie rose from hers, wiping blood off her face. Now that he was kneeling and she was standing, their eyes were on the same level. Looking at Jess, Cassie smiled coldly. "Did you say that you were going to rip the head off my shoulders?" Being strangled by the tentacles, Jess tried to smile. Come on now, lass, that was just an innocent joke, a figure of speech at best." She did not seem to find it funny, though. The cold smile disappeared from her face, replaced by something dark and ruthless. Cassie took a deep breath. "Look me into the eyes and say it again, then." At that moment, her eyes changed. Looking at them, Jess reeled back, as if witnessing something that terrified him to the deepest, darkest corners of his blood-stained soul. But it was already too late. There was no escape. Chapter 21, 45 Broken Door. As the goat-like abomination's expression grew slack, and its monstrously strong hands fell, Cassie took a deep breath. She had to, because while Jest was caught in the boundless abyss of her eyes, The battle was not over. What had to happen next would be a battle, too. Cassie had broken the mental defenses of Master Orim with relative ease, but Jest was a saint, one who was no stranger to mental manipulation, at that. So she was going to have to work hard to extract what she wanted to learn from his memories. But that was what it all had been about. That was why she had risked being lured into the depths of the jungle by a sinister killer, endured the difficult fight, and allowed her body to be cut and bruised. In truth, no matter how fearsome Saint Jest was, it wasn't that hard for her to get rid of him. If Cassie simply wanted to kill him, there were countless ways. The most difficult part about killing him was not the old man himself, really, but the reaction the King of Swords would have to his death. They were away from the king's watchful gaze here, though. And yet Cassie's hands had still been tied, because she wanted to keep Helly alive and needed to keep Jest alive. That was how she had ended up in a battle against two saints whom she could not kill. Of course, subduing someone was much harder than simply killing them, so she was bruised and in pain, with blood soaking her garments beneath the battered armor. Still, everything had transpired almost exactly according to her wishes. Saint Jest turned out to be even stronger than she had anticipated, but he had been doomed to lose from the moment he set his sights on Cassie. It was ironic, really. Among the servants of the great clan Valor, the old man seemed to be the only one who had seen through her pretense. He had sensed that the quiet, unassuming, and easily forgotten Lady Cassia was much more dangerous than everyone presumed. And yet he had still underestimated her. It was as if her unassuming persona had managed to misguide him, even after being seen through and uncovered as a false facade. In all honesty, Cassie was quite amused by just how far simply being quiet, polite, and modest had gone in making people disregard her as a genuine threat. Then again, perhaps it was simply the consequence of how hard it was to stand out when monsters like Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows were walking the world. There were Soul Reaper and the Prince of Nothing. Too, there were brilliant talents like Morgan, Sation, Beastmaster, Etha, Effie, and Kai, all competing in the grandeur of their feats and accomplishments. Because of them, people tended to forget that Cassie had survived the Forgotten Shore, too. She had been baptized by the madness of the Kingdom of Hope, too. She had fought in the Battle of the Black Skull, endured the horrors of the Nightmare Desert, and plunged into the deep, dark waters of the Great River, too. She was a monster, too. It was just that she concealed her monstrous nature better than most, hiding it behind a pretty blindfold. What the hell? A few meters away, Helly groaned as she grasped her bleeding head. Now that Jest was caught in Cassie's bewitching gaze, his aspect powers were released, and she had regained her senses. Turning, Helly looked at the scene in front of her dazedly. The hideous goat-like abomination was kneeling on the ground, looking into the eyes of the breathtakingly beautiful, delicate young woman who stood in front of him, her golden hair moving slightly in the wind. Behind the kneeling creature, another delicate figure was hovering above the ground, with appalling tentacles stretching from beneath her elaborate red dress to bind him like moist black chains. As Helly tried to comprehend what she was seeing, the red woman shifted and moved, carried through the air by her long tentacles. That movement was so eerie and inhuman that Helly shuddered. She shuddered again and reeled back when the red woman came to hover above her, looking down from behind a veil. Helly felt a strong impulse to crawl away. What? Before she could say anything else, one hand of the red woman rose. Moving with strange elegance, the eerie abomination reached toward its veil, and then the creature pressed her index finger against where human lips would have been, as if telling Helly to be quiet. It's an echo. Calming down, she threw another glance at Song of the Fallen and Jest, then grew silent. Whatever was happening there, Cassia seemed to have it under control. Helly herself, meanwhile, was bleeding profusely and had to tend to her wound. Cassie could not allow to be distracted anymore. Having invoked her transformation, which only affected her eyes, she delved into the vast, hostile ocean of Saint Jest's memories. He tried to resist her, making it much harder to discern what she was seeing and sensing, but Cassie pressed on, ruthlessly breaching his fearsome mental fortifications one after another. Because her prey was so resilient, and because his life had been so long and storied, she was burning more essence than usual to maintain the transformation. They were still in the hollows, as well, even though there didn't seem to be any immediate threats nearby yet. That could change at any moment. So Cassie did not have the luxury of time to sift through Jet's memories slowly and thoroughly. Instead, she had to find the most important ones, the most intense ones, and hopefully discover a path to learning the secrets of the sovereigns through them. Inhaling deeply, he dove into the life of Jest of Dagonet, the hidden blade and executioner of the great clans. Damn shit, what is this crap, really? Jest had come home. His home, of course, was a concrete barrack where dozens of worker families had lived in pitiful living conditions, struggling to survive under the indifferent authority of the regime. Lives were short and deaths were frequent, so it was not surprising for familiar faces to disappear without a trace, replaced by new ones the next day. Growing up, he had given up on remembering the names of the numerous uncles and aunties who flowed through the barrack, since it seemed like a futile endeavor. Still, now everyone was dead, which was a bit too much. The interior of the barrack was like a scene from hell, with countless half-devoured corpses littering the floor akin to a morbid carpet. The massacre seemed to have happened many days ago, so the blood had long dried. The smell, however, was overwhelming, making him retch. Jest wanted to come inside to search for the remains of his family, but couldn't force himself to. Instead, he took a few steps back, and somehow found himself sprawled on the ground. His mind was empty, and there were tears streaming down his face. Turns out I still have tears to shed, huh? The thought was strangely calm and detached, despite his miserable state. Jest had not cried in a good decade or two. He was an adult now, after all, having turned 20-something not too long ago. He had finally escaped the barrack about a year ago. He had even harbored a vain hope of returning here one day with pockets full of credits, boasting about his accomplishments, and taking the others with him to live a better life someplace else. Who knew that the world would end so soon? Now there were monsters roaming the streets, devouring people and tearing military tanks apart. The regime had collapsed, and he had nowhere to return to. Jest had passed out when the end of the world started and experienced a long, dreadful nightmare. Waking up a few days later, somehow alive, he decided that there was no point in clinging to his silly dreams anymore and headed home, his real home, the barrack. Crossing the city had proven to be a deadly ordeal, but he had survived somehow. In the process, he met a few others like him, people who had fallen into deep sleep and woke up wielding unexplainable powers. But it was a joke. It was all like a vile, terrible joke. Because his power was pure crap. All he could do was make emotions stronger. Since the only emotion the monsters felt was a demented desire to rip him to pieces, the only thing Jest could do was make himself die faster. Maybe I should die faster, I mean. Looking at the broken door of the barrack, Jest suddenly felt a dark and oppressive sense of futility. What was he struggling for anyway? The world was ending, and everyone was dead. Why was he clinging to life so desperately when being alive was so painful? Looking down, he let out a stifled laugh. But wasn't it funny? Despite the tears streaming from his eyes, he forced himself to smile. There was a lesson that people from the barrack learned early on. Life was unbearable if one was too serious. Humans had to have a sense of humor to survive in this crappy world. The world had turned even crappier now, so there was a funny joke in here somewhere. He just had to find it. I guess you guys don't have to kill yourself at work anymore. See, there was a bright side to anything. Jest's tears tasted salty, but he forced himself to laugh. Rising from the concrete, he decided to try and survive. Not that it would be easy. Nobody had a power as useless as his, after all, so he would undoubtedly die soon. But he would at least die with a smile on his face while having fun. His forced smile still faltered, however, when he eventually entered the barrack and started searching the morbid carpet of corpses. It took a long while before it returned. Chapter 21, 46 Heart of the Party. Finally fresh air. Jess smiled as he looked at the forest where he was going to die. There was little doubt that his life was going to end shortly, gruesomely, and pathetically. His lips trembled a little. No, really, this crap again. He had just barely managed to settle down in the actual world, finally finding a safe community that was defended from the monsters by a group of What was it that people were calling them these days? Right, sleepers. Jest was a sleeper himself, so he had been welcomed there with open arms. Sadly, he was a defective sleeper who could not wield memories and did not have a useful power. He could still handle a rifle and a bayonet, but that alone did not win him a lot of points. Damn. And speaking of memories, as it turned out, there were those as well. Apparently, everyone received at least one in the nightmare or shortly after. Jest had been clueless about the existence of memories until he saw other sleepers summoning deadly weapons out of thin air. It was then that he realized what his so-called flaw meant. Being unable to use enchanted items had not seemed like a big problem before he learned that enchanted items actually existed. But knowing that they did, Jest could not deny the truth. He was not just screwed, he was doubly screwed. Other sleepers had useful aspects, and they could also wield memories. The latter was often even more important than the former. Both allowed them to slay monsters, which he was unable to do. And that, in turn, allowed them to collect the glimmering crystals from the monsters, absorb them, and grow stronger. Sleepers needed strength to kill monsters, and they grew stronger by killing monsters. But Jest could not kill monsters because he was weak, and was weak because he could not kill monsters. If that wasn't hilarious, he did not know what was. In any case, he was not that useful to the community. People, even those who had not experienced the nightmare, quickly started treating him with disdain. After all, he was being fed and protected without contributing much in return. The most he could do was handle various menial tasks inside the base, no different from a worker from the barrack, really. Which was funny as well. Still, they had not kicked him out yet, because of his delightful personality and stellar sense of humor, no doubt. His life had been mostly safe and somewhat comfortable for the last couple of months. Somewhat. For the winter solstice. On that cursed day, Jest had been relaxing on his bunk while carefully handling a precious antique, a real paper book that he had found in a museum while hiding there from the monsters. That book was his lifeline, and despite its fragile state, Jest still pored over the yellow pages whenever he had free time. The festive title on the cover hinted that wisdom from before the dark times was contained within. Hold your bellies, 100 hilarious jokes to make you the heart of the party. That was what the ancient book was called. Jest was just about to get to the nicest of the 100 irresistible jokes when he was suddenly overcome by a mighty yawn. Which wasn't that strange, if not for the fact that it was the middle of day. His expression froze, and a trembling smile slowly bloomed on his face. No. The last time he had started yawning all of a sudden, he ended up in the nightmare. And here Jest was, mere hours later in the alien world again. Granted, this time felt different. The weird voice he sometimes heard in his head these days had welcomed him with new words as well. Plus, he was naked. What the hell is this? He had been clothed the last time, at least. Shivering in the cold, Jest shielded his gaunt, bruised body from the wind and looked at the twisted trees that surrounded him with trepidation. There was nothing but these trees anywhere he looked, and sunlight barely pierced the thick canopy above. There were almost no sounds here except for the ominous rustle of leaves and the sinister creaking of branches. The eerie silence was making him nervous. Jest bit his lip and whispered, "No weapons, no clothes in the middle of the woods." After a while, he added in a trembling voice, "Something, naked guy, wood." A stifled laugh escaped from between his lips. Picking up a rock from the ground, Jest shivered and started walking. It wasn't too long before he found another human. A young man, not much different from him, was laying with his back against the tree, or so it seemed at first. However, as Jest came closer, he was terrified to discover that the guy's body was actually embedded into the craggy trunk, as if being devoured by it. Crimson blood was flowing onto the dark bark, which drank it greedily. A thick root was wrapped around the guy's waist, and thin branches were sprouting from his body, blooming with vermilion flowers. The young man was already mostly dead, and yet he was still alive and in pain. Jest only realized that when their eyes met, and the other youth opened his mouth, straining to speak. "Help-a-me." Jest reeled back. He wanted nothing more than to turn around and run away, but something stopped him. Perhaps it was compassion. Perhaps it was envy at the sight of the bloodied suit of leather armor that the young man was wearing. In any case, Jest gritted his teeth. "All right, buddy, all right, I'll help you. Leave it to me." Trembling, he took a step forward, then strained his muscles and brought down the sharp stone on the young man's head. That was the only thing he could do for the poor fellow. It took several blows before the light finally dimmed in the poor guy's eyes, and Jess staggered back in horror. The leather armor he had wanted to steal disappeared into a rain of sparks, and the roots of the tree moved, stretching in his direction. Panicking, Jess turned around and ran. And while he ran, the voice living in his head spoke once again. "You have slain Dreamer." At the same time, Jess felt something strange. It was as if something flowed into him, and responding to its presence, his body changed subtly, growing stronger, more agile, and harder to destroy. His eyes glistened as he ran. So there was another way to grow stronger, too. It was not just killing monsters. Killing humans worked fine as well. He did not really know how to feel about that. Ain't it the funniest thing, though? Chapter 21, 47 Fateful Meeting. 2 days later, Jest emerged from the forest. He had expected to die, and yet he was still alive, if just barely. His body was covered in bruises and dried blood, and he was holding a makeshift spear in a trembling hand. The spear was made from a long branch, a sharp splinter of stone, and rope made from bark. He was also wearing something akin to a poncho, made from beast hide and tied at the waist by another piece of rope. Of course, Jest had no idea whatsoever how to skin a beast, let alone how to treat leather or sew clothes. So the poncho was quite disgusting to look at and even more repugnant to smell. He couldn't care less, though, since the entire damn forest was one terrifying living being, hell-bent on consuming him whole. Damn. Jest was running for his life. He had somehow managed to kill a beast, true, but there were more than one monster in this cursed land. Currently, one was pursuing him, and quite a terrifying one at that. He had been just running away blindly when the forest suddenly grew brig. And then the trees disappeared altogether. Instead, there was a river in front of him, flowing steadily as its surface glistened in the sun. The sight of it was so beautiful and alien. Where would anyone find a clean river surrounded by a forest in the real world? That Jest froze for a moment, then shouted in anger. The damn river, who cared if it was pretty? The only thing that mattered was that it stood in his way, and therefore there was nowhere left for him to run. Jest, of course, had no idea how to swim, since there were no rivers, no lakes, and no ponds accessible for the workers of the regime, except for the toxic ones. He had never encountered a body of water larger than a bathtub. Even then, a bathtub was a luxury that people like him rarely saw. Most were only familiar with communal showers. Damn. Groaning, Jest grasped his pathetic spear and forced his tired body to move. He ran along the bank of the river, forcing air into his burning lungs. But it was all futile. He could already hear a terrifying growling coming from behind him, and the sound of something heavy moving through the grass. Not like this. There's no punchline, damn it. His life had been a joke, but if he was going to die, he at least hoped that it would be a good one. Jest considered turning around and trying to fight, but at that moment he tripped and fell into the dirt, rolling a few times before coming to a halt, sprawled in the dirt. His sorry excuse of a spear had broken. The sturdy branch was intact, but the binding of the spearhead had come undone, and the sharp piece of rock flew away. There were bitter tears in his eyes, and through them he saw a terrible, blurry beast lunging at him, with hungry madness burning in its eyes. Death was coming. Just then, though, a shadow momentarily covered Jest's face, and a steel javelin suddenly plummeted from the sky, piercing the beast's forehead and impaling it. The massive creature's jaw hit the ground, and it crumbled, rolling over its head and crashing heavily mere centimeters away from Jest. He stared at the dead beast silently, then studied the javelin. Then, after a while, he looked up. There was someone standing above him, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere. It was a tall young man with handsome features, dark hair, and steely gray eyes. His face was perfectly clean, and he was wearing a polished suit of knightly armor that seemed as impenetrable as a tank. In other words, he was the perfect opposite of the dirty, gaunt, and barely clothed Jest. The young knight looked down and gave him a charismatic smile. "You were smart not to jump into the river to escape the beast, friend." Jest blinked a couple of times. Then he said weakly, "River IIH hardly knew her." The knightly young man looked at him strangely, giving Jest the impression that he had no sense of humor. Well, no one was perfect. His savior, meanwhile, offered him a hand. "What I meant was that there are even worse kinds of creatures under the water." Jest accepted the offered hand and slowly stood up. It was then that it struck him. The valiant stranger was speaking in the language of the real world. Not in the strange and archaic language that the people in the nightmare had spoken, yet Jest could still somehow understand. Come to think of it, the poor guy whom Jest helped avoid being digested alive by a tree had spoken in the real language as well. Jest stared at the young man with wide eyes. "Wait, are you real?" The young knight nodded. "Quite real, yes. It seems that this situation is different from the nightmare. Actually, there is an entire group of sleepers here in this monstrous forest. We were all sent here together." He remained silent for a moment, then smiled. "All people of great courage and valor, no doubt." Jest stared at him with wide eyes. "Valor, who cares about valor? Do you have food and water? That is what I want to know." The young knight laughed. "Yes, we do." Then he stepped on the head of the dead monster to pull his javelin out. "We should harvest the soul shard and leave this place as quickly as possible, though. Otherwise, our own valor will be tested when more monsters arrive at the smell of blood. I have little of it, so we'd better not linger." Jest remained silent, trying to come up with a suitable joke. For some reason, he really wanted to mock the unbearably serious young knight, who knew that their chance encounter would set the course of his entire life. Because the young knight, despite claiming not to be too valiant, was destined to become Warden of Valor, while Jest was destined to become his sharpest blade. Chapter 21, 48 The Knight and the Fool. "You are completely crazy. Insane, psycho, a raving lunatic, a madman." Jest was muttering curses as he stood on the shore of a beautiful lake, while the young knight just listened nonchalantly. Behind them, a few dozen bloodied, terrified sleepers were busy toppling the trees. The young knight was still clean and handsome, even if his polished armor had a dozen dents by now. He had fought and killed more monsters than anyone else, but still managed to look valiant and unperturbed despite that. The past few days had not been kind to them. Initially, there had indeed been a large group of sleepers who banded together after finding themselves in the dreadful forest, almost 100 of them, with new survivors joining every day. A considerable force even during the end of times, or so they had thought. The sleepers had established a camp on the shore of the river, far enough from the trees to have time to react when the forest monsters attacked, but also far enough from the water to defend themselves against the aquatic abominations. They worked together to survive, unsure where they were and what the future held. However, Jest had become a pariah once again, and that was despite his positive attitude and disarming sense of humor. Strength was the only virtue in the world that had gone insane, and he had none. Worse than that, he reeked. Everyone seemed to have some kind of memory, be it armor or enchanted garments, to cover themselves, but he only had his crudely made poncho, so people tended to avoid him. Because of the smell, not because of the jokes, of course. Everyone except for the infuriating knight, that was. Jest had even asked him about it. "Listen, Dimples, how come you keep bothering me? My aspect is useless, you know. I also don't have any memories." But the knight only chuckled. "Exactly." He glanced at the rest of the sleepers. "Everyone here has fought hard to survive. During the nightmare, after the nightmare, and here as well, while having powerful aspects and deadly memories. But wouldn't a person who has neither have fought the hardest?" The knight shook his head. "Don't take me for a fool. I am not talking to you because I am gracious and kind. I am talking to you because I think you are strong, and I need strong comrades to survive." Just shook his head in amazement. "Wow, who would have thought? There's actually brains in that handsome head." The young knight raised an eyebrow. "Thank you, but also, was that ever in doubt?" Just shrugged. "Ah, don't take it personally. It's just that you are so calm and upbeat all the time that I thought there's a screw or two, or a dozen loose in your head. The knight looked at him strangely, then shook his head in amusement. No, but of all people. Jess did not quite catch the meaning. In any case, that was how they ended up as comrades. By now, Jest wasn't wearing a filthy poncho anymore. The knight had a strange aspect that allowed him to craft all kinds of things, so he had fashioned a set of clothes for Jest, as well as a proper wooden spear, a bow, and a quiver of arrows. Being able to summon magical flames or possessing tremendous strength seemed like the kind of aspects people would want to have. But that ability to craft things had actually earned the young knight more respect and reputation than his armor, his sword, and his uncanny ability to kill monsters. Although sleepers possessed memories, few had many of them. So everyone needed something to make up for the equipment they had left in the real world. That was how the knight had become one of the leaders of the group, and Jest was catapulted to the very height of social hierarchy as his friend. Holding onto a golden thigh was a pleasant way to live. Not that everything went well for him and the other sleepers. The forest was immeasurably dangerous, and the river was as well. Many of them had died while fighting the monsters. But actually, the humans were just as dangerous themselves. The same thing that was happening in the real world continued to happen here. Out there, people were scared, traumatized, hopeless, and unable to recognize the world that had changed in an instant. Naturally, many strange ideas were sprouting from the rich soul of fear and despair. There were cruel warlords, roving gangs of marauders who had lost all remains of humanity, broken fragments of local governments that were slowly descending into appalling lunacies, and weird cults that were perhaps the most sinister, eerie, and harmful of them all. Here as well, not all of the sleepers were quite sane, and even less were entirely benevolent. So eventually, there was a bit of bloodshed, and the group broke apart. Most of them had decided to try their luck by following the river downstream, while the knight and his followers decided to travel upstream instead. Toward the lake, and an enormous castle that towered above it like a beautiful mirage, there in the distance. The young knight was currently standing on the shore of the lake, armed with a sword and a shield. He looked quite valiant in his knightly armor, but Jest was in no mood to appreciate the heroic ambience. Because the rest of the men and women in their group were toppling trees to build rafts. Listen, you know that there are dreadful abominations living in the lake, right? The knight nodded. Right. Jess took a deep breath. And although we don't know what exactly lives in the castle, we all saw the dragon breathing fire from the roof of the main keep. Right. Their intrepid leader nodded again. That thing did look like a dragon, true. Just exhaled through gritted teeth. So why are we going to the castle? Even the crazy fools who went downstream agreed that going to the castle is suicide. The young knight looked at him with a smile. You know, I always wanted to kill a dragon. Just blinked. Really? The knight laughed. Heavens, no, despite what you think, I'm not crazy. Who in their right mind wants to fight a dragon? An actual dragon? Those things are unscientific, they aren't even supposed to exist, weren't supposed to exist at least. Jess shook his head in bewilderment. So why then? The young knight remained silent for a while. Then he looked at the castle again, his expression finally turning somber. Because I left my pregnant wife alone in the real world. There was a way back the last time, so there has to be a way back this time as well. The castle is the only man-made structure we've seen so far. Plus, it's rather conspicuous, so I'm going to conquer it and return home even if I have to kill a dragon. Jess stared at him with a mix of envy and admiration for a few moments. It had to be nice to still have a home and someone waiting for you to return there. Eventually, he sighed deeply. Well, all right, let's kill a dragon. The young knight glanced at him. What, no joke this time? Just gritted his teeth. Bastard, this entire situation is a joke. Is this not fun enough for you? The knight looked away with a wistful expression. To be honest, I don't really have a sense of humor. I've never been good at having fun. So, Jest, I'll delegate that part to you. Just stared at him with wide eyes. Huh? I didn't volunteer, though. What am I, a clown? No, but what is this bastard even saying? The next morning, they sailed across the lake toward the castle. Chapter 21, 49 Red Dragon. The lake had turned out to be utterly deadly. Even after preparing thoroughly for the battle against the terrifying creatures that dwelled in it, the sleepers led by the young knight still ended up losing one of the rafts. They managed to pull a couple of people out of the water, but the rest were pulled into the depths, never to be seen again. The clear water was painted red with blood. The rest of the rafts only survived because they were crafted from the unnaturally sturdy wood of the cursed forest with the help of their leader's aspect. Otherwise, there would have been only drifting splinters left on the surface, with all traces of the sleepers washed away by the clear water. Even then, the journey had not been easy for those who survived. By the time they reached the walls of the castle, each and every one of the sleepers was bloodied, barely conscious because of exhaustion and numb from terror. Except for the knight, of course. He was bloodied and tired, too, but his calm confidence had never waned. By then, Jest was starting to suspect that his new buddy was the craziest one of them all. Or maybe simply the most driven. The castle, meanwhile, was huge. It was many times larger than they had assumed, to the point that one would feel vertigo when trying to look up the immense expanse of the towering ramparts. There was more than one layer of walls, as well, rising in concentric circles up the slope of the mountain. The castle was like a city in and of itself. The sleepers were currently at the lowest point of that stone city, while the main keep was at the highest, built upon the very peak. That was where the dragon had made its nest. The dragon wasn't the only monster inhabiting the gargantuan fortress, either. They learned it immediately after approaching the towering gateway. For the next few days, the sleepers had slowly made progress toward the main keep, enduring one harrowing battle after another. The monsters they faced were different from the ones of the forest. Not all of them were beasts, some wearing armor and wielding steel weapons with chilling skill. And the higher they climbed, the more powerful the monsters became. Still, the young knight led them from one structure to another, from one bastion to the next, carving a path to the main keep. They fought when there was no other choice and hid when they could, bandaging their wounds and absorbing the power from the soul shards they had scavenged. It was quite amazing, really. Jest would have never expected that they would get that far, but the disorganized group of sleepers had somehow turned into a stalwart and cohesive combat force somewhere along the way. They all moved with purposeful determination, acting as one enormous being that possessed 100 eyes and 100 hands, its resilient body brimming with sharp weapons. Was it experience? Was it survival instinct? Was it the benefit of having a daring and indomitable leader? He did not know, but whatever it was, it seemed to be working. Except for the times when the moon was high in the night sky. There was always something eerie about the ancient castle, but its chilling, mysterious presence grew so much more sinister and palpable in the moonlight. That was why even the young knight did not dare to leave their shelters when the moon was shining upon the beautiful lake. Just like that, they fought and sneaked their way to the last and highest circle of walls. Beyond them, only the main keep remained. Everyone was tired. No one knew what would happen to them, and everyone felt grim about the future. But strangely enough, they also felt hopeful. They remained in one of the towers of the last rampart for a few days, observing the main keep and gathering strength and courage for the last push. In the morning, the young knight and Jest snuck to the top of the wall to take a peek at the keep. The great winged beast was sleeping on its roof, its vermilion scales glistening in the light of the rising sun. Thin plumes of smoke rose from its maw from time to time, only to be scattered by the wind moments later. Despite the distance separating them from the dragon, they could feel the deep reverberations of its steady breaths. The creature spent most of the time asleep, only waking up once every week or so to fly over the lake and burn the forest. No one knew why it was doing that, and it almost seemed as if the dragon was simply unleashing its accumulated fury. It would fly above the forest for a while, roaring in anger and sending great jets of incinerating flame barreling down. After a while, when large swaths of the forest became shrouded by acrid smoke, it would plummet into the billowing black veil of it and disappear from view. Some time later, the dragon would return, sometimes carrying the charred carcasses of enormous, abominable beasts in its maw. The sight of it was both majestic and terrifying. The scales of the red dragon had a metallic sheen to them, almost making it seem like the great beast was forged from vermilion steel. Surrounded by black smoke, The dragon was like a herald of hell, bringing hellfire wherever it went. And that was the thing their leader wanted to kill. Jess glanced at the young knight darkly. What are you thinking about in that handsome head of yours? The knight's steely gray eyes were focused on the sleeping dragon. After a while he spoke. We watched the beast fly over the lake yesterday, did we not? And 7 days before that, when we were preparing the rafts. Jess nodded. What of it? The knight remained silent for a while. Have you noticed, Jess? When the dragon was flying across the lake, there was something missing. I wondered what it was for the longest time. Jess frowned. Your sanity is missing. What else is new? The knight smiled, then leaned his back on the wall and raised his sword carefully, extending its blade beyond the entrance of the tower. Jess could see the keep reflecting in its polished blade. Do you see it now? Jess blinked. Something was indeed missing. Chapter 21:50, A Place to Call Home. He hesitated for a few moments. The sword was not exactly a mirror, and its blade wasn't truly flat either. So the reflection was somewhat distorted, and yet he could discern the shapes of things. There was the parapet of the rampart, the beautiful edifice of the main keep, its roof and towers, tattered flags hanging limp in the absence of wind. There was also the lilac sky behind the keep, and the clouds drifting in its vast expanse like pieces of a torn shroud. However, there was one thing missing. The great mass of the sleeping dragon was not reflected in the sword. Jess rubbed his eyes, then carefully leaned through the doorway to look at the roof of the main keep with his own 2 eyes. The damned dragon was there, sleeping soundly. It was hard not to notice its vivid vermilion silhouette contoured against white stone. What the hell? He retreated back into the tower. Where's the damned dragon? The young knight nodded. Indeed, I noticed it yesterday. The dragon did not reflect in the lake while flying over it. Strange, isn't it? Jess rubbed the back of his head, then shrugged. Well, yeah, it is strange, but what does it mean? The knight smiled. Who knows, I do have a theory, though. His smile dimmed slowly, replaced by a serious expression. You see, Jess, I don't think that this dragon is even real. He paused for a moment, then added in a wondering tone. Maybe it's an illusion or a phantom. Maybe it's merely a lingering reflection, and the real dragon is long gone. Cassie was quite curious to see how Warden of Valor and his first group of followers had conquered Bastion, and what they found inside. After all, it was not just a citadel left behind by one of the demons. Somewhere along the way, the young knight had also discovered a lineage memory and inherited the bloodline of War God. Perhaps he had received that memory for slaying the reflection of the vermilion dragon, even, or discovered it in the throne room of Bastion. But no matter how curious she was, she could not allow herself to get distracted. She had already spent too much time exploring the dawn of the nightmare spell era. Jess was resisting her aspect fiercely, and her essence was draining at appalling speed. In fact, even though the old man was supposed to be completely mesmerized by her gaze, she suddenly sensed one of his fingers twitching, almost as if the abomination was struggling to regain control over its hands. So Cassie had to abandon the vivid memory and reach for the next one, hoping that it would bring her closer to the secrets of the sovereigns. She saw. Jest was an awakened now. His gaunt figure had turned lean and strong, and his gaze was more confident. That said, he had only been an awakened for a few weeks. He was standing on the wall, armed with an actual steel spear, something he had picked up from one of the abominations they had slain on the way to the main keep. Hardship had not ended after the dying dragon fell into the lake. They had found the gateway and were able to wake up, true, growing vastly more powerful in the process. But the castle was still teeming with monsters, and so was the lake. Their damned leader was not satisfied with simply hiding in the keep either, and insisted on organizing rescue parties to search for more sleepers in the forest. That was just how that guy was, and people tended to follow his example. So Jest was forced to fight for survival when he was awake, and then fight even more when he slept. Life was miserable. At least his awakened ability was not as useless as his dormant one, as long as he had a partner to make use of it. Being professional bait, what a fate. Jest scoffed. Just as he did, there was the sound of footsteps, and a familiar figure appeared on the wall beside him. The polished armor was the same, but now the knightly young man was wearing a vermilion cloak, a memory he had received after slaying the illusion of the dragon. He was smiling. Jess sighed and shook his head. "Hey there, what are we supposed to call you again? Warden." The young knight chuckled. "Don't be jealous, Jest. I'm sure you'll earn a cool true name too, one day soon." "Oh, don't doubt it." Warden of Valor was really too cheesy of a name, anyway. Jest would surely receive one that was 10 times more impressive. He hesitated for a while, then asked, "So how is your wife? Everything is fine, I hope." Warden nodded happily. "It's a healthy baby boy. We named him Maddock." "Oh." He looked at Jest with interest. "But don't I need to congratulate you too? Honestly, it's unbelievable. A guy like you with a girl like that, everyone is stunned." Jest suddenly coughed. "Well, it's not like I'm holding her hostage, okay? She was just impressed when I pulled her out of the flames back when we were fighting that damn lizard. And well, you know what they say. The best way to get a girl is to make her laugh." Warden nodded thoughtfully. "Exactly, so how did you get her?" Jest frowned. "Go to hell, bastard." The young knight smiled. "When are you planning to make it official? My son will need playmates, you know." Jest coughed again. "Listen, it's not like I don't want to, but we are in different cities in the real world. You and I ended up in NQSC, but she's from up north." It was already lucky that the two of them were in the same quadrant. After explaining the logistical problems awakened couples faced, Jest sighed. "I'm thinking of going to get her soon." Warden's expression was somber, though. Jest frowned. "What?" His friend and benefactor shook his head. "No, it's just that. I heard bad things about that city." Jest raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" Warden hesitated for a while, then leaned on the parapet of the rampart. His expression changed subtly, losing its usual veneer of confidence. Instead, what Jest saw was weariness and fear. People can be as terrible as monsters, you know." Jest laughed. Did he know it? There were very few people in the world who knew it better than him. "That is where you are wrong, Warden. People are not as terrible as monsters. People are monsters, some of them at least." He remained silent for a few moments, and then added in a cold tone, "But haven't we gotten pretty good at killing monsters, though?" Chapter 2151, Obvious Solution. Warden remained silent for a while, looking at the sprawling expanse of the castle, the beautiful lake beyond, and the dark palisade of twisted trees in the distance. The castle was still teeming with abominations. The depths of the lake hid horrors beyond description, and the forest itself was one enormous, slumbering monster. Now that the vermilion dragon was gone, there was nothing left to keep that monster in check, and it would probably come to life soon. And yet Jest had never seen the young knight, Warden of Valor, look troubled while braving the perils of this nigh Marish land. He looked quite troubled now, though, while thinking about the real world. Eventually, Warden sighed. "Now that I have a son, I can't help but think about the future. Both the distant future and the immediate future, all I can see ahead is trouble." Jest raised his eyebrows and chuckled. "Check your eyesight, maybe." Warden shook his head. "The distant future is too hard to predict because the nature of how we live our lives has fundamentally changed. I'm not talking about the nightmare spell and the nightmare creatures, I am talking about ourselves. About humans. Human lives have always been shaped by those in power, and therefore, established power structures had remained more or less the same for thousands of years. But now, all those structures have become meaningless." The young knight raised a hand and made a fist. "That is because there seems to be no limit to personal power anymore. We were mundane people not too long ago, but now we are awakened who possess superhuman strength and mystical abilities. It is reasonable to assume that there are higher rungs on this ladder. There are fallen monsters, after all, and ascended memories. So, someone will find a way to grow even more powerful sooner or later, and then even more powerful after that." He paused for a moment and looked at Jess somberly. "The framework of humanity is built upon the principle that an individual can't defeat an army, though. It's the fundamental principle. Remove it, and the whole structure will collapse. We awakened are already so tough that killing us with conventional weapons is a tall task. What about ascended? What about those who will one day transcend even that theoretical frontier? Warden shook his head with a wary expression on his face. The nature of power itself will change, so the shape of our lives will be changed, as well, for better or worse. Just blinked a few times and stared at the young knight for a few moments. Then, he raised a hand and pointed an accusing finger at him. You're from a rich family, aren't you? Damn, that explains so much. Warden tilted his head in confusion. That is not a reaction I expected. Just let out a laugh. Listen, all these profound contemplations of yours are a dead giveaway. Only spoiled brats from bureaucrat families have enough time to waste it on learning fancy words and studying philosophy. The rest of us are too busy making a living, and a miserable one at that. Warden blinked. That's not philosophy, though. That's mainly history and a bit of sociology, a smidgen of anthropology at best. Just pointed again. See, fancy words. The young knight coughed and looked away with a hint of embarrassment. My parents were engineers, to be precise, not bureaucrats. Just grinned. Military engineers were also elites, and although Warden did not say that his parents had belonged to the army, there was no doubt that they had, after all, everyone worth anything used to be conscripted, back when the regime still existed. Before the nightmare spell. Anyway, that's what you are afraid of, that your son will grow up in a world ruled by a handful of tyrants who can annihilate armies single-handedly. Warden grimaced. It's a gross oversimplification, but basically, yes. Just laughed. What's the problem, then? Isn't there an obvious solution? The young knight raised an eyebrow. There is. Jess nodded, then shrugged with a confused expression. Well, of course, you just have to make sure to become one of those omnipotent tyrants yourself. He himself would undoubtedly die an untimely death by harboring such ambitions, but if it was Warden, then it could actually be possible. If anyone was capable of gaining great power in this dreadful new world, then it was their intrepid leader. After all, the guy was already ostensibly ruling the castle and had a large group of powerful awakened following him. Warden studied Jest for a few moments, then smiled strangely. Become one of the rulers myself. Well, maybe you are right, maybe it is that simple. His smile slowly turned wistful. But that only concerns the distant future. The immediate future is much more troubling, really. Jess simply stared at him sullenly. What are you so worried about? We'll gain full control of the castle within a year. We'll have a safe space to spend the nights and enough food to fill our bellies. We are also awakened now, so surviving in the real world has become much easier, even though the monsters are also growing stronger, it seems. So what has gotten you so worried? Warden remained silent for a while, then frowned. It actually has to do with our previous conversation. People, I am worried about people. His expression darkened. Now that every remaining government and coalition in the world have collapsed, there is little order left anywhere anymore. People are just banding together to survive naturally. They can't survive without the awakened. Only awakened can effectively battle the monsters, so they have gree. At value, there are remnants of previous authorities employing awakened to fight for them, but they won't be able to control their own soldiers for long. In the end, the power will concentrate in the hands of people like us, and not everyone will use it fairly. Jess scowled. So what does it have to do with us? You're not feeling responsible for the whole world, are you? Because, let me tell you something, Mr. Warden, you're not a god. Despite those magical powers of yours, you're still a person. Warden sighed. After a few moments of silence, he said, I'm a part of the world too, am I not? Indeed, I am a person. My wife and son are people too. People need food, shelter, and clean drinking water. They need air to breathe. You know how fractured NQSC is at the moment. There are so many factions and smaller communities that I can't even count them all. It has been less than a year since the nightmare spell descended, so things are still somewhat stable. But he frowned. Who's going to repair the city barriers when they break down? Who's going to maintain the hydroponic farms? Who's going to distribute the food and make sure that people don't starve? For now, the infrastructure of the city is being controlled by a few factions that splintered from the regime when it broke apart. A few key points are being held hostage by awakened warlords. Things are only going to get worse in the future, and that is just NQSC. It is in a far better state than the other cities. Jess smiled. Aren't you overlooking something, though? Indeed, we are awakened. You personally have the power to craft incredible items. There are others with the power to make plants grow faster or summon stuff from thin air. The city barriers and farms have been maintained by the regime, but now that there are people like us walking around, making miracles happen, who's to say that things aren't going to improve instead? His smile widened. Maybe your son will live 10 times better than we ever did. My life has already improved, in fact. I have an entire room of my own. It even has an attached bathroom. And I haven't been hungry in weeks. That is also what the future holds, too. Jess sighed. Now, if only I could fetch my girlfriend from that pit up north, life would be perfect. Warden looked at him silently for a while, thinking about something. Eventually, he shook his head. No way have you been an optimist this whole time. Jess scratched the back of his head. Have my sunny personality and amazing sense of humor not relayed that? Anyway, I do understand your concerns. There are crazy people everywhere, and many of them have awakened as well. There are already horror stories being told about the guy who controls the train tracks. The factions formed by the former members of the secret police is very creepy, too. And those fanatics going around trying to convert people, they're the creepiest. Honestly, what we need to do is gather the guys that reside in the castle out there in the real world as well, and form a faction of our own. Better safe than sorry. Warden remained silent for a while, then smiled. You're just saying that because you want my help in retrieving your girlfriend, right? Jess grinned. She's from the castle too, is she not? More than that, her aspect is quite useful, unlike mine. If you want to become one of the omnipotent tyrants of the distant future, you'll need people like her. Warden lingered for a while. Eventually, he shrugged. Well, why not? Let's gather a team of reliable people and go on a trip to the north. We can invite more of our fellow awakened who reside there to join us in NQSC as well. I'm not sure what shape the future will take, but if we want to even have a say in what happens to us, we need to consolidate our power base first. Building a reliable foundation is the most important step, after all. And if we want to build a bastion of safety for us and our families, we will need a truly robust foundation. Jest grinned, prompting Warden to look at him with suspicion. What? Jest shook his head. No, it's nothing. It's just that speaking of robust foundations, wait, I almost have it. There was definitely a joke in there. Warden took a deep breath and turned away. Right, I'll be going then. Let's meet in the real world when we wake up. The goal of their trip to the north was quite simple. To gather a few of the awakened following Warden from there and bring them all to NQSC. However, many things changed as a result of that journey, and both of them were changed as well. Chapter 21:52, Esteemed Temporary Governor. Chapter 21:52, Esteemed Temporary Governor. A month later, a weary group of awakened stood on a hill in the desolate wasteland, looking at the sprawling ruins below. The world seemed entirely black and white, with charred frames of ancient buildings rising from the snow. Cold wind was trying to get into the gaps of their armor, and neither the warm coats nor the mittens they wore on top of the gloves could stop it. This land seemed dead, with no trace of life left anywhere on its poisoned surface. Of course, it was not the dream realm. Instead, it was the real world. The charred ruins were simply one of the countless human cities that had been destroyed during the dark times, and the soil was contaminated by dreadful weapons born of human mind, not some eerie curse. The air was toxic as well, which was why they were wearing military gas masks and carrying oxygen tanks on their backs. Awakened were more tenacious than mundane people, but braving the wild reaches of Earth unprotected was still a deadly task for them. The long journey had been a rough experience even for Warden and his people. There were very few nightmare creatures out here, but the land itself presented an obstacle. With the collapse of the regime, as well as other powers that had ruled the remaining human enclaves in this part of the world, whatever logistics and transportation systems that had existed before were now in complete disarray. Warden and his warriors had intended to travel by train, but the tracks were broken just a few hundred kilometers away from NQSC. So they purchased an off-road cargo vehicle from a group of former soldiers and drove it further north. Vehicle had not been very comfortable, but at least it worked. Sadly, its engine was torn to shreds by the claws of a random nightmare creature about a week ago, and they had to cover the rest of the distance on foot. Overall, Jess couldn't quite decide which of the worlds was more inhospitable. He did enjoy returning to the castle when it was his turn to sleep, though it was warm there at least. In any case, they had reached their destination now. There was a human settlement in front of them. It was much smaller than NQSC, of course, with a population that barely reached a few dozen millions of people. More than that, it had not been turned into a fearsome siege capital during the dark times, so its defenses and infrastructure were far inferior. There were no tall barriers surrounding the city like an impenetrable ring, serving both as defensive fortifications and a sophisticated air filtration system. Instead, there were several domed areas hidden deep within the charred ruins. The original city had been much more sprawling than the one that emerged from its corpse, despite having housed far fewer people. Pulling his gas mask up, Warden inhaled the cold air, grimaced, and then put it back on. Let's get inside as quickly as we can. Be careful, there will be many abominations in the ruins. Just get the map. Since several of the awakened in the castle were from this forlorn city, they had given them a lot of information about the situation inside. The situation was not good. After the descent of the nightmare spell, the domed areas became largely isolated from each other, and each was now in the hands of its own self-proclaimed ruler. Some of those rulers were good, some were bad, and some were worse. So, Warden added, "Be even more careful when we encounter people. There are thousands of awakened in the city, and even if we are more powerful and better prepared, we can't fight them all." The others nodded somberly. Soon, they descended from the hill and entered the ruins. They had to battle a few nightmare creatures and even an entire swarm of terrible beasts on the way to the nearest dome. However, Warden's followers were all experienced and deadly warriors by now. They carved a path through the ruins without losing a single man and eventually found themselves among humans once more. Life in the dome they entered seemed strangely more orderly than what had been happening in NQSC in the last year. Everyone moved with purpose and determination, busy at work. Granted, people seemed tired and malnourished, most of them wearing bleak expressions. However, no one cowered in fear of nightmare creatures, since there were teams of awakened constantly patrolling the streets. Warden looked around with a guarded but subtly surprised expression. They were met by an awakened officer of the local garrison and treated in a friendly manner. He was quite happy to meet them. It seemed a group of powerful awakened warriors was most welcome to enter the city, since their strength could only help the situation. All of us awakened are comrades. We were called upon to carry out a solemn duty. Warden and Jest glanced at each other, feeling a little troubled. After arranging their accommodations, the officer escorted them to a dinner with the person ruling the dome, who seemed to be called the esteemed temporary governor. The dinner was nothing short of lavish, and the governor, an awakened with clean features and a dashing smile, was both polite and friendly. He inquired about the situation in NQSC with curiosity, explaining how things were handled here in comparison. At some point, an old man in a servant livery arrived to pour more wine into their glasses. J. Est was so amazed at the strange opulence of the governor's residence that when the servant's hand trembled and a few drops of wine fell on the white tablecloth, he did not even notice. But the gracious host of the dinner did. The old man shuddered. The governor looked at him with a smile, then shifted his gaze to one of the awakened warriors guarding the room and waved a hand slightly. Before anyone could react, the guard forcefully grabbed the old man and dragged him out of the room. The governor sighed apologetically. "Please forgive the unsightly display, Lord Warden. You know how it is. It's difficult to train cattle, is it not?" Chapter 2153, A Cleaner World. Chapter 2153, A Cleaner World. After the dinner with the esteemed temporary governor, the dome did not seem orderly and neat to Jest anymore. Instead, it looked morbid and revolting. Back there in the opulent room, the amicable tyrant had eagerly explained his unhinged views to the members of Warden's team. Rather, he had complained about his hardships to fellow awakened, not even bothering to check if they shared his delusion. As if it was a matter of course. What the esteemed temporary governor believed, in short, it was that only awakened were real people and therefore deserved to be treated as such. With the descent of the nightmare spell, humanity was separated into two distinct groups, those who had been chosen by the spell and those whom it ignored. The first group was stronger, faster, and more resilient. Awakened possessed mystical powers and were given deadly trials to prove their worth. Naturally, it was only to be expected that they would play a greater role in society going forward and would earn greater privileges as a result. However, the damn maniac had taken it to a whole other level. He seemed to consider being chosen by the spell as the will of heaven, anointing the awakened as true inheritors of earth. Awakened were holy, and therefore, those not chosen by the spell were wicked. They were mere beasts who walked through their lives asleep, unable of real emotions or rational thought, clumsily imitating human behavior. It was only right to treat them as cattle or dispose of them if they outlived their use. At least that was what the governor believed. It was unclear if his soldiers shared in this demented belief or simply followed his whims because their abuse of the mundane population went unpunished under his rule. There was indeed order and safety, but it was not because people were united in the task of maintaining the dome. Instead, it was because people were treated as slaves, and anyone who failed to accomplish the tasks given to them by the awakened were cruelly punished or outright killed. Warden's expression was stiff as they walked to their accommodations. Eventually, he said, "I knew it was going to be bad, but I didn't think that it would get this bad this fast." Jess looked at him. "Who's the optimist now, huh?" Warden just stared back blankly. Jess sighed. "Well, it doesn't matter. None of our people is in this dome anyway. We'll need to cross over to other domes if we want to get to them." It was not that surprising, really. The governor did take his views way too far, but he was definitely not the only member of the nascent awakened supremacy movement. It was only natural that there would be some who saw awakened as inherently different and innately superior beings when compared to ordinary humans. It was also not that rare to see people get all kinds of weird ideas about the nightmare spell, seeing it as some kind of divine intervention. There were at least a dozen odd cults spreading in NQSC, growing in numbers and developing extremist tendencies at a rapid pace. And that was just what crazy people did. There were also those who were quite sane but callously exploited the lunacy of others with malicious intent. It was a proper mess. Warden's expression darkened, but he did not say anything else. For a while, in the morning after they had witnessed more of how atrociously mundane people were treated inside the dome, Warden called out for Jest quietly. To be fair, by then, even Jest himself was a little pale. He had even left his breakfast untouched, feeling sick to his stomach at the sight of the lavish meal. That was probably the first time Jest had neglected free food. Warden looked at him for a while, then said evenly, "About what you said, that we should just move on to the next dome. What if I don't want to?" Jest raised an eyebrow. "Yeah." Warden lingered for a moment. "What if I don't want to?" He frowned, then added slowly, "What if I want to start working on that? Obvious solution, right now. Won't I need to eliminate competition if I want to become one of the eventual rulers of humanity?" Jess smiled. It seemed to him like the order was reversed. What Warden really wanted was for the trash like the esteemed temporary governor to be eliminated, and since no one else was cleaning the streets, he had no choice but to become the garbage disposal specialist himself, so that his son could grow up in a cleaner world. Jess shrugged. "Then the esteemed governor will have to die." Warden's expression changed, becoming colder and more dangerous than before. Eventually, he said indifferently, "We can't kill him without justification, though." Jess laughed. "Can't we? Well, leave that to me. If he attacks me first, we'll be justified in defending ourselves, won't we? Ah, but make no mistake. It won't be just the governor. His people are just as guilty, and they won't be happy to see their own justification disappear. In fact, they'll quickly appoint a new figurehead and continue perpetrating monstrous acts with impunity." Warden looked at him darkly. "Haven't we gotten pretty good at killing monsters, though?" Jess smiled that we did. The warden remained silent for a while, then nodded. "Then I'll delegate that part to you." 2 days later, the interior of the dome was neither orderly nor neat anymore. Instead, it was a bloodbath. The esteemed temporary governor was dead. His most loyal warriors were dead, too. The others have either surrendered or ran away. It was quite a feat for the small group of awakened warriors led by Warden to dismantle the entire local force despite being outnumbered 1 to 10. However, numbers did not matter too much against a well-coordinated attack, especially if it started with a sudden decapitation strike. Plus, the local awakened were no match for Warden and his people. After all, those who habitually trampled the weak usually fell apart when facing the strong, and the warriors who had conquered the ancient castle were very strong. Jest had killed the governor himself. He incited the poor fool to attack by combining his awakened and dormant abilities, then gutted him right there in the opulent dining room. It had not been too hard. In fact, it had been rather easy. He usually struggled when fighting abominations, since those were mindless beasts. But humans were intelligence creatures, and extreme anger robbed them of their most dangerous weapon, their intellect. So, for him, killing humans was both easier and more rewarding. Governor was a powerful awakened, but he succumbed to Jest's knife all the same. As the fool's body hit the floor, Jest did not feel much pride, or much of any kind of emotion, really. Just the satisfaction of feeling his body becoming stronger. After that, they swiftly and strategically dealt with the governor's supporters. Now, there were a few dozen captive soldiers kneeling in the courtyard of the luxurious mansion while they searched it for any stragglers. That was when they discovered the hidden cellar. A few minutes later, Jess came back on weak legs and crouched in the hallway, breathing heavily. Then he shuddered and vomited on the luxurious carpet, his eyes trembling slightly. Warden emerged from the basement a minute or two later, pale as a ghost. Both of them remained silent for a while, looking at each other with pale faces. In the end, Jest was the first one to speak. I think I understand what you meant. Back there on the wall of the castle, these people, someone needs to stop them, right? Warden took a deep breath. A few moments later, he said coldly, "They are not people." In the end, the captives did not survive the day either. Warden did not execute them. Instead, he simply handed them to the mundane inhabitants of the dome in restraints. Perhaps executing them swiftly would have been more merciful. Observing the bloody spectacle outside the wall, Jess sighed. It pained him to see all these soul fragments going to waste. Chapter 2154 off the cuff. Cassie witnessed the inception of the great clan valor, of the force that would shape the future of humanity in accordance with its will. Warden's reluctant determination to become one of the cornerstones that held up the new world would pay off, propelling him to the height of power in the coming years. That was how history was made, it seemed. Not by vast armies or mystical powers, but by the will of a determined individual, as long as that will was sharp enough to leave a mark on the world. Granted, Warden himself was not destined to become an individual whose personal power could trample armies. His son, however, would, by following in his father's footsteps. Wasn't it bitterly ironic, then, that the cleaner world Warden wished to create for his children would be drowned in blood by them? Perhaps it was inevitable, since what they inherited from him was a legacy of war, not peace. The beautiful castle he had turned into a bastion of humanity was now a ruined battlefield where his grandchildren were struggling to kill each other, and his son had gathered a great army to slaughter other people, not creatures summoned by the spell. That was his sin as well. At that moment, Cassie sensed a movement. By now, it was not just a subtle twitch. Jest's hand rose weakly and then fell again, hanging limp. She shivered and delved deeper into his memories, in a hurry to find traces of Anvil. This time, finally, she succeeded. A vague memory surfaced from the well of them, brief, but etched with deep, bittersweet emotions. Jest exited a luxurious PTV and inhaled deeply, enjoying the clean air of NQSC. Now that the problem with the barriers had been resolved, people could breathe freely here once again, well, closer to the center at least. His posture was full of confidence, and his dashing figure was made even more eye-catching by a suit of elegant, expensive clothes. Now that Jest had credits to spare, he made a point of enjoying the finer things in life, something he had been deprived of during his youth. It was definitely not to compensate for his inability to wear fancy memories. Not at all. Who needs those clunky suits of armor anyway? Smiling, he walked between the awakened warriors guarding the entrance to a newly built administrative complex and walked inside. No one dared to stop him, since everyone knew who he was. Actually, what the hell, why had no one at least checked his ID? There were all kinds of aspects out there, so one could never be too careful. Then again, the power of the people who had gathered inside was so fearsome that only a lunatic would try to stage an attack. Damn, but the world is still full of lunatics. Jess sighed. 5 years had already passed since the day the nightmare spell descended. By now, the world was slowly overcoming the dire state of instability it had undergone at the start. Of course, there were still countless problems, big and small, but there was at least a semblance of order in most of the quadrants, and here in NQSC especially. Ra letter 1D40D, Ograv letter 1D41B, Eumlaut letter 1D4AE. In large part, it was thanks to the people that had gathered today, and Jest himself, as well, even if what he did was usually less glamorous. A few minutes later, he entered a room where Warden was seated in a chair, looking mildly uncomfortable. Not that many people would recognize genuine emotions behind his flawlessly stoic facade. There were two young women here, too, working on his hair and makeup. Jest couldn't help but laugh. Oh gods, never have I imagined seeing you in makeup, Lord Warden. Warden looked at him sideways, seemingly afraid to turn his head and disturb the makeup artist. If looks could kill, Jest would probably fall dead at the spot. That others insisted. I am going to address all of humanity today, after all. Jest grinned. Good luck to humanity. Witnessing your mug will be a great shock for many, no doubt. Let them suffer, I say, like I have suffered all these years. Today was indeed a special day. Because today, they were announcing the formation of the United Human Government, an overarching organization meant to facilitate the cooperation of disparate human strongholds, serve as connective tissue between independent awakened champions, and oversee the infrastructure of populated areas of the planet. That was why brilliant figures like Warden, Immortal Flame, Nightwalker, and many other powerhouses were all in the same building today. Of course, that name, the United Human Government, was merely a bold proclamation. In truth, humanity was far from being united. Most of the planet was indeed under the control of their coalition now, but there were still powerful adversaries left in its corners. The Americas seemed to come around last year, but the supremacists were still holding ground in the south. The entire western quadrant was under the control of Caliban and his cabal of demented fiends, all indoctrinated by his eerily sinister ideology. The dream cult was still prevalent in many places, and the Path of Ascension zealots were steadily gaining ground right here in NQSC. There were many smaller cities that had yet to be liberated from the nightmare creatures, too. In short, there was still a lot of work to do, which was why Jest was late to arrive today. Warden hesitated for a few moments, then asked the makeup artist and the hairstylist to leave. Once they were gone, he looked at Jest evenly. How did it go? Jest shrugged. There was a bit of collateral damage. Unfortunate, but inevitable. In any case, it went well. Those old regime fogies won't be a problem anymore. We'll be able to take full control of the water distribution system and purification plants by the end of the week, then hand them to the UHG. Obviously, that will also make the negotiations with the farmers moot. They won't last long if we cut water supply to their precious hydroponics. And without a stable source of food, all other holdouts will fall in line. In short, there will be no independent factions controlling vital infrastructure here in NQSC anymore. All thanks to yours truly. He grinned. Warden sighed, then nodded curtly. After a few moments, he said, "There's blood on your sleeve." Jest flinched. What crap, that's a bespoke shirt, damn it. He pulled the cuff of his shirt from under his jacket's sleeve, stud. Why'd the degree of damage, then grimaced and tore the entire cuff off. Of course, not before removing the expensive cufflink first. Those were a gift from his wife, so he could not lose them. Oh no, my shirt. Throwing the bloodied cuff into a trash can, Jess sighed dejectedly and glanced at Warden. Well, anyway, you go ahead and prepare for your speech. I'll go say hello to the kids. Warden nodded. Tell the makeup team to come in on your way out, and good job today. Jess smiled. Why, of course, when have I ever not done a good job? The last 5 years had not been peaceful. In fact, they were stained by endless bloodshed. Power came at a great cost, and one had to pay for it in blood, either their own or that of their opponents. So Jest had long lost count of the number of such missions he had undertaken on behalf of Warden, both openly and in secret. It was not very enjoyable work, most of the time, but he prided himself on being good at it. Most importantly, it mattered, because he was not spilling blood for personal gain or to satisfy his greed. He was spilling it to build a better future for everyone, and especially for his family. Now that Jest was a father himself, he understood how Warden had felt all those years ago. Forgetting about the bloodied cuff, Jest headed for the door. Oh, is your youngest here today? Warden nodded with a smile. Yes, he is. Jest chuckled. Good, although I still can't believe that you actually gave him that name. That is like child abuse. Hello, don't you have any shame? Warden shook his head. You won't understand. Anvil is different from Maddock. And standing in the dark jungle of Godgrave, Cassie smiled subtly while Jest's hands twitched. Found you. Chapter 2155, Human Connections. Whistling a happy tune, Jest made his way to a different part of the complex. The important people were preparing to make the historic announcement and would be busy discussing various matters after that. It was not every day that they gathered in one place, so there was a lot to talk about. It was also important to simply spend time together and get to know each other. Some of the famed champions of humanity had already met and even fought side by side on many occasions, but some were barely acquainted. If the coalition was to last, its pillars had to share a sense of unity. Despite how much the world had changed, there was still nothing quite as effective in building trust as looking the other person in the eye and shaking their hand. Grand matters and shared strategic interests notwithstanding, personal connections were still the most important and fundamental element of human relationships, trampling all else. So, the exalted champions of humanity were going to hang out. And while they were doing that, their families would spend time together as well. The wives, the husbands, the children, they had to build connections too, so that the framework of the tentative new coalition was cemented. Warden might have had to give a solemn speech, announcing the formation of the united human government to the world. But the actual New World Order was going to be built behind closed doors, in heavily guarded backrooms, where the families of Warden and other champions were mingling and forming a different kind of union. One that would become their true legacy. Well, and also, all these powerhouses were paranoid, for a good reason, too. They weren't going to leave their loved ones unguarded while every warrior who was worth anything was away, so they simply took their families with them. Jest was no different. His son and his wife, who was pregnant with their second child, were somewhere here as well. After the bloody morning, he couldn't wait to see them. There was a large room in the depths of the complex that was furnished splendidly, with comfortable sofas, various refreshments set on wooden tables, and plenty of toys scattered on the floor of the playing area that was arranged in the center. The lighting imitated daylight, and a beautiful view that seemed to reproduce the beautiful vistas around Bastion was projected on the walls. The room was filled with a relaxed atmosphere, or rather, it would have if not for the energetic kind of chaos that spawned any time a group of children congregated. The first person Jess noticed was, of course, his wife. Her pregnancy was barely showing, so a person who did not know her well would probably not even notice the difference. But he, of course, could see it clearly. In fact, Jess had started joking about how pregnant she looked as soon as they received the good news. His wife was usually one of the few people whose sense of humor was sophisticated enough to appreciate his genius. But this time, she kept missing the point for whatever reason. She never missed when she punched Jest in response, though so while he had not earned any laughs recently, he did earn more than a few bruises. His wife was an awakened too, after all. Her punches carry both weight and purpose. Come to think of it, hadn't she unexplainably lost her sense of humor the last time she was pregnant, too? Probably hormones. She was talking to a beautiful, elegant, mundane woman of about their age, who seemed to be Immortal Flame's wife. Jess spared a moment or two to study her exquisite features and striking gray eyes. Immortal Flame himself was a fiery guy, so it was a bit strange to see that his wife was like a calm, placid lake. That said, despite being mundane, she had a strong presence, as if there was a core of solid steel hidden beneath the deep waters of that lake. That woman had character. Well, of course, she had. Not just anyone could be the life partner of an exceptional man like Immortal Flame, and out of those who had survived the descent of the nightmare spell, there were only two types of people, those who broke, and those who became so tough that nothing could break them. It was a good thing that Immortal Flame and his family were now their allies. If things had turned out differently, Jest could not help but shiver. An enemy like that would have to be uprooted and exterminated completely, because leaving adversaries of this caliber alive was no different from signing your own death certificate. Luckily, Immortal Flame was a reasonable man despite his fiery temperament. Approaching the two women with a pleasant smile, Jest greeted them happily and then looked around the room. Where are the kids? The kids, of course, were up to no good. He found them in a corner, discussing something in hushed voices. Well, an adorable little girl was discussing something. while the three boys around her were just listening with obedient expressions. The oldest of them was about 5 years old and wore a hesitant expression, as if unsure of why he was listening to the tiny but bossy little girl. Jest knew this one all too well, since it was Maddock, Warden's oldest. The next one was Jest's own little rogue. His son was 4 and had mischievous sparks dancing in his innocent eyes. That innocence was pure deceit, of course. The little fellow was a real menace, to the point that Jest never knew whether to despair or feel proud when confronted by his mischief. The impossibly cute girl was, without a doubt, Immortal Flame's daughter. Her bright smile was a sight to behold, and there were adorable dimples on her chubby cheeks. She seemed to be the ringleader. And finally, there was a timid boy who was not quite 3 yet, same as the girl. This was probably the first time he had found himself surrounded by so many strangers, so he stuck close to the outgoing girl and listened to her carefully. Seeing such a serious expression on such a cute face made Jest want to laugh. The boy, of course, was Anvil, Warden's younger son. Noticing him, little Anvil suddenly smiled and waved a hand. "Uncle Jest." Jest waved back. "Ah, but really, Anvil, poor kid, he will really need to develop a sense of humor with a name like that." Chapter 20, 156, Flexible Steel. Little Anvil was not so little anymore, having just turned 7. He had somehow grew into something that resembled an actual person now, albeit a mini version, and one could already recognize his father's features in his earnest, serious face. Too serious, even. Jest had often wondered what kind of kids Warden would raise. With how serious and prone to giving lectures about chivalry the man was, his poor children were bound to grow up with a severe deficiency of fun in their lives. It was already showing. Perhaps that was why Anvil liked to hang out with Immortal Flame's daughter so much. At the moment, though, he was laying on the ground, breathing heavily and staring at the sky with bleak eyes. Jest coughed. Maybe we should end things here today." The kid was weirdly fit for someone his age, but the training regime Warden forced upon the poor fellow was way too intense. Little Anvil really did nothing but study and practice all day long, which was a sad thing to see. Then again, Jest understood Warden completely. In fact, all of them, the original Awakened, were a bit too harsh on their children. That was because the nightmare spell was continuing to reap lives, with new youths contracting it each year. The thought of his son being sent into a nightmare made Jest sweat, which was why he and his wife trained their little devil with an almost equal but not quite level of intensity. They had faced the horrors of the nightmare spell unprepared, so if there was something, anything, they could do to coach their children on how to survive the danger, they were willing to do it. Not everyone had such a wealth of resources at their disposal, but they did, and so they used it thoroughly. Thankfully, their second son was too young for sword practice for now. Still, his training would have to start soon. No one was trained more intensely than poor Anvil, though both in swordsmanship and intellectual pursuits. Warden was not so strict-y. Then with Maddock, who was 2 years older. By now, Jest knew why, and while he understood that the younger of the two brothers had a different, somewhat inhuman constitution, it was still a shame to see him waste his childhood this way. Anvil himself did not seem to mind, though. Shaking his head, the boy sighed, then rose to his feet wearily and picked up the wooden sword. "No, Uncle Jest, I can go again, please instruct me." Jest sighed. He didn't even want a joke at the moment. "Warden, I really need to talk to him." Warden was without a doubt an exceptional man. He was a fearsome warrior and benevolent leader, and more importantly than that, he was someone with a great and clear vision. Even his enemies did not question his nobility, and his intellect was truly formidable. More than that, he was Jest's closest friend and benefactor. It would not be a stretch to say that everything Jest had was because of Warden. He would not even be alive if not for that excessively serious guy. His life would have ended on the day of the winter solstice, all those years ago. And yet, despite what many seemed to think, Warden wasn't perfect. In particular, as far as Jest could see, he was not treating his children, especially Anvil, right. Warden approached their education with his usual level of seriousness, and although he meant well, children also needed warmth and affection, especially these two who had lost their mother young. It had happened during the first gate crisis, that damn disaster. Many people had suspected that the nightmare spell had more terrors in store for humanity, But still, no one expected that a few years after the first awakened returned from the dream realm would follow them to Earth through the nightmare gates. The gates kept opening, and no one managed to close one yet. Jest frowned. There was no telling what other calamities the nightmare spell had in store. The future they were trying to build was dark and unclear. So, perhaps Warden had the right idea to prepare his sons for the worst, after all. I don't know anymore." Jest remained silent for a moment, then smiled warmly. "Sure, kid, let's go again. Be sure not to let go of your sword this time." Since most of the human enemies that had threatened them were gone now, he had a lot of free time on his hands. That was why Warden had asked him to give Anvil lessons. There were better swordsmen out there, of course, but there were few killers better than Jest in the world, if any. Two worlds, really. So what he had to teach Anvil was not the sword per se, but rather combat. Real battle was never clean and orderly like training spars. Both people and nightmare creatures fought dirty, using anything and everything they could to kill the enemy and survive. Desperation was the best teacher, but it was hard for a child from a noble family to really taste it. Clutching his wooden sword, Anvil frowned. Jest chuckled. "What's with that bitter expression?" The little boy looked at him somberly, and then said in a guarded tone, "Uncle Jest, since you are telling me to hold onto my sword, you'll probably ignore it completely and just smack me on the body, right?" Jest grinned. "It seems you did learn something." With that, he attacked, ignoring the boy's wooden sword and aiming directly at his body instead. After a few exchanges, Anvil found himself on the ground again and sighed. This time, he did not hurry to stand up. "I see, so today's lesson is misdirection." Just stared at the little boy, then shook his head in dejection. "You are way too honest and upright, boy. There's no honesty in battle, though. Your enemies will try to deceive you, and you must know how to both see through their deceit and deceive them in turn." Anvil frowned. "But isn't Father an honest and upright man, too?" Just laughed. "Who, Warden? Why, of course. He is the honestest and the uprightest, but he can be cunning and crooked when he needs to, too. A true warrior can't be too rigid in his thinking. He has to be flexible or he'll die." The little boy nodded seriously. "Like steel." He considered something for a few moments, then smiled. "A good sword has to be flexible, too. Rigid blades will break faster. I understand now, Uncle Jest." Jest gave him a dubious glance, not sure what if the boy really understood. Then he shrugged. "Well, if you do, get up and go clean yourself. I'll take you into the city to eat something tasty." Anvil looked at him with a childish expression, which made Jest happy. It was nice seeing the boy act like a kid for a change. Eventually, though, Anvil sighed. "Father hired a nutrition specialist to oversee my meals. I am forbidden from eating ice cream." Jest smiled benevolently. "Why, then we can take the nutrition specialist with us. I'm sure that we can find a nutritious ice cream with some help. And even if we can't, Warden doesn't need to know everything, right?" The boy's eyes widened. Jest thought that it was a look of admire. Asian at first, but then realized that there was a tall figure reflecting in Anvil's eyes. Turning around, he saw Warden, who was walking across the garden with wide steps. The man looked strangely intense. Jest coughed. "Listen, man, Lord Warden, I didn't mean it that way, okay? I was definitely not teaching your kid how to deceive his father." But Warden ignored his words and just stared at him. Jest felt that something was wrong. "What?" Warden remained silent for a few moments, and then suddenly smiled fiercely. "It's Immortal Flame, that guy. He closed a nightmare gate." Chapter 21, 57 Seeds of Calamity. What Immortal Flame had accomplished changed everything. Even before the news of his ascension spread around the world like a tidal wave, igniting the hearts of countless people, it had shaken the hearts of those who held both the greatest power and the greatest responsibility in the dire world of the nightmare spell of people like Warden. The repercussions were too significant. Knowing the importance of what he had learned inside the Seed of Nightmare, Immortal Flame wasn't shy about sharing the information. An urgent meeting between the members of the prominent families was arranged, and soon, the powerhouses of humanity gathered in a heavily guarded government complex. As one of Warden's elites, Jest attended as well. Everything they learned from the immortal flame was astonishing. First, the nature of ascension, the further evolution of one's body, the qualitative increase in the potency of soul essence, the unimaginable degree with which one could control it as an ascended, the unsealing of the third aspect ability, and most importantly of all, the ability to enter the dream realm whenever one wanted. Or not enter it at all. All of them were seasoned and powerful awakened warriors, but witnessing what immortal flame was now capable of, even just on a purely physical level, was enough to leave them all stunned. That was an entirely new level of might that they could not have dreamed about. Not even superhuman power, but an inhuman one. Something that would finally allow them to contend against fallen nightmare creatures on equal footing, and therefore alleviate the crushing pressure every one of them was experiencing, both in the real world and in the dream realm. Take Bastion, for example. Although it had become a beacon of safety for the humans of the dream realm, the actual situation in the castle was not too good these days. That was because without the Red Dragon, the abominable forest that surrounded Warden Citadel was growing more and more terrifying with each year. By now, Bastion was besieged from all sides, and the only way to stave off the enemy was to venture out on frequent punitive expeditions to cull the abominations spawned by the dark woods, burning large swathes of the forest in the process. Each of these expeditions was more onerous and deadly than the previous one, and the balance of power was slowly shifting in favor of the sprawling dark mass of the eerie Titan. Ascension offered a chance to swing the balance back in favor of humans. Then there was the freedom from the clutches of the nightmare spell it offered. All awakened had no choice but to enter the dream realm when they slept, and the dream realm was a harsh and inhospitable hell. Bastion was one of the strongest citadels of humanity in its dark expanse, and even it was barely standing. There was no need to mention how hard the lives in the smaller human enclaves were. Surviving was hard, and casualties were a constant. The citadels were like small, trembling flames, shining weakly in the endless expanse of chilling and impenetrable darkness. So, for most awakened, the mere possibility of never having to enter the dream realm again would be like a ray of hope. For those in charge of humanity, however, something else held much more significance. It was not the allure of greater power that Ascension offered, and not even the promise of remaining in the real world forever. It was the fact that conquering a seed was now the only proven method of closing a nightmare gate. The gates had become a plague after first appearing a few years ago, and their number only continued to grow. There were already a dozen or so exclusion zones in NQSC alone, and constant military presence was required to eliminate the emerging abominations. The scale of the problem was manageable for now, but anyone with the smallest amount of foresight could see the writing on the wall. Sooner or later, the nightmare gates were going to swallow all human population centers. Unless they were dealt with, and Immortal Flame had shown them a way to do just that. Finally, there was the last shocking part of his report. It was the truth of what was hidden inside the nightmare seeds. Immortal Flame, of course, was not the first person who had entered one of them. However, he and those of his comrades who had survived were the first ones to return alive, and there. The first people who could tell the rest of humanity about what awaited awakened inside the nightmare seeds. The truth was something that many had theorized, but none had been able to prove. It was another nightmare, a second nightmare. Just like the trial that every awakened faced after contracting the spell, a new nightmare awaited them inside the seeds, this one far more deadly and demanding, with enemies that were far more powerful than most of them had ever had to fight. Letter 1 D619 A umlaut small cap N letter 1 ED9 beta yes retroflex. However, there was another difference to the second nightmare, one that had the potential to have decisive influence on the next few years. It was that, according to the Immortal Flame, these new harrowing nightmares were not individual trials, but rather meant to be challenged as by groups of awakened. The idea of a nightmare that many people could challenge was preposterous, but it was nevertheless true. Jest was quite shocked by the unexpected turn of events, but in hindsight, nothing about the nightmare spell had ever been predictable. The news of Immortal Flame's ascension was announced a few days after the meeting. Not long after that, the prominent awakened gathered once more, this time for an official celebration. It was just before the celebration that Warden looked at Jest somberly, and said, his voice full of familiar determination. "We must do it, Jest. We must ascend." Jest sighed. "Yeah, sure, but hold your horses. You know better than I do how many people died while challenging the seeds. The fact that immortal flame returned alive doesn't mean that from now on, everyone will too. We must prepare thoroughly. There is no rush." But Warden shook his head. "You are wrong. There is a rush, don't you see?" Looking at the streets of NQSC that moved past the window of their PTV, Warden gritted his teeth. The fact that there is a second nightmare means that there will be a third as well, and the fourth. His expression darkened, which also means that after the first gate crisis, there will be the second, and the third, and so on. That is a reasonable extrapolation. These nightmare gates we are dealing with will soon become more terrible. What will we do when corrupted nightmare creatures start entering the waking world? Jess shivered. Corrupted nightmare creatures were legendary monsters synonymous with death. Just one of them could wipe out most of NQSC since there was no one here to stop it. Except for Immortal Flame and his surviving companions. Noticing the lack of a humorous response, Warden nodded and looked at him silently. Eventually, he said, "That is why we must ascend, Jest, as soon as possible." Chapter 2158 Old Guard. In the end, there had not been a second gate crisis. That was because people like Warden had anticipated that Category 3 gates would start appearing in the near future, and prepared accordingly. It cost them a lot. For a few years after Immortal Flame had conquered the second nightmare, the higher echelons of humanity were overcome by great ambition, great determination, and great sorrow. There were countless celebrations and countless funerals. Almost all the best and the brightest of humanity answered the call of nightmare, entering the blooming seeds to face the trial of the spell. Many returned victorious, but many had perished as well. It was as if the old guard was being culled. Jest had lost count of how many of his old acquaintances, all seasoned veterans and survivors of the spell's descent, had lost their lives in the pursuit of ascension. But he survived. Warden survived, too, becoming an ascended in the 10th year of the nightmare spell era. People like them were more and more often called masters now. Both of them were in their 30s now. They weren't young, but the ruthless world kept changing around them at the same rapid pace. In the dream realm, Warden managed to push the monstrous forest back from the walls of Bastion for a time, at least. Despite having reached ascension, they still could not contend against a fallen titan. All they could do was contain it and slow down its growth. Jest himself had left Bastion and traveled south along the river, conquering the strategic citadel that stood halfway between the Mirror Lake and Stormsea. With Rivergate in human hands, it was now possible to connect with Nightwalker and the other champions of that nebulous region of the Dream Realm. Many more citadels were conquered at that time as well. While the River of Tears basin in the west was still largely underdeveloped, with every human enclave isolated from the rest, things were changing here in the heartland of the Dream Realm. Humans were slowly uniting around Bastion and Warden, and the citadels were supporting each other to present a united front against the horrors of the nightmare spell. Things were changing in the waking world, too. Almost all remaining cities were now under the control of the united human government and the awakened forces standing behind it. He mad ruler of the Western Quadrant, Caliban, had been eliminated. The less powerful local tyrants had all been either killed or persuaded to join the New World Order as well. Quite a few of those who persisted in their misguided ways died by Jest's own hand. He had been deadly even as an awakened, and his power and lethality only exploded after becoming a master. The dream cult had been ruthlessly suppressed and erased from the annals of history, replaced by the powerful propaganda machine of the government. The awakened supremacy movement had been eradicated. Countless smaller gangs, cults, movements, and extremist factions were all gone now, and a semblance of, if not peace, then at least stability enveloped the world. Even the Ascension Zealots were gone now. This particular faction had not been too malicious, but there was still no place for it in the New World Order. Which was a shame, considering how powerful many of them were, in fact. While Immortal Flame was the first one to conquer the second nightmare, it was the path of Ascension believers who had braved it second, much earlier than even Warden himself. While most awakened dreamed of becoming masters in order to never enter the dream realm again, the Ascension Zealots wanted the opposite. So, after being pressured and persecuted by the dominant forces of the human world, they simply left it forever and established a colony somewhere in the dream realm, never to be heard of again. Jest was not sorry to see the lunatics go. Not that he had a lot of time to spare them any thought. Busy, busy, busy. If there was one word to describe their lives in the past few years, it was busy. So busy that he did not even really notice when his older son had turned into a temperamental teenager and his younger son started school. Gods, look at this guy, he's taller than me. Jest was just contemplating spending more time with his children when he noticed Anvil, now 14 years old, practicing with a sword in solitude. He was currently visiting the Valor residence to discuss a few important matters with Warden, a frequent occurrence now that they were anchored at different citadels in the Dream Realm. Traveling from Rivergate to Bastion did not take a lot of time, but it was still more convenient to meet here in NQSC. So, he was often a guest here. His lessons with Anvil had long been cancelled, though, because the little fiend was already a far better swordsman than Jest himself was. So was Maddock. Now the two brothers just sparred with each other when they needed a partner, and taught each other as well. They were both monstrously talented, even if Anvil had an edge over his older brother due to a special lineage. Noticing Jest, Anvil smiled subtly and put down the sword. "Uncle Jest, what a nice surprise." Jest grinned. "That's what she actually, never mind. How have you been, kid?" Anvil nodded. "Thank you, I've been doing well." He's still too prim and proper." Although Maddock and Anvil were both talented and diligent, one thing they were missing under Warden's strict oversight was liveliness. Today, however, Warden's younger son seemed troubled. He hesitated for a few moments, then asked tentatively, "Uncle Jest, do you think that Maddock, will he be all right?" Jest raised an eyebrow. "Why wouldn't he be all right?" A shadow crossed the boy's face. "Because he turned 16. Jest blinked. 16. Most of the youths who contracted the spell were between 16 and 18 years of age. Maddock is already 16, huh? At that point someone would say, "Gods, how fast time had passed." But not Jest. To him, it felt like a dozen lifetimes had passed between the day Maddock was born and now. However, since Maddock was already 16, his own son will be 2 in a year. He remained silent for a while, then smiled. "Maddock, that guy? Bah, of course he'll be all right. Don't you worry about him, worry about yourself instead." And indeed, Maddock was all right. A year passed, and he was yet to show any symptoms of having contracted the nightmare spell. So Jest allowed himself to feel hopeful, too. Maybe it's really, really going to be all right. But then one day, when he returned home, his son's sleepy eyes met him, and the boy said after a big yawn, "Aw, Dad, sorry, can we skip practice today? I feel a bit tired." Jest's heart stopped. Chapter 2159, Empty Cradle. In the basement of Jest's lavish mansion at the heart of NQSC, behind several layers of armored alloy, and defended by a cutting Spelltech defense system, lay a square chamber with video walls that displayed a beautiful panoramic view of Rivergate. There were 2 sleeping pods installed there side by side, once luxurious and expensive, but now old and obsolete. Jest and his wife had used them once, but since both of them were masters now and did not venture into the dream realm in their sleep, the sleeping pods had just been gathering dust for the last few years. Not that they were really dusty, the entire Encion was spotlessly clean, both due to robotic cleaners and mundane staff. But today, one of the pods had an occupant. Jest's older son was laying there, sleeping peacefully, while Jest himself was sitting on a folding chair nearby and watching him with an expressionless face. He had been sitting there for 2 days without moving. Only his mind was restless and alive. "Come on, boy, come on. Your old man survived, so you can survive too. You are so much better than me, you can do it." It had not taken long for his son to succumb to the spell after displaying the first symptoms. He was in the first nightmare now, fighting for his life, and Jest was stuck here by his side, but unable to help. He could not help, and at the same time he felt more helpless than ever before. Wasn't it funny? Jest had spent the first 2 decades of his life barely clinging to life, then spent many more years in regular brushes with death. And yet, he had never felt more powerless than now. Perhaps it was funny, but for the first time since the spell descended, he could not find the strength to smile. Come on. Slowly, every conversation he had ever had with Warden were surfacing in his mind. Everything that the two of them had done, every glorious victory, every triumph against all odds, every noble sacrifice, every dirty scheme, every cold-blooded execution, every innocent life lost as collateral damage in pursuit of greater good. It had all been for this, had it not? To build a world where their children could live with their heads held high. They had spilled the blood and built that world, so surely their children would survive. Jest had known nothing and had nothing when the spell called him into the first nightmare. He did not know how to fight, how to wield weapons, how to procure food, how to find shelter from the elements. He had not known what aspects were, why attributes were important, how to harvest and absorb soul shards. But his son knew it all, and then some. He had been taught and trained by the best instructors in the world, preparing for this day from early childhood. His training had been both thorough and extensive, bordering on excessive. Jest and his wife were among the best warriors of humanity and imparted as much as they could on him as well. So surely, Jest had never prayed to anyone or anything before, but he was praying now. Even though the gods were dead, he hoped that something would listen. He prayed to the gods, to the demons. He even prayed to the nightmare spell. Come on. But his prayers had gone unanswered. He felt it before he saw it, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the atmosphere, as if the air in the underground chamber had suddenly become heavier. Letter 1D42B a umlaut, nya letter 1ECD beta S. Colder, darker, and more sinister. It was not really something Jest felt with his body, but rather what he felt with his soul. His eyes trembled slightly. In the brightly illuminated cradle of the sleeping pod, his son's eyelids trembled, too. For a moment, Jest hoped that the little fiend would wake up and open his eyes. But instead, his son's body twitched, and then arched, a low growl escaping from between his lips. Something moved under his skin, as if his bones were growing and rearranging themselves, pressing against it from below. Jest continued to watch silently, paralyzed. Eventually, though, he slowly stood up and walked toward the sleeping pod weakly. Sitting down on its edge, he pulled his son into an embrace and held him tightly, struggling against the movements that were growing more and more fierce. He tasted it again, the salty taste of tears on his tongue. So he still had tears to shed, it seemed. Just like on that day, in front of the barrack. Jest opened his mouth. Shha. He inhaled deeply. It's all right, boy, it's all right. You did well, you did the best you could. Of course, the thing he was holding was not his son anymore. But Jest just held it tighter. It's all right, you did well. After a while, an eternity perhaps, Jest left the basement and closed the door behind him. He knew that his wife was waiting for him upstairs, half dead from the dreadful anticipation of uncertain news. He had to tell her now, but was not brave enough to face her just yet. Instead, Jest turned to the wall and leaned on it, breathing heavily. The armored alloy felt cool against his forehead. His mind was empty. Some time later, his gaze focused on his wrist. There, on the cuff of his expensive shirt, the white fabric had turned vibrant red with blood. Jest stared at it for a while, his eyes slowly growing less cloudy. A crooked smile suddenly split his face apart. He remembered another bloodied cuff and a conversation that had happened a long time ago. What was it that he had said? It's a bit of collateral damage, unfortunate but inevitable. In any case, it went well. They had been so matter-of-fact about it. And why wouldn't they? How many of these unfortunate occurrences had there been? He had lost count, if. Just wasted energy caring about each of them. Any of them, he would have spent his entire life spilling tears. He was too busy spilling blood, though. One could not build a new world without mortar, after all, and definitely not without breaking a few bricks. A dozen or 1,000, it did not matter. But those broken bricks had been someone's sons and daughters, too. He grinned terribly. So is this my punishment, then? Was it? Before Jess knew what he was doing, he brought his head back, and then hit it against the wall as if wishing to crack his skull open. But his skull did not crack, of course. Instead, the armored alloy bent and cracked, and a deep indent was formed on its surface. He was a master, after all. Oh. The world was bitter. The gods had died and were replaced by the nightmare spell. And the spell, it was a wicked god. The only kind of god he deserved, perhaps. Chapter 21, 60 Past and Future. About a year later, Jest was leaning on the wall of a random building, feeling dizzy from drinking too much. It was hard for an Ascended to get drunk, but he had smuggled a bottle of special brew from the Dream Realm. It wasn't made from mundane stuff, so its effect was correspondingly outstanding. He had fallen apart a little after his older son's death, not too much, but just enough to allow himself a day or two of drowning in self-pity every few months or so. After all, Jess still had another son to take care of. His wife needed him as well, and Warden, too, although now that all the enemies of the New World Order had been eliminated, there was rarely a need to use his services. That last fact was slowly changing as of late, not because new external adversaries were rising, but simply because the New Order had become robust enough and had existed for long enough that internal threats were. Now Warden had to put effort into maintaining, if not control, then at least a decisive amount of influence over the unwieldy apparatus of human governance. Jest had to help from time to time. His work these days was usually less bloody, and he served as more of a scarecrow than an executioner. Usually. I'm sick of it. When will it end? When would he and Warden be able to get some rest? Work, work, work. For 2 decades almost, they had done nothing but work tirelessly. He imagined the two of them retired, sipping wine in some warm garden in Bastion while their grandkids played around, and giggled. Bah, with how stiff that guy is, I doubt he'll ever settle down. Jest grimaced, then took another sip of the bitter brew. In front of him, in the distance, the workers were finishing constructing the Awakened Academy. Looking at the mighty wall defending the complex from a distance, Jest smiled darkly. Bastards took them long enough. Many things had changed in the last year. More of the children of the original Awakened had contracted the nightmare spell, some survived, some didn't. Of course, countless children had perished to the spell already, but these ones were different. Because they were the first infected who had been born after the descent of the nightmare spell, and grew up not knowing anything but its dire new world. The second generation. Looking at the gates of the academy being hoisted up, Jest suddenly felt like he was back to that day when he returned to the barrack, only to find himself unable to walk through the broken door. A dark, deep sense of futility overwhelmed him, and he hurried to wash it away with the bitter taste of alcohol. That's good, that's better. He wasn't watching alone, either. At some point, another figure appeared in the alley, walking past him without even noticing. Well, it wasn't surprising. Jest was standing in the shadows, after all, and actively suppressing his presence. That was a habit he had developed after perpetrating numerous assassinations. It was someone he knew, in fact. Awakened Aurum, a nice enough guy. Not too powerful and not too ambitious, but solid and reliable. He, too, was a member of the first generation, and since his citadel was in the general area of influence exerted by Bastion, the two of them had fought side by side a few times. Still, Jest would have preferred if no one disturbed his solitude. When the gates of the academy were installed in place, he sighed and let out a laugh. When the gods close a door, the nightmare spell opens a window. Aurum turned his head in surprise, only noticing Jest now. Internally, Jest shook his head. Aurum, I really hope we never meet as enemies. You'd never see me coming. They exchanged a few meaningless words, with Jest playing a drunken fool, then continued to watch the construction. Eventually, the conversation turned to the academy. Prescription A umlaut letter 1033D, or letter 1D51F, Iagonek letter 1E63. Little Anvil, who was not so little anymore, was going to attend it. He had been infected by the spell just before turning 16 and survived the first nightmare, thank the gods. Maddock was already 18 and still not showing any symptoms. Ni more year or so, he would be safe. Immortal Flame's daughter was going to attend, too. They were the future of humanity now. Just hoped desperately that they would be. He would gladly become the past if only they survived. People were calling these kids legacies as of late. It was a bit disgusting, that word, but not as disgusting as parents who had become enamored by the gifts of the spell and actually hoped for their children would contract it. Was Orem one of those bastards by chance? If he was, just thought that he might just kill him right here and now in this alley. There were no witnesses, and he could handle a mere awakened in a matter of seconds. Losing one moderately competent would not affect anything major either. Wait, he doesn't even have children, I think, but he's taking care of his niece and nephews. After staring at Orem for a bit, Jess smiled coldly. Your sister's children are what, around 10? You must be thinking about a lot of things right now, too. Huh, Orem. The man nodded. Yeah, I am thinking. I really hope that they won't become infected. Of course, I'll need to prepare them well in case they do. Just like that, without even knowing it, Orem had saved his life. Jest grinned. That is why I like you, Orem. Thank the gods you're still normal, at least. There were sane people left in the world, too. He took another sip of the bitter brew, which had loosened his tongue. So Jest went on a little rant. Legacies, what a joke. That was not the kind of legacy they had wanted to leave. Their children becoming awakened was not it. This, the city around them, that was the real legacy Warden and Jest had spent their lives building. The clean air, the stable supply of electricity, the robust infrastructure. Public trams that arrived on time, warm water in the showers, and enough food to feed everyone, even the surplus population that had to be relocated to the outskirts of the city beyond the barriers. That was what they had wanted to leave behind for their kids, not the bloody horror of the nightmare spell. No matter the cost. But what was the point if their children were taken away by the nightmare spell anyway? There was no point at all. Just let out a laugh. Orem, my friend, listen to this fool abandon hope. In this era, the only thing worth believing in is the nightmare spell, and the spell is a cruel bitch. Just teach your kids well. Teach them really well, bastard. If only Jest had taught his son better, then maybe. He finished his liquor and waved a hand. See you at the opening ceremony. Jest did see Orem at the opening ceremony a few days later, not that he cared too much to talk to the man. He was more concerned about Anvil, who was supposed to enter the dream realm for the first time come winter solstice. The boy had been acting strangely ever since returning from the first nightmare. Chapter 2161, A Flawed World. Chapter 2161, A Flawed World. So many things had happened, and worse than that, things constantly kept happening. So Jest was busy all the time and had not paid too much attention to young Anvil after their lessons were over. The boy was a constant presence in his life, but more of a background character than a main one. Still, they were close, or had been, at least. Ever since last year, Jest had distanced himself from everyone who was around the age of being infected by the nightmare spell. Even if it was unreasonable and cowardly, he had to in order to prevent himself from falling apart completely. Anvil had contracted the spell, faced the first nightmare, and returned alive. They had seen each other once or twice since then, and even though everything seemed fine, Jest sensed that something was not quite the same. Well, of course, it wouldn't be. The first nightmare was a formative experience for many, and no one was the same after suffering its horrors. So even if Anvil had changed, there was probably no hidden meaning behind it. Perhaps just felt sad about growing distant from the boy, considering that they had been close once. He wanted to visit the kid at the newly established academy, but this and that kept getting in the way. In the end, it wasn't long before the winter solstice that Jest finally found himself paying a visit. He made a point of making himself preventable, and had even gone so far as to not drink anything the night before. After all, he had an image to maintain in front of the youths. The academy was just as impressive as he had expected. He found Anvil in the library, studying academic papers on various dead languages of the dream realm and the reproductions of obscure runic engravings found in different parts of the world. Jest could not really imagine what for, but vaguely remembered seeing Warden doing the same. Hey, kid. When he called with a smile, Anvil looked up, studied him for a few moments, and then nodded. Uncle Jest. The greeting was not really unfriendly, but it wasn't too warm either, a far cry from how happily the boy had greeted him before in the past. Jest hesitated for a moment, childishly hurt by that lackluster reaction. Was it simply because they were not as close as they had been once, or was there a different reason? Still maintaining a smile, Jess sat down and glanced at Anvil. Funny seeing you here. I went by the dojo first, and what would you know? Lo and behold, there was Immortal Flames girl. Ah, I'm supposed to call her Smile of Heaven now, aren't I? Bah, what a mouthful. He grinned. Well, anyway. She was having a blast sparring with some guy. He's a menace with a sword, too. Weren't you two joined at the hip? How come you left her there alone? Anvil hesitated for a while, then shrugged. I don't need more sword practice. Jest clicked his tongue and shook his head reproachfully. That's not what I am talking about, fool. Don't you know anything? If you are not fast on your feet, that guy is going to steal her right from under your nose. That finally elicited a reaction. Anvil looked up from the inscriptions he had been studying and looked at Jest, his cold gray eyes turning a little somber. He held his gaze for a while, then turned away once more. If she finds someone who cares about her, then I will wish them all the best. Smile of Heaven is a dear friend of mine, so I'd be happy for her. Jest scowled. No, was there seriously something wrong with the kid? Or was he simply a clumsy fool that had no idea how to treat a girl? That would not be surprising either. Honestly, it was a miracle that Anvil even existed. Both of Warden's sons resembled their father, and Jest still had no idea how that guy had managed to find a woman who could endure his insufferably stiff and serious personality, let alone convince her to marry him. In any case, this was not a good time to discuss matters of the heart, and Jest wasn't the best person to have such a conversation with a teenage kid anyway. There were far more important things they had to talk about. He lingered for a moment, then asked, So how do you feel? The winter solstice is drawing near. Anvil nodded. I am sufficiently confident. My preparations have been thorough. Jess sighed. Well, true. You are quite strong for a sleeper, and the aspect you unsealed is very useful. Still, don't become complacent. Winter solstice is different from the first nightmare. First of all, there is no guarantee that the spell will send you anywhere near Bastion. Secondly, and most importantly, the dream realm is not tailored for you personally like the nightmare was. You might meet abominations that are simply too strong and terrible for you to face. Don't be shy and run away if you do. Anvil studied him silently. I know, Uncle Jest. He seemed strangely calm. Jest, however, was not. The first journey to the dream realm resulted in far fewer casualties than the first nightmare, but that was only because those who were weak had already been culled by the spell's trial. In truth, countless sleepers still failed to return from the dream realm alive. Anvil was still in danger, and Jest, having already lost one child, was terrified to lose another. But there was nothing he could really do for the boy. Other parents, mentors, and relatives could bestow memories or even precious echoes on the sleepers before the winter solstice, but Jest couldn't even do that, because he did not and could not possess any. So he could only try to cheer Anvil up. Jest smiled. You know it all. Can't you just pretend to listen to my sage advice? Let me tell you something. When your old man and I were young, there weren't even any human citadels in the dream realm. We still managed to conquer one, so don't even think about failing to come back. I won't forgive you if you do, you hear me? Anvil smiled politely. I guess I can make an effort, Uncle Jest. I can't go around offending the elderly, can I? Jest laughed. Finally, the kid seemed like a human again. The moment of levity did not last long, though. Soon, the smile drained from young Anvil's eyes, and he stared at his inscriptions again. After a few moments of silence, he suddenly asked, Uncle Jest, can one defeat their flaw? Jest's own smile froze on his lips. Ah, so that is the reason. He remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged. Well, sort of, but not really. A flaw is a flaw, so no one can ever escape it. Doesn't mean we can't live with our flaws. It all depends on the particular one you get, but usually. Most awakened suffer quite a lot at the beginning, but then gradually learn to work around theirs. It was not something people usually talked about, but if Anvil couldn't share his worries with Jest, then who else was there? Jest hesitated for a moment. For example, do you know what my flaw is? The kid gave him a strange look. That I think everyone knows, Uncle Jest. Jest nodded, a bit disappointed. Well, fair. I guess it's pretty obvious. After all, people are bound to make conclusions after knowing me for years. Else would you find an awakened who never uses memories? Not being able to use memories is a pretty bad flaw. What's with that expression? At some point, Anvil's eyes widened a little. Hearing the question, he hurriedly shook his head. No, you are right, Uncle Jest. That was definitely my guess as well. Jest smiled bitterly. These days, smiling did not come easy for him, but he was making an effort to help the boy feel calm. Figures, so anyway, not being able to use memories is a rather severe flaw, but I've lived my entire life, won countless battles, and conquered the second nightmare despite it. I just had to teach myself how to rely on my cunning, skill, and strength instead. You see, kid, it is not that hard to learn how to deal with your flaw one way or another. However, you need to be able to do one thing to accomplish that feat. Anvil looked at him for a while, his eyes growing strangely wistful. What thing? Jess chuckled. Ah, I guess it's unconventional thinking. You need to be able to flip your perspective and look at the problem without preconceived notions. You need to change the way you think. That way, you can find a solution even if it seems like there's none to find. Anvil remained silent for a while, then repeated slowly. Change the way I think. Then he did not say anything else. Jess did not hurry him either. However, eventually he said cautiously, if you share exactly what your flaw is, I might be able to give you better advice. Somewhere far away, Cassie held her breath as she experienced the vivid memory. She was so close. Anvil lingered for a while, then smiled. Perhaps I will, after I return from the dream realm as an awakened. Just laughed, you cheeky brat, I told you mine, and you are just going to leave me hanging. Well, good, don't go around revealing your flaw, keep it a secret. With that, the conversation ended. After Anvil returned from the dream realm as an awakened, things happened, and more things kept happening, delaying their next private conversation. And on the day, they did find a reason to speak about flaws again. Just wished that they never had. Chapter 2162, Shield of Humanity. Almost 3 years had passed since the Awakened Academy welcomed its first batch of the second-generation sleepers. The world had settled a little. Humanity was still besieged from all sides in the dream realm, but no citadel had been overrun in quite some time. The waking world was still plagued by the nightmare gates, but they did not pose an existential threat to mankind anymore. For now, young Anvil had become a fearsome warrior and a widely admired champion among those who defended Bastion. Together with Maddock, who had conquered the first nightmare a year after his younger brother, the sons of Warden now led the Knights of Valor into battles against the dreadful creatures of the hungry forest. He also collaborated with his academy companions, Broken Sword and Smile of Heaven. Often, all three had gained quite a bit of fame, becoming known as the brightest stars of the new generation. The power and prestige of both the Valor clan and the Immortal Flame clan continued to grow. The only other clan that could compete with them was the coalition of the prominent awakened families united by Nightwalker, the House of Night. The culture of the legacy clans was swiftly being cemented. In fact, Jest had even found himself as the head of a clan of his own. Considering that he did not have a fancy true name, he just named it Dagonet as a joke. Sadly, no one seemed to realize that it was a joke, so people called him Master Jest of Clan Dagonet in all seriousness now. That was a bit of a fiasco. His one remaining son was 15 now. That was why Jest did not feel at ease, even though things seemed to be going fine. Warden remained restless as well. One day, while visiting Bastion after joining the retainers of his clan on a patrol of the Mirror River, Jest found him in the underground chamber deep below the castle, gazing at the great mirror that stood there, surrounded by silence as it towered above the dark hall. There were no reflections in the mirror, of course, since it was covered by canvas. They had discovered this underground hall decades ago, when clearing the castle from the nightmare creatures populating it. The mirror had not been covered back then, and so they glimpsed the sight of the harrowing realm within. Many members of the initial group had perished as a result, and the mirror had mostly remained covered since then. It was only when Warden became an Ascended that he dared to venture into the mirror realm once more. Jest was not quite sure what his friend had found there, but his already formidable powers seemed to have gained a considerable boost after that. Oh no, you have that look on your face. Warden turned and smiled after noticing Jest. After spending 2 decades side by side, the two of them had long become so used to each other that a relationship transcended mere friendship. One could even say that still being able to tolerate Jest after all these years was one of Warden's most amazing feats. In any case, he raised an eyebrow. What expression? Jest sighed. The I am about to stir trouble expression. Warden hesitated a bit, then nodded. Indeed. He remained silent for a while, then sighed and turned his back to the covered mirror. Let's leave this dreary place. Soon they were in the main keep of Bastion, looking at the maps scattered on a large round table. Some of the maps depicted the dream realm, but most of them, surprisingly enough, showed the familiar continents of the waking world. Letter 1E5D Alpha, letter 1D616, letter 1D51F. Warden stared at them bleakly. Those dots all represent nightmare gates, both active and those few we closed. The red one all appeared this year. The category can be seen from the size of the dot. Category 3 gates are larger than the Category 2 gates, naturally. He paused for a moment, then pointed to another map. That one is from before the gate crisis. Of course, the obol scale did not exist yet back then, so its accuracy is not too high. And speaking of the obol scale, now that it operates stably, the efficiency with which we can deal with the emerging gates has increased by magnitudes. The world is at peace, as close to at peace as it realistically can be, at least. Jess studied the maps for a while, then asked in a somber tone, "You're not just studying the maps from before the gate crisis for fun, are you?" Warden had lost his wife during the gate crisis, so it was a sensitive topic. He shook his head. "Of course not. I am trying to determine when the first Category 4 gate will open." Jess scowled, feeling a heavy weight settle on his heart. After a while, despite already knowing the answer, he still asked the question. "So, are you planning to challenge the third nightmare?" Warden did not try to deny it, and just nodded calmly. "Of course I am." He looked at Jess, his steely gray eyes shining with a familiar, infectious determination. Immortal Flame became an ascended 9 years after the descent of the nightmare spell. 12 years have passed since then, and humanity is yet to take the next step. How long do you think the spell will continue to spare us? I don't think that it's going to be long at all. When Warden looked back at the maps, his eyes suddenly dimmed, becoming weary and bleak. It's a race, after all. This word we leave in. It's all one endless race with terrible stakes, one where you can't get ahead no matter how long you stay in the lead. That is why we don't just need to conquer the third nightmare, we have to conquer it. We must. Jest remained silent for a while, feeling a storm of emotions rage in his heart. There were a lot of things he was feeling, but mostly he felt scared. Eventually, he chuckled. "Ah, I see. So that is why you and my wife have been spending so much time together behind my back. Goodness gracious, I was this close to believing that you two are having an affair." Warden coughed, then smiled subtly. What the hell are you talking about? An affair? Preposterous. We were merely conspiring to challenge a nightmare while leaving you behind." Jest clenched his fists. Of course, both he and his wife were members of the initial group that had conquered Bastion with Warden, 2 of his most loyal and powerful followers. Both of them were masters as well. And while Jest had played an integral role in building the world Warden had envisioned, his wife wielded a much more destructive aspect. So it was not surprising that Warden would want her to be a part of his cohort once again. It was also not surprising why he would choose to leave Jest behind this time. But still, Jest wanted to hear it from Warden's own mouth. "Why?" Warden sighed. He leaned over the table and then said quietly, "Because you are not in the best shape. Because there is no telling how long the third nightmare will take, and your son is 15. So, at least one of his parents should be with him if the spell calls. Because we spent so much time building this world, and I need to leave someone I trust behind to keep it all from falling apart while I am gone." Warden paused for a while before adding, "Because Anvil and Maddock have both grown up, but even though they are already awakened, I still want someone to watch over them. This world is full of sharks, after all, and you are my best shark." Jest remained silent for a long time. There was a lot he wanted to say, a lot of bitter words that burned his tongue. But in the end, he simply grinned. "I think you are starting to show symptoms of dementia, old boy. I am not a shark. I am obviously a person." Warden chuckled. "Ha, this one was actually funny." Then he froze for a moment and shook his head. "No, wait, I actually laughed. Perhaps I am really suffering from dementia." Both of them laughed. Not long after that, Warden took a cohort of his most powerful warriors, looting Jest's wife, to challenge the third nightmare. However, this time, none of the had returned. That was how the legend of Warden of Valor, the brilliant shield that protected humanity, had come to an end. Chapter 2163, Iron Heart. It was on a rainy day 2 years later that Jest found young Anvil in the same underground hall, gazing at the same ominous mirror with bleak eyes. Beyond this dark and silent chamber, the young man was the valiant knight and hero of humanity, Sir Anvil of Valor, a warrior whose bravery was beyond reproach, whose feats boggled the mind, and whose voice carried weight no matter whom he spoke to. For all intents and purposes, he was the ruler of Bastion and the leader of perhaps the most influential legacy clan in the world. But here he was just a boy in his early 20s, a boy who was now an orphan. There was no real proof and no bodies for them to bury, but enough time had passed so that no one could deny it anymore. His father, Warden of Valor, was dead. He had perished while trying to conquer the third nightmare. And Jest was now a widower as well. Ever since his wife entered the seed of nightmare, leaving Jest behind, all color had slowly drained from the world for him. By now, the world was mostly colorless. There were only a few things that still seemed vibrant and vivid in its dreary expanse. One of them was his son. The other was the vermilion cloak Anvil now wore, which he had inherited from Warden. That cloak was now like a beacon in the darkness of the underground chamber. Jest approached the young man silently and gazed at the canvas covering the mirror. The clasps tightening it were unfastened, and a piece of the ancient frame could be seen. He lingered for a moment, suddenly feeling uneasy. "Have you been inside?" Anvil nodded slowly. "I went to explore. My father might not have mentioned it, but there are rare inscriptions left in the ruins on the other side. That was how we were able to master a bit of runic sorcery in the beginning." Jest frowned, wanting to say how dangerous the other side was. But Anvil knew. He probably knew it much better than Jest did, in fact, which was why he had gone alone without taking anyone else with him. Jest sighed. "You might not have heard since you were here preparing for the wedding. But out there in the waking world, a few overly ambitious fools have hatched a little scheme and officially pronounced Warden dead. They are clamoring to depose your clan and take its place as the main seat of power. I handled them, of course, but I can't handle the side branches of your own family. Maddox's in-laws are stirring trouble, too. You need to either put them all in their places or, better yet, clean the house. Your fiancée is such a nice girl, so she deserves a peaceful honeymoon, right?" Anvil remained silent for a while, then turned and looked at him indifferently. The strange coldness that had first shown itself after his first nightmare was back now, stronger than ever. The young man studied Jest for a moment or two, then said evenly, "Yes, I heard that they pronounced him dead." With that, he turned to the mirror again. After a while, though, Anvil suddenly said, "Uncle Jest, do you remember what you told me once, about how one should deal with their flaw?" Jest hesitated a little, surprised by the question, then nodded. "I talk a lot of nonsense, kid, but I do remember what I said. I stand by it." Anvil lowered his head. "These days I often wonder if my father died because of my flaw." Jest raised an eyebrow. "How could he have died because of that? It's your flaw, not his." The young man slowly shook his head, then smiled bitterly. "Is that so? Ah, but my flaw, you see. Haven't I promised to tell you once?" Anvil stared at the floor for a bit, then said quietly, "It's that I must lose everything I cherish." He sighed. "I cherished my father, and now I've lost him." With that, he looked at Jest and smiled bitterly. "I was too arrogant, Uncle Jest. I didn't listen to your advice at all. I tried to fight my flaw, I tried to cheat it, but I never tried to change the way I thought about it." The bitterness slowly drained from his smile, and the smile itself soon disappeared, too. All that remained was cold, calm indifference. Anvil looked away. "I see now, the answer was quite simple. It's not that I must let the things I cherish go. It's that I should not have cherished anything to begin with. I must not treasure anything or anyone. That way I would not have to lose anything or anyone ever again. I'll be free of my flaw." Turning away from the mirror, Anvil looked at Jest evenly and said in a calm tone, "Thank you for dealing with those jackals, Uncle Jest. I will handle the Branch families. I will handle Maddox's in-laws, too. My fiancée is indeed a very nice girl, and she does indeed deserve a peaceful honeymoon." With that, he nodded and left the underground chamber without looking back. before his figure disappeared in the darkness, though. Anvil paused and added in the same calm, indifferent tone, "Oh, I heard your son has awakened. Please accept my heartfelt congratulations. I am sure he will make you proud." Soon, Jest was left alone in the silent hall. He felt strangely unsettled. After a while, he let out a heavy sigh. "Ah, that boy, he's so serious. What am I going to do with him?" Anvil had boldly proclaimed that he would turn himself into an unfeeling machine in order to defeat his flaw. However, it wasn't that easy to strange your own heart. He was still a human, after all. Jess knew for a fact that Anvil would fail miserably despite his cold determination, and many times as well. But then again, he was Warden's son. Perhaps he would manage somehow. Warden was gone and Jest's wife was gone too, but their traces remained. Their children remained. And Jest was the only one left to take care of them. He had promised to. So he was going to do anything and everything he could to not let them down. Glancing at the canvas covering the great mirror, Jest sighed. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Then he shivered, frowned, and silently walked away. Chapter 21:64 Nothing to Lose. Cassie froze for a moment, having finally found what she had been looking for. The king's flaw. And what a cruel flaw it was. No wonder he seemed cold as steel. It was not that Anvil was incapable of feeling emotions. He had simply taught himself not to. Since he was destined to lose anything he treasured, he replaced fondness and affection with indifference, thus saving himself, and those he was close to, from having to suffer the consequences of his flaw. His intentions had been good, noble even all those years ago. But in the end, the path he had chosen only ended up turning him into a monster, twisting and destroying everything he touched. Because once he learned to value nothing, the tethers attaching him to his humanity had come undone. And unmoored, his cold iron heart slowly drifted further and further away from all that was good and human. Morgan and Mordred were the most obvious victims of Anvil's inhuman detachment, but there were countless other victims as well. Every soldier that perished in Godgrave, every civilian sacrificed to the chain of nightmares while the great clans waged an internal war, and everyone else who had become collateral damage to Anvil's callous pursuit of what he saw as the greater good. Broken Sword, the immortal Flame Clan, and Nephis as well. The road to hell was paved with good intentions, and in this case, the hell itself had been forged by a single decision made by a determined young man. It would have been heartbreaking, really, if it wasn't so hideous and appalling. Just as Cassie thought that, the lumbering figure of Jest suddenly leaned forward, and his lips stretched into a ferocious grin, revealing his monstrous teeth. But he had not broken free of her gaze, at least not just yet. Cassie did not have a lot of time left, though. Luckily, she had already gotten what she wanted. So Cassie considered ending things there to prevent further danger. But just then, another constellation of memories attracted her attention. It was so vivid and vibrant, but at the same time strangely unsettling, like something that just desperately wanted to forget, but was unable to. Cassie paused, suddenly feeling intrigued. At this point, she had seen most of his formative memories. The descent of the nightmare spell, meeting Warden, the birth of his children, the death of his son, the loss of his wife and his best friend. What else was there? His third nightmare. Even knowing better, she still couldn't resist and burned more essence to delve into the vibrant, unsettling memory. It was strange, but the constellation of vivid memories had nothing to do with how Jest had become a saint. Instead, it mostly took place in Bastion. Letter FF52 letter 1D586 New Obar Epsilon letter 1E67. It had happened only a couple years after that fateful conversation in the Great Mirror Hall. Cassie frowned as she rushed through the kaleidoscope of foreign experiences, feeling her hold on Jest's mind become more and more tenuous. Just as Anvil had promised, he put an end to the internal struggle in Bastion. Jest would have solved the problem by simply eradicating all the parasites, or at least some of them, to teach the rest a lesson. But the young heir of valor went about consolidating his power in a less bloody, but arguably more ruthless way. There were ways to break people without making them bleed, and he did not spare the members of his extended family at all. His coldness and decisiveness even made Jest feel a little chilly. The boy had grown up and become a man, a frightening man at that. Perhaps that was the only way that children born in the era of the nightmare spell could grow up. He is like a colder, scarier version of Warden. Jest was a little concerned and a little proud. In the aftermath, the world continued to spin. The race Warden had mentioned went on, and each month, humanity continued to lose some of the lead it had gained in the past. Anvil cemented his position in Bastion, but although the power and prestige of valor still meant a lot, the influence of his family was in decline. It was not easy for a young awakened to contend against old monsters of the first generation, especially since many of them were masters now. Many had perished the same way Warden had, though, and continued to lose their lives in the desperate pursuit of transcendence. It was as though the great culling of the days before immortal flame conquered the seed of nightmare was transpiring once again, erasing more and more familiar faces from existence. Every time Jest looked, someone else was gone. In any case, for these reasons, and many others, Anvil was determined to challenge the second nightmare as soon as possible. His preparations were swift but thorough. He barely slept, spending all his time either training, forging, or studying the secrets of runic sorcery. Broken Sword might have been the deadliest warrior of their cohort, but it was Anvil who was responsible for equipping his companions with the best memories and gear an awakened could dream of. He also frequently visited the Forbidden Realm hidden in the eerie mirror under Bastion, somehow managing to return alive each time. Every time Anvil returned from these perilous journeys, he would lock himself up in either the library or the forge, sometimes remaining there for weeks. As time passed, he seemed to acquire a few odd quirks, too. It was not even the measured coldness and nonchalance he always displayed after that bitter conversation with Jest, but other, stranger things. For example, one day, Anvil ordered to destroy every mirror in Bastion and punished those who failed to comply with the order severely. He also seemed to have become an obsessive perfectionist, as if harboring a deep hatred of the very concept of flaws. But Jest wasn't too concerned. Everyone who was worth anything in this world was a little bit eccentric. He himself was known to have a strange habit or two, like dressing too dashingly or never holding back his elevated, highly outstanding sense of humor. As the date when Broken Sword and his cohort were planning to challenge the second nightmare approached, Anvil directed his attention to recruiting exceptional talents to join them. Broken Sword, Smile of Heaven, and Anvil were already three of the most distinguished awakened of their generation, or maybe even of all time. Not just anyone could stand side by side with them, however, he did manage to find two. One was that girl from the western reaches of the Dream Realm, Kai Song. It was also at that time that he brought a kid named Asterion to Bastion. By then, Jest was well on his way to 50, and a master as well. But still, the moment he saw that teenage boy, he somehow felt a strong and chilling sense of unease. Chapter 2165 Dreamspawn. I don't get it, I just don't. What are you thinking? Jest was dismayed. The kid, Asterion, had seemed strange from the very beginning. The mere fact that Anvil, who was turning 23 soon, would recruit a youth who did not look older than 16 to accompany him into the nightmare made no sense. Given his age, Asterion could not have awakened years ago and would therefore have no experience. Unknown, inexperienced, untested. Someone like that should not have become a member of any cohort attempting to challenge the second nightmare, let alone one consisting of warriors of Anvil's caliber. More than that, the kid simply gave Jest the creeps. He was perfectly pleasant and friendly, spending most of his time wandering the citadel with a curious look on his face, but there was something about Asterion that seemed slightly off. As if he was not quite human, but merely a thing wearing human skin. No one else seemed to notice, but Jest did, and so he pressed Anvil for an explanation, even though that was not how they usually talked. Where did you find that guy? Who is he? Why do you want to take him into the nightmare? Anvil simply stared at him indifferently, not showing any emotions. Eventually, he shrugged. Since when do I need to justify my decisions to you? Ascended Jest. Jest let out a bewildered scoff. Wow, ascended Jest, really? Anvil stared at him some more, then sighed. I want to take him into the nightmare because he is worth it. As for the rest. When Jest heard the brief explanation, he did not know what to think or how to feel. It was a strange thing. To learn that an old enemy you had thought was gone forever suddenly appeared out of nowhere, alive and well. Path of Ascension, those lunatics, really. The zealots of the Path of Ascension had disappeared decades ago. No, to be precise, they had disappeared around 16 years ago, soon after Immortal Flame conquered the second nightmare. Jess knew about their twisted beliefs, albeit not in detail, if he remembered correct. They saw the dream realm as some sort of promised land, and the spell as a divine guide meant to lead humanity, or at least a few chosen ones, out of the dying world where they had been born to find salvation. Or some such nonsense. As far as all the cults that had sprouted after the nightmare spell's descent went, this one was not the most malignant. The zealots of the Path of Ascension mostly kept to themselves, maintaining peace with the mainstream factions as long as they were left alone. Letter 1E59 Letter 1D656 Beta Cyrillicia Letter 1S6Nen. If there was one thing that separated them from the crowd, it was that the core of their cult consisted of genuine powerhouses, those who stood out among the awakened of the first generation, no different from people like Warden or Nightwalker. It was why Warden had often felt regretful about not being able to bring them into the fold due to how strange and extreme their views were. In the end, however, the Path of Ascension cult had become a ghost on the pages of history, just like all the other cults. The men and women comprising it had just disappeared one day, never to be seen again. To think that those lunatics had actually managed to establish a colony in the dream realm. Not only that, but they had even raised a child here. Lunatics. They were all dead now, though. According to Asterion, at least. The very child who had been born and raised in the dream realm by the powerful zealots, and the only survivor of the first human colony established in its wild expanse. How did that even work? Had Asterion been infected by the nightmare spell here? Did he undergo the first nightmare? What about the winter solstice? What happened to him when he was supposed to fall asleep and be sent to a random spot in the dream realm? Anvil shook his head. Nothing happened to him on the winter solstice. He conquered the first nightmare just like anyone else would, then awakened immediately after anchoring his soul to a citadel. In any case, you don't need to worry about Asterion. He might have come from a fringe cult, but he is not a zealot himself. In fact, unlike his parents and guardians, he is quite interested in the waking world. Granted, some of the notions he has and views he holds are a bit strange. What else would you expect, considering his upbringing? But what really matters is the power he holds. He looked at Jess somberly. Unlike what you think, that young man is not inexperienced. He has more knowledge and experience than any of us, in fact, having spent his whole life in the dream realm. His aspect is also exceedingly formidable. He will be useful to me in the nightmare, no one else can compare. Jest remained silent for a while, then shook his head. How do you know that you can trust him? Need I remind you that your companions can be just as dangerous as the phantoms of the spell in the nightmare? There are many masters out there who experience strife and betrayal after entering the seed. And that's just those who have nothing to hide and talk about their trials freely. Those who keep silent could very well have been the betrayers. Anvil shook his head again. You don't have to worry about that. Asterion and I have a deal, and he is very particular about deals, so he won't betray me. Jest frowned. What kind of deal? Anvil glanced at him coldly. I will help him find a way to enter the waking world after he helps me become a master. Nothing more, nothing less. So, are we done here, or do you want to interrogate me some more? Jest remained silent for a while, feeling unhappy, then waved a hand. Well, whatever, do what you want. I'll keep an eye on him while he's here in Bastion, though. Deal or not, that kid is dangerous. I can feel it. Anvil chuckled, surprising Jest these days. It was rare to see the young man displaying emotions. He nodded. Indeed, I know he is dangerous. That is why I need him. Chapter 2166 The Returned. Eventually, the five awakened, Broken Sword, Smile of Heaven, Kai Song, Asterion, and Anvil of Valor, had left to challenge the second nightmare. Jest would lie if he said that he wasn't worried, but at the same time he was strangely not too worried. That was because he knew each of them well, except for the kid, Asterion, of course. If those five could not conquer the nightmare, then no one could. Coincidentally, or perhaps intentionally, the seed they challenged was the same where his wife and Warden had perished. So he felt both melancholy and vengeful excitement while waiting for their return. Jest was quite busy in the meantime himself. Now that the young Lord of Bastion was gone, Maddock had temporarily assumed control over Clan Valor, and although his loyalty to Anvil was not in question, he still needed help to keep the other legacy clans in check. Anvil's young wife, Gwyn, also needed support and protection. So Jest, a powerful ascended whose mere presence could solve many problems, had left Rivergate in the hands of his son and temporarily relocated to Bastion. Things went smoothly at first. But then, 2 months after Anvil had entered the seed, Jest woke up from the sound of furtive footsteps approaching his bedchamber. He looked at the door coldly and grasped the hilt of the dagger that lay beneath his pillow. Then, however, he relaxed after hearing a quiet knock. His hearing was sharp enough to recognize who it was knocking on his door late at night anyway. Letting out a quiet sigh, Jest got up, put on a robe, and went to the door. There, young Lady Gwyn was standing, pale as a ghost and wearing an enchanted nightgown. The dim light of a lantern memory illuminated her youthful figure and lovely features. Jest coughed. "Ah, Lady Gwyn, it's not that I don't appreciate the thought, but I'm afraid I must decline." The young woman looked at him in confusion, prompting Jest to sigh. "Indeed, I am quite dashing. However, I am old enough to be your father, and your husband is almost like a son to me. Something like that would be highly inappropriate." Her eyes widened. What, I am not." Jest laughed. "Bah, it's a joke, girl. What happened?" Alas, Anvil's wife seemed to lack a sense of humor, too. After staring at him for a few moments, she took a deep breath and said in a small voice, It's Vale, he's back." Vale was a nickname that Smile of Heaven had given Anvil when they were kids. It had stuck to him ever since, so. "Wait, he's back." Jess studied the girl's face somberly, then asked in a low voice, "You don't seem too excited, Lady Gwyn." She shook her head slowly. Something seems to be wrong. He doesn't have any wounds, but something is wrong, Master Jest. Maddock. Maddock told me to bring you. Re-N letter 1ED5, letter 16D2, y'all letter 1E69. Jest's expression darkened. He remained silent for a few moments, then asked, "Who else knows?" If there was something wrong with Anvil, his thoughts raced. They would have to prevent the news from leaking out before anything else. The girl took a shaky breath, trying to calm herself. "It's just me, Maddock, and 2 awakened guards who were keeping watch over the gateway." Jest nodded. The guards were retainers of Clan Valor, squires who hoped to become knights someday. They were loyal, but human loyalty was often fleeting. He did not know whether they would need to be silenced yet or merely contained for a while. In any case, Maddock was wise to call him. "If you would give me a moment to put some clothes on." Unlike the young and pretty Lady Gwyn, Jest was too old to walk around in his pajamas. Soon they quietly arrived into the throne room of Bastion, where the gateway was located. It was the throne that stood on a tall dais, with 2 enormous pillars rising from behind it. The pillars were almost identical to the frame of the great mirror that was located deep underground, directly below the throne room. Whether it was a coincidence or not, Jest did not know. The 2 squires were keeping watch at the door, while inside, Maddock was standing in front of the dais. A familiar figure was sitting on the steps leading up to the throne, wrapped in the cloak that Maddock had taken off. Beneath it, Anvil seemed to be naked. When Jest and young Gwyn approached, he looked up and stared at them with cloudy, hollow eyes. There was no will or intelligence in those eyes, just a deep and eerie nothingness, as though Anvil was not quite awake, but merely sleepwalking. Jest saw his own pale reflection in those glassy eyes and felt his heart skipping a beat. No, what happened? Nothing was supposed to happen. A familiar, dark sense of futility raised its ugly head in his heart again. But before he was overwhelmed by a panic, some semblance of life suddenly returned to Anvil's eyes. The young man smiled warmly. "Uncle Jest." Jest had grown so accustomed to only ever seeing cold indifference in Anvil's eyes that this sudden burst of genuine warmth left him stunned. It was just like how the boy had smiled at him as a child. The sight of Anvil smiling brightly was so out of place that Jest even considered if Immortal Flame's daughter, Smile of Heaven, had stolen his body. The girl's dormant ability allowed her soul to wander freely, exploring the world as a bright spirit. She could also occupy and animate objects. As far as Jest knew, Smile of Heaven had never displaced someone's soul to take over their body, but that did not mean that she couldn't. However, a moment later, his crazy suspicion disappeared. That was because Anvil raised a hand, causing Jest's dagger to float from its sheath and land on his palm. After studying it for a moment, the young man frowned. Imperfect. Even if someone had taken control of Anvil's body, they wouldn't be able to use his aspect. And neither would they display the same loathing of flawed things. Anvil was indeed back. But why was he in this strange state? And where were the other members of his cohort? Broken Sword, Smile of Heaven, Kai Song. Asterion just glanced at Maddock and Th. I both frowned. Something was indeed wrong. Chapter 2167 C. 2167. Chapter 2167 C. 2167. Anvil was fine, at least physically. However, his entire personality seemed to have changed, or have regressed at least. He seemed not quite there yet. He didn't look dazed or confused, but rather blank, as if the very thing that made him who he was had been, if not erased, then at least lost. At the same time, from time to time, he displayed glimpses of his usual self, enough so to convince Jest, Maddock, and young Lady Gwyn that he was truly and unmistakably Anvil of Valor, the ruler of Bastion. It was because of the small, subtle details that only those who knew him well would recognize. The small peculiarities of his speech, the rigid set of his shoulders, the way he smiled in a reserved but confident manner, it was all perfectly familiar even in this strange and concerning state. There were more and more of these glimpses with each minute, as well, as if Anvil was slowly remembering his previous self. That gave them hope that he would recover eventually. For how, however? The most disturbing change was how warm and soft Anvil seemed, stripped of his impenetrable armor of cold indifference. For Jest and Maddock, it was as if he had reverted to his personality from before becoming a carrier of the nightmare spell. For Gwyn, who had only ever known him as an awakened, it was an entirely new side of her usually stern and aloof husband. But there was also something subtle and eerie about Anvil now. Jest couldn't quite put his finger on what it was, but he felt strangely uneasy in his presence. Well, of course he did. The clan leader of Valor, one of the most powerful men in the world, was currently no different from a child. Warden had once told Jest that the world was full of sharks, and Anvil being in this uncanny state was no different from spilling blood into the water. All of them would not miss a chance to rip out a chunk of flesh if news about his condition spread. Whatever the hell his condition was, they would have to figure that out later. First, Jest needed to contain the spread of information. As if that was even possible. The mere idea of keeping Anvil's return under wraps made his head hurt. There were so many things to consider. Jest suppressed a groan and looked at Anvil once again. The boy was smiling while Gwyn was kneeling in front of him, saying something softly. Shaking his head, Jest looked at Maddock. We will need to move fast, but also cautiously. Luckily, Warden's older son was no fool. In fact, he was a remarkable young man in his own right, an exceptional talent even. It was just that his excellence was always outshined by Anvil's monstrous talent. In any case, he was someone Jest could rely on to handle things, but not all things, and especially not those that demanded a delicate approach. For example, while there were only 2 squires who had witnessed Anvil's strange state here in Bastion, there was no saying what was currently happening in the waking world. He should have awoken in his sleeping pod in Valor's compound in NQSC, after all, before using his new ability to enter the dream realm of his own volition to come to Bastion. His sleeping pod was now empty, and many people would have been alerted that the clan leader had disappeared. Someone had to make sure that none of them talked. Either, in theory, Maddock was the perfect candidate to do just that, since his own sleeping pod was mere dozens of meters away. But it was not that simple, because Anvil had not challenged the nightmare alone. His companions would have returned too, or would have perished inside the seed. If it was the latter, then their bodies had already turned into corpses by now, in the best case. Alternatively, they could have become hollow. So someone had to negotiate with the immortal Flame Clan. There was also the Song Clan, which could not compare to the family of Broken Sword and Smile of Heaven, but was only more unpredictable as a result. Luckily, Asterion was an orphan of a destroyed cult. He was borrowing a sleeping pod in the compound of Clan Valor, so at least that was not a concern. There were other forces in play, too. The situation was unknown and unpredictable, so Maddock would not be able to handle everything on his own. Jess sighed, the gears of his mind spinning. Eventually, he looked at Maddock. You stay here and make sure that no one, and I mean no one, in Bastion learns of what happened yet. Also, make sure that those who did learn do not speak about it. Maddock glanced in the direction of where the two squires stood behind the door, then nodded. Those two would keep their lives if they were loyal and smart, or die if they weren't. Next, Jess looked at Gwyn and hesitated for a few moments. He still felt a little uneasy. Eventually, though, he spoke. My lady, please take care of Anvil until I return. Hide him in your quarters and stay with him. Don't let anyone else enter. This is a sensitive situation. And we must protect him until we know more about what happened. The young woman looked at him, then nodded hesitantly. Jess rubbed his eyes. I'll return to the waking world and handle matters there. It should not take me more than a day or two. I'll return with the news. With that, he looked at Anvil one last time and smiled. And you? Be sure to get better by the time I'm back, brat. Don't make me worry. Jess lingered for a few moments, then grimaced and walked toward the dais. Putting his hand on one of the steps leading up to the throne, he activated the gateway. A few moments later, Jess found himself in the foyer of the Dagonet estate in NQSC. He sighed, looked around, then entered a security code and accessed the elevator. Descending deep underground, he briefly checked on his son. The boy was resting peacefully in the sleeping pod, and then proceeded to the security center of the estate. There, he activated a few precautionary measures and dialed a certain number on his communicator. Considering that it was the dead of night, it took the person on the other end of the call a while to pick up. Eventually, though, an unpleasant voice resounded from the communicator. I swear to the dead gods, Jest, if this is some kind of prank. Jest forced out a smile. No, how have you been, Ruin? Master Wake of Ruin, another remnant of the first generation and the pillar of the government, ground his teeth. The two of them were not exactly on friendly terms, but they knew each other well, having worked together on establishing the current world order. Apart from being woken up in the middle of the night, I'm fine. What do you want? Just had about a dozen jokes ready to fly out of his mouth, but he held himself back. He needed Ruin's help. Since Anvil was back, the seed of nightmare was conquered, which meant that the corresponding nightmare gate would have closed in the waking world. The government monitored all known gates, so that was another point from where the information could leak, and the largest one at that. So Jess just said neutrally, I need a favor. Gate C-2167 should have closed earlier today. I want you to keep that fact hidden for a while. There was silence on the other side of the call. Jess waited for a while. Hello, did you hear me? Eventually, Wake of Ruin answered. His response, however, was not at all what Jess had expected. His old colleague said angrily, What the hell are you talking about? Bastard, are you drunk again? While Jest was considering what to say, confused by the intense reaction, Wake of Ruin added, Gate C-2167 is wide open. It has never closed. Do you think I would have been sleeping if it did? Chapter 2168, Sense of Alarm. Chapter 2168, Sense of Alarm. A bit later, Jest finished the call and put his communicator down, then stared at the wall with a dazed expression. Wake of Ruin was not mistaken. Very few people knew which seed of nightmare Broken Sword and his cohort had challenged, not to mention which gate was connected to it. This was the kind of information legacy clans usually kept to themselves. But Wake of Ruin was one of the pillars of the government, so he knew. That was why he had been secretly monitoring Gate C-2167, knowing that any change in its condition, or lack thereof, after a certain time, would have an effect on the entire world one way or another. Because of who had challenged that nightmare. So he would have known if the gates suddenly closed. Jest was not satisfied with just that, though, so he forced the man to check right there, and then Wake of Ruin could gain access to the telemetry of the Obel scale faster than he could, so it only took 10 minutes. There was no doubt. The gate was still open, which meant. Jest had no idea what that meant. It did not make any sense. Had the nightmare not been conquered, had its seed not been destroyed despite the nightmare being conquered, was Anvil's strange state somehow connected to that anomaly? How was Anvil back? Jest raised a hand and rubbed his temple. What the hell is happening? He hesitated for a while, then dialed another number. He had to be discreet about the questions he asked and the people he talked to, so it took some time, but eventually it became clear that neither the Immortal Flame clan nor the Song clan were showing any unusual movements, which meant that nothing had happened to Broken Sword, Smile of Heaven, or Kai Song. They had neither awoken nor perished. Short of contacting Immortal Flame himself, Jest was not going to get a more concrete confirmation, which he could do theoretically. However, there was an easier way to gain clarity. Frowning, Jest left the underground portion of the Dagonet estate and proceeded to the garage. Soon, he was driving a luxurious PTV across the streets of NQSC, struggling to keep himself from speeding recklessly. The subtle sense of unease he had been feeling in Bastion had grown stronger, turning into alarm. What is going on? What was it? He should have been celebrating and drinking expensive wine now that Anvil had returned unscathed, but instead, he was feeling like something terrible was happening. Like he had made a mistake. It seemed like the world itself was against him. His communicator made a grating sound as Jest was driving, announcing that a nightmare gate would soon open nearby. As a result, the streets ahead turned impassable due to the evacuation procedures. Government vehicles blocked the roads, and he had to take a long detour to arrive at his destination, which was Clan Valor's compound. Jest used to live relatively close to their headquarters in NQSC, but after losing his son, his family moved away. So, it had taken him quite some time to reach the heart of the city. By the time his PTV stopped in front of the heavily defended gates, it was already early morning. Gaining entry inside the compound, however, was relatively quick. Soon, he was already walking to the main building. "Master Jest, you are visiting us at a peculiar time. May I be of assistance?" He stared at the butler, Sebastian, one of Warden's original followers, just like Jest himself was. He, too, had been left behind when Warden challenged the third nightmare. It was fortunate to meet him instead of a member of the extended Valor family. Jest trusted the guy much more than he did those people. His suspicions were already confirmed by how nonchalant the butler looked and how peaceful the compound seemed. But he still needed to check. Jest leaned forward a little. "Sebastian, take me to see the young lord." The butler studied him silently. Awakened were exceedingly vulnerable while they slept, so the sleeping pods of legacies were guarded with extreme caution. Jest was one of the most loyal subjects of Valor, but he was also a notorious killer. If he chose to betray the family of his late friend and benefactor, giving him access to Anvil's sleeping pod would be a fatal mistake. Nevertheless, the butler nodded eventually. "Follow me." The two of them proceed past several security checks, descending deep underground. The vault of Clan Dagonet was quite formidable, but it could not even compare to the security measures of the Valor compound. Jest doubted that even a Titan could break through these defenses easily. Then again, the hungry forest that had been besieging Bastion for 2.5 decades could even destroy the ancient citadel if not for the efforts of its defenders. So a real Titan would probably crack this shell of enchanted alloy in a matter of days, if not hours. Eventually, they reached the most heavily defended floor. Here, the sleeping pods of the direct descendants of the Valor clan, Anvil and Maddock, were located. Even their wives slept on a different floor when visiting the Dream Realm. However, at the moment, there was a third occupant here. The kid, Asterion, was taking up one of the rooms. The butler entered several security codes to proceed into the depths of the fortified level. They also had to stay in place while undergoing several scans, both mundane and magical. In the end, however, Jest finally found himself in front of a heavy steel door. It opened slowly, and he walked inside. There, an iron sarcophagus stood on a low platform, shimmering in the darkness. It was Anvil's sleeping pod, one he had entered before setting out to conquer the nightmare. Just felt his heart beating rapidly as he approached the sarcophagus and looked through the narrow window on its lid. Then he took a shaky breath. The sleeping pod was not empty. Anvil was laying inside, sleeping peacefully. He was right there, just staggered back, deeply stunned. What the? Everything, including his own 2 eyes, was pointing to the fact that Broken Sword's cohort was still in the depths of the nightmare. Anvil was still in the nightmare as well. And if he was there, then who the hell was currently in Bastion? Jess suddenly felt cold sweat rolling down his back. Who was in Bastion, or what was? Chapter 2169, The Anomaly. Chapter 2169, The Anomaly. Jess did not know what to do. A person like him, who had survived the end of the world and lived long enough to see a new one emerge from the ruins, could usually maintain composure no matter the circumstances. All kinds of unexplainable things were possible now that the nightmare spell ruled the world, and Jest had experienced more than a fair share of bizarre encounters. He had braved the wild reaches of the dream realm and the mournful desolation of the waking world, spending decades fighting harrowing monsters, humans and nightmare creatures alike. And yet, at that moment, he felt utterly lost. It doesn't make any sense. Hiding his shock, he accessed a special panel on the sleeping pod and studied Anvil's vital signs. Everything seemed to be in order. He was perfectly healthy. His body was, at least. His soul, though, was not inside its mortal vessel at the moment. It was somewhere far away in the depths of a nightmare. It was supposed to be. Could it be that the boy had somehow escaped the seed without conquering it? When awake and slept, their souls traveled to the dream realm where they were manifested as spiritual bodies. In the process of ascension, the physical and the spiritual bodies fused, making one a master. Just assumed that Anvil had conquered the second nightmare and ascended. If he had not, however, then his physical and spiritual bodies would still be separated. The physical body was right here. The spiritual body would appear near the gateway where his soul was anchored, which was the throne room of Bastion. Jest covered his face with a hand for a moment. Was the man they had found there really Anvil, or was it an imposter? He was unsure and uneasy. He was afraid. Taking a deep breath, Jest turned to the butler and said hoarsely, "Sebastian, gather the knights and station them here. Tell them to be ready for battle." The butler raised an eyebrow. "Are you expecting an attack?" Jest wanted to shake his head but stopped himself. Eventually, he shrugged with a sigh. "I don't know yet. You have to keep it quiet, though. The less people know, the better." He hesitated for a moment and added, "This concerns the safety of the main family." Sebastian inhaled sharply, then nodded. With that, Jest left a tether near the sleeping pod, then reached into his soul and pulled on his anchor, traveling back to the dream realm. The throne room was empty. Time in Bastion was somewhat similar to that in NQSC, so it was early dawn. The first rays of sunlight were already pouring through the tall windows, which meant that the gateway would have visitors soon. Few awakened stayed in the dream realm for prolonged periods of time, preferring to return to the waking world as soon as they could. The main keep was locked at night, which meant that those who needed to use the gateway would start arriving before too long. There was a noise from just beyond the door. Jess pursed his lips, then walked there with silent steps. Maddock was kneeling in front of the gates, using a rag and a bucket of water to wash the stone floor. It was a rare sight to see a prince of valor performing such a mundane chore with his own two hands, so much so that Jest was taken aback for a moment. But then, noticing drops of blood on the stone plates, he understood the situation. It seemed that at least one of the squires had proven to be unreliable, and due to the need for secrecy, Maddock could not very well summon a servant to clean up the resulting mess. It seemed like both of them had had a busy night. The grim nature of it all made Jest want to tell a joke. He swallowed a laugh. Maddock looked at him from below with no amusement whatsoever in his eyes. "Uncle Jest, you are back. What news do you bring?" Jest hesitated for a moment. How do I even explain it? He gritted his teeth. He knew the main keep of Bastion like his own backyard, but at the moment the twilight of its silent halls felt eerie and ominous. Come to think of it, Jest did not know his backyard too well. He had never bothered to spend much time there after purchasing the current estate of the Dagonet clan. He gritted his teeth. "We need to find Gwyn soon. She might be in danger. Come, hurry. I'll explain on the way." Maddock's expression changed, and he pushed the bucket of bloody water away. By the time he stood up, he was already summoning a combat memory. The two made their way to Anvil's chambers both quietly and hastily. It was at a moment like this that Jest cursed how grand and labyrinthine Bastion was. With every step he took, his unease and alarm continued to grow. He was the one who had sent Gwyn away with the whoever or whatever it was that had appeared in the throne room of Bastion in the middle of the night. Everything that was going to happen from this point on, or had already happened, would be his responsibility. So he mentally prepared himself for the worst. But to his surprise, when they finally arrived at the chambers Gwyn and Anvil shared, the situation inside was perfectly peaceful. Anvil, now properly clothed, was sitting at a table and studying the plates of food in front of him curiously. Young Gwyn looked a little tired, but otherwise fine, pouring him a cup of fragrant tea. She seemed relieved, even a tentative smile illuminating her face when she looked at her husband, who she thought had finally returned from the nightmare alive. When they entered, both Anvil and Gwyn turned to look at them. Jest froze. Suddenly, he realized that he had actually hoped that there would be horror and carnage by the time he came back. Because then he would at least know what to do. He knew how to fight and kill best, after all. Standing by his side, Maddox tensed and asked quietly, "Should we attack?" They could try to kill the anomaly. That was the safest choice. But what if it was Anvil, after all, brought back from the nightmare by some strange whim of the spell? Wouldn't mad. Ock be killing his own brother and wouldn't just be killing his friend's son. Death was something that could not be taken back. If it wasn't Anvil, though. Could they even kill whatever it was that had taken his form? Or would they just be provoking something so sinister and terrible that none of them stood a chance against its malice? Jest remained silent for a few moments, wishing for nothing more than to let loose and answer with a brilliant joke, like he usually did. In the end, however, he simply shook his head. Let's take him to the waking world. Chapter 2172 Princes. Chapter 2172 Princes. Jest was facing a dilemma, and one that did not have an obvious answer. He did not know whether the young man in front of him was truly Anvil of valor. He could not risk killing him before finding out the truth, either. And there was no sure way to find the truth, so he could only try his best in the absence of a reliable solution. The only reasonable theory Jest had at the moment was that Anvil was somehow expelled from the seed without conquering the nightmare. So he was still an awakened. His physical and spiritual bodies had not yet fused as a result. One was in the waking world, and one was here in Bastion. Therefore, if the young man was indeed Anvil, bringing him back to the waking world would result in the physical body awakening inside the sleeping pod. That would prove his identity. If Anvil's physical body remained asleep, that would give them more information, too. It was not a great plan, but it was at least something. So that was what they did. After telling Gwyn the truth, they hurried to bring Anvil back to the throne room, arriving there just before the first awakened started to enter the main keep. The young man did not resist. He showed a cold and disdainful expression when being ordered to follow, but responded well to being cajoled by Gwyn. That was in line with how Anvil would have behaved in his usual state. None of them had the right to order him around, after all, but he would usually easily agree to their requests. The young man, the thing was eerily similar to Anvil, that Jest knew. It was to the point that he had to keep reminding himself that there was a possibility that the person he was looking at could turn out to be an imposter. Was there even an imposter in the world who could act out the very essence of another person so faithfully? It was unlikely, and yet Jess could not shake off the subtle sense of discomfort, repulsion, even he felt near this supposed Anvil. Maddox and Gwyn did not seem to feel the same fear, but they also did not possess instincts as sharp as his. Damn it, I don't know. Jess departed first, using the tether he had left in the compound of Clan Valor to return to the underground chamber. There, he was instantly surrounded by the Knights of Valor. There was no telling what would happen next, and if it would even transpire near Anvil's sleeping pod. But it was better to be safe than sorry. A few moments passed in tense silence. Jess stared at Anvil's sleeping form, waiting, praying that he would open his eyes. But instead, a minute or two later, it was Maddox who broke the silence, arriving from his own sleeping chamber in a hurry. The older of Warden's sons looked at the sleeping pod. Then his eyes widened. Gwyn and the other, they left before me. Cursing, Jest rushed out of the room. Damn Valor brats, who asked them to keep the sleeping pods of their wives on another floor, the heartless bastards. Granted, this compound had been built back when both Maddox and Anvil were still little kids, but still. There was apparently space here for that creepy kid, Asterion, so why not Gwyn? It took him a few minutes more to arrive at the floor where the sleeping pods of the immediate family were located. Just when Jest was leaving the elevator, he heard a strange noise coming from behind the armored door leading to Gwyn's sleeping chamber. Instead of waiting for someone to enter the code, he simply tore through the reinforced alloy with bare hands and dashed inside. Gwyn was standing in the corner, having just left the sleeping pod, and in front of it was Anvil, dressed just like he had been in the dream realm, which did not make any sense, since only Ascended could carry physical items on them between the two worlds. Hearing the deafening noise of an alloy door being torn apart, the young man turned around and looked at Jest. Then he raised his eyebrow. "Uncle Jest, why are you breaking down the door to my wife's sleeping chamber?" The young man stared at him for a few moments and smiled. The smile was bright and friendly, but for some reason it made Jest shudder. For once in his lifetime, he had no comeback at all. Things had gotten strange after that. Somehow there were two anvils in existence. One was sleeping in an iron sarcophagus deep below the manor of Clan Valor. The other was up and about, albeit seemingly suffering from severe amnesia. No one really knew how that had come to be and who or what the second anvil was. His existence could not be disclosed either, and so the young man was locked on one of the underground floors of the estate. He was made comfortable there, of course, but he was still no different from a prisoner. Imprisoning the head of the Valor family was an act of treason, but considering how strange and uncanny the entire situation was, it seemed like they had no other choice. Jest, Maddock, and Gwyn took turns taking care of the second anvil. At first, they were on guard against him, but after a few days passed, their vigilance gradually lessened. The young man acted a bit odd, but was generally agreeable and easy to deal with, as long as they treated him nicely. If anything, he was much more pleasant and easygoing than the original anvil had been, charming even. So everything was somewhat fine on that front. At the same time, trouble was brewing in the Valor clan, where many saw the sudden situation as an opportunity for a power grab. A few strange and frightening events had transpired in Bastion and in the compound of Clan Valor in NQSC as well. And as a result, Jest and Maddock were suddenly extremely busy dealing with both problems. While the situation on the underground level where the anomaly was kept remained calm and peaceful, the atmosphere in the manor itself had become tense and eerie. Jest felt like he was slowly losing control. That tension only continued to rise for a week or two. Until one day, everything changed. That was because on that day, Nightmare Gate C-2167 suddenly disappeared, and Anvil of Valor, the original one, slowly opened his eyes inside the sleeping pod. Chapter 2171, The Return of the King. Chapter 2171, The Return of the King. Although the Valor compound seemed the same on the surface, apart from the retainers and mundane workers employed by the clan being strangely subdued and on edge, the situation underground was different. The level where Anvil, the anomaly, was kept remained quiet and peaceful. Very few people were allowed access there, and usually it was just young Lady Gwyn and a few loyal knights keeping guard. However, the levels above and below the temporary containment floor were different. There, dozens of knights were gathered, waiting for something to happen in tense anticipation. Not all of them even knew what it was that they were here for, since the existence of the anomaly was still being kept secret. They had just been told to be prepared for anything. Pulling so many powerful warriors away from their duties was stretching the resources of Clan Valor thin, but there was nothing Jest or Maddock could do about it. Currently, Maddock was in Bastion, holding down the fort. Jest was here, dealing with the powerful figures of the human world. Even though he had done everything in his power to prevent the news from leaking, it was impossible to stop it completely. Therefore, there were strange rumors going around the legacy clans about the Valor family. Most people just treated these rumors as idle entertainment, but those who held actual influence were stirring. After all, there was no fire without smoke. So Jest had spent the entire day talking to old acquaintances and lying through his teeth. Everything was fine. Nothing had happened. There would not be a new ruler in Bastion. Things were under control. But things were definitely not under control. In fact, things were getting more and more out of control. Both here and in Bastion, eerie and unexplainable events kept happening, and while no one had perished, it was only a matter of time. Because in the world of the nightmare spell, sinister signs always led to disaster. Jest was not naive enough to expect anything less. I'm regretting getting rid of all those cults now. It feels like we need an exorcist. He was currently in a small room under the Valor compound, reclining in an office chair tiredly. The video walls were turned off, plunging the room into darkness. The only source of light were the screens in front of him, which bathed him in pale light. One of the screens displayed the security feed from the level where Gwyn was watching over the anomaly. Currently, she was reading him a book. The young man seemed quite content, listening to her voice curiously. If one did not know the truth, they would have looked like a happy married couple. On the second screen, the reports and papers that Clan Valor had quietly commissioned from various researchers and specialists were displayed. Jest had been reading through them slowly, trying to find some sort of explanation for the current situation. Sadly, they were proving to be useless. For now, he had learned about all kinds of aspects that could create an illusion of a person, nightmare creatures that could mimic human behavior, and mysterious locations where bizarre occurrences had been documented to happen for naught. The anomaly had passed every test they had come up with based on this research. The new anvil was not an imposter using a rare aspect to fool them, a nightmare creature or a dream realm phantom. For all intents and purposes, the young man was Anvil of Valor in the flesh. The third screen displayed the obel scale telemetry, as well as the reading from Anvil's sleeping pod. Jest rubbed his eyes tiredly and then turned back to the research papers. The human domain in the dream realm was relatively small at the moment. But far north, beyond the impregnable mountain chain serving as the boundary of the eastern human enclaves, an even more fearsome mountain range was rumored to be located. According to reports, those mountains were perpetually shrouded in mist, and that mist displayed strange and terrifying properties. As Jest read the exploration paper, written by some audacious guy named Julius, something suddenly attracted his attention. Turning his head, he looked at the feed from the containment level and flinched. The anomaly was still listening to Gwyn, but he had shifted his gaze and was looking directly at the hidden camera now, almost as if looking directly into Jest's eyes. A subtle smile twisted the young man's lips, making Jest shiver for no reason. "What?" In the next moment, the sound of alarm resounded from the speakers. Jerking his head in the opposite direction, he stared at the third screen where an urgent notification was displayed. It took Jest a few moments to realize its meaning. He leaned forward. It's gone. Nightmare Gate C-2167 had just disappeared. Since he had set up the system to notify him immediately if its condition changed, he was probably the first person in the world to learn of that fact. There was some lag to the obel scale, but it must have happened minutes ago at most. While Jest was digesting the startling piece of news, there was another alarm. His eyes moved and then widened. Anvil's vital signs were going crazy. Crap. Flying out of the chair, Jest rushed outside. By the time he reached Anvil's sleeping chamber, there was an audible boom, and its heavy armored door suddenly folded like paper. The metal walls groaned and bent inward. Jumping over the deformed alloy, Jest entered the room and looked around wildly. It looked like a violent implosion had happened inside. The armored walls had broken, revealing the framework of the compound beyond. The iron sarcophagus had turned into a small, jagged sphere of torn metal. The lights were blinking chaotically. In the middle of it all, Anvil was standing like an unnecessary tall sculpture. He was naked, his flawless build and chiseled muscles revealed in all their glory. His dark hair had grown long and was sticking to his handsome face in wet strands. His calm, steely gray eyes were peering at Jest steadily. Even as a master, Jest suddenly felt oppressed by the weight of that gaze. He definitely ascended. As a whirlwind of scarlet sparks surrounded Anvil's naked figure, forming into a set of knightly armor, he raised an eyebrow and asked in an even tone, "Are you going to continue staring?" Chapter 2172 Descent. Chapter 2172 Descent. Jest blinked. The voice was cold and indifferent as it was supposed to be. But after spending some time in the company of the warm and friendly anomaly, it sounded a bit jarring and strangely comforting. He hesitated. "See, congratulations on conquering the nightmare," ascended Anvil. Anvil nodded matter-of-factly, then looked around and pursed his lips, as if evaluating the cost of repairs needed to restore the sleeping chamber. A moment later, he looked into the distance, most likely reading the spell's runes. Then he turned back to Jest. "Thank you, but what are you doing here?" Jest felt his mouth suddenly turning dry. "Well, about that. Actually, we have been dealing with a bit of a situation here." Anvil frowned slightly. "What kind of situation?" Jest coughed that, nothing too serious. He thought for a moment and then said, "It's just that while you were gone, we've replaced you with a doppelganger. He's nicer and easier to get along with. Your wife is with him right now." Anvil stared at him for a moment, then rolled his eyes. "Is this really a good time for your jokes, Uncle Jest?" Jest remained silent for a moment, then sighed. "Boy, I wish it was a joke. But there really is a copy of you who just popped up in Bastion one day without any warning. I don't know how to explain it, but he is being held here just a few floors below at the moment." Anvil looked at him silently. Then his expression slowly changed. Jest had not expected him to laugh at his awkward joke. Gods knew the boy was just like his father, having no sense of humor whatsoever. But what he really did not expect was to see fear bloom on Anvil's face. Terror even. It was so strange that Jest was stunned. He did not think that he had ever seen Anvil show fear, not even as a child, and especially not after encasing his heart in the cold armor of Indif. "Irence." While Jest was paralyzed by shock, the young man asked in a hoarse voice, his usual nonchalance completely gone. "A copy of me appeared in Bastion." Jest nodded. Yes, he was found in the throne room, stark naked and in a strange mental state. Anvils took a step back. How? How long ago? Has anyone seen it? Has anyone talked to it? How many people? Who? Just lingered for a moment, the old sense of alarm slowly turning into panic in his heart. Did I make a mistake? He forced himself to answer. About 2 weeks ago, a couple of squires and a few knights. It was mostly me and Maddock watching over him. Oh, and Gwyn, obviously. Anvil's eyes suddenly widened. Gwyn. Before Jess could say anything else, the chamber suddenly came undone. That was the only way he could describe it. The floor opened like a flower, the thick plates of reinforced alloy tearing with a deafening screech. Shards of concrete and sparks from torn cables flew to all sides, and at the same time, the blinking lights were extinguished completely. Anvil jumped into the churning pit of torn metal without wasting a single moment. No, he did not jump, rather, he flew, accelerating his movements by pushing the steel plates of his armor. Since when can he? The whole compound shook as a cacophony of noise rolled across the underground tunnels. Damn. Just came to his senses and dove into the pit to follow Anvil. Even though he had only wasted a single moment, he was already far behind. The floor of the sleeping chamber had been utterly destroyed, as if it had been made of paper. The room below it was in ruins, 2 entire meters of reinforced alloy pierced and bent out of the way in a split second. The same for the floor below that. It was as if a cataclysmic disaster had transpired in the depths of the Valor compound. Just fell for a couple of seconds before finally landing on something that was intact. He was now on the level where the anomaly was being kept, and immediately rushed toward the living quarters. He saw the obliterated door and the knights who were picking themselves off the floor with dazed expressions. Just before he could cross the threshold, though, a powerful shockwave rolled from inside, throwing him back. Just flew through the air and collided with a wall, leaving a deep dent in it. A mundane human would have been turned into bloody goo by the force of the impact. As a master, he was somewhat unscathed. But it hurt like hell. The knights were alive but unconscious. Ignoring the pain, just picked himself up and lunged back toward the containment cell. The compound quaked once more, and there was another shockwave. But this time he was prepared for it, lowering his torso and turning it slightly, just cut the shockwave with his shoulder and finally entered the devastated living quarters. It was too dark to see, since all the lights had been destroyed, and the only source of illumination was one of Gwyn's memory lanterns. Taking a step forward, Jest fell. Arg, damn it, why does he have to keep destroying the floor? The entire set of rooms assigned to be the anomaly's living quarters were gone. The few floors below were completely wrecked as well. Judging by the magnitude of destruction, the thing he had brought to Anvil's home was chillingly powerful. After bouncing off a few jagged pieces of torn alloy, Jest hit the ground. This time it was not the metal floor, instead, it was cold, wet soil. They were on the lowest level of the compound now, its outer walls seemingly obliterated. Rolling, Jess jumped to his feet and stood up. There was a scene of devastation around him, with plates of bent alloy and unrecognizable debris piling in the darkness. Some of it was on fire, filling the remains of the lowest floor with dim light. Just when he regained his bearing and looked around, searching for Anvil, he heard a strange sound. It should have been drowned out by the noise, but somehow just heard it clearly. A melodious, bright ringing of breaking glass. It was only then that the sense of unease that had been tormenting him for the past 2 weeks finally disappeared, and he involuntarily let out a relieved sigh. Chapter 2173, Paper Armor. Chapter 2173, Paper Armor. The battle between Anvil and his flawless copy, despite decimating the underbelly of the Valor compound, had not lasted long. At least Jest wanted to believe that it was over. Signs of chilling destruction surrounded him from all sides, but there were no deafening booms ravaging his ears anymore. There were no crushing shockwaves, and the world wasn't quaking. The dim darkness was illuminated by the spreading flames, and clouds of dust obscured the world like a veil. In such moments, Jest cursed his inability to use memories. It would have been nice to be able to see clearly in this mess. Has the boy become that powerful then? Jest had battled plenty of fallen nightmare creatures, and a few masters as well. Ascended were indeed inhumanly sent. Wrong, but not quite at the level of what Anvil had displayed immediately after coming back from the nightmare. Was that the power of those with divine blood in their veins? Jest carefully moved through the carnage, searching for Anvil. He found him soon enough, kneeling in the dust with a pale face. The young man was in bad shape. His intricate armor was nearly destroyed, and blood was pouring from a dozen hideous wounds on his body. One of his arms was hanging limply, sharp fragments of bone protruding from the mess of torn muscles, and even his face was not spared. He was covered in blood, however his eyes remained calm and eerily cold. What a terrible way to return from the nightmare! A shattered sword was collapsing into a whirlwind of sparks in Anvil's hand. Hearing Jest approach, he shifted and looked up. Jest had 1,000 questions on his mind, but meeting the young man's gaze, he faltered. For a moment, he even doubted whom he was looking at. Was it really Anvil, or was it the anomaly? Which one of them had won? The other one wasn't wearing armor. As if reading his mind, the young man said evenly, "It's me." Anvil opened his mouth, as if wishing to say something more, but at that moment his mask of indifference finally cracked. His expression changed, and he suddenly took a shaky, frightened breath. "Gwyn." Ignoring his wounds, Anvil jumped to his feet and looked around, as if in panic. They found Gwyn a minute later, buried in rubble and unconscious, but luckily alive. Hugging her, Anvil let out a shaky breath. "Thank the gods, thank the gods, thank." And looking at him, Jest realized something that should have been obvious, but had eluded him until now. It was that Anvil's armor of indifference, which had seemed impenetrable, was merely a facade. In truth, it was merely a flimsy disguise made of paper. At least it had been then, but things never stay the same. The anomaly was destroyed, and all the problems caused by its existence were resolved. The authority of Clan Valor was not only mended, but grew explosively now that the young Lord of Valor had become a master. The clan compound in NQSC was repaired. The wounds received by Anvil, Gwyn, and the knights caught in the battle healed. The great mirror hiding under Bastion was wrapped in canvas once more, and the forces of the clan started to develop countermeasures against the visitors from the other side. There was happy news, too. Not long after Anvil returned from the nightmare, young Lady Gwyn was announced to be pregnant. Before the end of the year, they welcomed a new heir, an infant boy who would inherit Bastion, the Mirror Lake, and all the glory of the Valor clan one day. He was named Mordred. It was then that things started going wrong, because when Anvil looked at his son, Jest noticed no warmth whatsoever in his cold gray eyes. It was not just his usual air of indifference. There was more to it, an eerie suspicion that no one else shared. A suspicion that young Mordred was not his son at all. A suspicion like that was nothing short of crazy. Considering the situation, nothing could have happened between Gwyn and the anomaly, no matter how convincing the other Anvil had been. Jest was sure of it. Nothing had happened, and yet, a worm of doubt found its way into Anvil's heart. And once it did, doubt seemed to slowly devour him from the inside. Anvil became only colder and more unapproachable after his son was born, but there was still some humanity left of him, at least. These last drops of humanity did not last, though. Whatever warmth was left in his heart disappeared on the day Lady Gwyn passed away after giving birth to their second child, Morgan. On the day of the funeral, Jest found Anvil in the underground hall once more, looking at the canvas shrouding the great mirror. The young man turned and looked at Jest with no emotions in his steely eyes. A few moments later, Anvil said evenly, "I failed again." He remained silent for a bit, then turned back to the mirror and added without any emotion in his cold voice, "But I won't fail anymore." Jest wanted to say that the boy was learning all the wrong lessons, but he wasn't sure that he had that right. Most of all, he wasn't even sure that the boy was wrong. The nightmare spell was a cruel god. People said that time healed all wounds. But in the world of the nightmare spell, time only dealt you new ones. Jest's tentative hope that Anvil would eventually recover from losing Gwyn was shattered 2 years later, when disaster struck and a Category 5 gate swallowed America. So many things were lost in that calamity. Among those things were the lives of Immortal Flame and Smile of Heaven, who fell while buying civilians time to evacuate. And losing Smile of Heaven was the final straw that made something snap inside Anvil. That was what pushed his cold iron heart to make an unforgivable decision. For the good of humanity, for himself, and for the glory of the Valor clan as well. Of course, that decision would not have been possible without the damn abomination, Asterion, waiting there with a smile on his lips after offering the Lord of Valor a new deal. A deal to help Anvil kill Broken Sword. Chapter 2174, Fatal Curiosity. Chapter 2174, Fatal Curiosity. Cassie froze, momentarily shaken by what she had discovered. It had not been her goal, but now that she had caught a glimpse of the conspiracy that would shape the fate of the world, as well as destroy Neph's life and turn her into who she was today, she could not just let go, even if it was the wisest choice. Her reserves of essence were dwindling, and Jest was already showing signs of freeing himself from the bewitching vice of her gaze. She still had to handle the aftermath as well. Killing the old saint would not prove too difficult. But as much as he deserved to be killed, that was not necessarily the best choice. Cassie's aspect gave her a rare ability to understand her enemies. Understanding someone usually made it impossible to hate them. After all, how could she truly hate someone whose joys and sorrows she had experienced herself? Understanding could only give birth to compassion, and it was easy to lose herself in the memories of others. Just like that, she could not help but empathize with Jest, who had experienced so much and had suffered so much sorrow throughout his long and extraordinary life. However, memories were also deceitful. They were not truthful records of what had happened. They were vague and fleeting, often showing only a fragmented account of the past. Even then, they were shaped and painted by the mind of the one who remembered. Take Jest, for example. In his mind, he was a loyal and sympathetic person. Perhaps not virtuous, but definitely well-meaning. That was why what he remembered of his life told a tale of beautiful human connections and dire adversity in pursuit of greater good. But in reality, he was a butcher whose hands were drenched in blood to the elbow. A callous killer who disregarded human life and had left countless innocent victims in his wake. It was just that he did not care about them that much, and therefore the faceless victims did not even leave a lasting trace in his memories. Cassie felt compassion toward Jest, but she was also revolted by him, not that her own hands were clean, of course. Both of them deserved to die, perhaps. So it was a question of profit. Killing Jest would be profitable, since it would remove a powerful enemy from the board. However, it would also result in a loss, since his death would undoubtedly push Anvil to take action and reveal Cassie's hand. As a result, she hesitated to kill him. There were other ways to deal with the old man, as well. She could alter his memories slightly, manipulating them to achieve her goals. With some effort, she could erase some of them instead, making him forget ever wanting to kill her. She could even burn away all his memories one after another, erasing them until his mind became a clean slate, and the man named Jest became swallowed by oblivion while his body and soul remained alive. That was within her power, too, but all of it required vast amounts of essence to be spent. Only killing Jest did not demand any additional cost. Still. Could she really let the chance to learn about Broken Sword's death go? Cassie hesitated for a few moments, then made a decision and delved back into Jest's memories. And not long after that. Her eyes widened slightly. Weaver, that was the reason. She did not have time to finish the thought, though, because at that moment Jest's monstrous hand shot forward. He had been struggling desperately and biding his time while the audacious girl sifted through his mind. It felt vile and ghastly to feel someone invading your mind forcefully and carelessly perusing your most hidden feelings, most cherished memories, shedding light on your deepest scars. What right did she have? What gave her the courage? Even enthralled by Song of the Fallen's bewitching gaze, Jest was shaking with shame, indignation, and fury. But he was an old monster who had outlived more than his fair share of needlessly confident youngsters. He knew how to be patient, and just like Jest had thought. Cassia had succumbed to greed. She overstayed her welcome. When he finally moved, she seemed caught by surprise. The young woman reeled back, her eyes opening wide, but it was already too late. They were too close to each other. His clawed fingers closed around her slender, fragile neck. Jest grinned. Curiosity killed the cat, you know. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to give her time to answer. Just as the words left his mouth, Jest strained his muscles and snapped the young woman's neck. She was a saint, of course, but her aspect did not augment her physique. Jest, however, was currently in his transcendent form. Her spine broke easily enough, as the hideous echo behind him collapsed into a maelstrom of sparks. He threw Song of the Fallen away. Her broken body landed on a very special patch of scarlet moss and submerged into it slowly, the witty open eyes still staring at him with a silent accusation. Was she still alive? Well, probably, it would take some time for a saint to die from a broken neck. Her body would dissolve in the pit of digestive fluid hidden beneath the moss soon enough, though. A grisly death, no doubt, quite fitting for a girl who did not know her place. There would be no trace left, leaving him free to come up with an explanation. So what if you learned all my secrets? Take them to your grave, foolish girl. Now then, there was one more left. Dealing with Helly turned out to be almost boring. Her flaw made her a perfect victim for someone like Jest. After all, denied the power of her aspect, she died powerlessly in his hands. She did not stop struggling until the very end, though. That, at least, was a bit fun. In the end, he tossed her body into the same pit. Looking around, Jest let out a deep sigh. Ah, I feel like he'll reprimand me very sternly this time. Even he was a little afraid of Anvil's wrath. And Anvil would definitely be very angry about what Jest had done today, well, at least as angry as his cold iron heart allowed him to be. Assuming his human form, Jest went about getting dressed. His clothes were designed in a way that prevented them from being destroyed when he transformed. His shirt and trousers were, at least. All he had to do to restore them to their previous shape was fasten a few buckles. The jacket, unfortunately, was completely gone. He clicked his tongue. Damn it, I just had this one tailored. Shaking his head, Jest picked up his cane, looked around one last time, and left. Not long after that, Helly walked out from behind a tree and looked at Cassie, who was standing nearby with a strange expression. That's it. He just left. Cassie nodded tiredly. Why would he stay? I implanted a false memory into his mind, one of killing us brutally and disposing of our bodies, so he has nothing left to do here. She had erased the memory of what her eyes truly looked like when she transformed, as well like she always did after using her transcendent ability. Helly remained silent for a few moments, then shivered. Can you put your blindfold back on? Will feel better if you do. Cassie did not comment and simply pulled the blindfold back into its place. Helly seemed to relax once she did. That was the very reason she wore a blindfold to begin with. Eventually, Helly asked, so I guess we are dead now, at least as far as clan valor will be concerned. What do we do now? Cassie turned to her, remained silent for a moment, and then smiled softly. Well, what else? With that, she faced the jungle. We'll have to defect to Song, I guess. Chapter 2175 Blind Faith. Chapter 2175 Blind Faith. After having a short discussion, Cassie and Helly were ready to set out. There was no reason to linger anyway. The decision had been made and there was no going back. Helly was concerned for the clan, but at the moment, the best way she could protect them was to play dead for a while. The abominable jungle rustled eerily around the two of them, making Cassie's skin crawl. She shivered and placed her hand on the hilt of the quiet dancer, trying to find comfort in its familiar texture. Altering Jest's memories had burned most of her remaining essence. In fact, she had been forced to cut the connection to most of her marks while delving into his past to preserve some. And as a result, she was truly and utterly blind at the moment. She could not even activate her awakened ability, or rather, she could, but only for a short while, which meant that it was better not to use her aspect unless there was an emergency. Both of she and Helly were beaten and battered, still reeling from the fierce violence of the battle and utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, Cassie spoke after hesitating for a few moments. Saint Helly, I'm afraid I am running quite low on soul essence. So, while my echo will be of some help, I will have to rely on you to get us out of this appalling jungle. She could not see what expression the beautiful saint made, but it somehow felt like someone was giving her a dubious look. In the end, Helly coughed. Sure, no problem. Luckily, I wasted very little essence myself. That old goat prevented me from using my aspect throughout most of the battle, after all. And I am sure that your echo will be very helpful as well. She paused for a moment, and then added in a slightly stifled tone. Where did this creepy echo come from anyway? What kind of vile, ghastly nightmare creature did you kill to get it, Lady Cassia? Cassie tilted her head a little, then answered honestly. Oh, it is an echo of myself. Helly seemed to have lost the ability to speak for a few moments. Then, she asked in a small voice. What? Cassie shrugged. Well, certain events transpired in my third nightmare, and as a assault, I had to kill a corrupted version of myself. I happened to receive an echo as well. Helly took a deep breath, trying to gather her thoughts. Then she looked back to the delicate young woman standing motionlessly in front of her. Right, of course, why not? Sounds perfectly reasonable. Not. And you just keep an echo of yourself around. Song of the Fallen nodded elegantly. I do. Then her expression changed slightly, and she added hastily of a corrupted version of myself. Hence the tentacles. Please don't misunderstand, Saint Helly. I absolutely do not have those myself. After all, I am not some eldritch horror wearing human skin. I am most definitely a perfectly normal human woman. Helly stared at her for a bit, then forced out an unconvincing chuckle. Sure, sure, of course, if you say so. It was funny she was old enough to be Kasha's mother. No, maybe a cool aunt, but somehow it did not feel that way. If anything, the exquisitely beautiful young woman gave her the opposite feeling. Shaking her head, Helly called upon the power of her aspect and assumed her transcendent form. Then she offered Song of the Fallen her hand. I don't say this often, but please climb onto my back, Lady Kasha. I'll give you a smooth ride. Saying that, she grinned. The young woman hesitantly raised her hand, grasped Helly's own, and mounted gracefully. Hold tight. Summoning her bow, Helly delved into the jungle at a swift trot. Both of them had to remain alert due to all the dangers that the hollows hid. However, they had a good chance of emerging to the surface alive. Cassie had never ridden a centaur before, let alone such a friendly one, so she did not know what to expect. However, the journey turned out to be far more comfortable than she had thought it would be. At some point, she spoke. Saint Helly, I will need your help once we arrive at the Song encampment as well. Helly turned her head a little, looking back. How so? Cassie hesitated for a moment. You were not involved in what your uncle had done, but you are still his niece. Master Oram sacrificed his life for the Song clan. He had a personal relationship with the queen as well, so there is a good chance that she will receive you well. I, on the other hand, will be met with hostility and suspicion, so you will have to try and smooth things over. Helly let out a wistful sigh. I can try, I guess, but... She paused. But what happens next? They had discussed the consequences of seeking shelter in the Song camp already, but really, the end result of their actions remained ambiguous, especially for Helly, who knew neither what Nephis was planning nor what had truly pushed Cassie to take this step. From the outside, it simply looked as if they were trying to betray the Sword Domain and switch sides in order to support the Song army. Of course, the Sword Domain had betrayed them first, but that was not a clean justification. Reality was never so simple. Even if Jest had attempted to kill them, and even if the king himself could not be trusted, both Cassie and Helly were tied to the Sword Domain. Cassie would have to fight against Nephis and the Fire Keepers if she joined the Sword Army, while Helly would have to fight against her own clan. It was all a proper mess. In the end, Cassie just sighed. Things will resolve themselves somehow. Helly chuckled. Ah, that's good then. If that is the case, I'm relieved. That answer was as good as any other would have been. Helly had already decided to put her faith in Nephis. After all, she had refused Jest's offer in hopes that changing Star would make things work somehow. Now, the only choice she had was to follow that hope. After a few minutes of silence, Helly suddenly spoke in a somber tone. Well then, I have something to confess. Cassie raised an eyebrow, surprised. Confess. Helly did not say anything else for a full minute, then sighed. This whole damn war started based on the excuse of punishing Clan Song for sending assassins after changing Star, didn't it? Well, actually. She paused for a moment. It was me. Cassie tilted her head. What do you mean? Helly let out a joyless chuckle. Look, it seems there's something that even Song of the Fallen doesn't know. But yes, there were no Song assassins, and neither Dar of the Maharana clan nor Silent Stalker had anything to do with the attempt on changing Star's life. They're not the only saints who know their way around a bow, you know. It was me. I shot those arrows. She raised her great bow, which had grown in size to fit her transcendent form. Helly sighed, and her shoulders fell. Well, it wasn't like I had any choice. When Morgan of Valor comes calling, you don't say no. I was ordered to make it seem like I wanted to kill Lady Nephis, and so I did. I thought I should mention it before we reached the stronghold of Clan Song. Cassie remained silent for a while, stunned. That she had really had no idea. They had suspected that Clan Valor, perhaps even Morgan herself, was behind the assassination, of course, but their suspicion had never once fallen on Saint Helly. And there Cassie was, priding herself on being unassuming and knowing things. Huh. But how did it make any sense for Master Oram to have been a Song spy while his niece was Valor's secret weapon? Their legacy clan was not even really on the map, in the grand scheme of things, especially not compared to the deeply impactful role they seemed to have played in the Great War. Life was full of irony sometimes. Eventually, Cassie shook her head and said with a bit of dejection in her voice, Saint Helly, respectfully, please don't mention this particular part when negotiating with Clan Song. Some things are better left unsaid. Helly responded with a quiet laugh. All right, I think I can keep my mouth shut if you insist. By then, they were almost halfway to the fissure leading to the surface of the first rib, and Cassie had already replenished a little essence, enough of it, at least, to maintain a connection to one of her marks. She could have restored her connection to Helly, but instead, she softly touched the mark left on Sonny, his original body that remained near Nephis. Sonny. He seemed to be drinking tea in the beautiful gazebo on the Ivory Island. Hearing Cassie's call, he lowered his teacup. "Cassie, where are you? I was trying to reach you earlier." She hesitated for a moment. "Sorry, I was out of essence. In fact, I can't maintain this connection for long even now. So please listen carefully. I need to tell you something important." He prepared to listen, raising his cup and taking a sip of the fragrant tea. Cassie took a deep breath. "So the thing is, I am dead." Sonny spat out his tea. "Officially, I mean." Chapter 2176, Precipice of the End. Chapter 2176, Precipice of the End. After Cassie ran out of essence and their conversation was interrupted, Sonny remained motionless, staring into the distance with a lost expression on his face. After a while, he looked down at his cup. "My tea has turned cold." His voice was even. With a sigh, he brought the cup to his lips and took a leisurely sip, enjoying the darkly beautiful view of Godgrave and the vibrant, idyllic tranquility of the Ivory Island with a smile. Cassie's news was unexpected enough, but the momentary feeling of being lost Sonny had experienced was not because of it. Rather, it was because of what the news signified. The resolution of this dreadful, appalling war had been drawing near for a while, but now it was here. The end had arrived. So this was probably the last moment of peace he would get to experience until everything was over. Quite possibly the last moment of peace he would get to experience for the rest of his life, since his life could very well end in a matter of days. Still, if he thought about, Sonny felt satisfied. It was far too soon, true, and they did not quite manage to accomplish everything they had set out to accomplish before the war started, but they did their best. From the day Sonny had chosen to return from the frigid ruins of Low 49, out there in the northernmost reaches of the Dream Realm, and until today, he had never once stopped working doggedly toward his bold and defiant goal. His determination to vanquish the sovereigns, subjugate the world, and bend existence to his will had never wavered. So he was ready. He was ready to win, but he was prepared to lose, too. After all, despite it all, the treacherous scheme he and Nephis had woven was at its core a gamble. The future was unclear. Who knew what the future held? Sonny certainly did not. But whatever happened, he would have no regrets. At least that was what he told himself while enjoying his tea in peace. Eventually, the bottom of the cup revealed itself, and he put it down with a hint of regret. Letting out a long sigh, Sonny rose from his seat and left the gazebo. There were a lot of things he had to do. "This girl, I think I've been a bad influence on her." Sonny had felt something strange while talking to Cassie. It was as if he had found himself on the wrong end of a conversation with himself. No, but really, what sane person opened a conversation by announcing their death? As Sonny walked across the emerald grass, his eyes turned chilly with murderous cold. Jest. So the affable old mad had decided to show initiative and kill Cassie after luring her into the woods. Cassie had left him alive, but Sonny was not that forgiving. He was in the mood to tear the bastard limb from limb, feed his corpse to the nightmare creatures, and eradicate his entire clan. It took quite a lot of composure not to send the Lord of Shadows to intercept Jest and end him like the vermin he was before the old man reached Vanishing Lake. That vile piece of trash had dared to set his sights on Cassie. Sonny gritted his teeth in anger. Calm down. Cassie knew what she was doing. If she had thought that she would be in serious danger, she would have. He asked him for help, but she did not, which meant that she had known about Jest's intentions in advance and felt confident that she could deal with him herself. And she had. Not only had Cassie defeated the old saint, Sonny should not have expected anything less from her, but she also learned quite a lot of secrets from his memories. For example, Anvil's flaw. Exhaling slowly, Sonny smothered his anger and began to think. Jest could keep drawing breath for a bit longer. That flaw is a harsh one. Sadly, it was not something one could use against the King of Swords in a battle. It gave context to the decisions Anvil made and provided deep insight into his character, explaining a lot both about his rise to power and about his downfall as a human being. Knowing your enemy was a great advantage, and Sonny was glad to have gained the knowledge of Anvil's flaw, but it was not exactly a fatal vulnerability he had hoped to find. The same went for Kai Song. Although Cassie had not glimpsed the secret of her flaw directly, both of them strongly suspected that the queen's flaw made her incapable of bearing children. Therefore, her vulnerability was the affection she felt for her adopted daughters. Anvil's lack of familiar love could be exploited, and Kai Song's love for her daughters could be exploited as well. But not in the narrow time frame they were left with, most likely. At least not effectively. That whole endeavor had led them to a dead end. Sunny sighed. Well, when have things ever been easy? Most of the time, things were as hard as they could get, so he had never really expected to find an easy way to defeat the sovereigns. They had gained plenty of useful knowledge about the past, regardless. New information about Asterion and Mordred, among other things, two people who would become big problems in the future without a doubt. If there even was a future for Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie. Entering the ivory tower, Sunny frowned. There was something else that Cassie had learned, but chose not to tell him. She did mention it briefly, but did not go into details. It was partially because they had been pressed for time, and partially because she seemed to want to gather her thoughts before sharing this new information. The secret had something to do with Broken Sword and the downfall of the immortal Flame Clan. No wonder Cassie was reluctant to speak on this topic rashly. It was probably the very reason why she had contacted Sunny instead of speaking directly to Nephis, unwilling to have that conversation with her yet. The information did not seem immediately relevant to the conclusion of the war, regardless, and there were too many things they had to do before the end came, especially because Cassie could very well become unable to contact any of her allies soon. Who knew what kind of restrictions Song Clan would put on her once she was in their hands? This was why Sunny had to hurry. I really hope Nightmare has finished his task well. Chapter 2177, Dire Choice. Chapter 2177, Dire Choice. Far away, near the ruined citadel at Vanishing Lake, the Lord of Shadows was observing the troops coldly. The soldiers were getting ready for the final stage of the clandestine assault. Some were leaving to clear the last stretch of the path to the surface. Others were preparing to receive the additional forces from the siege camp. The attack on the Lesser Crossing would most likely happen in a matter of days, actually. Now that Jest had gone and made a mess, the plan would most likely be accelerated. The Lesser Crossing would fall, and the Song army would retreat to the edges of the Collarbone Plain. The territory of the Song domain in Godgrave would dwindle, and the territory of the Sword domain would spread, enveloping it from all sides. Kai Song would be faced with an uncomfortable choice. She would have to either abandon the main camp of her army and retreat to the sole citadel in Godgrave that was under her control, abandon the citadel to make her last stand at the fortified camp, or split her forces to try and protect both. The disadvantage of splitting her forces was obvious enough. Abandoning the citadel would only diminish her power further, while at the same time giving Anvil an opportunity to expand his. The main camp of the Song army seemed like the least painful sacrifice, but only at first glance. The main camp was not only the logistical hub where all the supply chains came together, but also the gateway to the Song domain. If it was abandoned, nothing would prevent Anvil from simply descending from Godgrave into the western reaches of the Dream Realm and wreaking havoc in the basin of the River of Tears, where most of Kai Song's citadels were located. So, Sunny thought that she would most likely concentrate her forces in the main camp. After the two crossings fell, the camp would be surrounded in a day or two. And once it was surrounded, the sovereigns would clash directly. Kai Song would have no other choice. See but to enter the fray herself, driven into the corner as she was. And at that time, Sunny and Nephis would have to enter the fray as well, finally facing the sovereigns in battle. Of course, ideally, that would only happen once both Anvil and Kai Song had exhausted each other's powers, dealt each other countless wounds, and one of them was on the verge of being killed. Sunny's face grew somber behind Weaver's mask. But would Nephis be willing to go through with it? Neither of them had attained supremacy yet, after all. Of course, there was a good chance that at least one of them would become supreme during or in the aftermath of the battle. Freeing themselves from the clutches of the sovereigns, who held the entire world in an iron grip, and slaying them was one hell of an act of defiance after all. Usurping the throne of humanity, or, in Sunny's case, putting the person he had chosen on it, was as well. But if the sovereigns fell and no new supreme emerged, the result would be catastrophic. Because nothing would protect the mundane inhabitants of the Dream Realm from becoming carriers of the nightmare spell. Hundreds of millions of people in both domains would probably die, plunged into the depths of their first nightmares. But then again, a comparable amount of new awakened would emerge. dozens of millions of awakened. Imagining such a tremendous force was frightening. But not as frightening as the cost humanity would have to pay to come into possession of such force. Sunny was horrified by the mere thought of having to make this choice. Of course, missing their chance to defeat the sovereigns would not really save any of those people either. If either the King of Swords or the Queen of Worms vanquished their adversary and became the sole ruler of the world, their already astonishing power would become simply inconceivable. Defeating them already seemed impossible, and it would become unthinkable then. For Sunny and Nephis, that was. However, that was not at all true for the true rulers of the dream realm, the cursed and unholy nightmare creatures that dwelled in the dark expanses of the death zones, and could very well consume all of humanity once the waking world was swallowed by the realm of the forgotten god. The corrupted deities that had already consumed the populations of all the previous divine realms infected by the nightmare spell. This whole mess had started because neither Nephis nor Sunny believed that the sovereigns could face the future trials of the nightmare spell. The sovereigns were great and mighty, and their feats were truly legendary, or had been once. But they had also grown reticent and complacent, wasting decades doing little more than suffocating the emerging power of humanity and preparing to abandon most of the waking world's population in the coming calamity. Perhaps they had their reasons, perhaps they believed that theirs was the only way. But their reasons were not good enough, and the path they had chosen would only lead to doom. So missing the chance to eliminate them now, while saving countless lives at the moment, could very well doom all lives in the future. That was why the choice was so agonizing. Sunny could not imagine making it, but Nephis had to. She would have to make it in just a few days. They still had some time left, time to watch the two crossing fall, the Song army retreat, and the Sword army surround its camp. Sunny did not think that either of them would manage to attain supremacy at that time, so he was preparing to fight the sovereigns as a saint. The three of them, Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie, had planned for this battle for a long time. However, the plan had to change a little recently. So while the Lord of Shadows was observing the troops, one of his shadows stealthily snuck away. A few moments later, it was on its way to the nameless temple, or rather, to the hollows below it. It was time to prepare his slumbering army of monsters for war, as well as take care of its general. Chapter 2178, Sea of Yearning Stars. At the same time as the Lord of Shadows descended into the hollows, Master Sunless ascended the steps of the Tower of Hope. The ivory island drifted above the siege camp of the Sword army, 7 torn chains hanging below it and rustling in the wind. There was no need to land the flying citadel and anchor it securely, since Tyrus of White Feather was nearby, keeping the veil of radiant clouds intact. Below it, the vast encampment sprawled like a dark stain on the white surface of the ancient bone. Countless tents stood in long rows, with more permanent structures towering between them here and there. Myriads of soldiers were busy preparing for the next battle or seeking shelter from the sweltering heat. Some sat motionlessly with crude blindfolds covering their eyes, tired from the everlasting radiance of day and longing for the soothing touch of darkness. Some were simply too numb to move. Across the chasm from the vast camp, the Greater Crossing stronghold stood like a rugged cliff. The battered walls of the impregnable fortress were covered in endless layers of soot and dried blood. The patchwork of repairs held them together, but in some places the ramparts seemed to sink under their own weight or tilt precariously, marred with numerous deep wounds. An unbearable miasma rose from the depths of the dark chasm, which had become a collective grave for countless soldiers and enthralled nightmare creatures. Above it all, Saint Nephis, changing star of the immortal Flame clan, stood on the balcony of the ivory tower, observing the camp and the stronghold with a detached expression on her breathtakingly beautiful face. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes, but even with her eyes closed, she could still feel them. Tiny sparks of longing shining like countless stars in the darkness, merging into a great celestial bonfire. The heavens were burning. Nephis was burning as well. She was flame itself. All those stars were connected to her, inspired by her, bathing her in their light and scorching her with their fire. The waning flames were growing stronger because of her. It was easier to sense them with her eyes closed. The souls illuminating the darkness were her nascent domain. Here in Godgrave, under the walls of the blood-stained fortress, these souls were shining especially bright. The siege had been a harrowing, numbing, never-ending nightmare. One would think that those who survived would abandon themselves to hopelessness. But instead, their longing was only growing more intense, more demanding, scorching. After all, those who were desperate were the ones who hoped desperately. Their hope had been undergoing a change as of late, or perhaps it was Nephis who was changing. Before, her nascent domain was simply there, her source element. She felt a connection to the souls burning with the spark of longing and could draw spirit essence from them. But now it was as if the sea of yearning stars had grown so vast that it possessed a mass. That mass was pulling at her, calling her, demanding from her that their hopes were answered. It was almost painful. It was almost like the call of nightmare. Maddening. Nephis sighed. How do I complete it? She was tired, frustrated, and vexed. The battles continued. The soldiers kept dying. She had even failed to protect her fire keepers. A few of those who survived the forgotten shore were now gone. Letter 1D597, a letter winda fa wina fa letter winda fa winta. And yet supremacy still remained unattainable. Everything was in place, and yet something was lacking. Nephis had prepared the foundation of her future domain. If anything, it was overdeveloped by now. Her source element was thriving, and her connection to it was both deep and vast. Her transcendent battle art was refined to nearly a flawless state. Her willpower was firm. That had been the easiest part, really. After all, if Nephis lacked willpower, she would have crumbled the first time she experienced the excruciating pain of her flaw. Every step she took, every battle she fought, every spark of flame she summoned was an act of overcoming herself. She had never been shy about forcing her will upon the world, either. She sharpened her will against her own soul and used it to cut existence. From the very start, her goal had been to reshape the world according to her. She already knew how to use it in order to fuel her powers. She had learned sorcery, and thus knew the feeling of bending the world to her whims all too well. At its core, the act of invoking true names of things to affect them was no different from exerting her will upon them, because the sorcery of names could not work without being fueled by the willpower of the sorcerer. She had a talent for it. It was almost as if Nephis was custom-made to become a sovereign. She had even changed her ways and opened her arms to another, exploring passion and longing with her own heart and body. That was a strange and unexpected journey as well. But she still did not know how to galvanize her source element and ignite the sea of yearning stars into a blazing pyre. There was no trick to it. She simply had to will her domain to be, but her will could not reach the countless flames of longing. It simply passed through them, unable to exert any influence. An act of defiance. Wasn't she defiant enough? She had defied impossible odds numerous times. She was defying the sovereigns. She was defying the nightmare spell itself. What else could she do? Nephis opened her eyes and looked at the siege camp of the Sword Army. A sigh escaped from her lips. Time was running out. At that moment, she heard the sound of light steps and turned around to see who was coming. Her mysterious lover stepped onto the balcony and looked at her, a genuine smile illuminating his enchanting face. A few moments later, he spoke in a pleasant voice. I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Nephis lingered for a moment, involuntarily smiling back. Let's start with the bad news. He sighed. I am quite certain that Anvil will accelerate the assault on the Lesser Crossing. It might very well start by the end of the day. Nephis froze, momentarily stunned by the implication. She frowned. What is the good news, then? Sonny studied her for a bit, then chuckled. The news of Cassie's death was greatly exaggerated. Nephis blinked. Wait, what Cassie's death? He coughed. Oh, right, actually there's also the third kind of news, the weird news. Chapter 2179, Star of Ruin. It did not take long to describe what had happened to Cassie. The battle with Jest, the many revelations gained from his memories, and her decision to surrender herself to the Song domain. As Nephis contemplated silently, Sonny leaned on the parapet and looked down at the siege camp of the Sword Army. He was suddenly in a wistful mood. Looking at the distant soldiers from above, Sonny could not help but think about their hopes and dreams. So many lives had been thrown at the walls of the Greater Crossing stronghold, and so many of those lives had been lost, both on the side of the besieging army and on the side of the besieged. The soldiers of the Sword Domain were desperate to conquer the impregnable fortress, and the soldiers of the Song army had defended it with the same measure of resolve and desperation. But in the end, it would never be taken in battle. Instead, the lesser crossing would fall to a cunning maneuver, and the defenders of the greater crossing would be ordered to retreat. How bitter would they feel, having to abandon the walls that they had defended with their lives? And how bittersweet would it be for the soldiers of the Sword Army to take over the fortress where so many of their brothers and sisters had died without having to shed a single drop of theirs? Wouldn't all of them be overcome by a terrible sense of futility? Looking at the battered walls of the great fortress, Sonny smiled crookedly. It's almost as if war is a senseless affair. Nephis sighed and leaned on the parapet by his side. After a few moments of silence, she said evenly, "I worry about Cassie. She has an infuriating habit of taking too much upon herself. She will suffer at the hands of the Queen." Sonny was brought back from his thoughts and lowered his head. Nephis was right. Cassie would not have gone to the Song side without a good reason, and she seemed to be confident that her safety would not be compromised there. After all, there had been other options to choose from even if she couldn't return to the Sword Army camp. She could have sought shelter in the nameless shelter, for example. She could have even killed Jest, returning without him to try and deceive the king. But even if she was confident that the Queen would not kill her, that did not mean that she would be welcomed with open arms. Clan Song would definitely distrust and scrutinize her, even torture her, perhaps. A shadow fell over Sonny's face. Cassie knows how to endure suffering. In any case, Kai Song will not have a lot of time to spend on interrogating her. Even if Cassie was taken to the main camp of the Song army and held hostage there when it was besieged, the Queen would have her hands too full to pay attention to a turncoat saint. Sonny turned his head and studied Nephis. "I am more worried about you." She raised an eyebrow. "Me, why would you worry about me?" He let out a resigned sigh and shook his head. "Talk about infuriating habits." Nephis chuckled lightly, then, however, her smile dimmed. Looking back to the siege camp, she asked in a reserved tone, "Are you worried about me confronting the sovereigns?" Sonny nodded slowly. A little later, he asked with a hint of curiosity in his voice, "Will you?" She looked into the distance silently. Eventually, she said, "I've been waiting to exact my revenge on them for a long time, you know." Sonny nodded again. "I know." She smiled faintly. "I won't ask how you know if you don't ask me what I'll do." The question hung between them for a while. The question itself was burdensome enough, but the answer would be so heavy as to send the Ivory Island crashing from the sky. A ring, nye audible acute ve hachek letter 1d4a. What would Nephis do? Would she give up her defiant resolve to depose the sovereigns? Or would she kill them even if it meant dooming millions of people to their deaths? Nephis herself did not seem to know the answer yet. But Sonny knew. She was changing star after all, the star of ruin, the herald of ruinous change. There was a reason why she had been given such a true name. It was her fate. And unlike Sonny, Nephis was still the prisoner of her fate. So he had no doubt what she would choose, even if she herself was still hesitating. It would be just like the bright castle, which had been drenched in blood and then burned to the ground according to her will to lead those who survived to salvation from the tyranny of the nightmare spell. He could almost see it. The sovereigns would fall, and hundreds of millions of mundane people in the dream realm would suddenly become carriers of the spell, falling asleep on the streets of Bastion, Ravenheart, and every other human city to face the first nightmare. Countless lives would be lost, but from the ruins, millions of awakened warriors would rise as well. The world would be changed in an instant, just in time to witness the destruction of Earth and its assimilation into the dream realm, as well as the bloody chaos that would follow. The remaining population of the waking world would face a harrowing culling. But that culling would not be as ultimate and final as it would have been without a staggering vanguard of 100 million awakened waiting to meet them on the other side. The floodgates of corruption would open, and the profane gods of the dream realm would leave their dens at the smell of human souls. The last human civilization would make its glorious last stand against the tide of nightmares. And above it all, Changing Star would shine like a radiant beacon, ruling over humanity and leading it into battle. Sunny looked down. Well, something like that. The future practically wrote itself. Chapter 21, 80 Reasons to Live. Standing by his side, Nephis sighed and said quietly, "You seem to know so much about me, but I barely know anything about you. I always hesitate to ask you about your past, because I am afraid you won't answer." She was still thinking about his knowledge of how deep her grudge against the sovereigns went, it seemed. And other things as well. Nephis had never pried into his past and never mentioned the oddities of his existence, but she must have been aware of how strange their relationship was. It was a relationship built on mutual attraction, passion, and affection. But it was also light and ephemeral, as if it would be dispelled by merely mentioning something they were both aware of, and therefore chose to never speak aloud. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then smiled. "What's so good about the past? Ask me about the future instead." Nephis smiled slightly. "All right, what will you do once the war is over? Provided that we've won, of course, which we will, no doubt." Sunny pondered for a few moments. Well, let's see. He considered his plans. Honestly, the war had preoccupied him fully, so he did not know what he would do and in what order exactly. But he had some thoughts, of course. First of all, I have to resolve the issue of my newest shadow, one way or the other. Then I want to forge a shadow-bound memory for myself. I hope to do that before the final battle. Actually, who knew that bastard jest would throw a wrench in my plans? Sunny scratched the back of his head. Then I have to take care of a few people. Aiko needs stable employment. Gods know she suffered in that regard enough already. Then there's my disciple, whom I need to introduce to a good sorcery teacher. Actually, that disciple of mine is so much work. Not only do I have to invent a way for her to ascend naturally, I also have to make sure that nobody kills her to prevent that knowledge from spreading. It's going to be a real mess, no doubt. There are a few other acquaintances I want to look after, too. He looked into the distance, remained silent for a few moments, and said, "But those are just minor issues. There are a few places I must visit and a few things I must find as well. Each expedition will be a serious undertaking. I need to explore the ruins of True Bastion. I also need to delve into the Jade Palace and the ice caves below Ravenheart. Then there is the Night Garden. I've never seen it with my own two eyes, but I am sure that exploring it would become a dreadful adventure somehow." Sunny winced. "Finally, there is the underworld. There is something I must find there as well. This one will be the most troublesome, not only because it's one of the most frightening death zones in existence, but also because that place is more or less made to render me powerless." He sighed. "Oh, right, and I have to explore the Shadow Realm, but that is just a side project." Saying that, he looked at Nephis and hesitated for a few moments. "There is one more place as well. I haven't decided if I really want to return there, though." He was talking about the Tomb of Ariel, of course. It seemed like he was destined to come back there, considering that he had met the future version of himself in the estuary. But then again, Sunny was currently free of the chains of fate, so his future could very well change. "Probably." Nephis studied him for a while, a hint of amusement shining in her beautiful eyes. "That is all I see. You are an ambitious man, Master Sunless." But there was a hint of something else there as well. Dissatisfaction, displeasure. Sunny fumbled for a few moments, trying to understand what exactly he had said to make her displeased. Then it was as if a light bulb turned on in his he. Oh. No, really, was he an idiot? It was not what he had said, it was what he had not said. Sunny put on his most handsome, charming smile. "OT that. You must remember that I have 8 bodies now. I can do many things at the same time. Obviously, I am also planning to stay with you, my lady. I will be right there by your side, helping you consolidate your power, govern the vast expanse of the dream realm, battle nightmare creatures, and prepare for the eventual assimilation of the waking world." Nephis stared at him for a few moments and nodded with satisfaction. Then she looked away and asked, "And prepare me delicious food." Sunny blinked. "Why, of course." She smiled. How about giving me massages? He coughed. I'm glad that you mentioned that. I was thinking of giving you one right now. Nephis laughed quietly. What about romantic dates, visiting theaters or going on boat rides, and sparring? Sonny was a bit confused about how sparring had ended up between visiting theaters and rowing boats, but he wisely chose not to voice his doubt. Of course, we will do all these things and more together. I wouldn't have it any other way. Nephis nodded with a smile. Good. As he looked into the distance, though, her smile slowly dimmed, turning faint and brittle. After a while, she said, Make sure not to die then, Master Sunless, you promised. Sonny wrapped his hand around her waist and pulled her closer. Her body felt hot against his own. I'm quite hard to kill, you know. Unless my soul is completely destroyed, I have plenty of spare bodies to retreat into. She turned her head and looked into his eyes. Her alluring lips were entirely too close. Let us survive then, both of us, shall we? Instead of answering, Sonny leaned forward and kissed her. Their kiss was deep, intimate, and desperate. That was the best answer he could give anyway. Who would want to die and never taste her sweet lips again? Sonny wanted to survive. He had to survive no matter what. Chapter 21, 81 Breakpoint. Chapter 21, 81 Breakpoint. Rain was sprawled on the ground, breathing shallowly. She was too tired to move and had no desire to either. There was a black fabric covering her face, so it was a bit dark. At least the merciless radiance of the incandescent sky would have easily penetrated mundane cloth, but she was brazenly using in case of emergency to hide from the suffocating light. Who would have known that she would miss the frigid nights of Ravenheart one day? It was so damn hot. And she was so damn spent, physically, mentally, emotionally. The siege of the Greater Crossing had been a terrible affair. In fact, Rain had no words to describe how terrible, terrifying, hideous, and utterly horrid it had been. The endless battles, the heavy losses, the dwindling supplies, the torturous, ever-present heat. By now, the soldiers were not even despondent, they were simply numb, as if their capacity to comprehend horror and their endurance had been completely overwhelmed. It was quite a feat to overwhelm the mental endurance of her fellow soldiers. All of them had overcome nightmares and braved the dreadful reaches of the dream realm to become awakened, after all except for her. She had never set foot into a nightmare, at least not a nightmare created by the spell. The nightmare she was living had been created entirely with human hands. 4 hands in particular, 4 lofty royal hands. Rain was too tired to think about the king and the queen. She had no energy to feel resentment. Her eyes were covered, and while she had no essence to spare on frivolous things, the passive effect of the piece de resistance was still enough to prevent her from baking in the heat. She could stay still. Ronnie. Rain groaned. She remained motionless for a few moments, then slowly sat up. In case of emergency, slipped from her eyes, and the merciless radiance of Godgrave battered them with blinding intensity. She squinted with a grimace, waiting for her pupils to adjust to the light. It felt like someone was driving nails into her head. Soon enough, Rain could see Tamer, Ray, and Fleur. The 4 of them had sprawled on the ground almost in a pile after descending from the wall. Their tents had been destroyed days ago during one of the battles, and with the supply situation being what it was, no one was going to issue them new ones. Of course, there were plenty of empty tents in the camp of the Song army these days. Too many soldiers had died after all, but finding and salvaging an empty tent was too much work, so they had simply been sleeping on the ground. It was Ray who had called her. Raising a hand, he said tiredly, "Water." Rain sighed, then summoned the green canteen and handed it to him. Then she looked around. The Song army had stubbornly endured the endless assaults, but that did not mean that it was unscathed. On the contrary, the courtyard of the great fortress where the army was camped looked like a graveyard instead. And the soldiers, cared like walking corpses. These days, it was hard to tell them apart from the Queen's pilgrims at times. Everyone was shocked into numbness by the relentless siege. However, that had changed subtly in the last few days. Rain could not quite describe it, but it was as if a feverish tension was slowly permeating the air. Because the soldiers could feel it, that the siege was going to end soon. There was no deep reason behind that feeling, and no profound calculations they had made to come to such a conclusion, but nevertheless, everyone was suddenly infected by the idea. The reason was simple. People had a breaking point, and the soldiers had long reached theirs. If it was this bad in the camp of the Song army, then their enemy had to be faring even worse. Attacking a fortress was far more arduous than defending it, after all. Rain and her comrades knew that they were going to break soon, and so they hoped that the Sword army would break first. Some even hoped for a miracle, even though there were no benign miracles in the world of the nightmare spell. Only harrowing omens. Well, and there was a more concrete reason as well. It was that the saints had been involving themselves in the battles as of late. Before, the prohibition of the queen prevented them from taking part in the defense of the fortress, but all kinds of rules and boundaries had become vague now. As a result, the saints of both domains entered the fray from time to time, relieving the awakened soldiers. Of course, once a saint from one side joined the battle, a saint from the other side would arrive to prevent them from doing too much harm. But the Song domain had more saints than the enemy, at least, and Changing Star herself had not drawn her sword yet, limiting her occasional participation to healing the soldiers. Since the saints were fighting, the situation must have been really desperate. Ray drank a bit of water from the green canteen and handed it to Fleur. Fleur handed it to Tamar, and Tamar returned it to Rain. After everyone had their fill, Ray spoke hoarsely. "Something is going on, isn't it?" Rain raised an eyebrow. "What exactly do you mean?" The question was too broad. Many things were going on, most of them bad or outright terrible. The young man looked in the direction where a tall, scorched tent stood shining in the ruthless light. It was the command tent of the 7th Legion. He said, "Nobody had seen Princess Sation on the wall today. She seems to have disappeared somewhere. A few guys saw her leaving while we slept. Considering her position, the only thing that could force her to move is an order from the Queen. So I bet something is afoot." Tamar remained silent for a while, then shrugged. "Even if something is, that's none of our business." Rain nodded. "I'm sure we'll learn in due time." With that, however, she glanced at her shadow. Unnoticed by anyone, the shadow subtly signaled her that they would talk later. She sighed. "So something really is afoot." Ray, that guy, he truly had the instincts of a rat. He sensed danger better than most diviners in the employ of the Song army. Just as he thought that, his face suddenly changed, growing pale. His eyes widened. A moment later, Rain sensed a deep shadow moving in their direction and felt her heartbeat growing calmer. The shadow fell on their pitiful group, and she turned around to look up at the person who approached them. Then she blinked. Oh, there was a tall man standing above them, looking down with an aloof expression. His handsome face seemed to be carved from stone, and his eyes were as calm as a lake. She knew who it was. Of course, it was the Saint of Sorrow. Tamar's dad. What Rain did not know, however, was what he was doing here. He had never once shown initiative to seek out his daughter since the start of the war, until today. Tamar looked as surprised to see her dad as Rain did. She stood up hurriedly and bowed her head to greet him. "Father." He lingered for a moment, then nodded to accept her greeting. "Tamar, let us talk." She studied him carefully. "You can speak in front of my friends." He spared them a short glance, then sighed. "All right, it is for the best, since what I am about to tell you concerns them as well." The Saint of Sorrow paused for a moment, then looked directly at Tamar. "Leave the Greater Crossing stronghold. I will arrange a transfer with Saint Sation as soon as she returns. Your cohort will be assigned guard duty, escorting supply caravans from the Song domain." Guard duty. That meant that they would have to return to the main camp of the Song army, then descend from Godgrave to the Moonriver Plains, and come back with the next supply caravan. They would not have to participate in the defense of the fortress anymore. This was great news. However, it made Rain shiver. Her eyes widened as she stared at the Saint of Sorrow, stunned. There could only be one reason why he would sacrifice his dignity to arrange something like that. It was that he believed that the Greater Crossing would fall and wanted to make sure that his daughter did not perish with it. No way. Rain knew that the morale in the Song army was woefully low. The soldiers did not believe in victory anymore, or rather, they did not care about it anymore. But if the Saint of Sorrow, one of the most stalwart champions of the Song domain, was doing something like that, it meant that hopelessness had infected even the saints now. Things were far worse than Rain had anticipated. Tamar's lower lip trembled. Nevertheless, she controlled her emotions and managed to maintain her composure. Her voice remained even. "What about you?" The Saint of Sorrow looked at her for a few long moments. Then he said simply, "I'll stay." With that, he raised his hand, froze for a second, and hesitantly patted her on the shoulder. Not saying anything else, the Saint of Sorrow turned around and walked away. his broad back seemingly as solid as a cliff. Tamar was left standing, watching him leave with a distant expression. Rain wanted to comfort her friend, but at that moment her shadow signaled her to move. Letting out a sigh, Rain frowned and stood up. She raised the green canteen. "I'll go and try to find some water. You guys rest." She left her cohort behind and headed in the opposite direction from where the Saint of Sorrow had gone. When there was no one around to hear her, she whispered, "What?" Her brother quietly. "Sation is returning to the fortress. She's not alone, either. She's escorting a prisoner." He lingered for a moment, then said, "Go take a look." Chapter 21:82 Royal Hospitality. Chapter 21:82 Royal Hospitality. Step, step, another step. The chains rattled as Cassie walked, trying to maintain some of her dignity despite the shackles. She was quite used to those, luckily, having spent most of her time in the third nightmare chained. However, it was different this time. Things had gone more or less as expected when she and Helly emerged from the hollows and were found by the forces of song. It was a lone pilgrim who had noticed them first, but once one of the queen's puppets did, all of them knew. So her daughters did not take long to arrive from the lesser, crossing Stronghold, Lonesome Howl, Silent Stalker, and Death Singer. They were the ones whom Cassie surrendered herself to. Regardless of the severity of the situation, observing their confused expressions had really been quite fun. Should I get captured more often? Cassie did her best to remain calm, entertaining herself with such thoughts. Helly and her were quickly separated. She gave her account of what had happened, mentioning Jest and his plot to have her killed, giving an explanation of why she was defecting that Helly could corroborate. There was not a word of lie in what Cassie told them. Of course, she omitted the real reason why she had decided to seek shelter in the embrace of the great clan song, making the entire tale a deception. Truth was funny that way sometimes. There was no telling if the Song sisters believed her. Helly was welcomed quite well, at least. That was a relief. It seemed that the queen still held some affection for her old mentor, Master Oram, enough so to spare his niece, if nothing else. But the same benevolence did not extend to Cassie. Clan Song was wary of her, and so she was treated as a prisoner, not as a guest. An important prisoner, at least. That was just what Cassie had expected. When Sation hastily arrived from the Greater Crossing to take her away in secret, Cassie was not surprised either. The lost Princess of Song looked just as elegant and graceful as ever, but honestly, she had lost some of her luster. Nobody would go so far as to call her appearance ragged, and yet the signs of fatigue and mental exhaustion were nothing short of evident. Well, it was understandable. She was the commander in charge of defending the Greater Crossing stronghold, after all, having resisted none other than Nephis for weeks. Knowing who her enemy was, it seemed like a miracle that Sation was even able to stand upright. Cassie could understand, but she was still surprised. She still vividly remembered how Sation was on the Forgotten Shore. Granted, back then, all Cassie knew was her refined, husky voice, and the faint scent of blood that seemed to follow Sation wherever she went. Sation had never lost the smallest bit of her refinement then, but it was different now. "Cassia." The voice was still the same. The scent of blood was much stronger, though, not that anyone but Cassie could smell it. Now that Sation entered, the guards stationed outside could not see her anymore, and therefore Cassie could not see her either. She released her mark and sighed, feeling like she had returned to the past. The voice and the scent were all that remained. Cassie had been kept in a tent on the edges of the Lesser Crossing encampment, away from prying eyes. The tent was small and flimsy, barely dimming the radiance of the glow. Uddy sky, the clasp had been tightly shut as well, so the heat inside was nearly unbearable. No one had brought her food or water either. She was not too hungry yet, but the thirst was dreadful. "Am I being tortured already?" Cassie opened her mouth and said, or rather croaked, "I greet Princess Sation." There were a few moments of silence, and then the husky voice asked, "What are you scheming now?" Cassie was more sensitive to voices than most people. To her, they were like a painting that brimmed with vivid color, hiding countless nuances. Sation's voice was calm, collected, strong, but not harsh. Instead, it was soft, refined, and elegant. But behind it all, obscured by the more beautiful colors, there was a different hue. A subtle note of tiredness, tinged with a speck of disillusionment and apprehension. Mundane people saw saints as demigods, but saints were people too. They were not immune to the shocking horrors of Godgrave. Even someone as impervious to shock and trauma as Sation, who had endured a decade of the Forgotten Shore, could not escape the dread of war unscathed. Cassie smiled faintly. Would you believe me if I said that I am scheming to kill both sovereigns and replace them with someone better? Her own voice was hoarse and ugly due to thirst and mistreatment, but every word was carefully chosen and calculated. Sation was right to assume that Cassie had a hidden motive to enter the camp of the Song army. However, her scheme had nothing to do with taking action. Instead, it was all about talking. Sation remained silent for a while, then chuckled. You can barely speak. That won't do, guards. Bring our esteemed guest some refreshments. Then her garments rustled quietly as she walked over to a folding chair and sat down. Someone better, you say? Why, I have no doubt that you believe changing Star to be a better option. I do not doubt that she has no shortage of splendid ambitions, either. However, I also know why the two of you lowered your heads to valor and have been biding your time, serving them as loyal dogs for all these years. She seemed to have leaned forward a little. It is because no matter how you searched and how much you prepared, you found no way to actually defeat one sovereign, let alone two. Something like that is outside the realm of possibility, so stop playing games. What are you really after? Cassie tried to laugh, but her throat was so parched that she convulsed in a coughing fit instead. All right, you saw right through me. Sation waited for a bit, then asked incredulously, That's it, you're not going to say anything else? Cassie considered her answer carefully. While she was doing that, there was the sound of the tent entrance opening, and her mouth watered at the smell of food. Sation sent the guard away. Help yourself so that we could speak comfortably. Oh, I hope you'll be satisfied with a humble meal, Lady Cassia. It's just basic military rations and some wine. Supply situations have been rough for us, as of late. Thanks to you and your sellsword saint. Cassie smiled faintly. Seeing that she did not move, Sation asked, Do you need help? Cassie pursed her lips, then shook her head. I can do it myself. Activating her awakened ability, she walked over to the table and picked up a carafe of wine. The wine was watered down, of course, serving as something to satiate one's thirst rather than to lighten one's mood. Careful not to topple anything with her chains, Cassie poured herself some and brought the goblet to her lips. The faint scent of blood emanating from Sation was almost overpowering at such a close distance, but she was too thirsty to care about such things. Cassie drank deeply, feeling the cold and fragrant liquid soothe her throat. Ah! Lowering the goblet, she swayed slightly and turned to face Sation. You put something in the wine, didn't you? Sation chuckled, I did. Cassie exhaled slowly. She had expected something like that as well. Chapter 21, 83 Drops of Poison. Chapter 21, 83 Drops of Poison. Cassie did not know what Sation had mixed into the wine, but the effect was truly sinister. She felt dazed, as if her head was spinning, even though it wasn't. Her body felt overly sensitive, but at the same time sluggish and hard to control. She could just barely prevent herself from swaying while taking a step. It was almost as if she was drunk. Actually, Cassie would not know, since she had never been drunk before. She had not tasted alcohol prior to becoming an awakened, and later, her body was too resilient to be intoxicated easily. The memories of those under the influences of substances were usually jumbled and confusing, too, while her ascended ability only granted her access to the mark's senses, not their mind. So she could only imagine. If that was what being drunk felt like, she wanted none of it. Ah, how vile. Much worse than her dazed condition was the fact that her soul was in the same state. That was why the strange drug seiche. And it made her drink was so startling and sinister. Cassie could barely control her aspect. In fact, she was not sure if she could control it at all. Trying to activate her aspect abilities made her dizzy, and the input she received from them was fragmented at best and unreliable at worst. She could not get a grasp on her essence either, which now flowed freely and refused to follow her will. She could not even pull on her tether and return to the waking world. It was still there, somewhere in her soul, presumably, but she could not sense it. How insidious! The royal clan of the Sword Domain possessed deep knowledge of runic sorcery and had many capable craftsmen. So it was no surprise that they could create restraints capable of imprisoning awakened, ascended, and even saints, like the cage in the Night Temple where she had nearly died in solitude, or the cell where Master Aurum was kept, interrogated, and eventually killed. Clan Song was not ignorant of runic sorcery, of course, but their attainments were much more modest. Kai Song had not risen to prominence until the first great awakened families were already deeply established. After all, so her clan's foundation was shallow in comparison. Nevertheless, it seemed that Song had their own ways of solving problems. Cassie did not know what kind of mystical poison she had ingested, but its effects were in no way inferior to a cage created by the runesmiths of Clan Valor. In fact, in some aspects it was even superior. For one, she could be freely moved. Sation had given her just enough time to finish the meal, then immediately took her away from the lesser crossing. She also put a bag over Cassie's head, quite unceremoniously at that. Obviously, the bag was not meant to obscure her vision. Cassie was blind, and now that she could not use her aspect, she was almost as helpless as a mundane blind person would be. The bag was meant to prevent other people from looking at her instead. After all, Cassie was supposed to be dead. Clan Song might have been wary of her schemes, but they saw the advantage of maintaining that part of her deceit at least. The bag was a simple but adequate tool of keeping her identity hidden. That said, it did not smell too good and quickly turned into an oven under the radiant light of Godgrave, making it hard for her to breathe. Cassie endured the discomfort in silence. Judging by the scent, the sound, and the subtle presence, Sation had arrived on the back of a nightmare creature enthralled by Beastmaster. Now both of them were standing on its carapace as the creature ran across the bone plain. They were probably heading to the Greater Crossing stronghold, where Cassie would have an audience with the Queen. The western first rib, where the Lesser Crossing was located, was not too far from the Greater Crossing. However, there was a great difference in elevation between them, as well as a wide abyss. So in order to ascend to the Collarbone Plain, one had to travel west, use a series of elevators constructed by Clan Song, and then return east. The nightmare creature was swift, but it would still take them a long time to reach its destination, or so Cassie had thought before the beast leapt, and she was suddenly overcome by a sense of weightlessness. Then the carapace moved beneath her, and she heard a loud rustling sound as if a dragonfly was beating its wings. "We're flying!" So that was how Sation had arrived so soon. Cassie had less time than she had hoped for. After remaining silent for a while, she spoke. "How many of your handmaidens died in this war?" Sation seemed to turn her head, studying her. Eventually, she answered neutrally. "2." There was a short pause, and she added with the smallest hint of reluctance in her voice. "It would have been 3 if not for Nephis." "You are wrong." Cassie raised an eyebrow, then remembered that Sation could not see her face. Cassie smiled bitterly. "I lost 7 of my fire keepers." She wondered how her own voice sounded, muffled by the thick bag. "Well, at least none of your sisters died. You are lucky." Sation remained silent for a while. "You are wrong." Cassie raised an eyebrow, then remembered that Sation could not see her face. Was that how people felt when they spoke to her? "What do you mean?" Finally, Sation's voice betrayed a bitter feeling, becoming painted by a much darker palette of emotions than the vibrant splendor of her usual hues. "I have more sisters than people tend to remember. None of the 7 of us who had reached transcendence died, but that doesn't mean that we lost no one." Cassie remained silent for a while, pretending to be surprised by the news. Of course, she knew how many adopted daughters Kaisong had, what their ranks were, and which of them had perished in the war. Sation seemed to think that Cassie's goal was to gain an audience with the Queen, for whatever reason, perhaps to strike a deal, or maybe even try something daring and unwise. But he was wrong. Cassie did want to speak with the Queen, but her true target was already in her grasp. It was Sation herself. Sation had put something in her drink, and Cassie was returning the favor. Every carefully chosen word she spoke was a drop of poison. She just had to be subtle about it so that her target remained none the wiser, and so that by the time her poison took hold, it was already too late to administer an antidote. Cassie's goal in the camp of the Song army was to turn the daughters of Kai Song against their mother, removing them from her domain when the time to choose sides came. Chapter 21, 84 The Other Side. Chapter 21, 84 The Other Side. After some time, the nightmare creature landed. Cassie was in such a poor state that she almost rolled off its carapace. Luckily, Sation extended a hand to catch her. As they descended from the beast's back, Cassie could feel the solid surface of the ancient bone under her feet once more. The bone was the same, and the heat was the same, but the wind was different. That was because they weren't on the first rib anymore, and thus were not shielded from the winds rolling down the slopes of the hollow mountains anymore. They had arrived on the Collarbone Plain. The Great Crossing stronghold and the Queen of Worms had to be close now. which meant that this could very well be Cassie's last chance to talk to Sation. However, she remained silent, knowing that being too obvious would only be harmful. The seeds she wanted to plant had already been planted. The soil was already made rich by the senseless war. Now all she had to do was wait for the rains to come and see the seeds she had sown sprout to life. Hopefully. Another reason why Cassie remained silent was that soon enough they were surrounded by the sound of steps. She shivered, suddenly overcome by an eerie sense of incongruity, because those steps sounded like they were made by humans, and yet there were no other subtle sounds that humans always made to accompany them. No breathing, no heartbeat, no rustle of clothes or scraping of armor from the small gestures people usually made. Pilgrims. Dozens of pilgrims gathered around them, serving as a silent escort. Surrounded by the dead from all sides, Cassie was led across the bone plain by Sation. Step, step, another step. Her chains rattled quietly. Soon enough, a nearly overwhelming sea of sounds and smells washed over her, and Cassie realized that they were nearing the greater crossing stronghold. I made such a long journey, just to end up so close to where I had started. Beyond the fortress built from the bones of a great demon lay the chasm, and beyond the chasm, across a stretch of battered bone, lay the siege camp of the Sword Army. The ivory island was right above it, drifting between the corpse of a dead god and the annihilating sky. Nephis was so close, but also so impossibly distant. This small distance, the two army camps, the fortress wall, and the dark chasm, was perhaps the hardest piece of land to cross in all of human history. Cassie sighed as they entered the vast courtyard of the stronghold. It sounded and smelled almost exactly like the siege camp of the Sword Army, except for the fact that there was the ghastly scent of nightmare creatures added to the mix here as well. Almost as if the people on the opposite sides of the chasm were exactly the same, and had no real reason to be divided into two warring armies. As Cassie walked through the camp of the Song Army, surrounded by pilgrims, the strange procession inevitably drew attention. However, no one could see her well behind the barrier of walking corpses. Still, one of Sonny's incarnations was somewhere here. He had to be watching, no doubt. She hoped that he would not do anything hasty. Cassie shifted her hands slightly, causing the chains to rattle. Her fingers moved, but nobody who saw it would have been able to read the signal she was giving, because she wasn't using her fingers to relay the message. Instead, it was their shadow that formed a simple sign: I am all right. She hoped he sensed it. Now that everything was at stake, each of them had their part to play. Cassie had already done everything she could except for this one final task. That was what she had to concentrate on, trusting in Nephis and Sonny to finish the job. Nothing else mattered. Am I going to see the queen now? Sation answered dryly. Yes. Cassie took a deep breath, wondering what Kai's song was like. Was she still like the little girl she had seen in Orum's memories? The young woman who had been left all alone in the cruel world, seeking vengeance against those who had betrayed her mother and stole her inheritance. The confident leader who led her people to prosperity despite great adversity. Or were all traces of Kai's song Master Orum had known erased by time, with only the cold and ruthless visage of the Raven Queen left in her wake? Cassie hesitated. Any advice? The question seemed comical, but who else could she ask if not Sation? Kai's song was her mother, after all. Strangely enough, Sation lingered with the answer. Why are you asking me? Cassie smiled, secretly pleased. You are one of her daughters, after all. Is there someone who understands her better? Sation scoffed. Why should I help an enemy of Clan Song understand her? Cassie sighed in dejection. An enemy? Oh my, you were calling me an esteemed guest just earlier, but she wasn't really disappointed. The response did not really matter. The questions themselves were more important. Nevertheless, unexpectedly, Sation did give her an answer. I won't presume to understand my mother, but she has been lonely, I think. She must be, since there is no one around her who isn't either her servant or her responsibility. In that sense, an enemy is much more precious. She paused for a moment and then added, Misuse this information, and I will kill you. Cassie smiled darkly, suppressing a sigh. Sation must have hoped that Cassie was attempting to strike a deal with her mother, and therefore Nephis was. But she was wrong. Nephis only intended to kill her mother, while at the same time hoping not to have to kill Sation and her sisters in the aftermath. The queen had to be dealt with, but slaying the 7 princesses and destroying Clan Song would be a great loss. Having them fight for humanity in the future was a priceless luxury. It all depended on whether Sation and her sisters could be reasoned with after their mother fell. What a mess. Cassie did not know where they arrived, but could feel a cool shadow falling over her. Then there was the sound of a heavy gate opening, and she was led away from the unbearable heat into a chillingly cold space. Her audience with the Queen was about to start. Chapter 21, 85 Ravensong. Chapter 21, 85 Ravensong. Sation led Cassie into the depths of the cold structure. The deeper they went and the more gates they passed, the colder it became until Cassie could not help but shiver. Eventually, complete silence enveloped them. Where is she? Although Cassie was in a strange state and couldn't really control her aspect, her dormant ability was still working, even if it was much more difficult to understand what it was telling her than usual. So she was curious to see what the runes would tell her about the Queen. Chances were they were going to tell her very little, since someone as powerful as Kai Song would without a doubt have protected herself against curious diviners. Still, she hoped to learn something. Sation placed a hand on Cassie's shoulder, forcing her to stop, then pressed down gently. Cassie had no choice but to kneel. The bag was taken off her head. She could not hear anything, she could not smell anything. Her dormant ability seemed to hint that there was no one in front of her. And yet she felt it, a deep, profound presence that seemed to drown the entire world, as if there was an immense, ancient, terrifying beast hiding in the darkness right in front of her. Struggling against her dazed mind, Cassie reached toward the mark she had left on Sation and activated it. Perhaps because they were so close, or perhaps purely by luck, she actually managed to maintain a tenuous hold on her ascended ability, this time. And shuddered. Looking through Sation's eyes, she could finally see where they were. A large stone chamber surrounded them, full of shadows. Cold light was pouring from high above, illuminating a lonesome stone throne. A breathtakingly beautiful woman was sitting on the throne, her red gown spilling over its steps like a river of blood. Her skin was pale as that of a corpse, and her hair was like a stream of impenetrable, lustrous darkness. A faint smile was playing on her tantalizing lips, and her eyes were mesmerizing, but at the same time eerie and disturbing. There was a hint of emptiness and distance about them, like that of someone who was long dead. She was the source of the wild, overwhelming, bestial presence Cassie had sensed. If Anvil's presence was heavy and oppressive, then Kai Song's presence was subtle and more frightening for it. Cassie felt fear grasp her heart with icy claws. It was the ancient, primal fear that all living beings felt in the presence of a superior predator. Two youths, a boy and a girl, were standing at either side of the throne, staring into the distance with empty eyes. It took Cassie a few moments to realize that neither of them was alive. No, none of the three were, because the breathtaking woman sitting on the throne was without a doubt dead too. Shaking off her shock, Cassie shivered and bowed deeply. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The dead woman turned her head slightly and looked at her, making Cassie's entire body tremble against her will. Kai Song did not speak. Instead, the dead boy standing to her left opened his mouth and said in a clear voice, "Song of the Fallen." Almost at the same time, the dead girl spoke as well. "I've been curious to meet you." Cassie tried to calm her wildly beating heart and straightened her back, facing the dead woman on the throne. There is nothing. Her dormant ability did not show her anything, as if there was no one in front of her at all, almost as if. Her expressions changed. "You are a puppet." The Queen leaned back on the throne while the dead girl laughed melodiously. Cassie barely prevented herself from swaying. Her thoughts became tangled. Kai Song, her original body, was merely a puppet, just like the two youths and the rest of her pilgrims. She was nothing but a dead body animated by the power of her aspect. Then where was her true vessel? Cassie pursed her lips. "I'm not sure that we've really met then, Your Majesty. If I may be so bold as to ask, where is the real you?" Kai Song looked at her with a smile. The boy answered, "Everywhere." Cassie shuddered. Everywhere. She understood what the Queen meant instinctually. It was not that any of her dead puppets could serve as the vessel of her soul. It was that all of them were the vessel, and she existed everywhere the myriads of her pilgrims were always all at once. Which meant that in order to kill the Raven Queen, one would have to eradicate all of her countless puppets, no matter where they were. How were Nephis and Sunny meant to do that? Cassie remained silent for a while. Eventually, she exhaled slowly. "All across Godgrave, your puppets are with the soldiers of the Song army. They are the first to attack, and the first ones to be cut down. That means that you have fought 1,000 battles, Your Majesty, and were killed 10,000 times. Kai Song, the puppet made from her original body, tilted her head. 1,000,000 battles, 10 million deaths. Whenever she wanted to speak, one of the two dead youths would do it in her stead. Two clear voices would harmonize at times, then separate again, making it seem like countless people were talking. Cassie gathered her courage. She hesitated for a few long moments, then said, "I was with Master Oram when he died. I glimpsed his memories." Kai Song lowered her head, her expression betraying a hint of melancholy for a fleeting moment. "Uncle Ori." A subtle sigh escaped from her enchanting lips, but that hint of emotion was gone in an instant, replaced by inhuman composure. "What about it?" Cassie took a deep breath. "He was your teacher, was he not? He asked the students of the academy once about what the essence of combat was. Your answer was failure. You said that if someone is forced to fight, they have already failed." Kai Song looked at her curiously. "So what if I did?" Cassie smiled darkly. "Why this war, then? Is it not the greatest failure one can imagine?" The queen remained silent for a few moments. Then both of the dead youths laughed brightly, their clear voices fusing together flawlessly. When their laughter grew quiet, the dead girl spoke. "Of course it is. I thought that would be self-evident." Chapter 21, 86 Master of Puppets. Chapter 21, 86 Master of Puppets. Cassie remained silent for a few moments. Self-evident. Was that the answer she had expected, or the opposite of it? She was not sure, since Kai Song, the Raven Queen, was a nebulous existence. She was much more reticent and withdrawn than Anvil, ruling the Song domain from the depths of her obsidian palace. Who knew what was on her mind? Cassie smiled faintly. "If you see the war as failure, why did you start it?" The dead queen studied her quietly, then sighed. "Are you really in the position to ask me questions, Song of the Fallen?" There was no particular threat in her voice, but Cassie shivered. What position was she in? Blind, stripped of her aspect, driven to her knees and at the mercy of her captors, it was hard to imagine someone more powerless. And yet that was exactly where Cassie wanted to be. That was the position from which she was planning to break the Song domain. But Kai Song did not have to know that. Cassie raised her chin slightly. "I guess I am not. However, I know a lot of secrets. One of them in particular would be of great value to your majesty." Kai Song raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you want to barter with me?" Before the dead boy even finished speaking, the dead girl laughed. Then both of them abruptly grew silent. The queen looked at Cassie coldly, making her heart beat like a bird trapped in a cage. "But I don't need to pay. Any secret you have, I can simply take." She raised a hand in a fluid, elegant motion. And at the same time, Cassie's own hand rose, mirroring what Kai Song had done. She turned her head, studying it in horror. "Why, you?" The queen smiled coldly. "You have drunk of my blood. Now you are my puppet. You will do as I command, whether you like it or not." Cassie struggled to suppress the trembling that had overwhelmed her body. She failed to do so, so Kai Song did it for her. As her slender hand turned into a fist, Cassie's body grew motionless. Only her eyes, hidden by the blindfold, were moving erratically. "I see. It makes sense." So what Sation had mixed into the wine was not poison, but a drop of Kai Song's blood. And now the queen could control Cassie's body like a marionette, her soul as well, at least to some degree, but not to an absolute degree. Otherwise, Cassie would not have access to her aspect at all. Does she control her daughters the same way, I wonder? If so, that would be a problem. However, Cassie did not think that that was the case. Firstly, because she had perceived the queen's daughters with her dormant ability. If they had been turned into puppets, she would have learned it then. Second of all, it was simply because Kai Song and her adopted daughters, ironically enough, resembled a normal family much more than Anvil and his biological children did. The queen actually cared about Sation and her sisters. Therefore, she would not have done something so terrible and violating to them. Cassie tried to regain her composure. After a few long moments, she opened her mouth and said slowly, "I've been meaning to ask, how come your puppets don't rot?" It was somewhat possible to explain in Ravenheart, where it's usually cold. But here in Godgrave, the heat is terrible, and yet there is no stench. The insult in her words was not even that hidden. The queen studied her for a moment, then chuckled. "Insolent girl." A moment later, Cassie's hand rose on its own and dug into her cheek, leaving 4 deep cuts on it. Red blood splattered on the floor, and Cassie bit her lips to suppress a groan. Kai Song could have punished her much more thoroughly, but did not seem inclined to do that. Yet. Instead, he gestured to herself. To satisfy your curiosity, my puppets don't rot because they are under my control. If I want to make them rot, they will." At her words, the beautiful woman on the throne suddenly changed. Black spots appeared on her flawless skin, swiftly turning into revolting pustules. Her skin sagged as if the muscles beneath were disappearing. Her beautiful hair turned bleak and brittle before falling off her scalp in clumps. In a matter of seconds, the corpse went through various stages of decomposition until a hideous mummy was left sitting on the throne. The mummy calmly lowered her hand, and one of the two dead youths spoke. "And if I want them to stay as they were, they won't." Then, as Cassie watched with a sense of trepidation, the body of Kai Song changed once more. This time, the process of decomposition seemed to happen in reverse, and seconds later, she was once again whole and breathtakingly beautiful. The queen's crimson lips twisted into a mesmerizing smile. "There are different levels of mastery to puppetry, you see, and I have mastered them all." Cassie shivered, suddenly realizing that Kai Song was not merely limited to controlling the movements of her puppets. No, her control went much deeper than that, which meant that if the queen so wished, she could make Cassie's own body rot and decompose as well. That would be a new nightmare, even for me. Kai Song grew silent for a while, looking at Cassie with a distant look. Then she sighed. Her sigh was immaculately natural, to a degree that Cassie could not truly believe that she was looking at a puppeteered corpse that did not even need to breathe, not of a living woman. Every little detail was flawless. The posture, the slight tilt of her head, the smallest facial expression. It was hard to believe that Kai Song was controlling every tiny muscle in her body consciously to produce the illusion of natural life. She had not just mastered all levels of puppeteering, she was an artist. The queen shook her head elegantly, and then said using the dead girl's mouth, "In truth, this war of ours was inevitable." Her gaze turned a little distant. It was set in stone the moment Smile of Heaven died. Chapter 21, 87 Seeds of War. Chapter 21, 87 Seeds of War. Cassie held her breath, stunned and intrigued by the queen's words. Smile of Heaven, what role did she have to play in the war between valor and song? Even Sation seemed surprised, tilting her head slightly. It seemed that she was hearing this for the first time, too. Cassie raised an eyebrow. Smile of Heaven, Immortal Flame's daughter. Kai Song nodded, her expression turning a little wistful. If you really witnessed Uncle Ori's memories, then you should know how exceptional she was, how the world itself seemed to revolve around her, as if she was beloved by heavens, if not, then at least by the nightmare spell. She was the daughter of the first man to become a master, and she was the first person to receive her true name in the first nightmare. Her future seemed boundless. Ah, but that was not even what was so exceptional about Smile of Heaven. What was truly amazing was how easily she could bring people together. The queen turned to gaze at Cassie and smiled. Maybe that was the talent our world needed the most, and why she was so beloved by it. After all, no one survives in the dream realm alone. And no one can defy the nightmare spell alone, either. She grew silent for a few moments. We were the no different, Broken Sword and his cohort. He might have been the deadliest among us, and Anvil might have been the most stalwart. I had my uses, as well, a perfect utility aspect to complement their fearsome power, and enough tenacity to survive the most dire perils. And then there was the Dream Spawn, whose cunning and insidious aspect could solve problems that strength and courage could not. But it was Smile of Heaven, who was the glue that held us all together. Cassie could not help but think about Nephis, who could not be more different from her mother. She was the direct opposite of the lively and infectious young woman from Master Orum's memories. Nephis was awkward, withdrawn, harsh, and difficult to deal with most of the time instead. And yet she too was like that, a glue that brought together people who would have never become companions otherwise. Like Cassie, who had been destined to die on the day of the winter solstice. She frowned. You say it as if your cohort was destined to fall apart without Smile of Heaven, but it didn't. You still conquered the third nightmare together, you became sovereigns. Kai Song chuckled. Yes, we did. But you see, even though Smile of Heaven was gone, we still achieved all those things because of her. It was just that we weren't held together by the woman herself anymore. Instead, we were held together by her ghost. She leaned on the backrest of her throne and grew quiet for a while, as if remembering something. Eventually, the queen spoke somberly, or rather, one of her youthful puppets did. It was such a disaster back then. We were steeling ourselves for the moment when the first Category 4 gate would open, but instead, A true calamity in the form of a Category 5 gate descended upon North America without any warning. Broken Sword was on an expedition in the Dream Realm at that time, so by the time the news reached him, it was already too late. Immortal Flame would not stay idle, of course, and his daughter would not stay still while people were dying either. She paused, and the other puppet continued. So they led the effort to stall the nightmare creatures while at least some of the population was evacuated, and they died. Kai Song leaned forward and made one of the puppets ask Cassie in an insidious voice. So what do you think happened next, Song of the Fallen? What was the true inception of this war? Cassie hesitated. She could guess. Was it Anvil? He would have just lost his wife recently. Almost immediately after, Smile of Heaven died. His determination to turn his heart into a piece of cold steel was already slowly turning him inhuman, and these events would only make him break further. However, he was still capable of at least one emotion, resentment. He must have resented Broken Sword a great deal for letting Smile of Heaven die. Because he had distanced himself from her, hoping that Broken Sword would make her happy and keep her safe instead. The dead youths laughed. Once the echoes of their eerie laughter died down, Kai Song shook her head with a smile. A keen insight. However, Anvil was not the reason. Cassie frowned. He wasn't. Kai Song shook her head. No, Broken Sword was. Her smile dimmed, replaced by a cold and heartless expression. Because despite all reason, the fool refused to believe that Smile of Heaven had truly died. Her ghost continued to pursue us even after the woman herself was gone. That was what kept us together, pushed us forward, and allowed us to become the first human saints. She leaned back, an expression of melancholy appearing on her breathtakingly beautiful face. That was also the root cause of all our failures, the seed from which this war was born. Cassie frowned, confused. I don't think I understand. Neph's mom, Smile of Heaven, her soul was destroyed. She became hollow. Why would Broken Sword believe otherwise, and why would his belief cause the war? Kai Song studied her for a while. Then she chuckled. The first question is easy enough to answer. You should know at least something about Smile of Heaven's aspect, no? Her soul could wander about, getting into all kinds of adventures. So, despite everything, Broken Sword believed that she was simply unable to find the way back to her body, that her soul was still out there somewhere instead of having been destroyed. Cassie raised an eyebrow. That would be nearly impossible, unless... The Queen nodded. Yes, it could have been possible if her soul got lost anywhere except America. Even if she somehow lost the way back to her body, she would not have been stranded there. She would have been immediately destroyed. Because her soul was merely ascended, and there were cursed ones devouring the continent around her. She would have been consumed as well. She smiled faintly. The only chance Smile of Heaven could be alive, an infinitely small chance, is if she somehow reached the Category 5 gate unscathed, and used it to travel to the Category 5 seed it is connected to in the Dream Realm. Then challenged the fifth nightmare. Cassie's eyes widened. You mean? The dead girl scoffed. Indeed. Broken Sword couldn't cope with the thought that his wife was dead, so he convinced himself that she was waiting for him to rescue her in the nightmare. So, he became obsessed with the idea of challenging the fifth nightmare as soon as possible. She fell silent, and after a while the dead boy added in a somber tone. And as a result, Anvil decided to kill him. Chapter 21, 88 Flowers of Betrayal. Chapter 21, 88 Flowers of Betrayal. Cassie remained silent for a few moments, pondering the Queen's words with a frown on her face. The truth, if it was the truth, was not exactly how Jest remembered it. But what Kai Song had told her did not contradict what Jest remembered. Rather, it gave her perspective, allowing Cassie to slowly put together the whole picture. Eventually, she shook her head. Was it not too harsh to condemn Broken Sword simply because he hoped to save his wife, even if that hope was entirely misguided? The Queen studied her coldly for a while, then sighed. Was it? Well, maybe it was. But you see, one has to pay a price for folly. The price is not too terrible when an ordinary person becomes misguided, but what if someone like Broken Sword loses his reason? He was the pillar of humanity, after all. So all of humanity had to pay for his mistakes. Kai Song leaned back and pursed her alluring lips contemptuously. Broken Sword became truly obsessed with finding a way to bring Smile of Heaven back. He was not entirely in his right mind, I think, completely overcome by that longing. So he poured all his time and energy into becoming stronger, hoping to conquer the third and fourth nightmares before challenging the fifth in time. It was to such a degree that he even neglected his newborn daughter, leaving her in the care of Immortal Flame's widow. Cassie looked at her sharply. Nephis had never mentioned being neglected by her father. But then again, she did not seem to have a lot of memories of him either. She had been 4 when Broken Sword died, which was far too young to lose a parent, but not too young to remember them clearly, while she only remembered him vaguely. In hindsight, it made sense. Broken Sword had become a saint when Nephis was 3. He would have spent a long time in the nightmare, and even before that, he would have been fully engrossed in getting ready to challenge it. After all, becoming the first human saint was not a task that could be undertaken lightly. So how much time would he have had to spend with his daughter? How much of that time his attention would have really been on her, instead of wandering away to more important issues? Cassie sighed. Was it such a terrible desire to challenge the fifth nightmare? The dead boy laughed. Cheeky girl, I see you have a habit of asking questions despite already knowing the answers. The other puppet looked at her somberly. In and of itself, the idea of challenging the fifth nightmare is not terrible. However, nothing exists in a vacuum. The world is a system of intricately interconnected gears, and touching one, especially one as monumental as Apotheosis, will affect countless others. But Broken Sword did not care, lost in his obsession, and could not be reasoned with. All our attempts to bring him back to his senses failed. The queen smiled darkly. To conquer the fifth nightmare, one has to become a deity, a lesser one, but still a god. Broken Sword wanted to become a god, but did he consider the consequences? Even if he did, he remained set in his ways. However, while challenging the fifth nightmare was not a terrible idea in and of itself, the consequences of conquering it were. She shifted slightly and glanced at Seishin. You listen too, Seishin. Back then, the research conducted by Dr. Obel was still new, but the data he had compiled was already convincing. There seemed to be a connection between the number and power of the awakened and the potency of the nightmare gates that ravaged Earth. The more of us there were, and the more power we accumulated, the faster our world spiraled toward destruction. So a measured approach was needed. Not a reckless, hasty, blind charge Broken Sword was dead set on. Cassie looked at the queen darkly. That was why you killed him. That was why you throttled the growth of humanity, limiting the number of people who were allowed to become saints. It was all to pace the destruction of our world. Kai Song let out a sigh. Yes and no. We knew that Earth would inevitably be consumed by the dream realm. We knew that preserving the entire population was an unrealistic goal. So we did our best to slow down the nightmare spell through any means necessary, no matter how callous, and dedicated our efforts to building and developing safe havens in the dream realm foe. Are those few who would survive the citadels. However, that was not the only reason why we killed Broken Sword, or even the main one. Cassie raised an eyebrow. There were more. She already knew the main reason, of course. However, she wanted Kai Song to confirm it. The queen shrugged. Another reason was the nature of Earth itself. Our world is a very special place, even among the rest of the divine realms. War God might be dead, but the laws she set for her own realm are still intact. She was the patron deity of humanity, after all, as well as of intellect, technology, and progress. Therefore, her realm was always a shelter for humans, and only humans, as well as a place where logic and reason were much firmer and more reliable than anywhere else. Cassie opened her eyes widely. That was not something she had known before, so she listened to Kai Song with strange intensity. It was funny. For someone who always complained about the crushing weight of knowledge, she had long become enamored by it. Her thirst for knowledge was almost like an addiction by now. The queen shifted slightly on her throne. That is why there had never really been any true sorcery on Earth, especially not since all other realms fell. No awakened, no aspects, no mythical creatures, just us. That is also why ours was the last realm to be infected by the nightmare spell, and it will be the last one to succumb. Chapter 21, 89 Conspiracy. Chapter 21, 89 Conspiracy. Cassie inhaled slowly. There were no awakened in the realm of War God, and therefore it had been the last to be infected by the nightmare spell. That proved that nightmare gates and awakened were somehow connected, all by itself. The question was, which came first? Had the nightmares reached Earth, causing the spell to descend and cause people to awaken, or had the spell infected Earth, bringing nightmares in its wake? Then again, if one was to believe late Professor Obel and his research, it was one and the same because ripples caused by these vents spread outward in time, affecting both the past and the future. She frowned. I don't see what any of this has to do with Broken Sword, though. Kai Song smiled from her throne. You don't? Then think about it. Earth, the realm of war god, is supposed to be a perfectly mundane world. Its laws prevent people from unsealing their aspects, awakening, and wielding sorcery. Now, what happens when the nightmare spell penetrates its borders and pushes humans onto the path of ascension? Cassie looked at her with a stunned expression. The laws will start to repel them. The queen chuckled. Correct. Ah, it is a pleasure to converse with someone so sharp. Yes, the higher you climb on the path to divinity, the more you are repelled by the laws governing our realm. It feels like the world itself is rejecting you. You might not have felt it yet as a saint, since you exist halfway between the dream realm and earth, at least not clearly. But once one becomes a supreme, the force of rejection turns palpable. It is very difficult for us to return to the waking world, and every second we spend there is an arduous struggle against the laws that want to push us back out. The only reason we can return at all is that we possess the will. She paused for a moment, a wistful expression appearing on her breathtakingly beautiful face. That is why I spent years separated from my daughters, only able to see them in their dreams. Things are better now that they have climbed the ranks, of course, but I still have regrets. That is also why nightmare creatures of higher ranks are restrained in their movements on Earth and have not destroyed it entirely yet. Things are already this bad for us Supremes, you see. A sacred existence, though. Well, nobody knows for sure, but it is almost certain that a sacred human won't be able to set foot on Earth at all. Kai Song tilted her head a little. We were the strongest champions of humanity, all those years ago. Broken Sword, Anvil, the Dream Spawn, and I did not want to abandon the waking world and leave those living in it defenseless, especially not in the aftermath of what had happened in America, and Anvil was of the same mind. But Broken Sword had a different opinion. He was so insistent, so driven, impossible to dissuade. His unwillingness to slow down widened the fracture that had appeared between us when Smile of Heaven died, turning it into a divide. She smiled somberly. So you see, there were many reasons. A difference of opinion on how to protect our world best. The fear of causing a ripple that would accelerate its destruction if we went too far. The silent resentment Anvil harbored against Broken Sword, the absence of Smile of Heaven, who used to be the heart of our cohort. Oh, and of course, the most important reason of all. The most decisive one, as well as one that could have hardly been fixed unless Broken Sword died. Cassie already knew what it was, having learned the truth from Jest's memories. She looked at the Queen silently. The dead youths laughed. One might say that it was fate. Cassie frowned. I don't believe in fate that much. The Queen smiled, an amusing thing to hear from the lips of an oracle. Cassie matched her amused smile with a dark one of her own. It is because I am familiar with fate so well that I don't put much faith in it. She hesitated for a few moments, then asked, So what was the decisive reason? Kai Song commanded her puppets to chuckle, then leaned forward slightly and looked at her. Her beautiful smile widened a little. Why don't you ask Anvil? Cassie gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly. I obviously can't anymore. The Queen studied her for a while, amusement slowly draining from her eyes. Her smile dimmed, replaced by a cold and ruthless expression. She leaned back and let out a sigh. Can't you, or are you here doing his bidding? Well, we shall see. Kai Song remained silent for a while. Eventually, the dead girl spoke again. It happened immediately after we conquered the third nightmare, although I suspect that Anvil had been harboring his plan for much longer. Perhaps he decided to kill Broken Sword not long after America, even. Who knows that man's heart? He made a deal with the Dream Spawn first, drawing him to his side. Then the two of them came to me. His alluring lips twisted into a faint smile. I guess I was given a choice, albeit a dubious one. By then, Broken Sword had become frighteningly powerful, enough so that Anvil was not confident that he would be able to defeat him even with the Dream Spawn's help. He was just being meticulous, though in truth, odds were overwhelmingly in their favor, especially since they had the element of surprise on their side. Betrayal always favors the traitors, after all. She looked at Cassie with a wry glint in her eyes. If I refused to join their plot, and they succeeded in killing Broken Sword, I would have been next. Actually, they would have tried to kill me first to eliminate any possibility that I would warn him. I did not deceive myself into thinking that Anvil would spare me on account of our shared past. Kai Song chuckled, seemingly amused by her own memories. I was always a bit of an outsider among the members of the cohort, you see. Anvil, Smile of Heaven, and Broken Sword had always been together. They had been a team from all the way back at the academy. the darlings of the prominent legacy clans. But I was a person of much more humble origins, and so they only extended a hand to me once I had proven my worth. Chapter 21, 90 Broken Sword. Chapter 21, 90 Broken Sword. She shook her head. So Anvil would not have hesitated to discard me if I refused, camaraderie and loyalty be damned. These words did not mean much to him by that point anyway. I could have taken Broken Sword's side at the decisive moment, I suppose. Together, we would have stood a good chance against the other two. But honestly, I saw no reason to save him. After all, there was cold logic behind Anvil's decision, distasteful as it was. The queen fell silent for a long time, then sighed heavily. Her mesmerizing gaze turned to Sation. "What do you think, Sation? Do you resent your mother?" The song princess, who had been a silent witness to the conversation until then, studied her with a somber expression. Eventually, she shrugged. "Well, I'm not sure. I've been known to betray men who trusted me as well. So no, I don't resent you for that." What was left unsaid was that she did resent Kaisong for something else. It was not surprising, however. All children harbored a bit of resentment for their parents in their hearts. Sation had more reasons to feel that way than most. After all, she had been adopted by Kaisong as a young child without having much say in the matter. She received the lineage of Beast God without being asked. She was made a carrier of the nightmare spell without being given a choice to refuse, and spent a harrowing decade on the Forgotten Shore as a result. And now she was fighting her mother's war without being given a way out. Cassie was sure that there were a lot of complicated emotions in Sation's heart. "I wonder, how come I am the only normal person around?" No, that did not sound quite right. Cassie did not lack self-awareness, so it was easy to admit that there was hardly a less normal person than her in the world. However, her parents and her relationship with them were both perfectly healthy and ordinary. Everyone else seemed to compete for the Best Childhood Trauma Award, though. Morgan and Mordred, Sation and her sisters, Nephis. Perhaps she was spending too much time around heirs of the great clans. If I survive this, I should be a better auntie to little Ling. A pale smile found its way onto her lips, and she spoke quietly. "I know someone who would resent you more." The queen turned away from her daughter and looked at Cassie with a hint of amusement. "Oh, I have doubt. Little Nephis is all grown up now, isn't she? Ah, she was such a sweet child." Her smile wilted like a flower, making her breathtakingly beautiful face look cruel and cold. Kaisong regarded Cassie with dark indifference. "I missed her a lot at the start." Cassie scoffed. "Is that why you brought the immortal Flame Clan to ruin and sent assassins to kill her?" The queen just shrugged indifferently. "No, that was not why." She smiled coldly. "But why are you jumping ahead, Song of the Fallen? I rarely get the chance to reminisce about the past, so let's see, where was I? Ah, yes, Anvil and his disguised ultimatum. We joined hands, he and I, and the Dreamspawn, of course. We just became saints back then, but Broken Sword was only growing more impatient. So we challenged the fourth nightmare no more than a year later, in secret." Her expression grew distant, and she fell silent for a while. Eventually, a sigh escaped from her lips. "People tend to forget us these days, partially because we erased our traces from the pages of history, and partially because there are splendid talents like you two walking the world now. But back then, decades ago, we were truly fearsome. No one had ever returned from the third nightmare alive, but we did. It happened more than 2 decades after Immortal Flame changed the world by becoming a master. And yet, only a year after becoming saints, we were already laying siege to the fourth nightmare. It seemed like nothing could stop us." The dead boy scoffed. "We learned a lot about the truth of the world in the nightmare, and we learned even more about it after coming back, and about ourselves as well. Because that was when we killed Broken Sword out there in the darkness of the underworld." Cassie tilted her head, surprised. "The underworld?" Kaisong nodded slowly. "Yes, that is where the seed of nightmare Broken Sword had found was located, and that was where we returned to after conquering the nightmare. The underworld is a terrifying place, Song of the Fallen. We did not dare to explore its dark expanse back then, entering by following the call of nightmare and hiding from the beings that dwell in the darkness like rats." The dead girl chuckled. "Even as Supremes, all we could do was escape. And while we were escaping, still unfamiliar with our newfound powers, the 3 of us used the chance to stab Broken Sword in the back. The battle was short, in truth. I think he already knew that it would be his end. Still, even with the 3 of us joining forces, we weren't able to bring Broken Sword down. Ah, how fearsome he was, how valiant. We broke his body and we broke his soul, but we couldn't break his will. Her eyes seemed to ignite as if illuminated by the splendor of that wicked battle. Then they dimmed, becoming clouded by melancholy. Kai Song sighed. Still, he fell in the end. Shattered, broken, fatally wounded, he mustered what little strength he had left and fled, deeper into the darkness, never to be seen again. That was how Broken Sword, the greatest of us, died. Cassie held her breath. He fled. You did not see him die, then might he not have survived? The queen smiled wistfully. Wouldn't that be interesting? But no, we killed him. I am certain of it, because eventually the spell whispered of his death. Kai Song leaned forward a little and looked at Cassie with a somber expression. So now, we strangled the dire threat that Broken Sword's existence represented before it could doom us all. And by doing so, we also arrived at the root of all our problems. Chapter 2191 Risk Management. Chapter 2191 Risk Management. Cassie frowned, unable to follow the train of the queen's thoughts. Had she not said that the smile of heaven's death was the root of the war? But now it was Broken Sword's death. Cassie was still dazed due to having ingested Kai Song's blood. In her current state, even thinking was a difficult task. Eventually, she forced out a pale smile. All your problems seemed to be solved, and you were free to shape the future as you saw fit. However, it does not look like any of you lived happily ever after. After all, Kai Song had to have ended up as a corpse somehow. The two puppets laughed. The queen nodded with a smile. Indeed. Well, it was to be expected. After all, how could we trust each other after betraying one of our own? What would stop us from perpetrating betrayal again? There was nothing holding us together anymore. Smile of Heaven was gone, and her ghost was gone as well, since Broken Sword had died. Anvil was wary of me, not because I was a threat, but simply because I had the potential to become a threat. And both of us were afraid of the Dreamspawn, that monster. Most importantly, we weren't really people anymore, we were entities, each responsible for a domain. She paused. Let's just say that larger-scale systems are far less tolerant to risk. You can be reckless when you are only responsible for yourself. But what if you have a family to take care of? Would you allow yourself to be careless when the lives and well-being of your children are at stake? What if you are responsible for 1,000,000 families? 10 million, 100 million. Once one becomes a monarch, there's little difference between a threat and a potential threat. The mere promise of disaster is enough to take measures against the source. The queen looked at Cassie and Sation with pity. Both of you have already tasted the burden of responsibility. But you know nothing yet? But I digress. The thing is, despite it all, we could have still worked out our differences. We even tried to remain civil for a while. However, our attempts were destined to fail. Can you guess why? Sation frowned. Cassie remained silent for a bit, then said evenly, because of the spell. Kai Song gave her an approving smile. Indeed, I don't know whether it is by accident or by design, but the conflict between Supremes is woven into the very fabric of the spell. After all, it grants us a way to grow the power of our domains at a terrifying speed, the citadels. However, the number of citadels it creates is limited, so the domains of the carriers of the spell must inevitably clash. It is as if it was meant to pit those who attain supremacy against each other, so that a single, most vicious ruler was left in the end. She lingered for a few moments. At first, we tried to build in peaceful coexistence. Each of us served to suppress the other. It was a circle of mutual responsibility, so to speak. The Dreamspawn held the air of valor hostage. Anvil had his sword hovering above my head, while I made sure that the Dreamspawn's name did not spread to too many minds. But that circle was swiftly broken, because one who has the will can never submit to being suppressed. The two puppets chuckled. Anvil swiftly gave up on his son, almost as if he had never cared about him at all. I learned to escape the cage of my body, making the deterrent of his swords meaningless. And the Dreamspawn secretly created a cabal of followers, making sure that his name could never be fully erased. Kai Song leaned back and sighed. There was the issue of the remnants of the immortal Flame clan as well. You asked why we tried to eradicate them, Song of the Fallen. I will have to disappoint you, but there was no mysterious reason for it at all. It was simply cold logic. Once you draw a sword against an enemy, you don't show your back to them until they are dead. There was no compassion on her face, but no particular cruelty either. Just the cold, ruthless pragmatism that had horrified Master Aurum once. Immortal Flame himself was dead, and both Broken Sword and Smile of Heaven had perished. Little Nephis was young and powerless, but children grow up. Sometimes they grow up to be saints of immense power who wield staggering influence over people's hearts and harbor a scathing desire for revenge. That was what Anvil and I both wanted to prevent from happening, so we tried to kill her before she could fully inherit the fire. A vile decision, but a prudent one, don't you think? Considering how things ended up, Atet novel bin Atet. Cassie shivered, so she knew both of them knew. Both of them had never been fooled by Neph's act of submitting to their power, or maybe that was not even important. Maybe it was simply the case of larger-scale systems being averse to risk, as Kai Song had put it. It did not matter whether Nephis truly harbored thoughts of revenge. All that mattered was that she had potential to. That was all it took for these ghouls to sentence a little orphan girl to death. And how many more of such deaths had there been? I want to kill them both with my own 2 hands. But that was not meant to be. Cassie forced a smile onto her face. It seemed strange that both of you mighty sovereigns failed to kill one powerless child. Kai Song shrugged. Our hands were tied. The Dreamspawn laid a claim to her, just like he had claimed young Mordred. He has a deep interest in divine lineages, you know. Immortal Flame, Warden of Valor, Nightwalker, and the Dreamspawn's own mother, those were the 4 members of the first generation who had found lineage memories. A generation later, I was the 5th. And the 6th one, well, it is obvious by now what blood flows in the veins of the Lord of Shadows, even if he doesn't bleed much. Chapter 2192, Circle of Responsibility. Chapter 2192, Circle of Responsibility. The dead boy let out a quiet laugh. The queen shook her head. Whatever it is that the Dreamspawn needs from the descendants of the gods, he can only get it once their blood awakens. Nephis is the last descendant of the sun god lineage, and so he prevented us from trying to eliminate her before she came of age, or rather, prevented us from trying to eliminate her too hard. The methods we could use without alerting him and provoking his ire were limited, and that was why she managed to survive. Even as a child, Nephi proved to be quite tenacious. Cassie smiled darkly. You have my sympathy, how inconvenient. Kai Song S. Shrugged, why, thank you. It really was. However, young Nephis was really the least of our concerns, because, as you can imagine, the mutual responsibility between us 3 did not last long. Cassie inhaled deeply. Was there something particular that caused you to grow openly hostile to each other? The queen remained silent for a bit, then smiled wryly. Yes, no, it was a gradual process. At first, we were busy establishing our domains, subjugating neighboring regions of the Dream Realm, and stabilizing our territories. But once we reached the ceiling of what we could achieve without encroaching on each other's lands, things turned much more tenuous between us. Both Anvil and I wanted to swallow the Stormsea, but neither could move without provoking the other. The Dreamspawn, meanwhile, was growing stranger with each year. The tension continued to build, until one day we saw a chance. Cassie raised an eyebrow. What chance? One of the youths chuckled. The chance to get rid of the Dreamspawn, of course. That guy, you see, aimed his attention at the moon. Cassie blinked. The moon. Did Kai Song mean a metaphorical moon? She carried the lineage of Beast God, after all, and one of Beast God's epithets was the goddess of the moon. Had Asterion shown interest in her daughters, perhaps? They would have already reached the age of becoming susceptible to the spell by then. Some would have even awakened. The queen nodded. Yes, the moon, Earth's moon to be precise, Luna. Well, not the moon itself, of course, rather, what is hidden on the moon. Huh? Cassie tried to suppress her curiosity, but failed. And what exactly is hidden on the moon? The dead girl laughed melodiously. Kai Song smiled. That was precisely what the Dreamspawn wanted to learn. The nightmare spell first infected the lunar colonies. You know, it was only later that it spread from the moon to the planet's surface. What had they unearthed there on the dark side of Luna? Nobody knows. Oh, we had theories, of course. By then, it was already clear that an unholy nightmare creature had made the moon its nest. That is why it is so dangerous to fly too high on Earth, and why any manner of lunar observation had been forbidden. It is also one of the reasons why aviation fell into sharp decline as soon as the nightmare spell descended. She lingered for a few moments. It is also highly likely that a nightmare gate is situated there, the first gate maybe. Since looking at the moon too closely is a recipe for disaster, we couldn't build an analog of the obal scale to study it. But there was still a sort of consensus about the category of that gate. Most of those who know believe it to be a Category 6 gate. As Cassie drew a sharp breath, Kai Song looked up and smiled. If so, it is connected to a seed of the 6th nightmare, the final nightmare. one that would turn those who conquer it divine, thus giving birth to gods. Not lesser deities of the sacred rank, but true gods, no different from those great beings who once ruled all existence. She hesitated for a moment, then added in a more reserved tone. Of course, there is a smaller group that holds a different opinion. They believe that the lunar gate leads to a seed that is even more special. Not just a seed of nightmare, no. Instead, they believe it to be the seed of the nightmare spell, the source of its invasion into our reality. Cassie exhaled slowly. The world still holds so many mysteries. An unholy one was dwelling on the moon, guarding the gate to the final nightmare, or the source of the nightmare spell itself. Who would have thought? The magnitude of this revelation had left her breathless. Cassie was too tiny and insignificant for that information to have any direct importance to her, just like an ant was too tiny and short-lived to worry about the movement of tectonic plates. But still. She could not help but shiver, knowing that the moon had been there, high above her, throughout countless nights. Kai Song smiled softly. If you live long enough to become supremes yourselves one day, you'll hear it. On a quiet night, under the familiar sky, you'll hear the distant, alluring, irresistible call of that nightmare. Its call is another reason why we don't return to the waking world that often. She remained silent for a little while, then sighed. In any case, the dream-spawn grew intrigued by the moon, and so he endeavored to visit it. And using the chance, Anvil and I made sure that he never returned. We massacred his followers and erased his name from the network, from the culture, from the annals of history, forbade the government to ever mention him again, and killed everyone who had ever met him face to face. Well, most of them at least. A wicked smile twisted her alluring lips. Atat Novel bin Atat. There were no citadels under his control, and we had hidden our existence, the existence of the sovereigns, from the very beginning to limit the spread of his fame, and therefore of his domain, even if. It forced all three of us into the shadows. So his domain crumbled in an instant, and he was stranded on the moon, his power severely diminished. We had hoped that he would die there, but of course we weren't that lucky. That fiend still draws breath out there in the coldness of space, looking at us from above. He can even exert his influence somewhat sometimes, albeit not too much of it. Her smile widened, and with the dreamspawn mostly removed from the picture, the circle of mutual responsibility was broken. Anvil's sword pierced my heart, but of course I refused to die. That was how our clandestine clash began. From that day forward, we were gathering forces, positioning valuable game pieces, and preparing for the war, for the final confrontation to see which one of us was the most vicious, and therefore worthy of becoming the sole ruler of the world. Chapter 21, 93 Greater Good. Chapter 21, 93 Greater Good. Cassie remained silent for a while, struggling against the nauseating feeling of not being in full control of her body and soul. Her torn cheek throbbed with dull pain, and drops of blood glistened coldly on the stone floor. She doesn't seem quite human anymore. The beautiful corpse in front of her looked like Kai Song and sounded like Kai Song, but while there was some resemblance, a deeply hidden sameness, the young woman she had seen in the memories of Master Oram was mostly gone. As if she was not a living being but a wraith sustained by unbreakable will. Both of them didn't seem human, really, the king and the queen. Kai Song was dead and did not have a heartbeat. But while Anvil was undeniably alive, his unfeeling heart was colder than that of a corpse. They looked human, but the way they thought was not human. There was a limit to how callous one could be, how heartless one could be. There were limits that no person could cross without becoming a mindless beast. But then again, the sovereigns were not supposed to be completely human. Is it because they are Kai Song and Anvil of Valor, or because they are supreme? Supreme beings were demigods in quite a literal sense. Saints like Cassie herself were called demigods as well, but while they did possess some qualities of the divine, having transcended mortal limits, that title had mostly come from human fancy. To mundane people, the powers saints wielded seemed godly, and so the saints had been dubbed demigods. And even though that title was mostly a metaphor, Cassie could already feel how her sense of self was changing. She had lived the memories of countless people, and perceived the world from countless points of view. She had experienced being men and women, young and old, healthy and sick. She had experienced the lives of soldiers and warriors, factory workers, lofty legacies, destitute refugees, actors, artisans, politicians, housewives, criminals, servants, laborers, and so many more. What kind of person could possess a lifetime's worth of greatly varied experiences and remain the same? Several lifetimes. Naturally, her worldview had changed, and she was merely a saint. How would she change if she became supreme, a demigod whose conscience had to be vast enough to encompass an entire realm? How much of her former self would remain? How much of her humanity would be discarded to make space for divinity? She sighed, then faced Kai Song with a grim expression. To what end? Cassie gritted her teeth. You and Aval have spent 2 decades ruling the world. You created the great clans, shaped the legacy caste into what it is today, conquered vast lands in the dream realm. You have suppressed the number of emerging saints, ruthlessly eliminated all who dared to disobey you, and maintained a semblance of order in the waking world. When you could not hold the nightmare spell back anymore, you finally revealed your claws in Antarctica. And now you are at war. To what end? She hesitated for a moment. Is it simply to become the strongest a supreme can be? To spread your domain to all of humanity? Why? What are you after? Do you lust for more power? Do you want to resolve those old, unforgivable grudges? Are you preparing to challenge the fifth nightmare and become sacred? Have you given up? Why have you done all of this? Kai Song looked at her calmly from the throne. A faint smile illuminated her breathtaking face. Why? It's for the greater good, of course. Cassie couldn't help but let out a scoff. The greater good. The Queen nodded. Our goal is to preserve humanity as it has always been. You can disagree with our method, despise them even, but do not doubt our intentions. Everything we did to build a better world for those who would follow in our footsteps. Kai Song let out a sigh. To answer your question, the war is necessary because Anvil and I are much too weak. Her puppets chuckled. Our power, great as it might seem, is woefully insufficient. Our domains are incomplete. Our strength is lacking. We are nearly immortal in Ave no rivals among the human population, but the enemies we face aren't human either. They are the true rulers of the dream realm, the old, corrupted deities who dwell in the darkest corners of this cursed world. Kai Song leaned forward a little, smiling faintly. There's a simple equation to safeguarding the future of humanity, you see. In this dire world, humanity has no luxury to afford itself things that it does not need. It is a luxury to have a population of 3 billion people, but is it necessary? Can we save them all? No. Spreading our forces too thin will only result in total annihilation. Meanwhile, humanity can survive with far less. The ones whom we have brought from the chain of nightmares will do. It is a large enough pool to produce awakened at a sufficient rate, who will produce enough masters and saints in turn. In fact, it is already too large. Her smile turned somber. More than 100 million mundane people are in the Song domain right now. All of them need to be fed, clothed, sheltered, and protected from the nightmare creatures. We had been preparing the human enclaves in the dream realm for more than a decade, and yet the burden of caring for so many people is already straining every possible resource we have, shaking the entire kingdom. The infrastructure is on the verge of collapse. The supplies are dwindling, Cassie frowned. Those people are not just sitting idly. They are working the fields, building the roads. They are volunteering to face the fifth nightmare and become awakened as well. In a few more years, they will feed, clothe, shelter, and protect themselves. Kai Song shook his head. But the situation on Earth will also become far less stable in a few years, which means that we won't be able to deliver as many supplies through the Dream Gate. But suppose you are right. Even then, the waking world will continue to deteriorate at ever-increasing speed. Soon enough, it will be consumed entirely, and the entire dream realm will change. Its geography will be rewritten, and countless nightmare creatures will start a great migration. We will be besieged from all sides, and the death zones will spill from their borders, threatening to drown the human nation we have so laboriously established. The Queen smiled darkly. When that happens, neither the Song domain nor the Sword domain will be able to survive. However, the human domain, one kingdom united under the torn, patchwork heaven of the dream realm by one supreme, might just stand a chance. Chapter 21, 94 Price of Divinity. Chapter 21, 94 Price of Divinity. Kai Song inhaled deeply, or pretended to at least, and leaned back. As for conquering the fifth nightmare, even if we have such an ambition, neither of us dares. Challenging a nightmare is always a gamble. After all, maybe the challenger will return alive, maybe not. Immortal Flame could risk his life because there were countless awakened in the world beside him. Warden and Nightwalker could risk theirs because by then there were plenty of masters around. But what about us? What happens if all supremes of humanity perish together, leaving no one to defend it against the tyranny of the nightmare spell? The risk is too great, and the responsibility we bear is too great to take it. Her expression changed subtly. More than that, each nightmare is different from the previous one. We have no knowledge about what awaits us in the fifth. What we do know, however, is that even if one manages to conquer it, there will be a price to pay. A sacred being won't be able to enter the waking world at all, most likely, meaning that there won't be dream gates to lead people away either. Even if sacred carriers of the nightmare spell receive an ability to create a new kind of connection between the two worlds, there is also the nature of the apotheosis itself to consider. Becoming a god is not merely about one's rank. Kaisong paused briefly and continued in a neutral tone. The difference between a transcendent and a supreme is vast. However, the difference between a mortal and a god is immeasurable. Becoming a sacred being means leaving what little remains of your human nature behind. Once one experiences apotheosis, the way they think will change. The way they feel will change. The way they are will change, and who they are will change as well. Power and benevolence do not always go hand in hand. Who knows if a sacred being can even be entrusted with humanity? Heavens know I dread the thought of the dreamspawn becoming a god. Anvil as well, and I fear myself most of all. The queen remained silent for a while, then looked at Seishin hesitantly. Her lips moved slightly, and a new voice, Kaisong's own voice, resounded in the throne room for the first time. It was low and beautiful, making one want to never stop hearing it. Will I still care about my daughters? Will I even be capable of human affection? Will I remain myself? Or will I become someone else, something else rather, a being O's very nature is divine, and thus inhuman. Seishin trembled. The queen's words sounded eerily similar to what Cassie herself had been considering earlier, and they resounded strongly. Because Cassie herself was deathly afraid of losing herself to the power of her aspect. Countless fragments of her past were already lost, and so she dreaded losing even more of her present self, but she was afraid of her future self most of all. Everyone feared death, and transformation, especially one as thorough as becoming a deity, apotheosis, as Kaisong had called it, was a form of death as well. Cassie took a deep breath. So in the end, the two of you started this war to consume each other and give birth to an immensely powerful domain, one that unites all of humanity as a result. The part of humanity that you had deemed worthy of saving, at least. Kaisong shrugged. She had grown silent again, and her puppets spoke in her stead. Yes, something like that. Cassie shook her head. All these deaths, all this suffering, wouldn't it have been easier if one of you simply stepped down and allowed the other to rule unopposed? A strange smile twisted the queen's alluring lips. I suppose it would have. But ask yourself this question: will someone who is willing to give up without a fight be capable of standing up against the entire world? Will someone who is willing to submit without a struggle be worthy of ruling over all of humanity? Will someone like that be able to lead anyone, let alone everyone, to salvation? No, it is not in the nature of a sovereign to surrender. The very quality that made us supreme makes it impossible for us to capitulate without a thorough battle. There was a long stretch of silence, and then the dead youths laughed. Well, I seem to have answered all of your questions, Song of the Fallen. How's that? Was that enough for a barter? Cassie lowered her head. It's plenty, Your Majesty. Kaisong nodded with a hint of amusement. I've shown you plenty of grace, then. What do I get in exchange? Cassie gathered her thoughts while inhaling deeply. Here it goes, then. Things would start happening fast once she opened her mouth, but that was the best course of action. The sovereigns had to be somewhat equal in strength when they clashed, and at the moment the King of Swords was holding too big of an advantage. She sighed. I mentioned knowing a lot of secrets, one of which is especially valuable. I'll share it with you as gratitude for showing me grace. Straightening her back, Cassie lingered for a moment and then said in a somber tone, The king has secretly carved a path through the hollows of the breastbone and the western first rib. His troops will soon emerge from the jungle and attack the lesser stronghold crossing from the rear. It will happen by the end of tomorrow, or perhaps even sooner. Now that Valor wants me dead, my life is tied to the well-being of the Song clan, so I thought I'd let you know. A heavy silence settled in the throne room. Seishin seemed startled, her eyes widening slightly. The queen, however, remained composed. A few moments later, she leaned forward a little. Weren't there a cursed tyrant barring the path to the hollows of the first rib? Cassie lowered her head. There was, the king killed it. Kaisong raised an eyebrow. He killed a cursed tyrant swiftly and quietly enough for its death to go unnoticed. Ah, how curious. She remained motionless for a while, and then smiled. Well, that certainly changes things. Chapter 2195 Dollhouse. Chapter 2195 Dollhouse. The queen remained silent for a few moments, looking into the distance. Cassie could not really imagine what was going on in her head. It had to be hard to be a general who had been driven into a hopeless situation. The Song army was already at a great disadvantage, driven back to the western part of the Collarbone Plain and besieged. The only hope of salvaging the situation and restoring a semblance of balance to the war was to hold out long enough for Revel to conquer the citadel in the spine of the dead god, and for Mordred to take Bastion. But now, even that hope had been shattered. If Kai Song was troubled, though, she did not show it. Instead, she lowered her gaze and peered at Cassie. Well, well, the secret you told me is indeed valuable, young Cassia. The dead boy fell silent. His counterpart, meanwhile, spoke in a clear voice. You have my gratitude. It is time for you to depart, though. Go and rest for a little while. Sation, please stay. Cassie wondered briefly if she would really be allowed to walk out the throne room on her own 2 feet without being escorted by Sation. That would be problematic, actually, since her aspect was suppressed. Was she supposed to bump into the walls of the Song Keep blindly until she found a place to rest? A few moments later, though, her hesitation was dispelled in the most disturbing way. Her body moved on its own, rising from its knees and performing an elegant bow, her mouth mauve. Ed on its own as well, and words she had not meant to say left her lips. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then her body turned around and headed away from the throne with graceful, confident steps. The tenuous connection she had established to Sation's senses was cut, and she was left in the darkness. Cassie was blind once again, but her body behaved as if it could see. It left the throne room and walked somewhere calmly, taking turns when needed and using her hands to open doors. She did not know where the body was headed, and could only memorize the number of turns and count the steps in her mind out of habit. As Cassie walked, she escaped from the horror of not being able to control her own body into thinking about the many mysteries that had been solved today and the many secrets that had been revealed to her by the Queen. It is all starting to take shape. So what had she learned? First of all, many of the fragmented and unreliable pieces of information they had collected from dubious sources were now confirmed. The grand plan of the sovereigns, the purpose of suppressing the emergence of independent saints, the reason why the Supremes had seemingly abandoned the waking world. One of the more interesting things she had learned was the reason why the sovereigns had chosen to hide their existence and rule from the shadows. Cassie had assumed that it was simply due to the general shadiness of the great clans. Honestly, she had never thought about it deeply. But as it turned out, it was a premeditated measure to prevent Asterion from growing too powerful instead. Kai Song had not explained what powers the third sovereign possessed and how his domain spread. However, Cassie was able to surmise that it had something to do with people simply knowing about his existence, and especially knowing his name. There was the tidbit about the special nature of War God's realm as well, and the startling truth of what was hidden on the moon. But while quite curious, these pieces of information were not important at the moment. What was important was the story of Broken Sword's death, the reasons why he had been killed, and the background of the downfall of the immortal Flame clan. If for no other reason than a personal one, I will have to tell Neph. Kai Song did not mention the final straw that had pushed Anvil on the path of no return, but Cassie already learned it from Jest. How would Nephi's react? Something like that did not excuse the vile actions of the sovereigns, but it did put them into an entirely new perspective, and that perspective was one of the most important cornerstones of Neph's entire being. Cassie sighed, or rather tried to. However, her body was still moving on its own, indifferent to her commands. Soon enough, the coldness of the Queen's residence receded, and Cassie felt the heat of Godgrave on her skin again. She was surrounded by the sounds of the army camp again. She could smell life again. It seemed that she was standing in front of the gates of the keep, waiting for something. Her cheek was still throbbing with pain, and her mind was on fire, feverishly going over all the stark revelations she had received. But most of all, Cassie was genuinely surprised. I wasn't even tortured. She exhaled slowly. Well, the day was still young, and there were more such days in front of her as well. Now that her audience with the Queen had come to an end, Kai Song seemed to have released the strings binding Cassie's body like a marionette, somewhat, enough to cut her some slack at least. She was still in that dizzying state of not being entirely in control of her own body. In fact, she was barely able to move, just enough to change her posture, but not enough to take a step. Her aspect, too, remained almost entirely sealed. Cassie remained motionless for a few moments, then shook her head subtly. There was no way of knowing if Sonny was somewhere near, but she believed that he was. In fact, he had most likely been keeping an eye on her from the moment she entered the Greater Crossing stronghold, just not in the chambers of the Queen. If so, she had to prevent him from trying to contact her. Now that Cassie had become a partial puppet, approaching her was tantamount to revealing his presence to Kai Song. So she hoped that he had seen and understood her signal. Sonny was both observant and smart. He would know that it was dangerous to contact her and stay away. Still, even unable to see or hear him, Cassie was glad to know that she was not truly alone. Chapter 21, 96 Truth and Fortune. Chapter 21, 96 Truth and Fortune. Back in the throne room, Session took a step forward and stood in the spot where Cassie had previously kneeled. She did not lower herself, though, remaining upright as she looked up at her mother. The Queen regarded her with a distant expression. After a while, she sighed. "I think you have an idea of what has to be done now." Session nodded curtly. "I do, Mother." Kai Song looked at her and smiled. "Riley, don't try to fool me with that refined expression, girl. You have not changed at all since you were little like a mouse. Come, out with it. I can see that you have questions. Was what I said so surprising?" Session hesitated for a few moments, then bowed slightly and said in a reserved tone, "Then I will ask. I do have questions, 2 of them to be precise." The Queen just waited silently. Session raised her head and looked at her mother with a hint of a somber emotion in her eyes. "You said that changing star had to be dealt with for no other reason but cold logic. That you would not leave the child of your enemy alive, knowing that they could return to seek revenge one day. Was that true?" Kai Song raised an eyebrow. "You should have been aware of our past efforts to erase the immortal Flame clan from existence for a while now." "Ah, I see. It's not the deed itself that sparked your curiosity, but the motivation. Well, I suppose it is true. Granted, I don't have a habit of going around disposing of children. It is not every enemy that has to be erased without a trace." She sighed. But little Nephis was, because she was the daughter of Broken Sword and Smile of Heaven, the heir of immortal Flame, a child like that would never have grown up to be a nobody. It was too dangerous to leave her be. Session remained silent for a while. Then she asked in an even tone, "So will I and my sisters be disposed of for the same reason, should you fall in the battle against the King of Swords?" The dead youths laughed, and Kai Song herself smiled in amusement. "Why, don't you have faith in your mother?" Session lingered with the answer. In the end, she looked at the Queen with a steadfast expression. "I do. I believe that you will win." Kai Song chuckled. "Why?" Session frowned and stayed quiet for a few moments. Then she said evenly, "Because we are of the Song clan. The King of Swords received his kingdom and his lineage from others, but you earned them yourself. He had everything while you rose from nothing. You clawed and fought, struggling to gain every little piece of what he had been given freely. He is arrogant while you are cautious, but most of all." She paused for a moment. "You have too many things to lose while he has nothing. He has nothing to protect because he has already lost everything, and so he only has resolve, not desire. He doesn't want to win, but you want it desperately." The dead youths laughed quietly. "So, you are calling your mother desperate?" Session's expression changed slightly. "That was not what I meant." The puppets laughed again while Kai Song shook her head. "No, you are correct, my wise daughter. That man has the will, but he does not have anything except the will. Deep down, he doesn't really care to win, he doesn't care about anything. A man who has nothing to lose is dangerous, but he is also pitiful." She shook her head lightly. "But you are also wrong, thinking that I achieved everything myself, that I have had no help and wasn't given anything by anyone. In fact, I have received many gifts: my mother's love, the kindness of strangers, the faith and loyalty of those who followed me, the care of my daughters. It was just that I was young and naive back then, full of resentment and anger. That was how I became ruthless enough to survive this world and therefore lived long enough to wisen up and recognize my fortune. While Anvil, that poor man, was far less fortunate than me." She sighed and looked away. "Isn't it funny? I'm a descendant of Beast God, the goddess of the cycle of death and rebirth, and yet I am unable to give birth, and neither can I die. Meanwhile, Anvil is a descendant of War God, the goddess of life, and yet he has turned himself into a living corpse. What bitter irony is this?" Kai Song lingered for a while, then turned to Session. You had another question, didn't you? Seishin nodded, yes. She waited a little, then asked hesitantly back then, why did you agree to answer Kash's questions? You did not need to. The queen smiled softly and looked away. Her puppets did not speak for a while, but eventually one of them answered in a slightly wistful tone. Her true name is Song of the Fallen. The names are an expression of one's personal truth as well as of their fate. Her fate is to be a witness, to remember. So, Kai Song lingered for a moment. History is written by the victors, Seishin. No matter who wins this war, the truth of what happened will be weaponized and twisted. But I wanted someone to remember the truth, my truth, at least in its purest form, no matter what comes next. Even if it is just one person. Forgive your mother this little bit of indulgence, but I wanted to be witnessed. Seishin remained silent. Eventually she nodded, I understand. Kaisong let out a long sigh. In that case. Her expression changed, becoming cold and regal. She straightened on her throne, and her beautiful figure suddenly seemed towering and overbearing. The dead youth spoke so. Lemli, Seishin of Clan Song, listen to your queen's command. Chapter 2197, Boiling Pot. Rain did not get a good look at the prisoner Saint Seishin was supposedly escorting. She did glimpse the beautiful princess herself, whose presence was just as soothing as always. However, there was an eerie escort of emptied pilgrims in the way, so it was hard to see who had been captured by the queen's daughter. Rain stayed in the shadows, leaning on the wall of an armory among other idle soldiers. Her brother remained silent until the strange prisoner convoy disappeared from view, heading toward the stone keep where the queen herself was rumored to reside. Then he suddenly separated himself from her shadow. I'll go snoop around a little. Don't get into any trouble while I am away. Rain scoffed. Who am I, a kid? Why would I get into trouble? He remained silent for a few moments, then said in a dubious tone, Yeah. With that, the shadow stealthily glided away. Rain sighed, then stretched her tired body and went about her business. She spent some time getting the water rations and refilled the green canteen, then waited some more to get an allotment of synthetic firewood for their campfire. Finally, she returned to the part of the camp assigned to the 7th Royal Legion and found her cohort. They made a fire, igniting it with a memory, and boiled some water to brew powdered coffee. The mostly empty can of it was a luxury Ray had won from an officer in a game of cards. After that, they put a pot over the fire to prepare the usual Song Army stew. Rain stared at the stamped tinfoil wrappers left from the bricks of synthetic firewood absent-mindedly as the wind dragged them across the surface of the dead god's bone. The contrast of the mundane and the mystical was pretty evocative. She was just not sure of what. Eventually, she sighed and looked at Tamar. I saw Princess Seishin while I was getting water. Tamar just stared at the fire. Oh. The Saint of Sorrow had said that he would speak to the princess once she returned to the camp, so they would probably leave this dreadful place soon. Rain felt conflicted about the prospect. Sure, she wanted nothing more than for the horror to end. But on the other hand, she felt terrible about leaving her fellow soldiers behind and escaping to safety simply because her friend had some connections at the top. Not everyone had a transcendent father. What was going to happen to countless young soldiers who did not? She had a pretty good idea what would happen to them, thousands of them at least, and was not sure what would haunt her more. Would it be the harrowing siege or the act of running away like a coward? That is how they get you. The other members of the cohort seemed to be struggling with the same thoughts, so no one said anything for a long time. However, their silence was an answer in and of itself. In the end, self-preservation seemed to be winning over the misguided sense of devotion. Well, it was not too surprising. Many people had been idealists when they joined the Song Army. But after experiencing the horrors of war, their worldview irrevocably changed, and their hearts changed as well. Devotion was a scarce currency in Godgrave these days. At least devotion to the symbols that had failed them and to the leaders who had led them to hell. Rain and her friends had already fought and bled plenty for the Song domain. Did they really have to insist on staying when someone was ordering them to leave? She was still drowning in doubt, and the stew was still bubbling in the pot when there seemed to be some kind of commotion around them. Looking up, Rain noticed that there was more movement in the vast courtyard of the Greater Crossing stronghold than usual. The entire camp seemed to be boiling, not much different from the stew. Is there going to be another assault? That did not make much sense. The battle had just ended recently, and even if the Sword Army decided to attack twice in one day, it would not have caused so much activity. Those who had to man the wall were already on the ramparts, after all, since the entire contingent worked to defend Arcute letter 1D4B6 small cap N letter 1D5 2C, E umlaut letter 1E61. The fortress in shifts. What is going on? Just as Rain thought that, Tamar caught a soldier who was running by and asked in an incredulous tone, "What is happening?" He looked at her with wide eyes. What, Lady Tamar, you haven't heard. The 7th Royal Legion had suffered grave casualties in the siege, just like every other legion of the Song Army, so there were gaping holes in the chain of command. New orders did not travel to the rank and file as fast as they used to. Granted, Tamar was an officer, so it was a bit strange that she was caught out of the loop. Heard what? The soldier stared at her dazedly for a few moments. He seemed to be both excited and terrified, but mostly terrified. Eventually, he took a deep breath and said loudly, a feverish glint appearing in his eyes. An attack, we are. Attacking. Tamar frowned, then asked while putting an emphasis on the word we. What do you mean we are attacking? He grinned darkly. It's just as I said, the order has just come down from the Queen. We are abandoning the fortress, crossing the chasm, and storming the camp of the Sword Army, all legions, all auxiliary troops, even the Saints. It's an all-out offensive. Tamar let the soldier go, stunned. He hurried away, soon disappearing from view. Rain, Tamar, Ray, and Fleur looked at each other. Eventually, Ray opened his mouth and said in a shaky voice, "So, I guess we're not becoming caravan guards anymore." Rain pursed her lips. The order seems to have been given almost immediately after Princess Sation returned. So the Saint of Sorrow might not have had the opportunity to settle things with her yet. Or he did, but the transfer got lost in the chaos. In any case, if we want to leave, we still can. Storming the siege camp of the Sword Army, an all-out offensive, Saints joining the fight. Crazy, it seemed crazy. What the hell is the Queen thinking? Rain looked at Tamar. So do we want to leave? Tamar met her gaze expressionlessly. She remained silent for a few moments, then said in an even tone, I did not receive the transfer order, so I intend to stay. Rain sighed. Well, of course she would. Damn legacies. Shaking her head, she turned her head and looked at the bubbling stew with regret. What are we standing around for, then? We need to start gathering our things. Even if we are going to be marching into battle instead of running away, we're still abandoning camp. So get your stuff quickly. Sometime later, her brother snuck back into her shadow. He settled inside of it, remained silent for a bit, and then asked incredulously, Did I not say to stay out of trouble? Rain raised an eyebrow. I did, though. He sighed. Look around. All around them, the Song Army was seething and boiling as it prepared to go into battle. Perhaps the final battle of this hellish war. The legions were assembling into marching columns, the enthralled nightmare creatures were roaring in frenzy, and the saints were summoning their battle memories, ready to lead the charge. Her brother inhaled slowly, then growled. That looks like trouble to me. Chapter 21, 98 Divide and Conquer. Just a handful of minutes before, Sonny was standing at the edge of the Ivory Island, looking at the distant wall of the great fortress with a somber expression on his face. His incarnation in the camp of the Song Army had caught a glimpse of Cassie as she was being escorted by Sation and their eerie retinue of walking corpses. But he had lost sight of them once the two entered the chambers of the Queen. Sonny was not reckless enough to get that close to Kai Song, so he was forced to wait in tense anticipation, not knowing what to expect. Surely Cassie was too valuable to be disposed of swiftly. She was not someone who would put herself in danger without having a way out either. So his worry was most likely meaningless, and yet he could not help but feel uneasy. Damn it. Eventually, Cassie emerged from the heavy gates and remained standing outside, motionless and silent. There were fresh cuts on her cheek, but it did not seem like she was hurt badly. The lack of an escort was also telling, hinting that she had come to some sort of understanding with the Queen. Or that the Queen simply did not deem it necessary to guard her. confident that Cassie would not be able to escape. The mental communication Sonny had grown used to did not seem to work, so he wanted to approach the blind seer stealthily in the form of a shadow to exchange a few audible words. However, she shook her head lightly, which had to be a signal to stay away. Tense and unhappy, Sonny retreated. And not long after that, the camp of the Song army came alive like a massive beast awakening from slumber. The sudden commotion was on such a grand scale that even Master Sunless could see that something was going on in the greater crossing stronghold, all the way from the Ivory Island. He frowned. Are they preparing to retreat? Cassie could have informed Kai Song about the clandestine plan to attack the lesser crossing stronghold from the rear. In fact, she had a good reason to. If so, the main contingent of the Song army serving as the garrison of the greater crossing would have to retreat or risk being cut off from the base camp and surrounded by the forces of the Sword domain. They could even make a desperate attempt to reinforce the lesser crossing and prevent it from falling. But that was not what Kai Song had decided to do. When Sonny's incarnation learned what the Queen was planning a few moments later, he could not help but falter for a moment. Master Sunless opened his eyes wide. Oh, crazy. Everyone had expected that Kai Song would retreat. But against all odds, she decided to attack instead. She was preparing to abandon the greater crossing stronghold and throw all her available forces into an all-out offensive, threatening to break the main contingent of the Sword army in one fell swoop. Letter 1E5B, A circumflex letter 1033D, O acute letter 1D587, open L letter 1E67. Why would she surrender the overwhelming defensive advantage the Song army held and command her soldiers to attack, even knowing how desperate her position was? Was she insane or a genius? Sonny suddenly felt cold sweat rolling down his back. In hindsight, why wouldn't she attack? Retreating would only buy the Song army some time. Granted, time was what they lacked the most, but it would not change the overall situation of the war by much. However, now that she knew that Anvil had secretly left the siege camp and was leading soldiers through the hollows, she would also know that the siege camp was not as impossible to overtake as everyone seemed to believe. As far as she was informed, the Lord of Shadows was also far away. So the greatest obstacle in her way was Nephis. Nephis had proven that she was an impossible existence among those of the transcendent rank, and therefore, no saint in the Song army could defeat her. If the Queen wanted to destroy the siege camp, she would have to take to the battlefield herself, which she could not do, not yet. Or rather, there had not been any other way to suppress Nephis before. There was one now, though. Cursing, Sonny dove into the shadows and stepped out of them at the top of the ivory tower. Nephis was already walking toward the balcony, a cold expression on her face. Cassie, she's... Nephis nodded. I know. She paused for a moment near him, hesitated a little, and then said casually, Stay here, please. Make sure that your assistant, Aiko, remains in the Brilliant Emporium as well. I don't know what will happen next, but it can get messy. Sonny chewed on his lip, unhappy. But it was not time to discard the persona of Master Sunless yet. Plus, if anything that disagreed with him happened, he would only be a step away. His senses could envelop the entire battlefield, after all, and there was one more of his incarnations on the other side of the chasm. He sighed. Take one of my shadows with you, at least. As he said the words, the gloomy shadow separated from his feet and dove into Neff's own shadow, looking quite smug and satisfied as it did at that. Nephis lingered for a moment, then smiled faintly. Thank you, Master Sunless. Leaning forward, she planted a soft kiss on his cheek, and then turned around. Brilliant light surrounded her slender figure, forming into the image of two incandescent wings. A moment later, she leapt over the parapet of the balcony and plummeted down toward the siege camp of the Sword army. Left alone under the radiant sky, Sonny touched his cheek and looked into the distance. A quiet sigh escaped from his lips. Stay safe, Lady Nephis. The drums of war were beating, and she had to lead her soldiers into battle. That battle was not going to be an easy one, it seemed. Worse still, the battles that would follow it were only going to be so much harder. Chapter 21, 99 from the Ashes. Chapter 21, 99 from the Ashes. Setting an entire army into motion was not an easy task. As Sunny watched somberly from high above, the siege camp slowly became consumed by feverish activity. The soldiers were tired, having only recently returned from a bloody and fruitless assault on the impregnable walls of the great fortress. They wanted nothing more than to crawl into their tents and rest their weary bodies, surrendering to the fleeting and merciful escape of oblivion for a short while. The awakened slept without seeing dreams, while masters suffered in the embrace of nightmares. Instead of being given an opportunity to rest, though, they were being stirred awake and told to prepare for another battle. This time it was not another dreadful assault. Instead, the enemy was supposedly coming over the chasm to attack. The groggy soldiers could not make any sense of it. Why would the Song army abandon its cursed fortress? The Greater Crossing stronghold had become a dark symbol of death for the soldiers of the Sword Army, so they failed to imagine that the enemy would give up on the protection of its walls. Surely, there had been some mistake. But as they slowly came to their senses and realized the severity of the situation, their confusion was replaced with dread. Soon enough, the siege camp was boiling. The soldiers were assembling into units, and the units were trying to move into formation. But they were already far behind the Song army, which seemed to be ready to march. What are they doing? Most of the fire keepers were boarding the chain breaker, ready to join Nephis on the ground, while some remained on the Ivory Island to defend it should Beastmaster and her winged thralls stage another aerial attack. However, Eiko was entirely idle, keeping Sunny company as they observed the two armies from above. Sunny frowned, unsure how to answer. He was confused as well. It seems like they're dismantling the ramparts. Indeed, the walls of the Greater Crossing stronghold, which had endured countless assaults and remained unbroken, were slowly crumbling in the distance. One section quaked, and then collapsed, followed by another. The soldiers swarmed over the wooden debris, appearing no larger than ants. Gaping holes were slowly forming in the once impenetrable shield of the Greater Crossing. Sunny was darkly fascinated by the view. He had seen so many people die trying to take these walls, and now they were being destroyed from within by those who had spilled rivers of blood trying to defend them. Why would they take down the walls? He wanted to say something else, but at that moment, something else stole his attention. Looking into the darkness of the abyssal chasm separating the breastbone and the collarbone of the dead god, Sunny scowled deeply. A cold shiver ran down his spine. Something was moving there, far below, rising from under the ash. Crap, his eyes widened a little. Eiko looked at him in confusion and opened her mouth to say something, but Sunny interrupted her in a tone that lacked his usual levity. "Go back, Eiko. Lock yourself inside the brilliant emporium and don't come out until I come get you." She flinched, surprised by the unfamiliar tone. After sparing him a long look, Eiko wordlessly turned around and shot toward the mimic, her feet hovering slightly above the grass. The fire keepers preparing the chain breaker for the journey down seemed to have felt something as well. A few of them grew motionless on the deck, turning to look in the direction of the great fortress. The troops were still trying to assemble into a battle formation down on the ground, and their movements grew even more urgent. A cold gust of wind blew across the Greater Crossing, bringing with it the smell of ash and the stench of rotting flesh. Sunny's expression became grim. Then, a moment later, something emerged from the darkness of the chasm. At first, it seemed like a thick vine, no different from the tendrils that the abominable jungle sprouted to crawl to the surface from the dim twilight of the hollows. However, this one was gray, not scarlet. Those suckers adhered to the surface of the ancient bone, and the ash worm rose above the edge of the chasm, its head swaying from side to side. As soon as the light of the radiant sky fell on it, hideous burns appeared on its skin, and wisps of smoke rose into the air. And it was not a vine, it was a living creature that resembled a giant worm, or rather, a puppet made from the creature's corpse, if Sunny's suspicion was correct. The worm was dozens of meters in length, with a strangely flat body that was smeared in ash. At the end of it, an appalling maw bristled with countless teeth, and just beneath them, circular suckers were like sores on the translucent skin of the beast. Those suckers adhered to the surface of the ancient bone, and the ash worm rose above the edge of the chasm, its head swaying from side to side. As soon as the light of the radiant sky fell on it, hideous burns appeared on its skin, and wisps of smoke rose into the air. Damnation! One monstrous worm was not a problem, no matter how powerful it was. However, just a split second later, another one appeared, and another, and another. The ashworms were rising from the darkness, climbing both sides of the chasm. Soon their gray body covered its walls, forming living, slithering strings, and countless figures emerged from the darkness as well, climbing the strings of ashworms like ladders. Sunny shuddered. Throughout the siege of the Greater Crossing stronghold, countless soldiers and enthralled abominations had perished. Some bodies were retrieved, but most plummeted into the dark depths, disappearing forever. He thought that they had become food to the harrowing creatures that dwelled in the ash covering the bottom of the chasm. But as it turned out, the ash dwellers became victims of the dead instead. All that time, the queen had been waging a secret war against the creatures of the ash. She won that war, and now, the fallen of the Greater Crossing siege, all those countless victims whose lives had been snuffed out by the cruelty of war, were coming back to avenge themselves upon the living. A blood-crusted human hand crested the edge of the chasm, and a moment later, a disfigured corpse climbed from the darkness, smeared in ash. Empty eyes gazed upon the assembling army and then glinted with murderous intent. The puppet took its first step toward the warriors of the sword domain, and countless others soon followed. Damn, damn, damn. Chapter 2200 Army of the Dead. Chapter 2200 Army of the Dead. As the war dragged on, a great number of people had been killed in the fierce clashes between the two invading armies, and perhaps an even greater number of nightmare creatures had perished to human blades. Many, if not most of them, became puppets of the Queen of Worms. The Sword Army had destroyed countless Elgrims, and yet their number only continued to grow. That was why time was an ally of the Song domain. The longer the war continued, the more advantage it gained. That advantage had already played a large role in the siege of the Greater Crossing stronghold. Pilgrims made for convenient meat shields for the defenders of the fortress, sacrificing their bodies to lessen the losses suffered by the Song army, while at the same time increasing the losses suffered by the forces of the Sword domain. And yet, the Pilgrims had never been a decisive factor in the battles between the two human armies. Today, that could very well change. Kai Song had amassed a secret army of the dead at the bottom of the abyssal chasm, and now, that army crawled from the darkness. A tide of ashen corpses poured from the depths, climbing the puppeteered corpses of the monstrous worms like siege towers. Sunny gritted his teeth as the wind carried the shouts of the officers to his ears from the ground. They were desperately trying to assemble the army into a solid battle formation in time, but it was hopeless. The avalanche of the ashen dead had caught them by surprise. Before the disorganized soldiers could form into a proper line, the dead tide was upon them. Ashen corpses tore into the vulnerable mass of humans like hungry wolves, ripping into their armor and their flesh with bare hands, as well as with fangs, claws, and mandibles, since there were plenty of dead nightmare creatures among them. This time, there was something different about the Pilgrims. It seemed that the queen was not holding herself back anymore. Before, her puppets were a little sluggish and somewhat easy to deal with. But now, they moved with great precision and skill, no less deadly than seasoned, awakened warriors were. No, in fact, it was as if each of them possessed skill and combat awareness that were far greater than those of ordinary soldiers. With his shadow sense, which spread far and wide to encompass the entire field, Sunny could feel the full extent of their chilling lethality. Their skill was so eerily deadly and profound, in fact, that he was struggling to understand its essence, as if each and every one of the countless Pilgrims was a superior fighter than him, or his equal at least. The thought made Sunny shiver. Is she controlling each of them, all of them, by hand now? If Kai Song was capable of personally controlling all of her countless puppets at the same time, then her power was even greater than they had feared. The Pilgrims moved with cold and ruthless determination. The awakened soldiers stood no chance against these dead, unfeeling killing machines, or they would not have, if not for the very nature of the Queen's puppets. Pilgrims had no souls and therefore lacked the ability to possess and summon memories, so they fought unarmed. More than that, many of the bodies that had fallen into the chasm were severely damaged, which limited their strength and mobility. They seemed to be able to mend themselves, to a degree, but Kai Song was either unwilling or unable to truly restore these broken bodies to a better state. Human blood flowed upon the white surface of the ancient bone. Sunny felt sick to his stomach, not only because people were dying far below, but also because he was the reason they were dying. After all, if it wasn't for him, Nephis, and Cassie, this battle would not have happened. The Song soldiers at the Lesser Crossing stronghold would have been dying under the swords of Anvil's warriors in a day or two instead. The sum of deaths might not have changed as a result of Cassie's actions, and his silent support of her, but nevertheless he felt like a traitor. No, he was a traitor. To the people who were dying because of his betrayal far below, he was. That was a burden Sonny would have to carry, and its weight, while not great, was still unpleasant. The tide of the dead bit into the side of the unprepared army, causing heavy casualties. Worse still, those of the soldiers who perished rose from the ground a few moments later, emptied, joining the ranks of the rampaging corpses. For a minute or two, it seemed as if the initial shock of the Pilgrim attack would snowball into a one-sided massacre, one that would only grow into a harrowing disaster before too long. But the soldiers of the Sword Army were not weaklings either. As the initial shock receded, the soldiers dug down and met the Queen's puppets blow for blow. Overcoming their horror, they greeted their teeth and stood their ground. The officers organized their warriors into unit-scale formations, bringing order to the senseless slaughter. The units moved to support each other and merge into a proper battle line. As the initial shock receded, the soldiers dug down and met the Queen's puppets blow for blow. Overcoming their horror, they greeted their teeth and stood their ground. The officers organized their warriors into unit-scale formations, bringing dare to the senseless slaughter. The units moved to support each other and merge into a proper battle line. The battle line could have still collapsed, but at that moment, the Saints entered the battlefield, pushing the tide of pilgrims back. Nephis was there as well, her flames spreading far and wide to wash away the wounds of the soldiers and save those who would have joined the army of the dead otherwise. The Queen took the dead, making them rise from the ground with empty eyes. Changing Star, however, healed the living, helping them rise to their feet with their own strength. The chain breaker reached the battlefield, and the fire keepers jumped down from its deck, joining the fight. It seemed as if the Sword Army would be able to repel the unexpected attack after all, but of course that was merely an illusion, because the pilgrims were not the tip of the spear. They were a distraction. Their purpose was to buy enough time for the real peril to arrive.